Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Bette Davis, Herbert Marshall, and Vincent Price in The Letter. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Some stars are born to fame. Others have fame thrust upon them. Then there's a third kind, like Bette Davis. All the honors in Hollywood have come to her at one time or another. Those who judge stars by box office value place her among the leaders. Those who judge by purely artistic standards accord her the same position. She's won the Academy Award twice, and yet I doubt whether Bette has ever been completely satisfied with one of her performances. Like most great artists, she always found some detail that might be improved, but neither the box office nor the critic judge as harshly as her own instinct. Tonight, we present Bette Davis in The Letter by Somerset Maugham. She gave one of her finest performances in the Warner Brothers picture, and that was only fitting, because it was in another Maugham story called Of Human Bondage that Bette really came of age as an actress. The Letter packs the drama of a lifetime into a few weeks of love and violence and death. It's a great play for a great actress. But you'll hear more than one star performance, because Herbert Marshall will play opposite Bette in the same part he had in the picture. And our third star is Vincent Price, who makes his first appearance here tonight. When I was first connected with the theater, the audience which enjoyed a production like this was limited to the few hundred people who could crowd into a Broadway playhouse. You can picture the riot there'd be if tonight's stars were appearing on Broadway for one night only. But today, Lux Flakes has made it possible for 30 or 35 million people to hear the play at the same time, and every one of you has the best seat in the house. The soldier in New Guinea is in the third row center, right beside the banker who is listening from his Park Avenue apartment. And Lux Flakes is at work in both places, in millions of American homes and abroad, where a steel helmet may do double duty as a washtub. Here's the curtain now for the first act of The Letter, starring Bette Davis as Leslie, Herbert Marshall as Robert Crosby, and Vincent Price as Howard Joyce. All of this happened a few years ago on the Malay Peninsula, in the days before the war. Just north of Singapore lay the great rubber plantations, kingdoms of commerce, built by natives and white men. On this particular night, in the main bungalow of one of these plantations, a light burns dimly through a shaded window. The night is hot and humid, the soft breeze heavy with the scent of flowers. A clouded moon hangs low in the sky, filtering slowly through the trees, making patterns of shimmering silver on the ground. There is deep silence. Suddenly, the door of the bungalow is flung open.
Missy, I hear a gunfire. Missy Crosby, I hear. That man, that is Mr. Hammond.
Is he dead?
I think him dead. You see him, Missy Crosby?
Do you know where the new district officer lives?
Yes, Missy.
Send someone for him at once. Say there's been an accident and Mr. Hammond's dead.
Yes, Missy.
And get word to my husband. He's out somewhere on the number 4 plantation.
Yes, Missy, I try.
Leslie, where are you? Leslie, I'm here.
Mr. Crosby?
Yeah?
I'm John Withers, the new district officer.
Where's Mrs. Crosby?
She locked herself in her room. She wouldn't see me until you came.
Huh? Excuse me. Leslie, let me in. Leslie, darling, it's Robert. Leslie, what happened?
Didn't they tell you?
They said Hammond was killed.
Is he... Is he still out there?
I had your head boy remove the body to a shed.
Leslie, what happened? Tell me.
He tried to make love to me, and I shot him.
Leslie.
Oh, Robert, I'm so glad
There,
you come.
darling, there.
Hold me tight. I'm so frightened.
There's nothing to be frightened about. It'll be all right. Oh, there, now, that's better.
I'll try not to do that again. Mr. Withers, I hope you'll understand. I didn't want to see anyone until my husband came.
Yes, of course, I understand, Mrs. Crosby.
Oh, Howard, come in.
I got your message in Singapore.
Howard, how nice of you to come.
Naturally, I want to be here if I can help.
Oh, you will help me. Us.
In every way I can, as your lawyer and your friend.
You're a dear.
Mr. Withers, this is Mr. Howard Joyce, my attorney.
How do you do?
How do you do?
How's Dorothy, Howard?
Oh, she's very well and anxious to see you.
Has her sister arrived from England?
Adele? Oh, yes, she came last week.
Oh.
Oh, here now. Here now. Leslie, you better be rested.
I do feel dreadfully faint.
Come and lie down, darling. I'll get you a drink.
I'm sorry to be so tiresome.
Nonsense, you're being very brave.
How long have you been here, Mr. Withers?
About an hour. One of the Crosby houseboys came to fetch me.
Was Hammond dead?
Oh, yes. He was just riddled with bullets.
What?
Well, here's the revolver. All 6 chambers are empty.
Here, you two, you better have a drink yourselves.
Thanks, but I'm afraid I shouldn't. I'm on duty of a sort, you know.
Well, I'll have one, Bob. You feeling any better, Leslie?
Much better, thank you.
Mrs. Crosby, I'm afraid it's my duty to ask you some questions.
I think I can wait, Mr. Withers, until my wife...
Oh, it's all right, Robert, really. I feel perfectly well now.
Then suppose you tell us, Leslie, in your own words, exactly what happened.
I'll try.
And take your time, Mrs. Crosby. Remember, we're all friends here.
You've been so patient. Well, as you know, Robert was spending the night at number 4 Plantation. Oh, I never mind being alone. A planter's wife gets used to that.
Oh, my
I
dear.
had dinner rather late, and I started working on my lace. Oh, I don't know how long I'd been working, when suddenly I heard footsteps outside, and someone came up on the veranda and said, "Good evening, can I come in?" I was startled because I hadn't heard a car drive up. "Who is it?" I asked. "Jeff Hammond." "Oh, of course," I said. "Come in and have a drink."
Were you surprised to see him?
Well, I was, rather. He hadn't been in the house for ages, had he, Robert?
3 months at least.
I told him Robert was over at the number 4 Plantation getting out a shipment or something. Wasn't that it, darling?
What did he say to that?
He said, "Oh, I'm sorry. I felt rather lonely tonight, so I thought I'd just come over and see how you were getting on." Well, I put on my spectacles again and went on with my work. We chatted about one thing and another. He asked me if Robert had heard that a tiger had been seen on the road 2 or 3 days ago. He said he thought he'd try to get it over the weekend.
Oh, yes, I know about that. Don't you remember I spoke to you about it yesterday?
Did you? Oh, yes, I believe you did. Well, we went on chatting until... Well, suddenly he said something rather silly.
What?
It's hardly worth repeating. He paid me a little compliment.
I think perhaps you'd better tell us exactly what he said, Leslie.
He said, "You've got very pretty eyes. It's too bad to hide them under those ugly spectacles."
Has he ever said anything of the sort to you before?
Oh, no, never, and I thought it impertinent.
I don't wonder.
Did you answer him?
I said I didn't care a row of beans what he thought about me, but he only laughed and said, "I'm going to tell you all the same. I think you're the prettiest thing I've ever seen."
Leslie.
Let her finish, Bob.
Well, in that case, I said, "I can only think you half-witted." He laughed again and moved his chair up closer.
But, Mrs. Crosby, I wonder you didn't throw him out there and then.
Well, I didn't want to make a fuss. I think a woman only makes a perfect fool of herself if she makes a scene every time a man pays her a compliment.
When did you first suspect that Hammond was serious?
The next thing he said, he looked at me straight in the face, and he said, "Don't you know that I'm awfully in love with you?"
Swine.
Were you
Of
surprised?
course I was surprised. Why, we've known him for 7 years, Robert, and he's never paid me the smallest attention. Why, I didn't suppose he even knew what color my eyes were.
We haven't seen very much of him the last few years.
Yes. Go on, Leslie.
Well, he helped himself to another whiskey and soda. I began to wonder if he'd been drinking before. "I wouldn't drink any more if I were you," I said. He emptied his glass and asked me in a funny, abrupt way, "You think I'm talking to you like this because I'm drunk?" I said, "That's the most obvious explanation, isn't it?" Oh, it's awful having to tell you all this. I'm so ashamed.
I wish there was some way we could spare you, Mrs. Crosby.
Leslie, it's for your own good that we know the facts, all you can remember of them.
Very well. I'll tell you the rest. I got up from my chair. I was standing in front of the table about here. He rose and stood in front of me. "Good night," I said. But he just looked at me, and his eyes were all funny. "I'm not going," he said. Well, then I began to lose my temper. You poor fool. Don't you know I've never loved anyone but Robert? And even if I didn't love Robert, you're the last man I should care for. He answered, Robert's away. Well, that was the last straw. Oh, I wasn't frightened, just angry. If you don't go away this minute, I told him, I'll call the boys and have you thrown out. I walked past him to call the boys, and he took hold of my arm and swung me back. Oh, I screamed as loud as I could. He flung his arms about me and began to kiss me. I struggled to tear myself away from him. Oh, he seemed like a madman. He kept talking and talking, saying he loved me. Oh, it's horrible. I can't go on.
I'm very sorry, Leslie, but we'll have to know the rest.
Well, he lifted me in his arms. I struggled to get free, but he was too strong. He started to carry me, and then he stumbled on those steps, and I got away from him. Suddenly, I remembered Robert's revolver in the drawer of that chest. He got up, but I reached it before he caught me. Oh, it was all instinctive. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't even know I'd fired. I heard a report and saw him lurch toward the door. I followed him out to the veranda. He staggered across the porch and fell down the steps. I don't remember anything more, just the reports, one after another, until there was a funny little click, and the revolver was empty. And suddenly I looked down and saw him lying there, lying in the moonlight. It was only then that I knew what I'd done.
My poor darling.
Mrs. Crosby, may I say I think you've behaved magnificently? I'm terribly sorry we had to put you to the ordeal of telling us all this.
Well, you were all very kind.
It's quite obvious the man only got what he deserved.
Withers, if you'll come with me, I'd like to see the body for a minute.
Oh, yes. Yes, I'll take you to the shed.
We'll only be a few minutes.
My poor child.
Oh, Robert, what have I done?
You've done what any woman would have done in your place. Only 9/10 of them wouldn't have had the courage.
And yet I'd give almost anything if I could bring him back to life. So horrible to think that I killed him.
Leslie, why, there isn't a man or a woman in the colony who won't be proud to know you.
Darling, we have been happy, haven't we?
You've been the best wife a man could have. I'm grateful for all the time we've been together.
Oh, Robert, don't say it that way. It sounds so in the past.
Oh, nonsense. We've got most of our lives ahead of us. Oh, if only there was something I could do to help you right now.
You can love me. That's all I need.
I've always loved you.
Yes, but now.
Leslie, darling, if I could love you any more, I would now.
Robert. You'll have to be very indulgent towards my cooking, gentlemen. I can't vouch for it.
Well, I can and will.
Funny. The head boy running off tonight.
Yeah, it is odd.
Well, he couldn't have done any better than this, my dear. It's delicious.
It certainly is.
Thank you, gentlemen.
I think we should start for Singapore as soon as we're finished.
Right away.
It's still dark, Howard.
It'll be 8 o'clock by the time we get there. We'll ring the Attorney General and find out when we can see him. I think that's the first thing to do, don't you, Withers?
Yes, I think that's the best thing to do.
Would I have to be arrested?
Well, you see, Mrs. Crosby, as a matter of fact,
I think you're by way of being under arrest now.
It's purely a matter of form, Mrs. Crosby.
Shall I be imprisoned?
Well, that's up to the Attorney General. But it's quite possible he'll be able to accept bail.
He's a very good fellow, and I'm sure he'll do everything he can.
How do you mean, be able to accept bail?
Well, my dear, it depends on what the charge is.
What do you mean by that?
I think it not unlikely that he'll say that only one charge is possible, and in that case, well, I'm afraid that an application for bail would be useless.
What charge?
Murder.
Leslie.
Oh, I'm quite all right. More coffee, dear.
No. As a matter of fact, if we're going to leave, I'd better put a few things together. I won't be long.
Let me do it, Robert.
No, don't bother, dear.
Oh, Leslie,
Yes?
there's just one question I'd like to ask you.
Yes, what is it, Howard?
Just before, when I was looking at Hammond's body,
Oh, yes?
it seemed to me that some of the shots must have been fired after he was lying on the ground.
I'm afraid it sounds very cold-blooded. But I was so terrified I didn't know what I was doing. Everything was confused and blurred.
Well, there, Leslie, I shouldn't even have brought it up tonight. Put it out of your mind. Come in. Well, Longchi?
Mr. Crosby to see you, sir.
Oh, ask him to come in.
Mr. Crosby.
Thanks.
Hello, Bob.
How is she? Have you seen her?
If I can be of any assistance, sir, I shall remain within call.
Not at the moment, Ong, thanks. Ong has been a great help on the case. He finds out everything. He's the perfect confidential clerk.
I tried to catch you at the house. I had to see you, Howard.
You needn't hesitate about coming to the office, Bob. You know you're always welcome.
How is everything?
Everything's fine. In fact, Leslie's much better than you. She hasn't turned a hair.
She's worth 10 of me. I don't mind confessing I'm all in. The first time we've been separated for more than a day since we were married.
Oh, you mustn't let yourself go to pieces, old man.
I've tried to work, but it's no good. The estate can go to blazes for all I care. I hate the house and every tree on the place.
Well, then why not stay in town with us? Dorothy's for it, and so am I.
Thanks, I think I will. I won't be so lonely.
Oh, you'd better get some sleep before you see Leslie. You don't want her to have to cheer you up.
She's a plucky woman. It's monstrous they should have to keep her in that filthy prison all this time.
They had no choice. Anyway, it's only a week now before the trial.
Well, the whole thing's a farce. Why subject her to the ordeal of a trial?
Because she admitted killing a man. A trial is inevitable.
She shot him as she would have shot a mad dog.
You don't have to convince me, Robert. You know, it's curious Hammond was able to keep his life so hidden. That gambling house he owned, and especially the Eurasian woman.
Will she be one of the witnesses?
And I shan't call her. I'll just produce evidence that Hammond was married to her.
He managed to keep that manager's secret, too. Oh, I know you're busy, Howard. I can't tell you how grateful I am.
Oh, nonsense. Now stop worrying. That's your lawyer's job.
All right, thanks, old man. I'll see you up at the house.
Yes?
Mr. Joyce,
Well, Ong?
if you are not too busy, sir, may I trouble you for a few words in private conversation?
No trouble at all.
It has to do with the case of the Crown versus Crosby.
Yes?
A friend has brought me information, sir, that there is a letter from the defendant to the unfortunate victim of the tragedy.
Well, that's not surprising. In the course of 7 years, I have no doubt that Mrs. Crosby often had occasion to write to Mr. Hammond.
But the letter, sir, was written on the day of his death.
Well?
You will recall that Mrs. Crosby had stated that until the fatal night, she had had no communication with the deceased for several weeks. This letter indicates that her statement is not in every respect accurate.
Have you seen the letter?
I have with me a copy, sir. The original is in the possession of a woman who happens to be the widow of Mr. Hammond, deceased.
May I read it?
Oh, certainly, sir. Of course, as I said, this is but a copy. Can you understand it, sir?
Perfectly. Ong, it's inconceivable that Mrs. Crosby should have written such a letter.
May I suggest, sir, that it would be well to make sure, since my friend is of the opinion that the letter would be of some interest to the prosecutor.
I'm obliged to you, Ong. I'll give the matter my consideration.
Very good, sir. Do you wish me to communicate that to my friend?
It might be well if you kept in touch with him.
Yes, sir. It might be very well.
You may stay in the visiting room as long as you want, Mrs. Crosby. The warden's orders.
That's very nice of him, thank you. Howard, how good of you to come. I wasn't expecting you today.
Good morning, Leslie. You're looking very well.
Thank you, Howard.
Well, the trial's only 5 days off now.
I know. Each morning when I awake, I say to myself, 1 day less. Just like I used to at school with the holidays coming.
Oh, Leslie.
Oh, don't feel sorry for me, Howard. The time has really passed quite quickly. I've read a great deal and worked on my lace. But I will confess something to you, Howard. I'm not looking forward to testifying in court.
Leslie, one of the things that it's impressed me is that each time you've told your story, you've told it in exactly the same words. You've never varied a hair's breadth.
And what does that suggest to your legal mind?
Well, it suggests either that you have an extraordinary memory or that you're telling the plain, unvarnished truth.
I'm afraid I have a very poor memory.
Leslie, I suppose I'm right in thinking that you had no communication with Hammond for several weeks before the catastrophe.
Oh, quite. I'm positive of that. Let's see. Well, the last time we met was at a tennis party at the McFarrans'. I don't think I said more than 2 words to him.
And you hadn't written to him?
Oh, no.
At one time, you'd been on fairly intimate terms with him. How did it happen that you stopped asking him to anything?
Well, we hadn't anything much in common. He was very popular, you know, and, there didn't seem to be any need to shower him with invitations.
Are you quite certain that was all?
Well, I may as well tell you. We heard about his wife. And once, just by chance, I actually saw her.
Oh, well, you never mentioned that. What was she like?
Horrible. Covered with gold chains and bangles and bracelets. And a face like a mask.
And it was after you knew about her that you stopped having anything to do with Hammond.
Yes.
Leslie, I think I should tell you that there is in existence a letter in your handwriting from you to Jeff Hammond.
Well, I've often sent him little notes to ask him something or other.
This letter asked him to come and see you because Robert was going to be away.
Oh, but that's impossible. I never did anything of the kind.
Here, you'd better read it for yourself.
This is not my handwriting.
I know that. It's said to be an exact copy of one written on the day of Hammond's death. Well, Leslie?
What does it mean?
That's for you to say, Leslie.
I didn't write it. I swear I didn't write
The
it.
original is in your handwriting. It would be useless to deny it.
But it could be a forgery.
It would be difficult to prove that, Leslie. It would be very easy to prove that it was genuine.
Well, it's not dated. It might have been written years ago. Oh, if you'll just give me a little time, I'll try to remember.
Leslie, the prosecution could cross-examine your houseboys. They would soon find out whether someone took a letter to Hammond on the day of his death.
I swear to you, I did not write this letter.
Very well. And there's nothing further to talk about. I'll be going.
Howard, wait a minute. I did write it. But you see, I was afraid to mention it. I thought none of you'd believe my story if I admitted that he'd come there at my invitation.
Go on.
You see, I was preparing a surprise for Robert's birthday. I knew he wanted a new gun, and, I'm so dreadfully stupid about sporting things. I thought I'd talk to Jeff about it and get him to order it for me.
Perhaps you've forgotten what's in the letter. Will you have another look at it?
No, I don't want to.
Then let me read it to you. Robert will be away. I absolutely must see you. I'm desperate, and if you don't come, I won't answer for the consequences. Don't drive up to the door. Leslie, I'll have to talk to you very plainly. I told Robert today that I was certain of your acquittal. And I didn't say that just to cheer him up. I don't believe the jury would have retired at all. But this letter alters the case completely. I won't tell you what I personally thought when I read the letter. The duty of counsel is to defend his client and not to convict her, even in his own mind. I don't want you to tell me anything but what is needed to save your neck.
Oh.
They can prove Hammond came to your house at your urgent invitation. I don't know what else they can prove, Leslie, but if the jury comes to the conclusion that you didn't kill Hammond in self-defense...
I know that...
Leslie! Matron, quickly!
Yes, sir?
Call the nurse. Mrs. Crosby is ill.
While we wait for Betty Davis, Herbert Marshall, and Vincent Price to return with Mr. DeMille for Act 2 of The Letter, do you remember this tune?
It's a song I've always liked. Remember? Night and day, you're the one. Only you beneath the moon and under the sun. Isn't that what every woman would like to hear? And she can hear it if she's the charming person she's meant to be. And don't think you must be a great beauty to be charming. Don't you know women who aren't beautiful or even pretty, yet their whole being draws you to them. They're warm and gay. Yes, aren't they always very dainty? Flower fresh and immaculate? And isn't that the picture in your mind when I speak of Lux girls? They go together, Lux and daintiness. Yes, because these gentle Lux flakes make this appealing quality so very, very easy to have. We women are busy. Oh, yes, there's so much to do these days. But all the more reason to remember Lux. It's so quick. That dainty habit of dipping under things daily in Lux, a little thing seemingly, but a major part of charm. So let's never be too busy to use Lux Fake Flakes for undies each day. The ABC of charm is Lux. Then you're sure to hear from the one you want most to hear it from. Night and day, you are the one. Only you beneath the moon and under the sun.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
starring Bette Davis as Leslie, Herbert Marshall as Robert Crosby, and Vincent Price as Howard Joyce. In that split fraction of a moment, before her mind slipped into blackness, Leslie Crosby realized that the letter she had written to Jeff Hammond was damning evidence. Evidence enough to hang her. Now, a few minutes later, in the first aid room of the prison hospital, she leans wearily back in a chair, her eyes half closed.
I'm afraid I've made rather a mess of things.
I'm sorry.
For Robert, not for me. You've distrusted me from the beginning, Howard.
That's neither here nor there, Leslie.
Who's got the letter now?
The Eurasian woman who was Hammond's wife.
Oh. Howard, are you going to let me be hanged?
What do you mean by that, Leslie?
You could get hold of the letter.
Do you think it's so easy to do away with unwelcome evidence?
But surely nothing would have been said to you if the owner wasn't prepared to sell it.
That's quite true. But I'm not prepared to buy it.
Oh, but it wouldn't be your money. Robert has saved some.
I wasn't thinking of the money. I don't know if you will understand this, Leslie, but I've always thought of myself as an honest man. You're asking me to do something which is no different from suborning a witness.
Do you mean to say that you can save me and you won't? What harm have I ever done you? You can't be so cruel.
I want to do my best for you, Leslie. But a lawyer has a duty to his profession and to himself. I can't do what you ask.
Oh, poor Robert. He doesn't deserve it. He's never hurt anyone in his life. He's so kind and simple and good. And he trusts me so. I mean everything to him, everything in the world. And this will ruin his life. Oh, I know what you're thinking. You despise me. You think he's well rid of me if they do hang me.
It isn't important what I feel about you. Do you understand? But I'm going to do what I can.
Oh, Howard.
Bob will want to know what the money's for.
Will it be a very large sum?
Well, I imagine this woman has a pretty shrewd idea of the letter's value.
You won't have to show Robert the letter, will you?
I'll do everything possible to prevent it. He'll be an important witness, and he should be as firmly convinced of your innocence as he is now.
And after the trial?
I'm going to try to save your life.
Oh, if Robert loses his trust in me, he loses everything.
It's strange that a man can live with a woman for 10 years and not know the first thing about her. You say your friend could be induced to part with the letter?
I believe so, sir. But my friend has not got the letter, sir. The woman has it. She did not know the value of it till my friend told her.
What value did he put on it?
$10,000, sir.
Only 10,000? Well, why not 50 or 100?
For the reason, sir, that Mr. Crosby has in the bank a savings account in the amount of only $10,450.
$10,000 is a good deal of money, Ong. Well, I'll speak to Mr. Crosby. Have the woman come to my office.
I was about to mention, sir. She made 2 conditions. She insists that the money shall be brought to her. I can take you to the house whenever you are ready.
What is the other condition?
That Mrs. Crosby shall bring it to her personally.
Why, you must be mad. Great heavens, man. Do you suppose Mrs. Crosby can just walk out of a prison cell whenever she feels like it?
My friend thinks you could arrange to have her stay at your house until the trial. I believe the judge will permit it if you are responsible for her, sir.
Very well. Ong, tell me something.
Yes, sir.
What are you getting out of this?
$2,000, sir, and the satisfaction of being of service to you and our client.
Sit down, Howard. I've taken the liberty of ordering for you.
Oh, thanks. You're looking more cheerful, Bob.
I feel better since this morning. I guess you finally convinced me we have nothing to worry about.
Well, as a matter of fact, Bob, something has come up. Oh, it's nothing very much, but I thought I'd better have a talk with you about it.
Yes?
Well, it seems Leslie wrote a letter to Hammond asking him to come to the bungalow on the night he was killed.
Why, that's impossible. You heard her say she'd had no communication with him for weeks before it happened.
Nevertheless, she did write the letter. She wanted his advice on something she was buying you for your birthday. Your birthday was about then, wasn't it?
Yes, it was the end of April.
In the excitement, she forgot the letter at the time and then later was afraid to say she'd made a mistake.
But that's not like Leslie. She isn't afraid of anything.
This was a pretty serious mistake, and she realized it.
Who has the letter?
Hammond's widow. She threatens to turn it over to the prosecution.
Well, what if she does? Leslie can explain it in court just as she explained it to you.
Yes, but don't you see, it might alter things a good deal in the minds of the jury if Hammond came to your home by invitation.
Well, what's to be done about it?
I think we must get hold of that letter. I want you to authorize me to buy it.
I'll do whatever you think is right. All right, buy the letter. I'll pay you back whatever it costs.
Good. Now put the matter out of your mind. Oh, by the way, Leslie will be at the house tonight. I've arranged to have her released pending trial.
Leslie, don't tell me that's the same lace I saw you working on at the McFerrins. How can you go so fast?
Well, I hadn't anything much else to do this past month.
What's it going to be? It's too fine for a tablecloth, surely.
It's a coverlet for our bed.
Oh, Dorothy, Leslie and I have some work to do this evening. Look here, Robert. Why don't you take the girls to a picture?
Well, it won't take all evening, will it, Howard?
Well, there's a lot to go over. No use you three hanging around. You'd much better see a good film.
Yes, go ahead, darling. It'll take your mind off tomorrow. I want you to.
All right, then. I'll bring the car around.
Oh, come on, Adele. I can see the legal mind is anxious to get rid of us. Good night, Leslie.
Good night. Where do we have to go?
The Chinese Quarter. Some sort of shop, I believe.
I've always wanted to see the Chinese Quarter. I hear it's a bit creepy. Of course, I'd have chosen other circumstances for a visit.
Be flippant about your own crimes if you like, but don't be flippant about mine.
Oh, I'm sorry, Howard. I didn't mean to be flippant. Really, I didn't.
Maybe it's my own sense of guilt. I have an unpleasant feeling that I'll have to pay the piper for what I'm doing tonight. I'm jeopardizing my whole career, and I have to rely on your discretion.
Whatever else I am, I'm not ungrateful.
Please forget what I said. Leslie, when did you first start doing that lace work?
Oh, a few years ago.
How did you happen to take it up?
I wanted something to do, and it appealed to me.
But it must take enormous concentration and patience.
I find it soothing.
You mean it takes your mind off other things?
Is that a legal question?
You're not an ordinary client, Leslie.
You've been watching me, Howard. I felt it all evening. Trying to read my thoughts.
I'm trying to understand you.
Why? Because I'm so evil. That's it, isn't it?
Some time ago, I saw a volcano erupt. An island south of here, Guadi. It had been dormant for years. And then suddenly the crest blew off. It was terrifying and beautiful. Fire turned the sky and the sea crimson. And 3 villages melted into ashes. Well, it's time we were starting. Ong Chi will be waiting for us.
Come in, please, come in. This is the shop of my friend. If you will wait here, I shall return in just a moment.
And let's not be too long about it, Ong.
I will speak to the lady at once, sir.
They seem to have a little of everything to sell here.
Yes, most of these shops do.
That looks like good jade. And this dagger. See the workmanship on the ivory handle? Imagine all that on a knife.
He who kills with an unworthy tool commits 2 crimes, one against himself. Will you follow me, please? The lady will see you now.
Now, where is she? You said she'd be here.
She is coming, sir.
Well, what is she standing there for? Ask her if she has the letter.
Yes, sir. 那个风是喺什么风凶？
Gilgen nuyen twigamo.
How munkoy?
Gil twigamo.
Mrs. Crosby, I regret, but the veil that you wear over your head, Mrs. Hammond requests that you remove it.
Of course.
Gil kui hang lai nishi.
Mrs. Crosby, Mrs. Hammond has a further request. She wishes you to walk over to her.
Now, look here. Tell her this is enough.
Howard, it's all right. I don't mind.
Ne seng oi fangsun. Ne nung gim hega. Heyunga deha.
What does she say?
Mrs. Hammond say You may have the letter if you will pick it up at 1/2 feet.
Thank you.
Gentlemen of the jury, have you agreed upon a verdict?
We have, Your Honor.
The prisoner will please rise and look upon the jury. Do you find the prisoner at the bar, Leslie Crosby, guilty or not guilty?
We find the defendant not guilty.
And from that day on, I made a solemn vow that I wouldn't make another cocktail until Leslie was acquitted. So if these aren't up to my usual high standards, remember, I'm out of practice.
Oh, Dorothy, darling, they're wonderful and never been better.
Robert Crosby, right now you wouldn't know what you were drinking.
I guess that's right. I can't taste or think or feel. All I can do is keep saying to myself over and over, Leslie's safe.
Darling. Well, ladies and gentlemen, anyone planning to bathe, shower, or sponge before dinner should be getting at it.
Well, a shower for me.
Oh, I've laid out some things for you, Leslie.
Thank you. Darling, I'm going to tidy myself up a bit.
No, don't go, Leslie.
I shan't be a minute.
Well, there's something I particularly want to talk to you about. And, Howard, I want to see you, too. I want your legal opinion.
Oh, you do? Oh, what's up?
Well, I want to get Leslie away from here as quickly as possible.
Well, I think a bit of a holiday would do you both good.
No, I mean for good.
But how could we?
Well, you can't very well throw up your job.
Well, I've got something in view that's much better. It's in Sumatra. We'd be away from everybody, and the only people around us would be Dutch. We'd start a new life. The only thing is that you'll be awfully lonely, darling, at the start.
Oh, I wouldn't mind that. I'd like to go, Robert. I don't want to stay here.
That settles it, then. I'll go straight ahead and we can fix things up at once.
Is the money as good as here?
Well, I hope it'll be better. At all events, I'll be working for myself and not for a company in London.
What do you mean?
Why should I go on sweating my life out for other people? This plantation belongs to a Malacca Chinese planter who's in financial difficulties, and he's willing to let it go for $30,000 if he can get the money the day after tomorrow.
Well, how on earth are you going to raise $30,000, Bob?
Well, I've saved about 10, and the bank is willing to let me have the balance on mortgage.
Robert, darling, I shouldn't like you to take such a risk on my account. I'll be perfectly all right here. Really, I shall.
Nonsense, darling. You just said you wanted to go.
But I'm not sure it wouldn't be a mistake to run away. Everyone's been so kind, and they'll all help to make it easy for us. I do think the thing to do is to stick it out here.
Anyhow, Bob, it's not a thing you want to rush into. Let's wait and see.
Why should I wait? It's a good thing, and I don't want to lose it. Look, I've got all the papers in my briefcase. I'll go and get them, and you can see for yourself. And I have a couple of photographs of the bungalow to show Leslie.
I don't want to see them. Please, Robert.
Oh, now, come, darling. That's just nerves. That shows how necessary it is for you to get away.
But, Robert,
Leslie, darling, in this case, you must let me have my own way. I won't be a minute.
Howard, what are you going to do?
What can I do?
Oh, don't tell him now. I can't bear any more.
You heard what he said, Leslie. He wants the money at once to buy the estate. He can't. He hasn't got it.
Oh, give me a little time. I'll pay it back.
Leslie, I can't afford to let you have a sum like that. I've mortgaged everything I own. I was glad to advance it, but I...
Where is the letter?
I have it in my pocket.
Oh, it will break his heart. What shall I do?
I don't know, Leslie. If I tell him, he'll want to see the letter, of course.
Here we are.
Well, he's coming. It's up to you, Leslie.
Oh, tell him. Tell him and have done with it.
Mr. DeMille presents Bette Davis, Herbert Marshall, and Vincent Price in the final act of The Letter in a moment. Right now, we have a special guest to tell you not about Lux Flakes, but about our boys who have been dishing it out to the Japs, and taking it, too. She's Lieutenant Leda Jelinek, an Army nurse stationed at Birmingham General Hospital at Van Nuys, California. I suppose you're quite busy these days, Lieutenant Jelinek.
Yes. Many of the casualties from our Pacific campaigns come back here. Boys who've been in tough battles. But they're on the road to recovery now. You know, about 97% of our wounded men live to tell the stories of their adventures.
That's certainly a high percentage.
Thanks to the quick treatment they get. Drugs administered right on the field give a man a fighting chance even before he gets to the hospital. and that's why I'm here tonight. I want to say thank you to you women of America for the used fats you saved. Fats that help make many of those medicines. Things like sulfa ointments, opiates, and tannic acid for burns. Your used kitchen fats are made into hundreds of military medicines we use every day. We need them desperately now, and will continue to need even more as we carry the attack to the enemy. So, please, keep right on saving used fats and turning them in. The medicines they make will help bring these boys back alive.
Thank you, Lieutenant Leda Jelinek. Yes, ladies, every drop of grease from your frying pan or broiler will help make more of those life-saving medicines. So put aside a tin can of any size or shape, never use glass, and pour in every drop of used fat. Don't throw out even a spoonful, no matter how burned or black or smelly it is. Just a tablespoonful a day will add up to a pound a month. And your butcher will give you 2 meat ration points for each pound, as well as 4 cents when you turn it in. Within 3 weeks, it will be ready to be made into life-saving drugs. Remember, your used kitchen fats may save a wounded man's life. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
After the play, we'll ask Bette Davis about a certain special hobby of hers. But now here's the curtain for the third act of The Letter, starring Bette Davis, Herbert Marshall, and Vincent Price. Robert Crosby has returned to the room, his thoughts full of plans for the purchase of the new plantation. In silence, Leslie and Joyce watch Robert, who is brimming over with enthusiasm as he arranges the papers on his desk.
This is really a handsome estate. We'll be stealing it for $30,000.
Bob, I don't like to throw cold water on your plans, but hasn't it struck you that the costs of what we've been through will be pretty heavy?
Costs? Oh, yes, the legal expenses.
Oh, no, I'm not going to charge you anything for my own services. But there are certain out-of-pocket expenses.
Well, that's awfully decent of you. I'm not sure I can accept that. But what do these other expenses amount to?
Well, the principal item is that letter of Leslie's I mentioned to you.
Oh, yes, I'd almost forgotten. You were going to...
I had to pay a great deal of money for it.
Well, if you thought it necessary, I'm not going to grouse. How much was it?
$10,000.
$10,000? Why, you must have been mad.
You may be quite sure, Bob, I wouldn't have given that if I could have got it for less.
But that's every cent I have in the world. Why didn't you let them bring the letter in and explain it to the jury?
I didn't dare.
Do you mean it was absolutely necessary to suppress it?
If you wanted Leslie acquitted.
But what was there in the letter?
I told you at the time.
It was very stupid of me, Robert.
I remember now. You wrote to Hammond to ask him to come to the bungalow.
Yes.
You wanted to, get something for me, didn't you?
Yes, I wanted to get you a gun. He knew all about that sort of thing, and you know how ignorant I am.
Buying that letter was a criminal offense, wasn't it?
Well, it's not the sort of thing a respectable lawyer does in the ordinary way of business.
It was a criminal offense.
Yes, it was. I might be disbarred for it.
Then why did you do it? You of all people. What were you trying to save me from? Leslie, you knew I was buying a gun from Cameron. Why did you want to make me a present of another?
Well, how should I know you were going to buy a gun?
Because I told you.
Well, I'd forgotten. I can't remember everything.
You hadn't forgotten that.
What do you mean, Robert? Why are you talking to me like this?
Who has the letter now?
I have.
Where is it?
Bob, it's not your letter or mine.
I've got to pay $10,000 for that letter. I'm going to see it.
Let him see it.
Thank you. Robert will be away. I absolutely must see you. What does this mean?
It means that I was in love with Jeff Hammond.
No, you couldn't.
We'd been in love for years.
It's not true.
I used to meet him constantly, once or twice a week. Every time we met, I hated myself for it. It was horrible. I loathed myself. I was like a person who was ill. Then came a time about a year ago when he began to change toward me. Oh, I didn't know what was the matter. I was frantic. I made scenes. I threw myself at his feet.
Leslie.
Then I heard about that native woman. Oh, I couldn't believe it. I wouldn't believe it. At last I saw her. I saw her walking in the village with those hideous spangles and that chalky face, and her eyes like a cobra's eyes. I couldn't give him up. I sent for him. You've read the letter. Oh, we'd always been so careful about writing before, but this time I didn't care. I hadn't seen him for 10 days. He came, and I told him I knew about his marriage. Oh, at first he denied it. I was frantic. I don't know what I said to him. I hated him because he'd made me despise myself. I insulted him. I cursed him. At last he turned on me. He told me he was sick and tired of me, that it was true about the other woman, that she was the only one who really meant anything to him. He said he was glad I knew, because now I'd leave him alone. I knew that if he went out that door, I'd never see him again. I hardly know what happened. I seized the revolver and fired. He gave a cry, and I saw it hit him. I ran after him, and I fired and fired and fired until there were no more cartridges. That's what happened. And I have no excuse for myself. I don't deserve to live.
How could you do this? How could you? I'm sorry, I shouldn't let myself go. I've got to think.
Leslie.
Well?
He's going to forgive you.
Yes. He's going to forgive me.
And the fifth couple are the Prescotts.
Oh, yes, Robert's told me about them.
Oh, you'll adore them, Leslie. Well, now, both of you get a good sleep, because it'll be a late party. Good night.
Good night, Dorothy.
Good night.
It's lucky you brought your dinner coat, Robert. You hardly fit in one of Howard's. Now, let's see what else you'll need. Oh, well, how about your studs? They're probably still in the bureau at home.
Home.
Robert, it's no use, is it? We can't make it go, can we?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Robert, you're so kind and so generous. You should have had the sort of wife you really deserve. Through no fault of yours. I've failed you. Wrecked your life. I can't ask you to forgive me.
If you love a person, you can forgive anything. But what about you? Can you go on?
I'll try. I'll really try.
That's not what I'm asking.
I'll do everything to make you happy. Everything in my power.
That isn't enough. Unless... Leslie, now, this minute... Do you love me?
Yes, I do.
Kiss me, then. Kiss me as if...
Robert. No. No, I can't. I can't.
Leslie,
I can't.
tell me, Leslie, what is it?
With all my heart, I still love the man I killed.
Leslie, let me in. My dear, they're all waiting for you. This is your party, you know.
I'm sorry, Dorothy. I took rather long to dress.
Why, Leslie, isn't that your lace work?
Yes.
Were you working on it just now?
A little. I'm anxious to finish it.
Oh, Leslie, please come downstairs.
Of course, dear. In a few minutes.
Very well.
When did you first start doing that lace work, Leslie?
I find it soothing.
You mean it takes your mind off other things?
I couldn't give him up. I sent for him. At last he turned on me. He was sick and tired of me. She was the only one who meant anything to him. She was the only one. I hardly know what happened. I seized the revolver and fired. Fired and fired and fired until there were no more cartridges. I have no excuse for myself. I don't deserve to live. I don't deserve to. Who's up there? Who is it? You, I see you there.
Mrs. Crosby.
Come here. What are you doing out there?
I no want to come. She make me come. She tell me I come here.
She?
Missy Hammond. She tell me I come here. Bring dagger. Leave it outside window.
Of course. Mrs. Hammond.
Dagger, Missy. She bring dagger to you.
She's here, then?
Yes, Missy Hammond on path by gate. You no go in garden, Missy Crosby. She kill you. She wait there. That is what dagger mean. She kill you, you go in garden. Missy, you no tell police I come? Missy, you no tell police I come?
Dagger, see the workmanship on the ivory handle. Imagine all that on a knife.
He who kills with an unworthy tool commits 2 crimes, one against himself.
I don't deserve to live. I don't deserve to live. I don't deserve to live.
Leslie. Leslie.
Yes?
Leslie, you've got to do something about Robert. He's acting very strangely.
What is it?
I don't know. At first I thought he was drunk, but it's worse than that.
I'll be right down.
But where will you ship from, Crosby?
Oh, it's near a good harbor, only 5-6 miles away. And I can ship my rubber for less money, or to get ahead fast. In 10-15 years, I can live in London, travel, do anything I please.
Robert, will you come with me, darling, please?
Not now, darling. Maybe later. I'm telling the boys about my new plantation.
Sounds like quite a place.
Of course, we'll miss Singapore. Our friends are here, and we've had some mighty fine times. No English people in that part of Sumatra, only Dutch and natives. Going to be a little lonely at first, maybe, but we'll get used to it.
Robert.
There'll just be the 2 of us. But my wife's a good sport. Always can count on her. She's not afraid of anything. And we'll have each other. That's the important thing.
Stop it. I can't stand anymore. I can't stand it.
Give me a drink. I want a drink.
Where's Leslie?
She ran out into the garden.
Garden. Oh, I'll find her.
No, let her alone. There's nothing you can do for her.
You no go in garden. She kill you. You go in garden, Missy.
See the workmanship on the ivory handle.
She kill you.
I couldn't give him up. I sent for him.
Robert will be away. I absolutely must see you.
I couldn't give him up.
What does this mean?
It means that I was in love with Jeff Hammond.
That's not true.
It means I was in love with Jeff Hammond.
No.
We'd been in love for years. Been in love for years. We'd been in love for years.
Mr. Crosby, go back. Go back.
Oh!
You killed her. You killed her.
Ying say.
Who is that? Don't move.
The police. The police.
Don't move. I will shoot. What do you do here?
I do nothing. I tell her no go into garden. I tell her.
This woman, she is dead.
Ying say. Ingada se kui.
She kill her. It was right. She'd die.
Leslie! Leslie! Leslie!
Our stars will return for a curtain call in just a moment. Meantime, we take you to a home, almost anywhere, and a mother who might be almost anyone. Mrs. Thompson is in her kitchen, and she's getting ready to do her dinner dishes.
There, all scraped and rinsed. Now, why, that's funny. I know it was here when I did the luncheon dishes. Now, where did I put it? Not on the table. The closet. I know I haven't used it all. A box lasts me practically a month. Well, I suppose I could use the laundry soap, but it takes forever to make suds. Besides, it's hard on my hands. Alice! Oh, Alice! You know what happened to the box of Lux Flakes I keep here on the drain board? Oh, well, you bring it right down this minute. I need it for the dishes. Well, do your sweater later, dear. I have to have it now. Yes, I'll have to get a box for the bathroom when I go to the store tomorrow. The man said he expected more this week. I hate to be caught without Lux. I know what those strong soaps do to my hands.
Women everywhere say that once you've used Lux for dishes, you'll never want to use a strong soap again. Lux leaves hands so soft and lovely. Even if they're red and rough from using harsh soaps, just changing to gentle Lux Flakes will take away that dishpan look, make them smooth and attractive again. And Lux is thrifty. You can change dishpan hands to Lux hands for less than a penny a day. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
A curtain call is one of the oldest traditions in the theater. I don't believe it's ever been better earned than tonight. And coming back to the footlights now are Bette Davis, Herbert Marshall, and Vincent Price.
It's a pleasure to be back, Mr. DeMille. I'd like to thank all the people in the cast for their excellent work tonight.
Now, to most of us, Betty, your name stands for fine artistry in the theater. But I think that when this war is over, many, many thousands of soldiers will remember you for another reason.
That being the Hollywood canteen which Betty started.
I've seen the canteen in action, and it's a very fine thing to be remembered for.
So that we can keep the record straight, let's give credit to the right people. There were really more than 6,000 who worked together in a team to make the canteen possible.
I still say you coached that team, Betty. How many boys have visited the canteen, Betty?
Well, I believe about 1.5 million, Vincent, many of whom greatly admired Bart Marshall's work as a busboy.
You know, I've often wondered what the fellows talk about when they wander over to the snack bar to see you or Irene Dunn or Eddie Lamar.
Well, I remember one boy who paid me a very nice compliment. Hiya, Rosie, he said. I can't stand you on the screen, but you're certainly sweetness and light around here.
Well, that's quite a tribute to your acting, Betty.
Have you picked a play for next week yet, Mr. DeMille?
Yes. And it's a roaring drama of the West. Republic's current screen hit in Old Oklahoma. And our stars will be Roy Rogers, Martha Scott, and Albert Decker. It's the story of a girl and a cowboy who discover romance as well as oil in the rich land of Oklahoma. And besides a thrilling drama, we'll also have the songs of Hollywood's great cowboy star, Roy Rogers.
Very exciting evening, C.B. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. Any theater should be thankful for players like you three. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Martha Scott, Roy Rogers, and Albert Decker in Old Oklahoma. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This week, all America salutes those women who are working in war-useful jobs. Women must get into the war with their hands as well as their hearts, until victory is finally won. Bette Davis has just finished the picture Mrs. Skeffington at Warner Brothers and is currently seen in Old Acquaintance. Herbert Marshall appeared through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Vincent Price is currently seen in the 20th Century Fox picture, The Song of Bernadette. The Warner Brothers screenplay of The Letter was written by Howard Koch. Heard in tonight's play were Charlie Lung as Ong Chi, Bea Benaderet as Chinese Woman, Richard Davis as Withers, and Frederick Warlock, Alex Havier, Regina Wallace, Paula Winslow, Joe Gilbert, Eric Snowden, and Charles Seal. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Martha Scott, Roy Rogers, and Albert Decker in the play In Old Oklahoma.
Listen, everybody. Free vitamins for you and every member of your family. Your druggist will hand you a regular 50-cent package of famous Vims free with every large economy-size Vims you buy. A $2.25 value for $1.69. Remember, Vims are vitamin complete. Have vitally needed minerals, too. Complete satisfaction with Vims or your money back. The offer is limited, so hurry to your druggist. Don't wait. Get your free Vims. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Ella Raines, Edmund O'Brien, and Vincent Price in The Web. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Of all forms of entertainment designed to hold an audience in rapt attention, none has ever surpassed the murder mystery in excitement, drama, and suspense. And tonight, we bring you one of the more thrilling mysteries to reach the screen this season, Universal International's current hit, The Web, with three of its original fine stars, Ella Raines, Edmund O'Brien, and Vincent Price. And with enchanting Ella Raines in the cast, you'll gather that tonight's play, in addition to its other spine-tingling ingredients, has more than a suspicion of romance. And speaking of romance, during the filming of The Web, Ella Raines herself became a bride and settled down to happy married life. Between pictures, that is. She assures me that when it comes to household management, a good supply of Lux Flakes is a wonderful help in washing fine fabrics and keeping tableware and silver sparkling clean. Well, I'm sure that many other young brides in our audience have discovered the same thing and thank their lucky stars for Lux Flakes on the pantry shelf. Here's Act One of The Web, starring Ella Raines as Noel, Edmund O'Brien as Bob Regan, and Vincent Price as Andrew Colby. New York City. Two men, complete strangers to each other, are determined to see a certain Mr. Andrew Colby. One of them, elderly, haggard, has just stepped off a train in Grand Central Station.
Father. Oh, Father. Are you sure you're all right?
I'm all right, Martha.
You should have let me come up to meet you.
To see me get out of prison? It's not a sight I'd want you to remember.
You're free now, Father. That's all that matters.
Where is Mr. Colby? He didn't come here?
Did you expect him?
Yes, of course I did.
Father, please, don't upset yourself. Let's go home now.
He should have been here. I must see him, Martha. I must see him.
The other man, so intent on seeing Mr. Colby, is now in the offices of Colby Enterprises.
Is there something I can do for you?
Any number of things. But unfortunately, I'm here on business. I'd like to see Mr. Colby.
What about?
Well, he's been carrying on with my grandmother. I'd like to find out what his intentions are.
I'm Mr. Colby's secretary. If you have any business with him, you have
Don't bother. I can announce myself.
Mr. Colby's busy. You can't go in there.
Don't blame your secretary, Mr. Colby. She did her best.
I trust this is something urgent.
My name's Robert Regan. I'm an attorney representing Emilio Canepa. As a result of your negligent driving, his pushcart and load of bananas were damaged to the extent of $68.72.
Oh, yes. I seem to recall
You've
that
ignored my letters, Mr. Colby, so try ignoring this. This piece of paper is a summons.
Well, I assure you, Mr. Regan, it wasn't my intention to defraud your client. I turned your letters over to my attorneys, Porter and Griswold.
Porter and Griswold? They wouldn't take a bath unless it involved at least $100,000.
I think you may have a point there. Anyway, I'll see that Mr. Canepa gets a check. And a letter congratulating him on his choice of attorney.
Ah, thank you.
Do you always attend to these matters personally, Mr. Regan?
I thought my client was getting pushed around, Mr. Colby. I didn't like that. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Regan.
Well, I guess you saw Mr. Colby all right.
Sorry if I got you into a jam.
Oh, anything for the cause of justice.
My name's Regan. Robert Regan.
I'll try to remember. Oh, you will excuse me, won't you? Mr. Colby's buzzing.
Well, I'm in the phone book in case your pushcart ever gets pushed.
It very rarely does. Goodbye, Mr. Regan. I'm sorry about the interruption, Andrew.
Regan? Oh, he was a welcome relief. What an intense young man.
You seem in a very happy mood.
Well, I ought to be. Noel Holcomb just phoned me. They've decided to back me 100%.
Andrew, that's wonderful.
You can wire our Paris office. We'll be ready to leave here in 2 weeks.
May I come in?
Oh, Charles, please do. We've been waiting for you.
Kroner was on the train, all right. His daughter met him.
Kroner. How does he look, Charles?
About the same. Thinner, a little bitter.
5 years. It doesn't seem possible, does it? Noel, that Regan fellow, what did you think of him?
Oh, I don't know. Brash, hot-headed. Fairly bright, I imagine.
Have him come to see me tonight.
Come to see you?
Yes, at home. Say 9 o'clock.
Will you want me there?
Naturally, no. Naturally.
Come in, please, Mr. Regan.
There's quite a display of hardware on your front door. Do you always...
Good evening.
Well, hello. You know, when I'm worth $40 million, I'm going to have a secretary who looks exactly like you.
Oh, my tastes are fairly simple. $20 million would be quite enough. How's Emilio Canepa?
Expecting a check. What's the idea of this interview?
Ask Mr. Colby.
Oh, I thought you were his personal secretary.
He keeps a few secrets from me.
I couldn't. Say, what kind of a guy is he, anyway?
Handsome, generous, warm-hearted, brilliant. Come in, Mr. Regan.
Ah, it's a very attractive secretary you have there, Mr. Colby.
Yes, I'm still young enough to notice that myself.
Uh-huh.
You're wondering why I wanted to see you?
Yes, I am.
Well, I was very much impressed with you this morning, Mr. Regan. I liked your loyalty to your client. Loyalty is a very rare quality to find these days.
Well, you can buy it at any dog store in town.
Unfortunately, that's about the only place. How would you like to work for me?
Ooh, sounds fine.
At considerably more money than I believe you're earning now.
Sounds even better. Well, what have I got to do that Porter and Griswold can't do?
Well, briefly, it's this. Up until 5 years ago, I had a business associate, a man named Leopold Kroner. He became financially entangled and stole nearly $1 million worth of bonds belonging to our firm. He had counterfeit duplicates made of them, and then, using his position as an executive of the firm, he sold those counterfeit bonds.
Clever boy.
Not so clever. He was sent to prison for 5 years. He's just been released, but I'm afraid the long confinement, well, it seems to have unbalanced him seriously.
How do you mean?
And he seems to hold me responsible. He phoned me today, and he threatened my life.
You better call the cops.
If necessary, I will. But I'm negotiating rather a large loan, and if certain prospective backers were to hear that my life had been threatened...
I see.
On the other hand, if I were to engage a bright young man to be constantly at my side...
Nobody would think a thing about it.
Exactly.
That is, nobody except me, and I'd think about it a lot, and I wouldn't like it.
Why not?
Because I'm a lawyer, not a bodyguard.
It wouldn't be for long, Mr. Regan. I'll be leaving for Europe in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, you'll make $5,000.
I've heard of that kind of money.
Well, then what do you say?
If you think I'm going to turn it down, you're crazy. But then you act a little crazy anyway.
I'd feel better if you took this. Be careful, it's loaded.
Well, it's as serious as all that?
Yes, I'm afraid it is. Can you get a permit to carry a gun?
Oh, I can try. I have a friend in the police department, Lieutenant D'Amico, homicide. Well, when do I start?
After you've seen your friend.
I could see him tomorrow. What about tomorrow night?
Very well, tomorrow night. You'll come directly here, and Charles will have a room ready for you.
Charles?
Charles Murdoch, the gentleman who met you at the door.
Oh, sure. Tomorrow night, then, Mr. Colby. You've got yourself a bodyguard at $5,000 per body.
What's bothering you tonight, Mr. Regan?
Besides you, well, nothing really. I'd like to see the boss, though.
I'm afraid he's still upstairs in his study.
You keep long hours for a secretary.
I'm, well paid.
Oh.
Where have you been?
Oh, just looking the place over and getting the pan scared off me. That guy Murdoch. Does he always walk around in the dark?
Oh, Charles. He was probably just checking up on you.
You better tell him I've got a permit now for that gun. He ought to wear a taillight. What does he do apart from turning up unexpectedly?
Oh, lots of things. He's been with Mr. Colby for years.
Nice, compact little group. Murdoch, you, and Colby.
There are a lot of double meanings in that remark.
Oh, no. I just like to keep things straight. Who belongs to who?
Why should you care?
Well, we're all hired help together now. Maybe I have visions of asking you for a date sometime.
With, what in mind?
Dancing, drink or two. Catch as catch can.
Thanks for warning me. I'll bring along my police whistle.
Oh, that won't be necessary. My early years in reform school left a lasting impression.
Problem child?
Average. I'd set fire to my kid brother once in a while, but who doesn't?
Well, that's very encouraging. Ask me nicely for a date sometime.
Regan! Regan, help! Regan!
Colby!
Kroner, no, don't be a fool. Regan!
Look out, Regan. He's got a gun.
You better take his gun, Mr. Gold.
Yes.
Get it,
Yes.
Doctor, will you? No. No, wait. I didn't know my aim was so good.
But he may just be pretending. I'd better...
No, he's dead, Mr. Colby. I killed him. Who is he?
Leopold Kroner.
How did he get in here?
I don't know.
I'll call the police. Sorry I'm late, D'Amico. I've been in with the district attorney.
Yeah, I know. So he turns you both loose, huh? You and Colby.
Why, does that surprise you?
Oh, no. You killed a man in self-defense. Did he give you back your gun?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, yes.
I fixed it for you yesterday to get a permit for that gun, didn't I? I want to have my head examined.
That would have looked great in there without a permit.
I don't like what happened last night.
Well, neither do I.
Colby's in his study on the second floor of his house. He's going over some business papers. He looks up and sees Leopold Kroner. How did Kroner get in there?
I don't know. I told you that. So did Colby.
Kroner has a gun in his hand. He says he's going to kill Colby and then kill himself. He says Colby has ruined his life.
Well?
Nothing. I just like to hear myself talk. Colby throws the papers in Kroner's face and makes a grab for the gun. Kroner fires one shot that goes into the floor. Colby starts yelling for you. He's still struggling with Kroner when you walk in.
Yes, I signed a statement to that effect, didn't I?
Sure you did. You said Kroner turned on you with a gun, but he was off balance, you guessed. And you were able to shoot first. Any news yet from Kroner's daughter?
Well, you'd know that before I would.
Maybe I would. Colby said he wants to make some sort of provision for him.
What's bothering you, D'Amico?
You are. A guy takes a shot at your boss while you're downstairs romancing a dame. You're a great bodyguard, you are. Why didn't he come to us if he'd been threatened?
He didn't want the publicity.
All right, Regan. What was the payoff?
Look, are you going to hold me?
No. But I've been looking over the Kroner record from 5 years ago. Guy counterfeits some bonds, sells them for $1 million, and then pleads guilty. But nobody ever finds the $1 million.
He stashed it away someplace.
Great, then what's he so sore about? A man with $1 million isn't sore at anybody.
What's that got to do with me?
Everything's got to do with you. You killed him.
In self-defense, he had a gun in his hand. He'd already fired once.
Anybody can shove a gun into a dead man's hand. Kroner's fingerprints weren't the only ones on that gun.
Colby picked it up after Kroner was dead. We told you that.
Kroner gets out of prison one day and gets bumped off the next. And all the time there's $1 million in cash lying around loose someplace. It couldn't be that you got a line on that money, could it?
Now, lay off, D'Amico. You know me better than that.
I only know one thing. This case is a long ways from settled as far as I'm concerned. Remember that, Regan.
D'Amico, you really think there's something phony?
You heard me.
I've made out the check for Regan, Andrew. Here.
Oh, thank you. Noel, I'm terribly sorry you had to be mixed up in all this. Maybe you'd like to go on to Paris ahead of me.
No, I'll wait. But I hope it'll be soon. I'm beginning to... We're in here, Mr. Regan.
Oh, come in, Bob. I haven't had much of a chance to really thank you for last night.
Oh, forget it.
I'd like to show my appreciation.
Well, would a check for $20 million be asking too much?
Yes. But here's the amount we agreed upon.
Well, another day, another $5,000.
I'd take it if I were you.
I intend to. Thanks.
Bob, if you'd like to stay on with me,
No, I'm afraid I just couldn't stand the strain. I can't get used to the idea of killing people.
What's the matter, Bob? Did that police lieutenant say something?
Nothing important. What's the matter with her?
There's nothing the matter with me.
Oh, I think Noel's a little depressed.
That Kroner didn't get me first. Is that nice? You know, you and I were talking about a date. Let's make it for dinner tonight, huh?
No, thanks.
Oh, come on. We're both in the dumps. We really shouldn't inflict our company on anyone but each other.
Why don't you, Noel?
Call me later on. I'll let you know then.
Okay, I will. Oh, Mr. Colby, here. My gun. I'm checking it in, Coach. It was a great fight, and I'm glad I won.
Bob, I really...
Meanwhile, you still owe my client, Emilio Canepa, $68.72.
Noel, I'm glad he suggested dinner tonight.
Are you? Why?
I just think you might enjoy it.
Maybe I will. If I go?
Well, you could cheer him up. Seriously, Noel, he denies it, of course, but that lieutenant must have said something to disturb him so deeply.
And you'd like to know what it was?
I didn't say that.
A few minutes ago, you were sorry because I was mixed up in all this.
Noel, what's come over you?
It isn't like you to suggest that I go out with someone else.
Regan has done us a great service. It seems to me the least we could do for him.
Of course. I'll dig up some light, bright table talk in my most alluring dress. Anything else?
No. Nothing else, no.
More coffee, Noel? Would you rather dance?
Not much of a choice. Coffee.
Well, I couldn't have been more surprised when Colby let you out tonight.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, if I were in charge of you, I'd be a little more careful about how I passed you around.
If there's any passing around to be done, I do it myself.
I saw the look you threw him this morning before he gave you the nod.
I merely wanted to know if he had anything for me to do tonight.
Uh-huh. That's what I mean. You see, I don't kid myself that the president of Colby Enterprises isn't a little competition.
This is America. You, too, can be competition.
How do you stand with Colby?
Why? What does that matter?
Well, maybe I've already made a few plans.
Well, if you have, they certainly don't include him. So why worry?
I'm just naturally a worrier. How long have you worked for him?
A little over 6 years.
You must know him pretty well.
I recognize him when I see him. Well, no more questions?
What's the use? Tonight I sit making awkward passes at a beautiful girl. Last night I killed a man. Tomorrow...
You're not to blame for what happened.
I'm to blame for getting in a spot like that. Who am I to be carrying a gun, playing around with people's lives?
There was nothing else you could have done.
Oh, I could have shot Kroner in the shoulder, couldn't I, or in the leg? I could have kept my head and not have killed him.
Is that what Lieutenant D'Amico said?
Huh? What does that mean?
Nothing. Only you seemed so disturbed when you got back to the house.
And after I tell you what D'Amico said, do you have to leave right away, or can you stick around a while and report to Mr. Colby later?
Let's go home.
Quit kidding. Colby asked you to find out what happened down there.
Did he? Well, as a matter of fact, I intend stopping by his house. Your friends, Porter and Griswold, are there. I may be typing all sorts of reports till morning. It's happened before.
Go on.
Look, I went out with you tonight because I wanted to. You're rude, but you're upset, so I'll forgive that. But if you want us really to know each other, why don't you stop acting like a schoolboy asking grown-up questions?
I'm sorry.
So am I. Now take me home. I'd ask you to come in, Bob, but Mr. Colby's probably still busy with the lawyers. Good night.
Oh, wait a minute, Noah. I don't like to leave things like this. About tonight, I'm a warm-hearted, impulsive boy. Sometimes I say things I don't mean.
You're forgiven.
I'm not only warm-hearted, I'm shy. I need a lot of encouragement.
To do what?
Can I demonstrate?
Kiss him good night, Noel, or I'll have him here for breakfast.
You must wear rubber soles, Mr. Colby.
Porter and Griswold left a half hour ago. It was such a nice night, I decided to take a walk.
Did you tiptoe the whole way?
Is there anything you want me for, Mr. Colby?
No. Run on home if you'd like. But why don't you both come in for a while? It's still early.
I'd be glad to.
Well, what did you do tonight?
Oh, not much. We sat around, threw a few rocks at each other.
Well, aren't you coming in, Noel?
It suddenly dawns on me that my dangerous beauty depends upon 8 hours of sleep. My car's right here. Good night.
Good night, Noel.
You have a drink, Bob?
No.
Well, would you care to play some billiards?
No, I don't think my aim's so good tonight.
Well, how about a few hands of poker, then, at showdown at $1 a hand?
You must be interested in my $5,000.
I'm interested in everybody's $5,000. Sit down, I'll get the car.
Lieutenant D'Amico doesn't settle so cheaply. He's interested in $1 million.
Oh?
Kroner's million. He thinks I know where it's buried.
Do you?
Until last night, I had to save up to weigh myself. What else does
the lieutenant think?
I don't know. I can guess. He thinks a wealthy industrialist has somebody he's anxious to get rid of. He hires a not-too-bright, eager young man as a bodyguard. And he frames a situation where the bodyguard has to kill the guy in self-defense.
And then?
The industrialist is rid of the guy, he's in the clear, and the not-too-bright young man never tumbles. an interesting point, because even if our dumb boy should tumble, there's nothing in the world he can do about it.
Why should he want to?
Why shouldn't he?
Well, the man is already dead. There isn't anything your young friend can do about that. The district attorney has exonerated him, so there's no danger there. But on the other hand, he may have made himself a powerful friend.
But you forget, he's not very bright. He may feel some twinges of conscience.
Why? There was no intent of murder on his part. Morally, he's as pure as the driven snow.
That's true enough.
Then deal the cards, Bob.
Sure. Well, it's Lieutenant D'Amico's plot. Let him worry about it.
Regan, I wish you'd change your mind and come to Paris with me. You'd like it.
Maybe I would. Maybe I'd end up with as much dough as you have, huh? Hey, how good's a pair of kings?
No good at all. I seem to have 8s over 5s.
There must be some way of beating you.
There are lots of ways, Regan, but not while I'm holding all the cards.
In just a moment, our stars return in Act 2 of The Web. Libby, what are you grinning about?
Remembering one of the funniest pictures I've seen recently.
And what is that?
Universal International's forthcoming Western. I was fortunate enough to be on the set when they were filming it.
A Western that's funny. Well, that's something new, isn't it, Libby?
Yes, definitely new and hilarious. It's called The Wistful Widow of Wagon Gap. And in it, Abbott and Costello do a comedy version of the old six-shooter Western. Marjorie Main is the wistful widow with 7 children. And she makes a strong play for Costello. But she has a beautiful daughter, played by Audrey Young, who foils all her attempts at romance.
Didn't Audrey Young start her career as a Broadway dancer?
Mm-hmm. But she also shows a definite gift for comedy in The Wistful Widow of Wagon Gap. She dropped in on the set while I was watching Marjorie Main do a very muddy barnyard scene. And then, well, Audrey proved that she's a mighty smart girl.
I can believe that.
Especially when I tell you she's a Lux girl from way back. You see, we were both walking through the barnyard to chat with Marjorie Main between takes when our nylons got spattered all over with muddy water.
Oh,
they looked terrible. But Audrey said, "Oh, goodness, Libby, I don't mind that. A dip in Lux will fix them in no time." Well, of course, I cheered those sentiments. And she told me how she used to save her dancing stockings with Lux. She really raved, John, about the way Lux cut down the runs even in strenuous dancing routines.
and she's so right, as you know, Libby. Our famous strain tests showed that stockings washed with Lux Flakes last twice as long. Not only nylons, but every type of stockings. Silk, rayon, cotton.
Yes. I wonder why any girl would risk strong soap or rub her stockings with a cake of soap. Oh, there's another thing about Lux Flakes, too.
Oh, I've forgotten something, Libby?
Well, it's especially important these days. It's the way Lux saves the color of your stockings. And now, with the exciting new deep tones that you see in the stores, that's vital.
Thanks, Libby. So, to keep stockings lovely, to make them last longer, it's smart to Lux them after each wearing. Here's William Keighley at the microphone.
Act 2 of The Web, starring Ella Raines as Noel, Edmund O'Brien as Bob Regan, and Vincent Price as Andrew Colby. It's 20 minutes later. Deeply engrossed in the events of the past 2 days, Regan has gone home to his apartment. He's just opened the door when someone steps up behind him.
Shut the door, Mr. Regan.
You're Kroner's daughter.
Yes. And I have a gun in my hand. How much hate does it take to kill a man, Mr. Regan?
I didn't hate your father. I didn't even know him.
And yet you murdered him.
I had to shoot. You've got to believe that.
Why? Why should I believe a hired gunman? You murdered my father because you were paid to do it. To you, he was just a new car you could buy when he stopped breathing.
Your father wasn't himself. He tried to kill Colby.
I never dreamed I could hate enough to want to kill. But I've reason enough to kill you now 10 times, and I'll do it. Oh.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you, Miss Kroner, but I had to get that gun from you.
All right. You got it. Why don't you kill me, too?
You've got to listen to me. I was hired to protect Mr. Colby.
Protect him from what? My father wouldn't have hurt anyone.
Miss Kroner, when a man is out of his mind...
He wasn't out of his mind. And he didn't threaten Colby. And he never owned a gun.
How do you know?
I knew my father. He was the kindest man who ever lived.
But he did break into Colby's house.
He didn't break in. He was invited.
Huh? Invited?
He was asked to be there at 10 o'clock. I was there when he phoned. As if you didn't know.
You're sure of this? Do you have any proof?
If I had any proof, do you think I'd be here now? Or that you would? No, Mr. Regan. If I could prove what I know, you and Colby would be where you belong. In prison.
You mind if I sit down, D'Amico? Or do you want to eat alone?
What do you want, Regan?
I just called police headquarters. They said I'd probably find you here. You know, you were absolutely right about people carrying guns. Here.
Where'd you get this one?
From a girl named Krona. When last seen, she was in my apartment trying to kill me.
You asking for protection?
I'm asking for information. D'Amico, how near are you to pinning Krona's death on me?
I'll let you know when the time arrives.
Suppose I told you that I agree with you, that I think it was murder.
I've got a pen if you want to sign a confession.
Now, D'Amico, look. Everything I told you was the truth.
Then what are you worried about?
Well, it's finally occurred to me that I might have been a patsy in all this, framed.
What's got you so scared? Does Krona dame know something?
I just want to work with you on this case. I'm on the inside, and I might be able to dig something up.
Sure, and cover it right up again. You seem to forget you're the one I'm after. You killed Krona. If it's murder, you did it.
What was my motive?
That $5,000 you deposited in the bank today?
In other words, I better get out of town.
You wouldn't get 3 feet out of town. If I were you, I'd go to church every day and pray that a certain dumb cop named D'Amico is running himself right up a blind alley.
Well, that's great, except I like to sleep at night. And I just talked to the daughter of the man I killed.
Oh, you're in a tough spot.
D'Amico, isn't there some way we can get together on this?
Certainly. You confess and I'll arrest you.
Okay, D'Amico.
Regan, for a lawyer, you're not very smart. If you can prove that it's murder, you prove that you're a murderer. If it's a frame, there's only one guy can clear you, Colby. And I don't think he'd be too anxious to run to the rescue, do you?
Thanks for nothing, D'Amico.
Anytime, Regan. Anytime at all.
Hello? Oh, good morning, Bob. I don't know how I could. I'll be busy all day. You what? Oh, uh-huh. Well, this afternoon, then? 3 o'clock. No, you better not. I'll, meet you downstairs in front of the building. I'll be there, 3 o'clock.
Now, isn't this better than working? A happy little drive through Central Park.
You said it was important.
When I feel like seeing you, it's very important.
Why are you, stopping here?
Oh, this is the best little parking spot in town. I used to operate from here all the time when I was in high school, except I'd hit it a lot later in the evening.
Uh-huh. That must have been a progressive school you went to.
Oh, it was.
What'd you want to see me about?
Well, made up my mind about a lot of things last night, Noel. For one thing, I'm not going to Paris with Colby. And I don't want you to go either.
Really? What do you want me to do?
See America first. You might get to meet someone you'd like.
I might.
But Colby, what have you got? Money, influence, travel, yachts? Why don't you let me take you out of all that?
That's an offer if I've ever heard one.
No, I'm really very serious.
I know you are. Bob, what's the matter?
I spent the whole morning in a newspaper office going over the accounts of the Krona trial 5 years ago.
Why?
You just naturally get curious about someone you've killed. Anyway, I ran across the name of Victor Bruno. Who was Bruno?
Didn't you find out?
Well, I went to see a friend of mine, court clerk. Cost me a bottle of scotch, but I found out something.
Now I'm very curious.
He didn't remember much about Bruno, only that the cops figured him for the engraving job on those counterfeit bonds.
But Bruno never testified at Kroner's trial.
No, I know. They never found him. But, Noel, what do you know about him?
No more than you do.
Funny. Kroner didn't look like the type to get away with $1 million.
Neither did Bruno.
Oh, you've seen him?
Yeah, once, before he disappeared. Kroner was out on bail at the time, and Andrew was doing everything he could to help him. He spoke to Bruno, hoping to clear Kroner.
What did this Bruno look like?
Oh, I don't know. Strange little man, always trying to hide. He looked like a, $20 a week bookkeeper. Glasses 2 inches thick and not a hair in his head.
Is he a foreigner?
Well, he spoke with an accent.
Is Colby going to be home tonight?
As far as I know, why?
Oh, maybe I could get him to throw some legal business my way.
I'll keep him at home for you. Now you better take me back to the office.
Well, little did I think when I first met Emilio Canepa that you'd be the mother of my children.
Why? Is there some connection between the two?
No Emilio, no summons. No summons, no children.
We'll name our first one Emilio, then.
Over my beautiful, muscular, dead body. Oh, well, back to your office. Hello, Murdoch.
Good evening, Mr. Regan.
Much killing going on around the place tonight?
Mr. Colby is expecting you in the library.
Ask a dull question, you get a dull answer.
Oh, hello, Bob.
Don't be so glad to see me until you find out what I want.
I've already told him, Bob.
Well, I'm sorry you won't come to Paris.
Didn't you tell Mr. Colby about the services our new firm is prepared to offer?
I thought I'd better save that for you.
Well, we're offering everything in the legal line. Ambulance chasing and grave subpoenas.
It sounds like an up-and-coming outfit.
We'll sympathize with our clients' troubles and charge only $500 a day for the sympathy.
Well, that's cheaper than the sympathy I'm getting from Porter and Griswold. Your proposition sounds very attractive.
Oh, say, I almost forgot. You know, I think your house is being watched.
Watched?
Yeah, some little bald-headed guy, not a hair on his head. He just stopped me in front of the lamppost.
I don't understand.
He spoke with an accent, kept blinking at me through glasses 2 inches thick. Seemed like he was a $20 a week bookkeeper trying to act important.
Oh, no. Perhaps, Charles. Perhaps.
Why did he stop you?
Well, he asked me for a light, wanted to know if I was coming in here.
Look out the window, Charles.
He said something about being a friend of Kroner's and that you'd hear from him.
He must have gone. There's no one out there now.
There isn't any danger, is there?
Oh, I don't think so,
Well,
Bob.
if you'd like me to talk to him...
If we want Bruno, we can always reach him.
Mr. Colby, if there's any threat, I could
No,
see him
thanks.
tonight.
Maybe we'll call on you later. I'm much obliged for the information.
All right. But seriously, though, about my legal services...
I'm sure there will be something for you, Bob. I'll have Porter and Griswold contact you.
Oh, thank you. Thanks a lot, Mr. Colby. Good night. Good night, Noel.
Good night.
Bruno. I wonder what's brought him back.
Kroner's death, of course, was in all the newspapers.
Bruno never impressed me as being the sort of fellow who'd make threats. He was such a meek little man. Did you ever meet him, Noel?
Probably.
Oh, yes, of course you did. Sometimes I forget how long you've been with me, Noel, how long we've been together.
Andrew, if you don't
What
mind...
was it you once said about Bruno? That he reminded you of a $20 a week bookkeeper, wasn't it?
Do you have anything else for me to do this evening?
I don't think so.
Well, then I'll say good night.
Good night, Noel.
Well, hello. Hey, this could give me a pretty bad name with my landlady. But come in. Come on.
I'd like to know what you meant by that little performance tonight.
Was I convincing?
You're not a very nice person, are you? Your high school parking spot came through beautifully.
Now, wait a minute, Noel.
No, you wait. Just what are you up to?
What's your guess?
Blackmail.
That's a nice business, too, if you have the right connections.
I think I deserve a better answer than that.
Sure you do. Noel, there are several people in this town who believe that Kroner was deliberately murdered.
That's ridiculous.
Is it? It would have been comparatively easy for Colby to frame. He invites Kroner to the house. In the middle of the conversation, Colby pulls out a gun. He fires one shot into the floor, shoves the gun into Kroner's hands, starts wrestling with him and yelling for help. I rush in, Kroner turns startled, bang, bang, and it's all over.
You must be out of your mind. Why should Andrew want to kill Kroner?
Suppose he dreamed up this whole counterfeit deal himself. Now, he promises Kroner a share of the profits if he takes the rap, while Colby takes the $1 million and builds up the business. Kroner gets out expecting a share of the gravy. Instead, the lights go out.
If I use that kind of reasoning, I could think of at least 50 motives why you killed Kroner.
The police have 100.
Just what were you trying to do tonight?
I want to see Bruno. I dreamed up that little man by the street lamp, hoping I could startle Colby into giving me Bruno's address, but fortunately he doesn't startle so easily.
How can you be stupid enough to believe all this? Andrew's one of the finest men I've ever known. He's certainly been decent enough to you.
He may have carried his friendship a little too far for my own good.
So, you take out the little corn-fed secretary, prime her up with some fake sincerity, and she spills over with everything you want to know.
Oh, I know it's not going to be easy to convince you that the things I said today were sincere.
It's just about the most hopeless proposition you ever faced.
No, look, I'm going to have to make another try for Bruno's address tomorrow. If you give me away, I'll be sunk. In more ways than one.
Do what you want. Just don't ask me for any promises. Good night.
Well, Charles, where did she go?
Straight to Regan's apartment.
Yes, I was afraid she had.
Why don't you forget about the girl and start thinking about Bruno?
She's not easy to forget, Charles. I think a great deal of Noel. It isn't like her to do anything behind my back.
What are you going to do about Bruno?
Nothing now. I rather suspect he'll telephone us tomorrow. That'll be plenty of time to decide, Charles. Plenty of time.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We'll return to Act 3 of The Web in just a moment. One of Paramount's loveliest finds of the year is charming red-haired Nanette Parks, who came from St. Paul to Hollywood by way of the Pasadena Playhouse. Do you find your new life exciting, Nanette?
Oh, tremendously, Mr. Keeley. You know, my very first visit to a set was during the filming of Cecil B. DeMille's new picture, Unconquered.
An exciting spectacle indeed. The siege of Fort Pitt by the Indians with flaming arrows and authentic fireballs is really sensational. Modern Pittsburgh, on the site of old Fort Pitt, will have a chance to relive its history when the picture has its world premiere there October 3rd.
I learned so much from watching the actors, too.
No doubt, with Gary Cooper and Paulette Goddard heading such a fine cast of more than 5,000 players.
I was especially thrilled when Paulette invited me to her dressing room one day while she was having a costume fitted.
And you know the costumes for Unconquered were absolutely authentic for the period.
Well, what thrilled me most was the gorgeous negligee Paulette wore between fittings. You know, I used to be afraid washing would fade such pretty things. Before I learned from the studio wardrobe people that Lux Care keeps lingerie lovely so much longer. But John Kennedy knows that.
The studios see the practical results of Lux Care, Nanette. I've seen scientific proof. In actual washing tests, slips and nighties washed the Lux way stayed lovely 3 times as long. Those washed the wrong way soon looked faded and drab. That means girls who give their underthings Lux Care can have 3 times as many without spending any more.
How do you figure that, Mr. Kennedy?
Well, instead of constantly replacing faded drab underthings, you can buy pretty new ones, because those you Lux stay lovely 3 times as long. So, without spending any more than you would for replacements, you have 3 times as many pretty things. Thank you for coming tonight, Nanette Parks. We return you to William Keighley.
Act 3 of The Web, starring Ella Raines as Noel, Edmund O'Brien as Bob Regan, and Vincent Price as Colby. It's been several days since Robert Regan has seen Emilio Canepa, he of the demolished pushcart, but now, shortly after breakfast, the much-involved young lawyer has good reason to call on his client.
There's nothing to it, Canepa. Just phone Colby and tell him exactly what I've told you to say.
But you sure this ain't illegal?
Look, haven't I always been your friend?
Sure.
Emilio, didn't I graduate from law school?
Sure.
Didn't I get you $68.72 for your push card?
Not yet.
Well, don't be so greedy. If it hadn't been for your push card, we wouldn't be doing this in the first place.
Well, okay, I call up.
Atta boy, that's better.
Hello? Hello? Oh, yes, this is Mr. Colby.
This is Victor Bruno, Colby.
Oh, yes, Bruno. I heard you were in town.
I want if the police hear I'm in town.
All right, Bruno. How much this time?
For $10,000, the police don't find out.
$10,000. That's a lot of money.
I got a lot I could say.
Stop by my home tonight.
No. I don't make the same mistake Croner made. You send the money to me.
Where?
You know the place. You remember the address?
Yes.
You sure you remember?
Yes, of course. Now listen, Bruno, I'll give you the money on one condition. Get out of the country, you and your wife. With the money, there'll be 2 tickets to Mexico City. See that you use them.
Just be sure to have the cash there tonight. 9 o'clock.
This is the last time, Bruno. Remember that. Well, Charles, what's the matter? You look worried.
If we're going to start paying Bruno, he'll never let us stop.
Don't be absurd, Charles. That wasn't Bruno on the phone.
Well, then who was it? Not Regan.
No, not Regan. Probably a friend of his.
How do you know?
Instinct, Charles. That's what makes me such an enormous success.
But if Bruno was here last night...
Victor Bruno has been dead for 5 years.
Dead? Then how did Regan know what he looked like?
No. She's the only one who could have given him that description.
You never told me Bruno was dead. How did he die?
Protesting his innocence.
Well, what was Regan after just now?
Bruno's whereabouts.
Andrew, did you have Bruno killed?
Don't be so inquisitive, Charles.
I just don't want you to get the idea that what happened to Bruno could happen to me. I'm no Croner, and I'm no Bruno.
I hope we'll have you here for some time, Charles.
What about Regan?
Go to the bank and get $10,000.
Then?
And then we'll have to do something I'm not going to like doing at all.
What about the girl? She's involved in this as much as Regan?
Yes, it looks that way.
You don't like the idea of getting rid of her, do you?
I don't like it at all. But if I have to, I'll do it. I'll arrange for Noel to be here at 8 o'clock.
I'm sorry I'm late, Andrew. I had dinner downtown. I found your message when I got home.
Noel, there's something I wish you'd do for me this evening. In the safe there is a large manila envelope with $10,000. Will you get it for me, please?
Of course.
And then I'd like you to go to the Pennsylvania station and get 2 tickets for Mexico City. When you've bought the tickets, phone me. I'll tell you then where to deliver the money. Oh, never mind. You can leave the safe open, Noel.
Is this the envelope?
Yes. It's for Victor Bruno. You know, it's strange, Noel. Right now, I'm on the verge of getting everything I ever wanted to have. And yet I find there's only one person I can really trust.
Andrew, please.
I wonder if you know how much I appreciate it.
Andrew, that telephone call from Bruno...
What about it, Noel?
Nothing. It's not important. I'll see you later.
What did he want, Noel?
He's paying Bruno off. $10,000 and 2 tickets to Mexico. Well, you were right, weren't you?
Well, I'll know for sure after I've seen Bruno.
You'll see him. Right after I bought the tickets. Come on.
Well, she's on her way, Charles. She's probably met Regan by now. Why do you suppose she did it, Charles? Did she fall in love with him?
What difference does it make?
For a moment, I thought she was going to tell me. If she had, I would have forgiven her. Well, I'd better call the police.
Andrew, wait. I'm not so sure this is such a good idea.
But why?
Well, granted, we can have them picked up for stealing the $10,000 if they find her fingerprints on the safe. That doesn't really get them out of the way.
But then, what if they're arrested not merely for theft? What if they're arrested for murder?
What are you talking about? Whose murder?
Your murder, Charles.
Hello? Yes, this is Lieutenant D'Amico. Mr. Colby. What's that? Where? You sure? Penn Station, huh? Okay. Just sit tight, Mr. Colby.
The Manhattan Limited leaving on track 8 for Philadelphia, Harrisburg.
I'd like to make connections for Mexico City, too, please. Leaving tonight, if possible.
Mexico City? Oh, yes. Yes. Just a moment, miss.
Excuse me, miss. You know old Faraday?
Why, yes, but...
Come with me, please. You're under arrest.
Arrest?
And don't worry about your boyfriend. He's right where you left him. Except there's a cop hanging on to each arm.
Where are you taking me?
To Lieutenant D'Amico, miss. He's waiting for us at Mr. Colby's house. We got him all right, Lieutenant. Regan and the girl.
Keep him there in the hall. Okay, Doc. Take the body in the library.
Bob, look. On the stretcher.
Murdoch.
Just stay put, Regan.
What's happened? Why are they holding us?
Because I'm the biggest lunkhead of the year. It never occurred to me Colby'd take it out on you.
Andrew?
Murdoch's dead. He's gotten rid of the last guy that knew anything about the phony bond deal, and he stuck us with a rap.
But he couldn't possibly hope to get away with this. Why would we want to kill Charles?
Don't worry. With Colby tailoring the evidence, it'll fit like a bathing suit. Well, a lot of good it does to say it, but I'm sorry, Noel.
Bring him in, Johnson.
Let's go.
Well, laughing boy. I thought I told you not to leave town.
Give out, D'Amico. What are the details?
Murder and grand theft, and you haven't got a prayer.
How does she figure in it?
Oh, come on now, Regan. You got the money, Johnson?
Here. And she was buying 2 tickets to Mexico City.
Okay. Do you mind stepping in here, Mr. Colby?
I hope you'll get this over with as quickly as possible.
Andrew.
You don't have to talk to her, Mr. Colby. Just identify this envelope.
Yes, that's it. I assume the $10,000 is the same. Lieutenant, you understand this is very difficult for me. Miss Faraday has been my confidential secretary for years.
Just tell me what happened.
Well, I was up in my study doing some work. I heard a shot. I came downstairs and I found Charles dead on the floor, with Regan's gun beside him, and the safe was open.
My gun? That was his gun. I gave it back to him after
You did? Funny it should have only your fingerprints on it.
All right. Maybe mine are on it. When I gave it back to him, I set it on the table. Now, if he had this in mind, he wouldn't have touched it. Not without a glove.
Regan, if you were me, would you believe that?
If you knew Colby, you would.
Who saw you give him back his gun?
Miss Faraday, she would... Oh.
Yeah. Go ahead, Mr. Colby.
Well, I realized Miss Faraday was the only person besides Charles and myself who knew the combination to the safe.
Andrew, you had me open the safe yourself.
A couple of nights ago, I happened to overhear a conversation between Mr. Regan and Miss Faraday in which Mexico City was mentioned.
And she was buying 2 tickets to Mexico City when we grabbed her.
You already told me that. What are you looking for, a promotion?
Lieutenant, he knows why I had the money, and he sent me for the ticket.
You'll get your chance to talk, miss.
This is very awkward for me, Lieutenant.
Well, we're almost finished, Mr. Colby.
Why do you believe him, D'Amico? Only yesterday...
That was yesterday. I'm not interested in the Kroner case anymore. I got one right here that suits me fine.
But this is a frame.
You get framed more than any guy I ever met. You're supposed to be a lawyer. Look at the evidence.
Lieutenant.
Yeah, Doc.
He's still alive. Murdoch's still alive.
Charles.
Stay right where you are, Mr. Colby. What are you talking about, Doc?
That injection of adrenaline. We won't have him forever, but he may last through the night.
Any chance of him coming to?
Could be.
Let me know the minute he does. Is it all right if we leave him in there, Mr. Colby?
Couldn't we move him upstairs?
No, don't let him near Murdoch.
Are you still running this case?
I'm telling you, don't let Colby near Murdoch.
You're under arrest, Regan. Now, will you stop telling me my business?
Lieutenant, Charles has been my closest friend for years. Naturally, I want to go to him.
Well, later on, maybe. Right now, I'm waiting here in case he can talk. Maybe we all better wait here. Mr. Colby, suppose you wait upstairs.
Huh?
Gus?
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Pull up a chair in front of that room where Murdoch is. No visitors. Okay. Johnson, you wait in the front room. And, you, Regan, you and her can have this nice big library all to yourselves. And you better start reading up on alibi.
Bob, why don't we tell him about Bruno?
How do you think that'd sound from the witness stand? I was trying to find a man named Victor Bruno because I was convinced that the other killing I'd done was murder. No. Colby figured on that one.
If only somebody could find Bruno.
Bruno's probably dead, too. Otherwise, how could Colby have been so sure it wasn't Bruno on the phone?
I suppose so. Oh, how could I have been such a dope?
You? I've been second-guessing the whole way. You couldn't have put your life in worse hands.
Listen.
Huh?
Andrew. His study's just above us. He's worried. He's walking back and forth.
He's worried.
Lieutenant.
Well, he's still alive.
Still alive. He's still alive.
I thought you left the cot in front of the door. Where'd he go?
The doc needs some more adrenaline. He sent Johnson to the drugstore.
Murdoch's not alone in there. The doctor's with him, isn't he?
First you shoot him, and then you worry about his health. The doctor's in the kitchen boiling up a hypodermic. Come on, Regan. That's where we're going. You stay where you are, mate.
He's alone. Charles is down there alone. Alone. They'll never know now, Charles, will they? They'll never know that...
bother killing him again, Colby.
D'Amico!
Murdoch's been dead for 2 hours, ever since you shot him. Now, how... Watch it, Regan! Turn on the light, Counselor.
Yeah, sure.
Well, don't just stand there. You knock Colby down, I'll pick him up. Get him out in the hall. You can come out, Miss Faraday. This you'll want to hear.
Bob, what happened?
I'm not so sure I know myself.
Well, Mr. Colby, tough break, huh? I really solved this one from left field. I've had Regan tailed for the last 2 days. I knew he wasn't here tonight.
It's quite a comfort to us taxpayers to find our police department in such competent hands.
Thanks. Thanks so much. Oh, just to keep the record straight, whatever happened to Kroner's $1 million?
That's strange. That's what Kroner wanted to know.
Yeah, very funny. Come on, Johnson. We're taking Colby downtown.
Oh, that D'Amico. He's really the answer to a maiden's prayer.
Yeah, he's a smart cookie, but he doesn't catch everything.
What's that?
Something D'Amico forgot to take. 2 tickets to Mexico City. Think we can use them?
I've, always wanted to try out my Spanish.
Don't forget, you two. You'll have to check with my department if you're figuring on living in the country.
Now, wait a minute, D'Amico. That Colby still owes my client $68.72.
Well, you're a lawyer. Sue him.
Our stars will return for their curtain calls in a moment. Livy, do you realize what a big job American housewives do just getting together meals for their families?
That's true, Mr. Kennedy. The average housewife plans, buys, carries home, cooks, and serves well over 1,000 meals a year.
And in most cases, she washes the dishes for all those meals, too. An average of 6 tons a year.
And yet her husband and children expect her to keep her hands lovely.
Well, smart housewives have found out how to do that, in spite of dishwashing, Libby.
Of course, with Lux Flakes. For dishes, for any soap and water job around the house.
Right. That's why a Lux lady doesn't have red, rough dishpan hands.
Well, naturally. Some women try other types of soaps at one time or another, but they soon get wise. What strong suds can do to hands is a caution. And red, rough hands are no prize at a bridge game.
Discouraging to friend husband, too.
So, John, it's no wonder thousands of housewives stick to Lux for dishes.
They're so right, because hundreds of scientific tests have actually proved how much kinder Lux is to hands. When strong soaps made women's hands rough and red, changing to Lux improved them in 2 to 7 days. Soon the skin was just as soft and smooth as ever.
And Lux is so thrifty, too. Lux Flakes make such rich suds, they actually go further, much further. They don't die away like some suds.
So, ladies, why not try Lux for your dishes? Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
For an exciting performance of a thrilling drama, our thanks to Ella Raines, Edmund O'Brien, and Vincent Price, who take the spotlight for a curtain call. Ella, now that you and Edmund have solved the mystery of the moment, I wonder if, in an altogether different vein, you'd help our audience solve the burning question of the season.
I'll do my best. What is it, Bill?
As one of Hollywood's most photographed and best-dressed stars, Where do you stand in the current fashion battle between long and short skirts?
Well, I see that Ella takes a stand in short skirts for tonight's appearance.
Well, that's because I happen to be wearing a suit.
Now, does that fellow look at my skirt? Still just below the ankle.
But for women's suits, I feel the shorter length is smarter. For dresses, I prefer the current longer length.
How do you feel about the question, Ed?
Oh, I feel that women shouldn't be a slave to fashion, but ought to follow what looks attractive.
You agree, Vince?
Sure, I follow anything that looks attractive.
Personally, when it comes to shorter skirts, I believe the eyes have it.
You mean the masculine eyes, of course.
How about you, Vince? Are you a member of that, little below the knee club?
Well, it depends how little is below the knee.
Uh-huh. De gustibus non disputandum.
Did I say something I shouldn't?
No, Vince. Ella means there's no disputing tastes. But there's no question of divided taste in what we're offering on this stage next Monday night.
I understand it's something very special, Bill.
Yes, one of the screen's most brilliant feminine stars, whose rare appearances in radio are always an event. Plus, one of Hollywood's outstanding male stars, in his first screen role since he left the Navy Air Corps. Katharine Hepburn and Robert Taylor.
I guess you need say no more, Bill.
No, indeed. Katharine and Bob appear in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's thrilling drama, Undercurrent, repeating their original screen roles of a man and woman whose love is overshadowed by a haunting figure from the past.
Well, it ought to be standing room only Monday night. Congratulations and good night.
Good night to all of you, and thanks. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Katharine Hepburn and Robert Taylor in Undercurrent. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Again, a word of appreciation to the housewives of America for the swell job you're doing saving and turning in used fats and oils. The world shortage of fats is still very much with us, and industry needs every drop of used fat just as much as ever. So now that the weather is cooler and you're doing more cooking, keep a tin handy for used fat. Remember, your dealer will pay you well for every pound you turn in. Ella Raines will next be seen in Nunnally Johnson's The Senator Was Indiscreet. Edmund O'Brien will soon be seen in the Canaan production, A Double Life. Vincent Price's next Universal International picture will be Up in Central Park. Heard in our cast tonight were Maria Palmer as Martha, Bill Johnstone as D'Amico, Robert Griffin as Murdoch, and Norman Field, Jay Novello, Edwin Cooper, Cliff Clark, and Eddie Marr. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is rebroadcast to our servicemen and women overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. And this is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Undercurrent with Katharine Hepburn and Robert Taylor.
When you bake and fry, for your cake and pie, it's your shortening pie. Rely on Spry.
Yes, it's Spry. For pastry so tender, flaky, nut sweet, any pie filling tastes more delicious. You'll say pastry is extra delicate, better tasting with Spry.
Be sure to listen next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Undercurrent with Katharine Hepburn and Robert Taylor. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Lux Radio Theater brings you Laura, starring Dana Andrews, Gene Tierney, Vincent Price, and Otto Kruger. Ladies and gentlemen, your guest producer, Mr. Lionel Barrymore.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now, if there is one form of entertainment we Americans are singularly partial to, it's the mystery or detective story, popularly known as a whodunit. 1 out of every 4 new works of fiction published in this country is a mystery or detective story. Some 300 new books of this sort appear each year. Needless to say, you couldn't read all of them if you tried. But tonight, we're bringing you one of the most intriguing mysteries of recent years, the current 20th Century Fox hit Laura. Our stars are Gene Tierney, who is just completing a Bell for Adano at 20th Century Fox, Dana Andrews, and Vincent Price, all 3 in their original screen roles. Also, the ever-versatile Otto Kruger. Now, I think one of the reasons mystery stories are so popular, especially in troubled times like these, is that they satisfy our sense of order. They take a troublesome and seemingly hopeless situation, and they put everything to rights, simply by the use of human intelligence and sensible methods. Of course, you could say the same about lots of things. Lux Flakes, for instance. They take those troublesome problems of how to wash fine fabric safely so they'll wear longer and look better, and they give a quick and very satisfactory solution, especially in these difficult times when it's important to take care of what we have. It's little wonder Lux Flakes are so popular. Well, now it's curtain time, and here's Act 1 of Laura, starring Dana Andrews as Mark McPherson, Gene Tierney as Laura, Vincent Price as Shelby Carpenter, and Otto Kruger as Paul Lydecker. Now, most people who read a newspaper or listen to the radio know the name Paul Lydecker. Mr. Lydecker is a legendary oracle of barbed wire and forget-me-nots, whose enchanted pen and acid tongue have brought fame to hundreds and oblivion to just as many. His New York apartment is a combination art gallery and Roman bath. And now, immersed in one of his marble pools, Mr. Lydecker has a visitor, Detective Lieutenant Mark McPherson of the Homicide Bureau.
Be careful, will you? That stuff is priceless.
Oh. Mr. Lydecker? Quite an art collection in there.
Those pieces you are pawing over are irreplaceable.
Nice little place you have.
It's lavish. I call it home. You'll hear about the murder of Laura Hunt. I made my statement yesterday to Sergeant Detective Crane.
I know.
Told him what I know. Now suppose you tell me what you know.
Why not?
Hand me that washcloth, Mr.
McPherson?
How good a detective are you?
I've picked up a few facts. Laura Hunt was killed the night before last. A bell rang. She opened the door, and someone pulled the trigger of a shotgun. It wasn't nice. The range was close.
Have you found the shotgun?
No.
What else?
The thought comes to me, Mr. Lydecker, who's questioning who?
May I remind you that you're a guest in my home?
Yeah, that's right. What else, huh? Well, Miss Hunt was a very good-looking girl, probably. About 25, lived in a swell apartment, had a maid named Bessie.
And where did she get the wherewithal to support such a menage?
Bullet Company, advertising agency. She had a good job, art director or something.
Not or something.
She has a lady cousin in town and a couple of boyfriends. One named Shelby Carpenter, and the other is Paul Lydecker.
Today is Sunday. Why haven't you tried to see me?
Because it's a peculiar case, and I wanted to think.
If you'll wait, I'll go with you when you leave.
Why?
Murder's my favorite crime. My radio audience loves it. I know you'll visit all your suspects, and I'd like to study their reactions.
You're on the list yourself, you know.
Be insulted if I weren't.
Were you in love with Laura Hunt, Mr. Lydecker? Was she in love with you?
Laura considered me the wisest, the wittiest, the most interesting man she'd ever met. I was in complete accord with her on that point. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll get dressed. Where shall we be stopping first, Lieutenant?
I'd like to see Laura Hunt's cousin.
Mrs. Ann Treadwell, yes, of course.
I'd like to ask a few questions, Mrs. Treadwell.
I'll do anything I can to help. Oh, good morning, Paul.
Good morning, Ann.
You, fond of your cousin, Mrs. Treadwell?
I adored Laura. Paul can tell you.
Yeah, I can tell you considerable. Did you approve of Miss Hunt's coming marriage to Mr. Carpenter?
Why shouldn't I approve?
I don't know. Just what does Shelby Carpenter mean to you, Mrs. Treadwell?
To me?
Well, he comes here regularly. Is he a friend, acquaintance? Or are you in love with him?
Well, this is beginning to assume fabulous aspects.
What are you driving at?
The truth. Are you in love with him?
Why, no. I'm very fond of Shelby, of course. Everybody is.
I despise him.
You've been withdrawing a lot of cash from your bank, Mrs. Treadwell. $1,500 at a clip. $1,700.
I needed that money.
Mm-hmm. The day you took out $1,500, Carpenter deposited $1,350. When you withdrew $17, he deposited $15.
Shooting craps, Anne?
Oh, must I be insulted like this? Shelby needed some money. I lent it to him. I supposed I could do with it as I pleased.
Sure. Now, on Friday night, you were home alone. Why didn't you go to the concert with Mr. Carpenter?
Concert? Why, I didn't go because he didn't ask me.
Well, hello. Oh, just talking about you, Carpenter. What a coincidence to find you here.
This is Lieutenant McPherson.
Yes, we've met.
I didn't know you were here, Mr. Carpenter.
I've been lying down. My hotel room is so hot, and then all the reporters and the telephone. You know how it is, Lieutenant. I've hardly slept a wink since it happened.
Is that a sign of guilt or innocence, McPherson?
I'm as eager to find the murderer as you are, Lieutenant. Laura and I were going to be married this week, you know.
No, he doesn't know, and neither do I, nor you, nor anyone else.
Oh?
No, Laura had not definitely made up her mind to marry him. She told me so herself. She was going to the country to think it over. Laura was extremely kind, but she'd never have thrown her life away on a male beauty in distress.
I suppose you've heard losers whine before, eh, Lieutenant?
Yesterday, you said you went to that concert Friday night, Mr. Carpenter. What did they play?
Oh, some Brahms and Beethoven's Night.
Mm-hmm. Well, this place Miss Hunt had in the country. Have you got a key to it?
No, but I think there's one in her apartment.
Well, I'll have a look.
And perhaps I could help you?
Okay, come along. Goodbye, Mrs. Treadwell. You can start looking for that key now, Mr. Carpenter.
Oh, yes. I'll try the den. Excuse me.
That's the dame's portrait on the wall, isn't it?
Will you stop calling Laura a dame? Look at the furnishings. Would you call this the home of a dame? Look at her portrait.
I am. Not bad.
It was painted by Joseph Carter. He was in love with her then. Have you ever been in love, McPherson?
A doll in Washington Heights once got a fox fur out of me.
Have you ever known a woman who wasn't a doll or a dame?
Yeah, one, but she kept walking me past furniture stores.
Where are you going?
Phonograph is a record on here. Selections from Bittersweet.
One of Laura's favorites. Not exactly classical, but very nice.
You know a lot about music?
I don't know a lot about anything, but I know a little about practically everything.
Then why did you say they played Brahms and Beethoven at that concert? They played nothing but Sibelius.
Did they? Well, to be perfectly honest, I fell asleep and I didn't hear a note. I know it sounds phony, but I'm just a natural-born suspect. You see, I'm not the conventional type.
Don't worry, I fall asleep at concerts myself. Find that key?
No, maybe it's in here in her desk. Yes, it is. I knew there must be one around somewhere.
Mm-hmm. It's funny, the police looked in that desk drawer yesterday and the drawer was empty. You had the key right along, didn't you, Carpenter?
Yes. I didn't want to give it to you while Lydecker was present. I have private reasons that don't concern him.
You have private reasons, no doubt, to lie about that key.
Paul, I'm warning you to stop implying I had anything to do with Laura's death.
Very well, I'll stop implying. I'll make a direct statement.
You asked for this, Paul.
Cut it out, the two of you. Okay, we came here to find the key, and I've got the key. Now, let's get out.
There's nothing more you want from me?
No, not now.
I'll run along then.
You, having lunch, Lieutenant?
Guess so.
There's rather a superior restaurant nearby.
Okay, let's... Nice, quiet little place, Mr. Lydecker.
Yeah.
What's the matter?
You wouldn't call me a sentimental person, would you, Lieutenant?
Well,
Dozens of times we sat here at this very table, Laura and I.
How long did you know her?
Nearly 5 years. I was just thinking, we're eating lunch, and it was at lunch that I first met Laura. The Algonquin Hotel. I was alone. I looked up and I found her standing in front of me. She had a layout in her hand. Sample advertisement.
Mr. Lydecker, how do you do? I'm Laura Hunt.
Well?
I'd like to talk something over with you, if I may.
I am eating my lunch.
Yes, but it's practically impossible to get to see you, and I
Either
thought...
you're from some incredibly remote community where good manners are unknown, or you suffer from a common delusion that being a female exempts you from all the rules of civilized conduct.
possibly. But I wanted to show this to you. It's an ad for the Wallace Flow-Wright pen. You're such a famous writer and commentator. It would be tremendously helpful if you'd endorse what we say about the Flow-Wright pen.
I don't use a pen. I write with a goose quill dipped in poison. And you may tell your employers that...
Oh, they don't know anything about this. It was all my idea. They'd give anything to get your endorsement. And if I were the person getting it, why...
You disregard completely something far more important to me than your career.
Oh?
My food.
You mean that, don't you?
Well, of course I mean.
I never heard of anything so selfish.
In my case, self-absorption is completely justified. I have never discovered any subject quite so worthy of my attention.
But in your column, on the radio, the things you say, they're filled with such understanding, such sentiment.
Miss Hunt, you are beginning to bore me.
You're a poor man, Mr. Lydecker. I feel very sorry for you. Goodbye.
Laura Hunt occurred about 2 hours later.
Kept after you, did she?
No, I went to her because I couldn't stop thinking about her. I was more than slightly annoyed, but she had something, that girl. Something far deeper than good looks. I went to Bulletin Company, proceeded to do something I have carefully avoided since the age of 2. I apologized. Laura looked at me, smiled.
You've accepted, Mr. Lydecker. It was very nice of you to go to all this trouble. Goodbye.
In a moment, Miss Hunt. For reasons which are too embarrassing to mention, I'd like to endorse the Wallace Flow-Wright pen. Have you an ad?
You're a very strange man. Now I'm sure you're sorry for the way you acted.
Let's not get psychiatric. But in a word, yes.
And you are a very kind person.
No, I'm vicious. The real secret of all my charm. But if you think me kind, I'll call for you here at 6.
What?
We'll have dinner together. I can't make it any later. Will you be ready?
Why, yes, I'll be ready.
Coffee, Mr. Lydecker? Thanks. I started then to help Laura. I did everything in the world for her. I am a man reputedly of overwhelming ego, but this I admit without reserve. It was Laura's own talent, her own incredible charm that enabled her to rise to the top of her profession. Through me, Laura met everyone, famous and the infamous. And deferring always to my taste and judgment, she captivated them all. She became as well known as my walking stick in white carnation. And like them, she was always with me.
When does Carpenter enter the picture?
Well, men couldn't keep away from Laura, but she never regarded them seriously, but me. Her own discrimination ruled them out, and I never had to intercede. She met Carpenter one night at a party at Aunt Treadwell's. She became attracted to him instantly. I was shocked. As a fellow completely without talent, with as much depth of character as a saucer of stale gin. Shortly before I took Laura home, I overheard her talking with Carpenter on the terrace.
And so I spend my time doing what I've always done, nothing.
Then tell me, what does it feel like living on the income from an estate?
Oh, I once knew what it felt like, but the sheriff interfered with that over 10 years ago.
Then why don't you work for a living?
Oh, I did ask a friend for a job once. All he did was laugh. He thought I was joking.
Weren't you?
No, when he saw I was sincere, he just got embarrassed. He said he'd phoned me. That was months ago.
Do you really want a job?
Yes, I do.
Then you've got one.
What?
Now you think I'm joking. Well, I'm not. You just be at Bulletin Company tomorrow morning. You're going to work, Mr. Carpenter.
So in time, they got engaged, huh?
They became attached to each other very quickly. I concealed my annoyance with masterly self-control, but here was a situation, however ridiculous, that required my attention. As you will see, it was for Laura's own good. Well, I followed them one night to this very restaurant. They had been working late on some advertising campaign.
Tell me the truth, Laura. Really make people brush their teeth more often?
The idea's wonderful, Shelby. And so are the layouts. By the way, who's the model you used?
You don't remember? Well, you hired her yourself, Diana Redfern.
Oh, of course.
Laura, you look wonderful.
Well, that's a quick switch of subject.
Oh, I like this one much better than toothpaste.
Good.
Could you have dinner with me tomorrow night just like this?
Maybe.
And what about the night after that?
Well, Shelby, I can't just...
What about 3 weeks from tonight and all the nights in between?
Don't you think I have any other engagement?
What about 2 months from now and the month after that?
And what about next year?
Then it's all settled. What about breakfast? What about lunch? Beautiful lunches, day after day.
And what about beautiful work, day after day?
Why, Miss Hunt, the way you talk, you'd think I was in love with you.
Sparkling bit of dialogue, wasn't it, Lieutenant McPherson?
If they'd known you were listening, they might have snapped it up a bit.
Laura knew that I had overheard them because I told her so the following evening. By then, I had some other information to tell her also.
I don't care what you found out about Shelby. It's the snooping about Paul. It's degrading.
Of course, but I thought you'd want to know. That sterling character almost went to jail last year for passing rubber checks. And after that, in Virginia, he was suspected of stealing his hostess's jewelry.
Those are only insinuations. I know his faults. But a man can change, can't he?
Oh, Laura, for heaven's sake, open your eyes. So Carpenter has changed. Yes, he's changed from you to Diana Redfern. Running around with her now. A model from your own office.
Paul, how can you be so despicable? You know what you mean to me. How can you try so deliberately to hurt me?
Hurt you?
Paul, Shelby and I are going to be married next week.
Ah. You gave him a cigarette case on his birthday, didn't you? A valuable case?
Where did you get it?
From the pawn shop where Diana Redfern took it after he gave it to her.
I don't believe it. He probably needed money and was too proud to borrow.
Perhaps that's why this pawn ticket is in her name.
I won't let this go any further. I'm going to telephone him.
You won't find him at his hotel. Tonight, Carpenter's deserted both you and Miss Redfern. He's dining with a young and wealthy widow. Someone you know. Your cousin. He's been treating her rather badly these days.
I'll phone Anne at once.
Really, my dear, you don't think that Anne would give him away, do you? Oh, it's nasty, I know it, but I must make you realize. Now, suppose we visit Cousin Anne,
He won't be there. I know he won't.
Oh, good evening, Miss Laura. Good evening, Mr. Lydecker.
Hello, Margaret.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, but Mrs. Treadwell isn't at home.
Satisfied, Paul?
Well, suppose we just wait for her.
Oh, please, Mr. Lydecker.
Come in, Laura.
Why, Laura, dear. And Paul. We were just having dinner.
Yes, I know.
Laura, I didn't expect to see you tonight.
There you are, Laura, in a moment of supreme disaster. He's trite.
I was just telling Anne about our getting married. Well, sit down, you two.
Oh, no. No, thanks. I just stopped by to give you this. Your cigarette case. You must have misplaced it somewhere.
Laura, wait a minute.
Good night, Anne. Good night, Shelby.
When was this episode of the cigarette case, Mr. Lydecker?
Last Wednesday night. On Friday, Laura had lunch with a Redfern girl.
I wish I'd been there.
And as I said in my statement, Laura and I were to have had dinner that night. At 7 o'clock, my phone rang. I had a sudden sensation of depression, a foreboding of disaster. Hello?
Paul, I'm frightfully sorry, but I just can't meet you.
Well, there's nothing wrong, Laura. I mean, you're not ill?
Oh, no. I've just decided to go to the country for a few days.
What, in this storm? Why, it's pouring.
It won't last, Paul. It will do me a lot of good to be alone.
Oh, you're thinking about Carpenter, huh?
Of course. Please, I simply must have time to think this out for myself.
When will you be back, dear?
I don't know. I'll call before I leave. Maybe you could meet me.
Well, of course I will.
Thank you, Paul. Goodbye.
Goodbye, my dear. That was the last time I ever heard her voice.
This Redfern girl, where does she live?
In Newark. She's in the phone book. I will never forgive myself for allowing Laura to become involved with Carpenter. That was my fault. I should have stopped it long ago, somehow.
Well, she's dead now. It's too late even to think about it. Well, so long.
Yeah, too late even to think about it. Goodbye, Lieutenant.
Our stars will return with Act 2 of Laura in a moment. Now, here's what a young girl said to me the other day.
Mr. Kennedy, why do you always talk as if only housewives wash dishes? Now, I work in an office from 9 to 5:30, but I'm the KP at home. Wash dishes every night for 5 of us. Oh, Mother cooks the dinner, but I clean up afterwards so she has a chance to talk with Dad and catch up on mending for the kids. And I know a lot of other business girls who do dishes, too.
So I asked her if she knew what dishpan hands were.
You bet I do. For a while, Mother brought home any old kind of soap. Strong chips, granules, bars. Well, sometimes my hands were so red I wanted to wear mitts when I took dictation. So that's why the dishpan tests you talk about interested me. Now, you say changing to Lux takes dishpan hands away, and you're right. One day, Mother brought some Lux Flakes home, and in just a few days, my hands looked nicer. Soon they were soft and smooth as you please.
Then I said, maybe you're too young to worry about being thrifty. But that's another advantage with Lux. It goes a long way. Ounce per ounce does up to twice as many dishes, we've found, as other leading soaps tested. Then she said...
Well, I can believe that, too. Some of the soaps I used to use didn't dissolve completely and made little gooey lumps in the dishpan. But with Lux, I get such quick and abundant suds. It dissolves so quickly. So I've told Mother to keep on getting Lux if she wants me to keep on washing dishes.
And now, Mr. Barrymore returns to the microphone.
Act 2 of Laura, starring Jean Tierney as Laura, Dana Andrews as Mark McPherson, Vincent Price as Shelby Carpenter, and Otto Kruger as Lydica. It's an hour later. In front of Laura Hunt's apartment, Lieutenant Detective Mark McPherson picks up Sergeant Crane. Together, they make another thorough search of the girl's rooms. Two things interest McPherson: a pile of Laura's letters and a bottle of Scotch whiskey.
If you're thirsty, Lieutenant, I think you can do better than that there.
I'm not thirsty. When did you say that maid was due here?
Any minute now. Say, where's McCavity?
In the basement. I've had the telephone tapped. He's sitting on it.
But who's going to use the phone besides us?
Nobody I know of. Still a good idea. I'm making a call now myself. Go down in the basement and relieve Mac. I'll wait here for the maid. Carpenter's coming, too.
Okay.
Hello. Moscone's? This is Lieutenant McPherson, Homicide Bureau. Laura Hunt's been buying liquor from you, hasn't she? Yeah. Did she ever buy a brand of scotch called Black Pony? You sure of that? Okay. Thanks. Oh, come on in, Miss Clary.
Never mind that Miss Clary stuff. My name's Bessie.
Have a chair.
It seems to me you... Those letters belong to her.
Yeah.
You've been reading her private letters.
I said sit down.
Cops. I was brought up to spit whenever I saw one.
Okay, go ahead and spit if that'll make you feel any better.
What do you want to find out?
Who killed Laura Hunt?
How would I know? You think I'd done it? Ask anyone. Anyone who ever came here. Why, I'd have worked for her, scrubbed for her, done anything she would have wanted of me. Pay or no pay.
You're loyal, Bessie.
It wasn't only on account of the wonderful things she'd done for me. It was because she was so wonderful herself. Miss Hunt was a real lady. Something cops wouldn't know about.
How'd this bottle get into her cabinet?
I put it there.
It's cheap scotch, Bessie. Laura Hunt wouldn't buy cheap scotch.
I found it on a kitchen shelf Saturday morning.
You know what that means?
It means that somebody brought it here Friday night.
And that somebody was here with her Friday night. Now, who was it?
I don't know. But I didn't want anybody to get any wrong idea about her. God rest her soul. That's why I put the bottle in the liquor cabinet. I done more than that. There were 2 glasses. I washed them out and cleaned off the bottle, too.
Destroying evidence, Bessie.
I don't care. I'll do anything to keep her name from being dragged through the mud.
Relax. Bessie, I'd like some ice in a setup. You mind?
I'll get it.
A couple of highball glasses. I'm expecting somebody.
More cops.
No, Shelby Carpenter. Let him in and then get the glasses.
The door's open, Lieutenant.
Come in. I didn't expect you, Mrs. Treadwell. Oh, are you either, Mr. Lydecker?
Shelby's dropping me at the hairdresser later.
I only sent for you, Carpenter. I know.
So I thought I might as well come along.
Yes, my excuse is equally feeble. I just dropped in to inquire as to the state of your health, Lieutenant. Insipid, I trust?
About to have a drink. Oh, Bessie, 2 more glasses.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Bessie. What are you doing here?
I'm paid up for the week and I'm working regardless.
Scotch, Lydecker?
Excellent.
Will this do? It's Black Pony.
I'm a guest here. It'll have to do.
Here's the ice and the glasses.
You can skip mine, Lieutenant. I'm not much of a daytime drinker. Oh? Well, that'll be all, Bessie. You can go home now.
But Yes, sir. I'll go.
Thank you.
I remember when Laura bought these glasses. She loved them. She loved all her things so.
What are you going to do, sell them?
I suppose so, if I'm appointed administrator. I'll probably call in Corey.
Corey, the art dealer?
Yes, he can dispose of everything. It'll be less gruesome that way.
Not quite everything, Anne. There are 2 or 3 things that belong to me. That vase, for instance, the antique fire screen, and, of course, the clock.
That's quite a hunk of clock. You've got one just like it, haven't you? I noticed it in your apartment.
They were made 200 years ago by Corbet Fils. 2 clocks exactly the same, created at the order of the Prince of Wales. I lent one to Laura.
Oh, really, Paul?
Yes, really. But the vase is the gem of my collection, and I intend to have it back. I can take it with me now.
Nothing's leaving here, Lydecker. Only you.
Oh, is that your quaint way of indicating dismissal?
Well, we're all leaving. I've got to get back to headquarters.
But I don't understand, Lieutenant. I thought you sent for me.
I did.
Well, don't you want to ask me any questions?
Nothing pressing.
Oh, I see.
Well, I bid you goodbye.
The vase, Mr. Lydecker. Put it down.
Go, of course. Just a slight touch of kleptomania.
Crane?
Yeah?
McPherson, I'm back. Upstairs in her apartment. How you doing in the basement? Any calls come in this afternoon?
Not a thing.
I've just been looking the place over. I've only done it 40 times.
Anything interesting?
Everything's interesting. Especially that portrait.
A really beautiful doll, Lieutenant.
Yeah. I've read her letters, smelled her perfume, drank her scotch, gone through her wardrobe. Wait a minute.
Yeah?
Someone in the hall. Look, at 7 o'clock. Alford will be along to relieve you. Make sure Alford keeps his ear on that phone.
Right.
Who is it?
Yes.
Coming, Lydecker. You just happened to be passing by.
And I noticed the lights on. By the way, have you sublet this apartment, McPherson? You're here often enough to pay your rent.
Any objection?
Yes. Especially to your prying into Laura's letters. That bundle in your pocket, for instance.
No, these. They're yours. The best of the bunch. That's the trouble with getting murdered, Lydecker. It ruins your privacy.
And have detectives who buy portraits of murdered victims a claim to privacy? Lancaster Corey tells me you already put in a bid for Laura's portrait.
That's none of your business.
McPherson, did it ever strike you that you're acting very strangely? It's a wonder that you don't come here with roses and a box of drugstore candy. Have you been dreaming of Laura as your wife? By your side at the policeman's ball or in the bleachers? Or listening to the heroic saga of how you acquired a silver shin bone in a gun battle with a gangster? Yeah, I see you have.
Why don't you go home? I'm busy.
Well, perhaps we can come to terms now, huh? You want her portrait? Perfectly understandable. I want my possessions, my vase, my clock, my fire screen. Now, if you
Get going.
You better watch out, Lieutenant. You'll end up in the psychiatric ward. I don't think they've ever had a patient who fell in love with a beautiful girl who died before he met her. Or did you meet her? Well, good night, McPherson.
Roses and a box of drugstore candy. Have you been dreaming of Laura as your wife? Yes, I can see you have. You better watch out, Lieutenant. You'll wind up in the psychiatric ward. I don't think that they ever...
What's the matter with me? Maybe you can tell me. You, the girl in that portrait there. You're beautiful. The most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Somebody killed you. Why? Why? I could sit here and look at you all night. All night long, I could sit...
Who is it? Who's in there?
You.
What are you doing there?
You're alive.
If you don't get out once, I'll call the police.
You're Laura Hunt, aren't you? Aren't you?
I'm going to call the police.
But I am the police, you see. My badge, credentials, Mark McPherson.
What's all this about?
You don't know? Don't you know what's happened?
No.
Haven't you seen a paper? Where have you been?
In the country, I don't get a newspaper.
Haven't you got a radio?
It was broken. What?
Here. Look at these headlines. And sit down, Miss Hunt. I'm very glad to see you. On Friday night, somebody was murdered in this room.
What did you say?
Until you opened that door just now, we thought it was you. Now, do you have any idea who it could have been?
You don't know?
A girl died from shotgun wounds, close range. No, apparently we don't know. Who had a key to this apartment?
Nobody except my maid. And when did you say it happened?
Friday night. You'd better take off that coat. It's dripping wet. When did it start raining?
Just a few minutes ago. It's teeming outside.
It was raining Friday night, too, when that girl... Wait a minute. Raining. Now, come with me, Miss Hunt. Here, into your room. I want you to please look in your closet.
I simply don't
The closet, Miss Hunt. Here, open it up. Do all these dresses belong to you?
Certainly they belong to me.
All of them? Every one?
Are you out of your mind? Of course they... What's this one?
I don't know. You tell me.
Why, this dress isn't mine. It's hers. Diana Redfern's. She had it on when she came for lunch on Friday.
Well,
But this dress wasn't in here when I left. It wasn't.
This Redfern girl, is she a girl about your size?
Yes, she's a model. She works for us.
Yes, and she lives in Newark, but she hasn't been home. Her landlady said she'd gone to Philadelphia.
That's right. We have a branch office in Philadelphia. She had an assignment there, but she didn't go. It was postponed.
She got relatives in the city?
An aunt and uncle, the same name. They live in the village.
Thanks.
Where are you going?
Just to the telephone, Miss Hunt. I think Miss Redfern's aunt and uncle had better go to the morgue right away to make an identification.
Oh.
Right. So long, Inspector. Well, that's that, Miss Hunt.
They've located the Redferns.
Yes, we ought to know soon. Now, Miss Hunt, when you went to the country Friday, did you see anyone you knew on the train?
No.
Then what?
I got off at Norwalk. I keep a car in a private garage near the station. I drove to my house. It's about 18 miles.
What did you do in the country?
Worked in my garden.
Didn't leave your place in all that time?
I keep everything I need in the house. I went there expressly to be alone.
Mm-hmm. You were going to marry Shelby Carpenter this week.
Yes.
But you went away for a long weekend to be alone. You know Shelby Carpenter has a key to this apartment. Why didn't you tell me?
Because I know nothing of the sort. He hasn't.
How else did the Redfern girl get into the apartment? You knew she was in love with Carpenter.
I knew she was in love with him. She told me so herself. But I also know that she meant nothing to Shelby. I understand him better than you do.
She was found, and I'm convinced now it was Miss Redfern. She was found in your dressing gown.
What of it? You yourselves told me it was raining Friday night. You yourself just saw her dress. It's full of wrinkles and rain spots.
How did she get in here? Why? Who brought her here?
I haven't the slightest idea.
Now, look, Miss Hunt, do you love this Carpenter fellow so much you'd risk your own safety to protect him? He must have brought her here.
You suspect me. You think I killed somebody in jealousy.
I'm trying to get at the truth. I'm sorry. Strictly routine. Well, I'll see you in the morning, Miss Hunt. Meanwhile, don't leave this apartment and don't use the telephone.
But I've got to use it. I've got to let my friends know I'm alive.
I'm sorry, but I must insist. If anything should happen to you now, I wouldn't like it.
All right, I promise.
There's one more thing. I know that you went away to make up your mind whether you'd marry Shelby Carpenter or not. What did you decide?
I decided not to marry him.
Well, I'll be seeing you in the morning, Miss Hunt. Good night.
Good night.
Alford?
That you, Mark?
Yeah.
Watch your step. It's pretty dark down here.
Anything come through those earphones?
Yeah. The morgue just called. Is the Redfern girl all right?
It kind of balls things up, doesn't it?
Yeah. Say, you seem pretty... Hey, wait a minute. She's dialing a number up there.
Give me those earphones.
Here.
Hello?
Shelby, this is Laura.
Laura.
I must tell you...
Don't say anything on the telephone. Meet me right away in front of the office. Can you leave?
Right away.
Was that...
Yeah. Dames are always pulling a switch on you. You stay here, Alford. McCavity out front?
Yeah.
Get headquarters. Tell them to send another man down here right away. McCavity's going to tail the girl.
What about you?
I think I'll stick by Mr. Carpenter. I'll see you.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. In just a moment, our stars will be back with Act 3 of Laura. Now, here's our Libby with her head in a turban, looking like a fortune teller.
I see the future of your stockings.
Well, here's a lady who'd like to know how long her stockings will last. Suppose you tell her.
How long have you had them now?
They're new. I've worn them twice.
You will wear these stockings for 3 weeks more, until Monday, February 26th.
Why, how wonderful. How can you tell?
It's simple. According to a washing expert, 23 days is the average wearing cycle of rayon stockings. So if you've worn these 2 days already, you've still got 21 days or 3 weeks to go.
But my stockings never last that long. I must be way under average.
Oh, that's too bad. Perhaps I can help you.
I see you in the evening washing stockings. I see cake soap and rubbing.
That's right. In this weather, stockings get all splattered up the back, and I have to rub to get the spots out.
Well, I think that's your trouble then. You see, stockings are delicate. They just can't take harsh treatment like that. They need gentle care, lukewarm water and gentle Lux, and no rubbing. If they are spotted, just take a few Lux flakes in your moistened fingers and work them in gently. Then squeeze the suds through the stocking, rinse well, and dry rayons for at least 24 hours.
With proper care, I'm sure your new stockings will last much longer.
Yes, train tests show that Lux stockings do last longer, actually twice as long as those washed with strong soap or rubbed with cake soap. Twice the wear from every pair with Lux Care. That's worthwhile, isn't it? So stick to Lux for stockings. Now, Mr. Barrymore returns to the microphone.
Now, after the play, you're invited to join us for a brief chat with our stars. Now, here's Act 3 of Laura, starring Dana Andrews as Mark, Jean Tierney as Laura, Vincent Price as Shelby Carpenter, and Otto Kruger as Lydica. For 3 hours, Detective Lieutenant McPherson's been following Shelby Carpenter. Now in the black hours of night, he stops his car near a lonely house 18 miles from Norwalk and makes his way carefully toward the front door. It's not quite shut. He peers through the crack for a moment and then walks in.
What are you doing with that shotgun, Carpenter?
Well, I must admit this is somewhat embarrassing, Lieutenant.
Let me see that gun. Been fired recently.
Yes, I killed some rabbits with it.
When?
Oh, a while back. I don't know exactly. I gave the gun to Laura for protection.
You haven't borrowed it lately. You didn't just bring it back.
You ought to know. You've been following me.
You realize the spot you're in? You brought Diana Redfern to Laura's apartment. You knew all along it was she who was murdered. Didn't you know Laura would come back any day and spill the whole thing? Or did you plan to kill her, too?
Oh, you're being fantastic, McPherson.
You took a bottle of Black Pony to her house Friday night.
I took it there over a week ago.
Bessie says Friday night.
I can't help what Bessie says.
Where's the key to Laura's apartment?
I haven't got one. I never had one.
Okay, you didn't bring the scotch there Friday night and you never had a key. How did you get in?
Well,
Come on, talk.
Thought? Oh, all right. You see, Laura kept an extra key in her office. I'd asked Diana to meet me in a restaurant. I wanted to have it out with her once and for all. You know, she thought she was in love with me. She started to get hysterical. We had to leave. Well, I couldn't very well take her to her room in Newark, could I? Or to my hotel room. So we started to walk. It began to rain suddenly, and we got drenched. I thought of the key, and I stopped by the office to get it. We couldn't find a taxi, and so we walked back to Laura's apartment.
Yeah?
Diana went to Laura's bedroom. When she came out, she had on a dressing gown. Well, we talked, argued maybe, for a couple of hours, and then the doorbell rang.
Why didn't you go to the door?
Well, suppose one of Laura's friends had found me there.
What would they think of finding Diana there?
I told her to say that Laura had lent her the apartment. Anybody who knew Laura would have believed that.
Don't stop.
Well, I heard Diana open the door, and then there was an awful explosion. By the time I reached her, the door was shut again. Diana just lay there on the floor.
Didn't you go out to see who did it?
I was too confused, too horrified to do anything. The hallway was dark. I don't remember what I did. I knew I had to keep out of it and keep Laura out of it, too. The only thing on my mind was the safety of a person whose life was dearer to me than my own. Don't you understand that?
Did you think Laura had killed her? Did you?
I don't remember what I thought.
Do you think so now?
No.
On Saturday, when Detective Crane went to see you, you seemed sincerely shocked.
I was. I hadn't expected the police to mistake Diana's body for Laura's.
But your alibi was all ready. The concert. You knew the minute Laura got back to town, it wouldn't stick.
I couldn't think that far ahead. I was groping for some way to keep Laura's name out of it. I was heartbroken about Diana and panic-stricken about Laura.
Okay. And tonight you met Laura in front of her office. What did you talk about?
About what I just told you. Well, what are you turning on the radio for?
To see if it works. Why don't you tell her the truth? She sent you here to get rid of that gun.
She doesn't even know I came here. It was my own idea.
The radio works fine, doesn't it?
Well, why wouldn't it?
I hoped it wouldn't. All right, we're driving back to New York.
Well, am I under arrest?
I don't know. Just don't leave town. It would be a very foolish thing to do.
Oh, good morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning. You know, I have a terrific yen to call you Laura. Why don't you forget that lieutenant business and just call me Mark?
Because
Especially since I brought you all these groceries. Breakfast. You didn't buy any food when you went out last night.
So you know.
Yeah. I can fix bacon and eggs. Can you make coffee? Oh, I spoke to Bessie. She'll be a little late. When I told her you were alive, she darn near passed out.
Yes, she phoned. You might have been a little more delicate about it. Suppose you set the table, but we'll have to wait a little while for the coffee.
I've asked Paul Lydecker to stop by.
Could you tell him about me, that I'm alive?
No.
Why not? It's brutal.
I'm not doing it for laughs. Why did you break your promise last night?
Not to go out? Because I'll never be bound to do anything unless it's of my own free will.
The Redfern girl was in love with Carpenter. You admitted that.
I also told you he wasn't in love with her. Paul?
I don't know. Just sit still in here.
Hello, Lieutenant. Laura? Oh, good morning, darling.
Hello, dear.
Well, excuse me, Lieutenant. I'd like to kiss my fiancée good morning.
Oh, so it's on again.
Do I have to get a police permit? Well, now who?
Come in, Lydecker. The door's unlatched.
Lydecker, huh? Right on my heels.
Well, McPherson, have you thought over the deal I suggested? What about the portrait and the... Why? What?
Paul!
Laura.
Paul!
I'll be all right in a moment. Laura, what?
Not now, dear. Don't try to talk now.
Come on, I'll take him into the bedroom.
Just be quiet, Paul.
Yeah. Yeah.
How is he?
He'll be all right. He's lying down.
This is going just a little too far, McPherson. Your methods are vicious.
Must have been a terrible shock to him, seeing me. Poor darling.
Don't tell me you're in love with Lydecker, too.
Stop talking that way to Miss Hunt.
Laura, why do you cover up for a guy like Carpenter? What story did he tell you when you met him last night?
Don't answer him, darling.
Shut up. I've got enough on you, Carpenter, to arrest you right now.
Quick, McPherson, the handcuffs. Trundle him off to the hoosegow.
Paul.
I hope you'll forget my wee touch of angina, my dear. It's an old family custom. Did I interrupt a pinch, McPherson?
I've changed my mind for the moment.
Well, in that case, better order some food and liquor, Laura. People are coming to celebrate your return this afternoon. A cocktail party.
Who asked them?
I did. In the quiet of your boudoir just now. I called my man, and he's calling all our dear friends.
Why did you do that?
Well, perhaps our friends can weave all the loose ends into a noose. Eh, McPherson?
You shouldn't have gone to all that trouble, Mr. Lydecker. I'd already called them. Well, I'll run along now, Laura. Sorry about the breakfast. Some other time, maybe.
Shelby, come here.
What's the matter, darling? Your party's a huge success.
Shelby, tell me, I must know. Why did you go to the country last night?
Laura.
Well?
You don't know? I was afraid you wouldn't think of hiding that shotgun.
What shotgun?
The one I gave you. Oh, darling, you don't have to lie to me.
Well, what's going on here?
Oh, nothing at all, Anne.
In case you don't know it, that McPherson man hasn't taken his eyes off you.
I know.
Maybe it would be better if I, mingled with our guests.
Laura, McPherson suspects him. Shelby.
He suspects me, too.
Oh, don't be absurd. You could never have done a thing like that. Darling.
Yes.
Are you as interested in Lieutenant McPherson as he is in you?
Anne, I only met him last night.
Sometimes that's more than long enough. Anyway, he's better for you than Shelby. Anybody is. Shelby's better for me.
Why?
Because I can afford him. He's no good, but he's what I...
Wait a minute. He's coming. Mark.
Oh, Mark, is it?
I'm sorry to break up your party, Laura.
Oh, but you haven't. You've been a model guest so far.
I'm not joking. Get on your things. I'm taking you to headquarters.
I was going to get a cell and a denim dress. Is this your office?
Before they trot out that denim dress, I want to know why you've been holding out on me.
Have I been?
You told me the radio at your country place was broken.
It was.
Not last night.
I stopped in the village on my way back. I asked the local handyman to fix it.
And how did he get in?
With a key. The key I always leave under the flower pot on the porch.
All right, I'll accept that.
Why?
Because you're too intelligent to make up a story I could check so easily. The main thing I want to know is why you pulled that switch about Shelby Carpenter. You told me last night you decided not to marry him. But today it was on again. Why?
I changed my mind.
What went on between you and Carpenter when you met him last night? Or should I guess? He convinced you that if you broke your engagement now, people would think you believed that he killed Diana Redfern.
Yes. But now I know the real reason why he wanted to stay engaged. He thinks I did it. So do you.
Are you in love with him?
No, I don't know how I ever could have been.
Come on, Laura. You're going home.
But I thought I was under...
That's what I wanted you to think. You and a few other people. I didn't even book you.
And all this was just some sort of a game.
I was 99% certain about you, but I just had to make sure of that 1% doubt.
Wasn't there an easier way to make sure?
You're smiling. You're not sore?
No, Mark. I'm not sore.
Go back to your party, if there's anything left of it.
And you?
I'm going to Lydecker's apartment. I'll drop by later on.
glad they've all gone, Laura. It's been a long time since we've been together. Well, darling, what's the matter?
Nothing, Paul.
You're worried. Yes, McPherson. He's using you for something.
I don't think so.
I don't deny he's infatuated with you in some warped fashion, but he's incapable of any normal human relationship. He's been dealing too long with criminals. When you were unattainable, and he thought you were dead, that's when he wanted you most. Fell in love with your portrait.
He was glad when I came back, as if he were waiting for me.
You know what he calls women? Dames. A dame in Washington Heights once got a fox fur coat out of it. That's his very word.
That doesn't mean anything, Paul. He isn't like that.
Laura, my dear, you have one glaring weakness. With you, a lean, strong body is always the measure of a man, and you always get hurt.
No man is ever going to hurt me again. No, not even you.
I? Hurt you? What? Laura, look at me. You were a long time finding out about Shelby, but that's all over now. We'll be together again.
Wait, the door just opened.
Don't get up. Don't let me.
Oh, haven't you heard of science's latest triumph, the doorbell?
I'm glad you're here, Lydecker. I've just been to your apartment.
Do you mind if I search your pockets?
I found a shotgun.
Oh.
But I wasted my time. It wasn't the gun that killed Diana Redfern.
First he tells you he thinks you're innocent, and then he proceeds to check up on you.
I never said you're innocent.
Me? I'm talking about Laura. My dear, this entire maneuver could be a trick to throw you off guard.
It could be, but it isn't.
I know. I believe you, Mark.
See, I'm beginning to get annoyed. Laura, it's the same obvious pattern. If McPherson weren't full of muscles and good looks, in a cheap sort of way, you'd see through him in a second.
Paul, I mean to be as kind about this as I know how. But you're the one following the same obvious pattern. First with that painter you thought was in love with me. Then with Shelby, and now I suppose...
Laura, what are you saying?
That I don't think we should see each other again.
But, darling, you're not yourself.
Yes, I am. For the first time in ages, I know what I'm doing.
Very well. I hope you'll never regret what promises to be a disgustingly earthy relationship. Oh, listen to my broadcast in 10 minutes. I'm discussing the other great loves of history.
That was the most difficult thing I've had to do in my whole life.
Yeah, but I still haven't found it. I haven't found it.
What?
The gun that killed Diana Redfern.
What are you doing?
Taking a look at your clock. He's got one just like it, hasn't he?
Yes, but...
I wasn't alone just now in Lydecker's apartment. A guy named Sergeant Crane came with me. Crane's old man is a clockmaker. And while I wore myself out looking for a shotgun, all the sergeant did was drool about Lydecker's clock. He said probably there's not another one like it in the world.
Obviously he was wrong.
Yeah, and he showed me something about that clock. A little feature with all clocks made by Courbet Fils. Underneath, here, near the floor, is a little spring. You push the spring and the whole bottom compartment opens up. See? Like this.
But I never knew.
In the old days, I guess people used the compartment for a kind of safe. Today, they use it for hiding other things. Shotguns, for instance. Yeah, this is it, Laura. I'm sure of it. And it was put here by the only man who knew about this clock, Paul Lydecker.
Oh, no.
Yeah. When the Redfern girl opened the door, this hallway was dark. Lydecker saw a girl and assumed it was you, and he fired. He figured if he couldn't have you for himself, he was going to make sure no one else did. He heard Carpenter, so he hid behind the stairway outside in the corridor. Carpenter was scared to death, and he got out as fast as he could. Then Lydecker slipped back in and tucked the gun away in the grandfather clock.
Oh, I felt it ever since I came back. I'm the one to blame. Not for anything I did, but for what I didn't do. I should have stopped seeing Paul long ago. But I couldn't. I owed too much to him.
I can understand all that. But I can't understand why you tried so hard to protect Carpenter.
I was frantic you'd arrest him. I knew he wasn't guilty. But I knew Paul would do everything he could to incriminate him. It was his way of getting rid of Shelby, just as he got rid of every other man who might have meant something to me.
For a charming, intelligent girl, you've certainly surrounded yourself with a remarkable collection of dopes. Now, look, don't touch anything. I'm leaving the gun and the clock. I'll have it picked up in the morning.
You're going?
Yeah, I'm picking up Lydecker.
Mark.
I've got to. You know that. Try and get some sleep, will you?
Sleep? Well, maybe I can. I'll read a book, listen to the radio. Will you call me later?
Sure. Try and forget all this. It's just a bad dream. Good night, Laura.
Good night, Mark. Good night. And be careful, please.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, with his final word for this evening, Mr. Paul Lydecker.
As history has proved,
love is eternal. The strongest motivation for man's actions throughout centuries. Love is stronger than life. It reaches beyond the dark shadows of death. May I remind you of some favorite lines of mine from Dowson's poem? They are not long, the weeping and the laughter, love and desire and hate. I think they have no portion in us after we pass the gate. They are not long, days of wine and roses. Out of a misty dream, our path emerges for a while,
Then closes within a dream. That's the way it
You've
is,
heard the
isn't
voice
it, Laura?
of Paul Lydecker by electrical transcription. This is the...
There's the final irony to all of this, Laura. You know how I despise melodrama, and yet here I am, a gun in my hand, about to kill you.
Oh, you've taken one life. Isn't that enough?
The best part of myself, that's what you are, Laura. Do you think I'm going to leave you to the vulgar pawings of a second-rate policeman who thinks you're a dame?
He'll find you, Paul. You know he will.
Willie, don't you overestimate the man who thought I left a few moments ago. And all I did was wait in the hall, Laura. And then I let myself in again with the key I've always had. I'm not going to lose you, Laura.
Open the door.
Don't move, Laura.
He didn't leave. He's somewhere in this building. Laura, are you all right?
He'll find us together, darling. As always we should have been. As always we will be.
No, Paul, no.
Turn your face, darling. Please, turn your face.
Sorry, Miss Hunt, but I had to do it. I better let the boss in before he busts down your door. Laura.
It's all right, Mark.
Get him through the window, Lieutenant, from the fire escape. I'll call headquarters.
Fine detective. A fine detective I am.
Laura. Goodbye. Goodbye, my love.
It's all right, darling. It's all right. The bad dream is over. Our stars will be back for their curtain calls in a moment. The war is far from over. Now is no time to relax.
President says Army needs 18,000 nurses.
Congress discusses drafting women, 18 to 50.
This is the crucial year of the war, and every woman, like every man, must do her part. If you want to bring your son, your husband, the boy down the street home sooner, do every single thing you can to help now. Even if you can't take a war job or be a nurse, you can still help by saving every drop of used fat. Your used kitchen fats make the medicines our nurses need for our wounded men and the raw materials for synthetic rubber life rafts and airplane tires. The American Fat Salvage Committee says,
Fat salvage can no longer be regarded as a volunteer service. It is a serious wartime obligation that must not be neglected until every Jap is driven back to Tokyo and the South Pacific Islands again become exporters of commercial fats and oils.
yes, now the kitchens of America must help supply the fats we used to get from lands the Japs still hold. Save the fat from your broiler and frying pans. Skim it off the tops of soups and stews and gravies. Melt down table scraps and sew it. Your butcher will give you 4 cents and 2 red ration tokens for every pound you turn in. Save every drop, every day until J-Day, the day the Japs are licked. Now, back to Mr. Barrymore and our stars.
Well, now that we've solved tonight's baffling crime, with the help of Jean Tierney, Dana Andrews, Vincent Price, and Otto Kruger, we invite our stars to the footlights for their curtain calls. And I might add that for Dana, this is the first appearance on our stage.
First for me, too, Mr. Barrymore.
For you too, Jean? Well, with Van Johnson here on our 10th anniversary show, the Lux Radio Theater's had a pretty good season for new stars.
I hear you're making a picture with Van Johnson, Mr. Barrymore.
Yeah, that's right, Vincent. Between 2 women. That Metro Golden Mare. Well, I'll tell you a secret about Dana. He's going romantic on us in his next picture.
What picture's that, Dana? It's a Technicolor, Vincent, for 20th Century Fox. State Fair.
Who's in it with you?
Well, the largest group in the cast is 54 prize Hampshire hogs. Now, let me get this straight, Dana. You're playing a romantic role? Uh-huh. And you know, one of those pigs weighs 880 pounds.
It's undoubtedly the biggest ham in the picture.
I can see now why there's a bacon shortage. All the hogs are going to the pictures.
Well, Dana, you set those hogs a good example in acting, and we look forward to producing State Fair in this theater someday.
What are you going to have on Lux for next week, Mr. Barrymore?
For next Monday night, we have from Paramount Studios a play and stars that hundreds of our listeners have requested. For Whom the Bell Tolls. With Katina Paxinu, Akim Tamirov, Mikhail Razumi, and Gary Cooper and Ingrid Bergman. I can guess by the reaction in our studio audience that it's a play you've all been looking forward to. And I don't wonder. Based on the novel by Ernest Hemingway, it's one of the great motion pictures of our time, with 5 great stars in their original screen roles.
Sounds like a wonderful evening, Mr. Barrymore. Good night.
Good night. Good night. Good night. I hope to see you again. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Ingrid Bergman, Gary Cooper, Katina Paxinu, Akim Tamirov, and Mikhail Razumi in For Whom the Bell Tolls.
Laura was presented through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, producers of A Tree Grows in Brooklyn. Mr. Barrymore can be heard on his own program, The Mayor of the Town, every Saturday night over the same network. Vincent Price is currently working on the 20th Century Fox production, Dragonwyck. Otto Kruger will soon be seen in Samuel Goldwyn's Technicolor picture, Wonder Man. Heard in tonight's play were Lois Corbett, Leo Cleary, Noreen Gamil, Dwayne Thompson, Charles Seal, and Howard McNear. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. Our Lux Radio Theater production of Laura, starring Dana Andrews, Gene Tierney, Vincent Price, and Otto Kruger, has come to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Flakes, the tissue-thin soap used by smart housewives everywhere. This is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear For Whom the Bell Tolls with Gary Cooper and Ingrid Bergman, Katina Paxinu, Akim Tamirov, and Mikhail Rasumny.
There's less work in my cooking. No guesswork in my cooking. My best work is my cooking, since I have switched to Spry.
Let new Easy Bake Spry and Spry's amazing shortcut recipes help you serve more delicious meals with far less work. For lighter, better-tasting cakes, tender, flaky pastry, crispy, digestible fried foods, get S-P-R-Y Spry.
And be sure to listen in next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of For Whom the Bell Tolls, with Gary Cooper, Ingrid Bergman, Katina Paxinu, Akim Tamirov, and Mikhail Rasumi. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. This is the Man in Black, here to introduce Columbia's program, Suspense. Heading our Hollywood cast tonight is the distinguished American actor, the star of the Broadway suspense drama Angel Street, who has recently returned to this coast to resume his film career, Mr. Vincent Price. Tonight's suspense play, which presents Mr. Price, and which is produced and directed by William Spear, relates an episode of recent years in the unfriendly Nazi capital of Berlin. The strange death of Charles Umberstein by E. Jack Newman is tonight's tale of suspense. If you have been with us before, you will know that suspense is compounded of mystery and suspicion and dangerous adventure. In this series are tales calculated to intrigue you, to stir your nerves, to offer you a precarious situation, and then withhold the solution until the last possible moment. And so, with the strange death of Charles Umberstein, and with the performance of Vincent Price, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
I was infuriated to think I had been trapped. The thought that someone had discovered my intentions maddened me to the breaking point. Nothing had slipped. Everything had run smoothly as I had planned. No evidence, not the slightest trace, nothing. And yet, I was trapped. Trapped. But why? How? Let me see. Papers in my briefcase, train ticket, information forwarded safely to my office. And he knew. How? But he did know. I stood quietly in my room, watching him, watching me, waiting for me, standing by the lamppost beneath my window, knowing he had trapped me, waiting for me. I recognized him almost immediately. Captain von Hind. Once before I had seen him briefly in Herr Miller's office. I had been working on some corrections. Herr Miller was escorting him through the plant on an inspection tour. They stopped for a moment outside my office. I glanced up as Herr Miller gestured my way through the partially open door.
Aha, Herr Hauptmann. Das ist unser neuer Architekt.
So, ist Ihr neuer Architekt?
Well, here it was. They were talking about me. My heart stopped. He was explaining how I had been recommended by the Führer himself, my qualification. They continued on their tour. Herr Miller explained later when I went to his office.
Aha, Umberstein, there you are.
Herr Miller, you sent for me?
Yes, Umberstein. This morning, when Captain von Hind and myself passed by your office, I knew it was you.
You knew it was me?
Yeah. Captain von Hind is head of Gestapo intelligence in this area. He was conducting a routine inspection this morning, and it was he who suggested that Well, since your recommendations were by the Führer himself...
Yes?
Your work here has been excellent. I knew you were the man when I passed by today.
My work?
Huh? Oh, no, of course, not that. Why, you have become one of our best men.
Oh, thank you, Herr Miller.
No, this is it.
Yes, Herr Miller.
Through various posts, we are releasing more prints on munitions areas in this country and other countries. Huh? You are to be in complete charge of their release from the war.
I understand, Herr Miller. As a citizen of the Reich, I am greatly honored that I have been given such an opportunity.
An opportunity to show your loyalty.
An honor.
I will give you the combinations. You will see that no other person enters the war.
Of course, Herr Miller.
One moment, Umberstein.
Yes?
I think I should tell you that a few months ago, in one of the neighboring plants, the Gestapo apprehended a spy.
Yes?
He was working for an enemy espionage service, found in possession of certain vital documents which he had access to in his work.
And what did they learn from him?
Well, many things. He was reluctant to speak at first, but it's difficult to hold out indefinitely. Well, he finally gave them enough information to locate other agents who had filtered in.
It was well he was detected.
Oh, yeah. The Gestapo is still on the alert for some of his co-workers, still expected to arrive. Of course, they are ignorant of his confession and his fate. So, Herr Umberstein, I must warn you to take all the necessary steps against the possibility of espionage. We cannot be too careful.
I shall be careful.
In you, Umberstein, is exemplified the efficiency of the Third Reich.
I closed my suitcase and looked down on the street. I watched him standing there. I kept asking myself, how could he know? This Captain von Hind, how could he know? The plan was perfect, the best yet, and yet I was discovered, trapped. It was a late Saturday afternoon, and the silence of the day hung heavy in the room. Outside it was cold, very cold, but in my room it was warm, stuffy. The radiator hissed and spewed as though it were the judge of the events to come. I was almost angry at it. A radiator. It was still light enough that he might see me if I crossed to raise the window. He wasn't aware that I was in the room. I hadn't turned on the lights. Now he stood there, waiting for me to return. I lay down on the bed, smoking, my thoughts troubled by the one question, how?
How had he discovered me? Safely, I had avoided all connections with anyone who might have a chance to spy on my work. There was not the least cause for suspicion. An established citizen of the right, well-recommended, pure Aryan, employed as an architect in one of the country's largest munitions plants. Certainly there was no reason for him to suspect me. The Gestapo, this Captain von Hind, waiting to take me. Fräulein Keller. Fräulein Keller. Absurd. Oh, of course not. Not she. But could you ever trust a woman? Fräulein Keller. Did I give her any reason at all? Good morning, Fräulein.
Oh, good morning.
My name is Charles Umberstein, and I am to be at the munitions factory near here. I wish to take a room.
Oh?
One facing the outer street, Fräulein, if you can accommodate me.
Oh, I think so. We have one. It is on the second floor. Overlooks the street corner.
Oh, fine. I'm glad. It looks comfortable here. Small and comfortable.
Oh, yes. You will like it, I'm sure. I am the owner and manager here.
Fräulein.
Sign here, please.
Yes, of course. There you are.
Thank you. Otto, would you show Herr Umberstein to his room?
Yes? Yes, who is it?
It's I, Fräulein Keller.
Oh, just a moment. Yes, Fräulein?
I have brought you some extra blankets.
Oh.
You may be cold.
Oh, that's very thoughtful of you, Fräulein.
And Herr Umberstein, down the street, a little cafe. You may find nice meals and a little music, too.
Oh, wonderful. I am indebted to you, Fräulein.
Oh, but you are my charge. I look after my guests. It is my job.
Oh, that is most kind, Fräulein.
Herr Umberstein, yes. I also dine at a little cafe often.
Oh. I hope I see you. Here's to you, Fräulein, for your wonderful hospitality.
Oh, to you, Herr Umberstein.
Fräulein, it's growing late. I must be off. I have a great many things to do tomorrow.
Oh, and so do I. Oh, it has been a wonderful evening. Wonderful.
Yes, wonderful. Here's your coat. It's growing colder now, isn't it?
Yes, the winter will be here soon. Too soon.
Yes, but I won't be...
You won't be?
Oh, nothing, Fräulein, nothing.
You will be here long.
Certainly, Fräulein, certainly. I was just, wishing.
Wishing? For what?
No, I had done it. I'd started to thinking perhaps she could...
For what?
Oh, nothing, Fräulein, nothing important. Only the hopes of every man. They become so near sometimes. They're almost reality.
So?
What else could I do? I had to lead her thoughts away somehow. She took the lead.
You mean a woman?
Yes. Yes, Fräulein. You.
Oh, but we have known each other for such a short time. Only 2 weeks.
That's true, but I've been aware of you for a longer time, though I've just met you.
Oh, Herr Umberstein,
Charles.
Oh, Charles?
At first I was uneasy about the whole affair. And after a while, I did grow rather fond of her. She was so accommodating, and we dined together each evening, and I played my role to the letter. Never once did she mention my work.
Oh.
Fräulein Keller, what are you doing in my room?
Well, I was...
You've been looking through my papers. Why?
I was looking for something.
But what right have you? What are you looking for?
I was looking for a letter.
A letter? What letter?
One that you haven't got. I thought perhaps you might have it.
Now, out with it.
A letter from a woman. Very well, Charles. If you must know, I suspect you of not being fair to me.
She was actually looking for a letter from some woman. Any woman. She didn't trust me. She didn't trust her Charles. No, it couldn't have been Fräulein Keller. Who then could it have been? I walked over to the window and looked down at the figure who so patiently kept his vigil there. Captain von Hind, waiting. Why? If There had been something wrong with the passport, but no, that was perfect, not the passport.
All passengers will report to the trainmaster for passport examination.
Yeah, all in order. You can take your luggage to Berlin. Yeah, this way. Next. Next.
Here you are.
Name?
Charles Umberstein.
Residence?
Berlin.
Nationality?
German.
All in order. Picture, luggage, all in order.
Thank you, trainmaster.
You must be careful, you know.
When may I catch my train for Berlin?
It should be by any moment. Next.
As I stood there in the shadows waiting for my train, I examined my passport again, as I had done 100 times before. No one would have any reason to doubt anything so genuine as that.
All passengers for Berlin. All passengers for Berlin.
Guard, must we stand passport inspection again?
Yeah. The Army intelligence will accommodate you on the train.
Jawohl. At 3 stops, my passport was inspected. A good test? If the passport had been suspected or investigated, it would only prove that I was Charles Umberstein. I had come by the passport through Hans. At the time, Hans was employed as an Austrian customs inspector. This gave him access to many such passports. According to Hans, there had been a person named Charles Umberstein who had suddenly disappeared in 1936. Since there had been no friends or relatives to make an inquest, well, you can see. No, I was Charles Umberstein. Why, I even resembled the badly scarred photograph on the identification card. From the front view, he was evidently a large man, big shoulders, large head, wore a short Prussian haircut. Yes, I certainly looked enough like the photograph. Passport was flawless. He couldn't have discovered me through that, this von Hind. Something else. What else? The plans? No, of course not. They couldn't have discovered that. I merely made copies and left the originals. No, not the plans. Why, Hans and I... Hans. Oh, no, not Hans. Never. We'd worked so well together. Oh, no, not Hans. A strange, silent boy, perhaps, but surely... That night in 1936, when he gave me the passport, he was our man in Austria, but strange things happen even to the most loyal.
All set, Charles.
Then I will not see you again, Hans.
Until
I arrive, eh?
I will be attached to an army ordnance division in the city. You will receive additional information on the first day of each month.
From you?
Yes. There's a hotel not far from the factory. Here is the address. Fräulein Keller runs this hotel. Now, on the second floor in one corner sits a mahogany table. On it are a set of silver candlesticks. 4 of them. Beneath the candlestick nearest the right, you may find your information on the first day of each month.
It will be written in code?
Naturally. Be very careful when you pick it up.
I see.
And make no effort to contact me in any other way.
And can I leave anything I might learn in the same place? Is it safe?
Yes. Now, remember, sooner or later we are bound to be introduced, you and I. My duties with the Ordnance Division will, of course...
So near and yet so far kind of thing, eh?
Yeah, very far. Once inside the city, I'm Oberleutnant Hans Neumann of Army Ordnance, understand?
I am Herr Charles Umberstein, architect.
Right.
Well, time grows short. I must go. Everything checked.
Your passport?
Perfect. I even resemble the photograph. Look, Hans, don't you think so?
Yes, not bad. Very considerate of Umberstein to have looked this way. Tickets?
Right here, through to Berlin. I report to Franz Miller in the munitions factory, produce my credentials. He's been expecting me. I haggle a little about the salary, then I accept. At first opportunity, become acquainted with MB plans.
And I will see that you are highly recommended from a reliable source.
Just as a matter of curiosity, Hans, who will recommend me?
Oh, you needn't worry, Herr Umberstein. It'll be good, I assure you.
Then goodbye, Hans.
Oberleutnant Neumann, if you please.
Oberleutnant Hans Neumann.
Well, then, my Herr Charles Umberstein, auf Wiedersehen.
Wiedersehen.
Heil Hitler.
Heil Hitler. Yes, everything Hans had said came about. I picked up my information each month at the little hotel. I left an occasional report for Hans. It was the only way we ever communicated. And then Oberleutnant Hans Neumann began to appear in Franz Müller's office.
And eventually, Müller introduced us. In fact, Hans was with Müller quite frequently, and they dined together regularly. Hans played his part well. But one day, something was worrying him.
I will wait here for you, Miller.
I'll be with you in a moment.
Ah, Herr Umberstein. It's good to see you again.
Lieutenant Neumann.
Herr Miller speaks very highly of your work here.
Thank you. Be very careful of this Captain Von Hind. There's something wrong. I don't know what it is. He looks at me very strangely. And there is something I recognize about the man. The eyes are...
You've met Umberstein.
Yes. We was just chatting a moment.
I've seen Von Hind somewhere before. Be very careful. And don't come with us in case they ask you.
Well, you all ready?
Why, yes, of course.
Umberstein, would you care to join us at luncheon?
No, thank you. I have some work to do.
Always working.
Yes.
Well, then, let's go, Hans, yeah?
Yeah, certainly. Oh, by the way, will Captain Von Hind be joining us today?
No, Von Hind sends his regrets. Something is delayed.
Oh, that's too bad.
Von Hind, a remarkable man. No one like him in the service. No one like him.
Goodbye, Lieutenant.
Von Hind.
Such a brief warning. Curt and sinister. Hans was frightened. He would never have taken the chance to speak to me if he had not been frightened. Something that he recognized about Von Hind. Saturday was the first of the month, and there was no information at the hotel. Hans didn't appear again to lunch with Herr Müller. Something was wrong. Something had happened to Hans. Today I found out.
We will enjoy ourselves today, Umberstein.
Yes.
We should lunch together more often, you and I. I like good company when I eat.
Good food, good company, good digestion, Herr Müller.
And this is a wonderful restaurant that we are going to. You know, they serve Norwegian smoked salmon that is exquisite. And cheap, too. Nothing like these new foods we are getting from Norway.
I've heard of Norwegian salmon.
And this is the best.
You and Oberleutnant Neumann dine here often, don't you?
Hans Neumann, yeah. We came here often, yeah. Hans Neumann will not come here for a long, long time again, I'm afraid.
I don't understand.
Yeah, you don't. You remember Captain Von Hind?
Oh, yes, the Gestapo man who was inspecting our factory a few weeks ago.
Yeah, a most efficient man. He has apparently been observing Hans Neumann for some time.
Oh?
Oberleutnant Neumann is being detained by Captain Von Hind, no?
Was he...
He was a spy.
Spy? How do you know?
Von Hind arrests only spies. And Von Hind never makes a mistake. The man is incredible.
Was there something suspicious about Hans?
There's something suspicious about everyone to Von Hind. He himself asked me to cultivate Oberleutnant Neumann so that he could better observe his action.
Yes, I noticed that you two lunch together very often.
We lunch together at this very same restaurant you and I are going to now. That made it easy for Von Hind.
Easy?
Well, to study the man in leisure. Von Hind always wants to be certain of his quarry.
And where is Hans now?
Who knows? Who knows what happens when Captain Von Hind takes a man? Don't you admire such efficiency, Umberstein?
Well, of course.
Yeah, well, the captain did indicate that there were others to be rounded up, too. Well, here we are. Oh, look, you see them in the window? Norwegian salmon. Oh, they are beautiful, so red, so delicious. Are you hungry, Umberstein?
What? Oh, yes. Oh, they do look delicious. Captain Von Hind. I looked at him out of the window again. I could see his breath now. It was growing very cold. He was well dressed in a neatly tailored overcoat and dark hat. It was too dark to tell the exact color. The only thing I was sure of were the hands and the gloves on the hands. Heavy, thick, powerfully mounted prongs encased in a gray, tightly fitting material. Style, lines running across the back. I noticed when he lifted them to light a cigarette. What beautiful weapons. His back was to me. I couldn't help but admire the fine breadth of his shoulders and the thick, closely barbered neck. He stood quietly by the lamppost, smoking, watching his breath and the smoke battle for existence in the icy air.
Once when he turned to look up at my window, the single eyeglass he wore caught the reflection of the light. I wondered how much he weighed. Carefully, I retraced each step over again in my mind. I couldn't find the flaw that made me a marked man. The absurdly easy way I had gone through Mueller's office carrying an innocent-looking bundle of blueprints, then to the vault, the superstition of copies. No one could suspect what I had done. No one had any reason to. Why then was I trapped? Of course he was after me, waiting down there. I wondered why he didn't come up and wait in my room. Surely he didn't know I was in the room. Perhaps he had searched my room one day while I was out. But what could he find? Nothing, absolutely nothing. A passport proving I was Charles Umberstein. A monogrammed suitcase bearing the initials C.U. A few letters and old papers. Nothing at all. I had never talked. I had never known anyone else in service except Hans. Franz Mueller was too stupid to suspect anything. Fräulein Keller, no. The passport, perfect. Only one other way. Only one other way could he possibly know. For an instant, the possible answer flashed through my brain. For a full 5 minutes, I watched him very discerningly. Could it be? Could it possibly be? The stillness of the street below was broken from time to time by the blare of an occasional horn and the rattle of armored cars carrying soldiers to different parts of the city. Turning from the window, I groped about in the darkness of my room, searching for the automatic I had concealed in the slit compartment of my traveling bag. When I found it, I tested the chamber. Yes, it was loaded. I jammed it in my coat pocket, and putting on my hat, I stood there by the window, watching him. He seemed very ominous, very assured, waiting for me. He must have been getting anxious with his long vigil. I watched him signal to an accomplice across the street. Walking back and forth under the streetlight, I noticed something familiar. Very familiar. A bolt from off the bed, tied to a piece of cord attached to the light switch. Near the radiator pipe, room enough to pass it through, the weighted end dragging the string to the lobby below. I picked up my suitcase and stepped out of the door. The hall was dark and quiet. I walked down the stairs. The lobby was empty, deserted. At the bottom of the stairs, I placed the suitcase by the door, and I crossed to the desk. Hastily, I jammed a few bills in an envelope and addressed it to Fräulein Keller. Now, as I picked up my suitcase, I could see him very plainly on the corner. He was only a few feet from the entrance. The cord with its weighted end had fallen just short of the door. I stood there quietly. He looked up at my room. I pulled the cord. He was startled when the light went on upstairs, searching the window for a view of the occupant. I walked to the door. As I opened it, he looked at me, looked my way, gazed at me, point blank, seemed surprised. Then, assuring himself, he took a step toward me.
Herr Umberstein. Herr Umberstein.
Oh, you are...
You are Charles Umberstein?
Why, yes, I...
Charles Umberstein, who entered Germany in 1936 from Austria?
Here's my passport.
Your passport, yes. I have always wanted to meet you, Charles Umberstein. I have always wanted to meet you face to face. You know who I am?
Why, yes, you are.
I wonder. You know, the others I have had my men pick up. But you, I wanted to attend to personally. It's because you are Charles Umberstein. Now we will just...
I'm sorry, my friend. He sat down hard on the curb. He looked up at me, mumbled strangely, then fell over with his head in the gutter. His hat fell off, and I saw that his hair was closely cropped. There were other people on the streets. I ran till I was out of breath.
day, I picked up a Berlin paper on the railroad station. On the second page, I read the headline, Gestapo official murdered. Saturday, January 25th, Captain Charles von Hind, high-ranking official of the Gestapo intelligence service, was instantly killed last night by the bullets of an unknown assailant whom he was attempting to arrest on charges of espionage. Captain von Hind had been connected with the Gestapo since 1936. Prior to his affiliation with the Gestapo intelligence, he had been known by his real name, Charles Umberstein. His entry into such dangerous work made necessary a complete retirement from all public life. The Reich will long honor the memory of Charles Umberstein. I wired flowers from Geneva with a card marked Sympathy, signed C.U.
And so closes The Strange Death of Charles Umberstein by E. Jack Newman, starring Vincent Price. Tonight's tale of suspense. Vincent Price will soon be seen in the 20th Century Fox production, Song of Bernadette. The producer and director of Suspense is William Spear. Music was composed by Lucien Morawick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. This is the Man in Black, who would like to draw your attention to the new day and time for Suspense, beginning next week, when Cary Grant will be our star.
Beginning next week, listeners in the Eastern and Central time zones will hear Suspense on Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern Wartime and 7 p.m. Central Wartime. Listeners in the Mountain and Pacific time zones will be brought their next story of suspense on Monday, December the 6th, and each Monday thereafter at 9 p.m. Pacific Wartime. Don't forget Suspense on Thursdays, beginning December the 2nd, if you live in Eastern and Central time zones, and Mondays, beginning December the 6th, for listeners in the Mountain and Pacific time zones, with Cary Grant, our opening guest star. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now, the Lux Radio Theatre proudly presents Vincent Price as Winston Smith in 1984. 1984. The world is one world, divided into three parts: East Asia, Eurasia, Oceania. Religion is abolished. God is rooted out. There is only Big Brother. Big Brother is the head of the party. Big Brother is one, indivisible, unassailable.
Oceania is good because Big Brother is good. Oceania is one because Big Brother is one. Big Brother sees everything, knows everything. Everyone exists by the clemency of Big Brother.
Big Brother, Big Brother, Big Brother.
In Oceania, there are the proles. The proles, like the animals, are free. They have no telescreens in their houses. They have no numbers. They wear no uniform. The proles are the primitives, the early inferior people. Subdued by the party, subject to the party, they are the lost and the forgotten. Between the proles and the party there is a great gulf fixed. A prole cannot join the party. No party member can retreat to the proles.
The party is one as Big Brother is one.
Big Brother.
Every member of the party wears a uniform, a suit of overalls. Every member of the party has a telescreen in his house. Every member of the party has a number.
You there. Stand up. In front of the screen. What is your number?
6079.
Your name?
Winston Smith.
Where do you live?
3rd floor, Victory Mansions.
Employment in the party?
Records Department, Ministry of Truth.
Repeat the slogans of the party with fervor.
War is peace. Freedom is slavery. Ignorance is strength.
Now, how is Oceania governed?
By Big Brother, through the Ministry of Truth, the Ministry of Peace, the Ministry of Plenty, the Ministry of Love.
Describe their functions.
The Ministry of Truth, News, Entertainment, Education, the Ministry of Peace, Conduct of War, the Ministry of Plenty, Economics.
Well, go on. The Ministry of Love. What does that do?
I don't know. I have never been there.
Let us hope for your sake that you never do. The Ministry of Love is where people who do not love Big Brother are taught to love him. Do you love Big Brother, Winston Smith?
I love Big Brother.
Repeat it.
I love Big Brother. I love Big Brother.
Your tour of duty at the Records Office begins at 900 hours. Be there on time. 6079 Winston Smith. Dismissed.
That was an unexpected call, wasn't it?
Oh, they do it sometimes. Part of the quarterly brush-up discipline, you know.
Perhaps. But that fellow on the screen was probably from the Thought Police. They can cut in on anybody's screen, you know. They do. How do you think so many comrades have been vaporized? Thought Police, of course. And the home telescreen. They can see you and hear you all the time.
But I've got nothing to worry about. I stick to the party rules. I do my job.
But you don't think the way the party thinks, do you? More important, you don't want to think the way the party thinks, the way Big Brother wants you to think, do you?
I just couldn't face the telescreen any longer. I had to get out and get away.
You and I.
You?
Well, you. I'm you, Winston. I'm the other you who looks out of your eyes.
Yes, you twitch my lips and tingle in my fingertips at the most inconvenient times. But they know nothing about you. They control me like they control everybody else.
Then why do you do the silly things you do?
What silly things?
That book you bought.
But it's just an old book with blank pages. What's wrong with that?
Nothing. Except they don't make books like that anymore. And if they ask you where you got it, you'd have to tell them at an antique shop in the Prole Quarter.
But I just wanted to keep a diary. Nothing wrong in that, is there?
No, except you'd find it hard to explain why you wanted to keep a diary. And remember, you're not supposed to go into the Prole Quarter anyway.
I know. The Proles aren't members of the party. They're just slaves. But will you stop it? I've got enough to worry about as it is.
Yes. It's the girl, isn't it? The girl in the fiction department.
Yes. Yes, the way she looks at me. The way she stays near me.
She's rather pretty.
What if you like that sort of thing? A lot of good it is when she wears the red sash of the Anti-Sex League, and could be a police spy into the bargain.
You're rattled this morning. Mustn't get rattled, you know. It shows. That's the way they get onto you first. Pull yourself together. There's where you work. There's the Ministry of Truth straight ahead. Smile now, Winston. Smile!
Good morning, Comrade Smith.
What? Oh, good morning, Comrade O'Brien.
Not often we meet like this.
No, Comrade. Of course, I've often wanted to.
Wanted? What, Comrade?
Well, I don't know. It's probably foolish. You are known as a great man in the party. I've admired you from a distance.
I hear good reports of your work, Smith.
Well, I've often hoped I might discuss it with you.
A pity we have no time now. Never mind. We'll meet again one day. In the place where there is no darkness.
In the place where there is no... I beg your pardon, Comrade?
Good morning, Comrade. Don't let me keep you from your work.
A place where there is no darkness. He said...
Never mind that now, you fool. Compose yourself. You're at work. Everybody watches. Everybody listens for Big Brother.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course.
But O'Brien understands.
Yes, O'Brien understands.
You know now that you're not alone. But smile, smile. There's that girl again. Don't let her see. Don't let her guess. Above all, not her.
6079, Comrade Smith.
Present for duty.
Repeat the slogan of the Ministry of Truth.
Who controls the past, controls the future. Who controls the present, controls the past.
Does the past exist?
Yes.
Where?
In records and in memories.
Which is the more important?
The records.
Why?
The records endure, but memories fade.
So?
Who controls the records, controls the memory of the people.
Are you impressed with the greatness of your task?
I am.
Then begin, Comrade Smith. This is urgent. Big Brother's order of the day, 17th of the 3rd, 84, contains references to unpersons. Rewrite completely.
Unpersons. Oh, I have to be careful about this. Unpersons are always tricky. Even Big Brother can't refer to them. Unpersons don't exist.
Oh, let's be frank. Unpersons are persons who have been liquidated, destroyed. Your job is to see that all record of them is destroyed as well. Are they mentioned in the press?
Delete their names.
Are they shown in photographs?
Make a new photograph.
Are their voices recorded?
Destroy their records, and presto, they do not exist. They never existed. They have no place in memory or history.
That could happen to you, too.
All personnel will lay aside their work and face the telescreen for the 1-minute hate.
You're out of luck. The girl's sitting right next to you. Watch your step now. Make it a convincing hate. Thought police are very shrewd.
You are here to hate. You are here to loathe, to despise, to detest with all your being. Whom do you hate?
Goldstein. Goldstein. Goldstein.
Goldstein is what?
Enemy of the people. Saboteur. Traitor.
Whom else do you hate?
The Brotherhood. Goldstein and his Brotherhood.
And the penalty for traitors like these?
Death. 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 Death.
We hate traitors. We love Big Brother.
We hate traitors. We love Big Brother. Speak to us, Big Brother.
My comrades, my brothers, we live in times of great peril. We are exposed to the attacks of enemies without and traitors within. But have no fear. I am with you always.
The 1-minute hate is concluded. All personnel will return to work.
Are you eating with anyone, Smith?
Hello, sir. No.
Good, I'll join you.
I don't know what they put in this victory gin, but it always makes me do that.
Yes, it is rather strong, isn't it?
Excellent product, though. Excellent.
You seem rather distracted, Smith. Something on your mind?
What's that? Oh, no. Nothing on my mind. I was just looking at that girl over there.
Yes, she's been looking at you, too. Do you know her?
No.
Wouldn't help you if you did, would it? She wears that red sash like a banner.
It's an odd thing to say.
Comes of working in the poetry department. We're editing Kipling now, you know. Quite a lot of banners in Kipling.
I understand the Junior Anti-Sex League is one of the favored institutions of the party.
Oh, yes, I believe so. You're married, aren't you?
I was.
Oh? Divorced?
Separated.
Oh.
With the consent of the party. It was apparent we would have no children.
The party takes a very wise view of these matters.
Of all matters.
As you say. Funny, that girl's still looking at you.
But I can't help it if she has nothing better to do. Oh, here comes Parsons.
He lives near you, doesn't he?
Yes, next floor down. He's got a wife and children.
You'd better talk to him. I don't think I could.
Hello. Hello, comrades.
Hello,
Parsons.
I've been chasing you, Smith.
What?
Yes, it's about that subscription you forgot to pay me.
Oh, which one is that?
8 week. The house-by-house fund. We're going to decorate Victory Mansions. And $2 you promised me.
Oh, well, here you are.
Thanks. I say, did I tell you about what my little girl did last Saturday? Well, she was out with the junior spies troop near Berkhamsted. They spent the whole of the afternoon following a strange man. They kept on his tail for 2 hours and then handed him over to the patrols. Clever, eh?
What was the man doing?
Nothing, he says. But my little Millie was smart. She spotted him chipping pieces off the rocks with a hammer. Must have been a saboteur.
Well, what happened to the man?
Well, I don't know. But I wouldn't be surprised if, you know?
That's very good.
Of course, we can't afford to take chances. I mean, not with subversive agents everywhere.
No, of course not.
Well, I've got a few more subscriptions to chase up. I'll see you later.
Tell me, Smith, did you ever regret not having any children?
And I can't say I've thought much about it. Why?
I was just wondering. Parsons seems very happy with his little brood, doesn't he?
You see what I mean about being careful? Watch that fellow Syme. Oh, he's clever, and he never says a word out of place, but he's marked. One day he just won't come to work, mark my words.
Why should I worry about Syme? He can look after himself. I'm worried about me, about that girl.
Oh, working in the same building, people are bound to see each other frequently.
For some reason, she's interested in me. She keeps turning, and why?
It can't be sex. She's a member of the Junior Anti-Sex League. I doubt if she's from the Thought Police. Except for that diary you keep, you haven't given too much away.
Well, anyway, she's not important. The important thing is O'Brien. He spoke to me today. He understands. He knows.
Knows you're guilty of thought crime, that you hate Big Brother, that you...
All of that and more. Everything. Don't you see? If O'Brien knows, there is hope then. There is hope. Oh, I'm sorry, comrade.
I wasn't looking where I was.
Wait a minute. You're the girl from the Ministry of Truth, aren't you?
That's right.
You've been watching me for days.
Yes.
But why? I'm a good party member. Why do you have to spy on me?
I'm not spying on you. All I wanted to do was to tell you I love you.
You love me? Wait a moment. She loves me. She said she loves me.
Good evening, Mr. Smith.
Oh, hello, Millie Parsons. What are you doing out so late?
Mr. Smith?
Yes, Millie.
You're a traitor.
What?
I've been watching you. You're a thought criminal.
Millie, get out. Go home. I'll tell your father about this.
Smith's a traitor. Smith's a spy. Catch him first and let him die.
The way she said love made it sound completely personal, private, indestructible.
It isn't, you know. It can't be. Not now in the year of Big Brother. Love involves an alienation of something that belongs to Big Brother and to the party. Love is betrayal. Love is thought crime. It's hopeless.
I refuse to believe that. It is not hopeless. There is a chance. There is O'Brien. He understands. He is in revolt, too.
Yes, there is O'Brien. Hello, you've walked a long way. Remember that shop?
Yes. That is where I bought the book for my diary. It's a junk shop. It's old and musty and full of useless things. But it proves something, don't you see? It proves that things were different once, in spite of what the records say. And if they were different once, they could be different again.
Go on. In you go.
Good evening.
Good evening.
What can I... Oh, why, of course. You're the gentleman that bought the Ladies' Keepsake album. Is there anything special I can do for you?
I was passing. I just looked in. I don't want anything in particular.
It's just as well. The shop's nearly empty. Between you and me, the antique trade's just about finished. No demand, no stock either.
That's a pretty thing. What is that?
That? No, it's a glass paperweight.
What's that inside of it?
That's coral.
Coral?
Must have come from the Indian Ocean. They used to melt the glass onto it. More than 100 years old, that is.
It's a beautiful thing.
Yes, indeed it is. Now, there's another room upstairs you might care to take a look at.
Oh, yes, of course.
There's not much in it. It's just a few pieces. Well, we could do with a light if we're going up. Yes, the room. We used to live here till my wife died. Now I'm selling the furniture off little by little. See, that's a beautiful mahogany bed.
There's no telescreen.
Ah, I never had one of those things. Too expensive. I never really felt the need of it.
You don't live here now?
Oh, dear me, no. I live with my daughter. Oh. She's quite a nice apartment. In the worst of tastes. No, I lock up at night and leave all my memories here. Well, now, if you happen to be interested in old prints at all, there's quite a nice one over here. The frame's screwed to the wall, but I dare say I could fix it for you if you wanted it.
I know that building. It's a ruin now. It's in the middle of the street outside of the Palace of Justice.
That's right, outside the law courts. It was bombed in, many years ago. It was a church at one time.
A church?
Oh, yes. St. Clement Danes.
Winston.
What?
Stop. Don't look round. Just light a cigarette.
Oh, this is madness.
Do you want us to meet?
Yes, of course, but...
Next Sunday. Are you free?
Yes.
Then listen carefully. Now, you'll have to remember this. Go to Paddington Station. Take the train to Ilborne.
Yes.
Now, when you get there, turn left outside the station. Walk 2 kilometers till you come to a gate with the top rail missing. Now, follow the path and wait for me by the fallen tree. Have you got that?
Yes, wait.
I'll be there at 1500 hours. I must go now. Now, don't follow me. Just finish your cigarette.
But listen, you...
I love you. I love you.
You're picking bluebells in the country while you're waiting for a girl. You know you've taken the first step on a road that has only one end, death. And yet you're picking bluebells.
I don't remember picking bluebells before. It's not in the party's syllabus. Well, to hell with the party. To hell with...
Hello.
Oh, hello.
Do you always talk to yourself?
Usually. It's safer.
It isn't really. It becomes a habit. The habit gives you away.
Oh, I suppose it does.
You can put your arms around me, I don't bite.
I don't even know your name.
Mine is Julia. Yours is...
Winston Smith.
I know. I found out. Now put your arms around me. Kiss me.
Oh, Julia. Julia. Till this moment, I didn't know what color your eyes were. I'd forgotten what a pair of lips tasted like. I'd forgotten how it felt to hold a woman.
It didn't take you long to remember.
Look, before we go any further, I'm 39. I've got a wife I can't get rid of. I've got a varicose ulcer and 5 false teeth.
And I couldn't care less.
Julia, are we safe here?
Safer than anywhere. Now relax. Hold me in your arms. Now just let's be ourselves. Tell me, what did you think the night I told you that I loved you?
I hated the sight of you. You must know I thought you belonged to the thought police.
The thought police? Oh, not really.
Well, if not that, at least...
A good party member, pure in word and deed. Banners, processions, games, community hikes. And you thought if I had half a chance, I'd denounce you to the police and get you killed off?
More or less,
It's this blasted sash that does it. The Junior Anti-Sex League. Let's get rid of it for the afternoon, huh?
Julia, you're a perpetual surprise.
Not really. It's just that I've got the right appearance. I'm good at games. I was a troop leader in the Junior Spies. I do voluntary work 3 evenings a week for the Junior Anti-Sexers. I spend hours and hours pasting their silly posters all over London. I always look cheerful, and I always yell with the crowd. That is the only way to be safe.
Why did you pick me?
Something in your face. I knew you could be one of theirs, but I thought I'd take a chance.
Julia, I've got a place. A room and furniture. We can be there whenever we like.
Whenever we can, darling. It's not quite the same thing. I still have to stick up posters, and you still have to go to discussion groups. But there'll be times. Where is this place?
In the old part of the city where the Proleys live. It's over an antique shop.
Well, we have ourselves a love nest. Oh, but we'll have to be careful. Very careful not to give a sign. Not a flicker of recognition.
We will be. Julia, have you ever done this before?
Of course. Dozens of times. With dozens of men.
Was it the same as with me?
Not quite. You see, darling, I love you.
But the others?
2 reasons, darling. I like it. The party doesn't like it.
You make it sound like a political act.
That's why they'd arrest us if they ever found out. Love is a political act.
Oh, Julian.
Yes, darling.
Do you think it was ever like this for everybody?
Like what?
Being in your own room on a summer evening, talking about things you wanted to talk about. Not worrying about telescreens or thought police.
I don't know. I know it's nice now, and we've got another hour to enjoy it. That's all. Would you like me to make some tea?
Yes, please.
I like this room. Oh! Get out, you filthy brute!
What was that?
Oh, only a rat.
A rat!
Oh, it was a big, ugly fellow. I gave him a good fright, though.
Oh.
Darling.
Oh.
Darling, what's the matter?
Of all the horrible things in the world, I hate rats most of all.
But, darling, there's no need to be upset. They're ugly things, unclean things, but that's all.
No, they're more than that. They're much more than that.
Now, darling.
Julie, get rid of it, please.
Darling, just lie back. I'll make tea, and then I'll plug the hole.
No. Plug up the hole first, please, Julia.
All right, darling, of course.
Julia, when I was a child lying lonely and awake in the dark, there were voices gibbering in the darkness. Their feet scurried closer, and then retreated only to come again. They touched my face. It was more horrible than the touch of a dead hand. I've never got over that feeling. Ever since that night, I've lain awake and screamed soundlessly for hours. Whenever I heard the small, pattering feet of a rat. I'm all right now.
Darling.
Yeah.
Darling, what's this picture? I've seen it somewhere before.
Oh, it's a church, or at least it used to be. St. Clement Danes. Mr. Charrington taught me a rhyme about it. Oranges and lemons, say the bells of St. Clement's.
You owe me 3 farthings, say the bells of St. Martin.
Julia, you know it. Go on, please, go on.
When will you pay me, say the bells of Old Bailey. I forget the next line, but then it says, Here comes a candle to light you to bed, and here comes a chopper to chop off your head.
Julia.
Yes, darling.
You know, I have the strangest feeling about that silly little rhyme.
What sort of a feeling?
As if everybody connected with it were someone who could make us happy. As if I hoped the next person to recite it would be O'Brien.
O'Brien?
Yes. I told you he spoke to me again in the lift yesterday. He wants us to go up to his flat.
Oh, darling, must we really?
But he's one of us.
No. He may hate Big Brother and the party and all the rest. But, darling, that doesn't make him one of us. Oh, Winston, we're 2 people. We make love together and we talk together and we drink tea together. O'Brien has no part in that.
But don't you see, as we are now, we're alone. If we join O'Brien in his brotherhood, we won't be alone.
We'll still be arrested in the long run.
But that's not the important thing.
The important thing to me is this room and what we do here and how we live here and the joy we have. We don't need O'Brien to keep us alive.
It's not being alive that counts. It's being human. And being human means you share your living and your hoping and your fearing with other people.
The party's only too happy to have you share.
But not the human things. Only the inhuman ones. I want to think there's a hope we could all be as human as we 2 are now. That's why I want to see O'Brien.
I know your names, you know mine. I'm O'Brien. We may dispense with introductions. Pardon me while I switch off the telescreen.
Can you really switch it off?
Members of the inner party have that privilege.
We are...
Alone? Yes, we're quite alone.
Well, Julia and I believe that there is some kind of a secret organization working against the party. We believe that you are involved in it. We want to join it and work for it. We are enemies of the party. We are living together. We are thought criminals. I tell you this because it puts us at your mercy, and you will know that we are telling the truth. If you wish, we will sign a statement.
There is such an organization. Its leader is Emmanuel Goldstein, whom you know.
Yes, but we thought we were afraid that Goldstein and the conspiracy were invented by the thought police.
No, they exist. But what are you both prepared to do to help the conspiracy?
Anything we are capable of.
You're prepared to give your lives?
Yes.
To commit murder?
Yes.
To betray your country?
Yes.
To cheat, forge, blackmail, corrupt the minds of children?
Yes.
You're prepared to commit suicide if ordered to do so?
Yes.
You're prepared to separate and never see each other again?
No!
It's just as well to understand these things right at the beginning. You understand you'll be fighting in the dark. You'll receive orders and obey them without knowing why. Sooner or later you will be caught and tortured and you will die. You will never know whether your work has served a single good purpose. We and you now are the dead. Our only true life is in the future. 1,000 years away, perhaps. But if in that 1,000 years we extend the frontiers of sanity even a little, we shall have done well. You have a hiding place?
Yes, in the old quarter, a room over an antique shop. The proprietor is called Charrington.
That will do for the moment. Later we shall make other arrangements, give you more definite instructions. Now it is time for you to leave.
Then we are accepted?
Yes, you are accepted. Have you any more questions?
Only one. Do you know an old rhyme called The Bells of St. Clement's?
Yes, I think so. Oranges and lemons, say the bells of St. Clement's. You owe me 3 farthings, say the bells of St. Martin's. When will you pay me, say the bells of Old Bailey. When I grow rich, say the bells of Shoreditch.
You know it, you know it, you know all of it. I told you he'd know it, Julia, didn't I? Oh, Julia.
What, darling?
It's nearly time to get up.
Oh, I don't want to get up.
Oh, neither do I. You know what I was remembering just then?
No.
You remember that thrush that sang to us the first day in the wood?
Oh, he wasn't singing for us, just for himself. Not even that, he was just singing.
That's what I mean. I wonder if we will ever see the day when we'll be just singing.
No, I doubt it. What did O'Brien say?
We are the dead.
We are the dead.
You are the dead.
What?
It came from behind the picture.
What?
Behind the picture. Yes.
Oh!
Now you can be seen. You are the dead.
The telescreen behind the picture. Julia!
Stay where you are.
What?
Don't touch each other. Clasp your hands behind your heads. Now stand back to back.
I suppose we may as well say goodbye.
You may as well say goodbye.
And while we're on the subject, here comes a candle to light you to bed. Here comes a chopper to chop off your head.
Mr. Charrington.
No!
1984, the year of the revolt of Winston Smith against Big Brother and the party of Big Brother. It had been a bloodless revolt, bloodless and small and secret in a mahogany bed in a fusty upstairs room. The issue had been decided before the thought was conceived or the act begun. But even now, Winston Smith had no certainty where he was. His world was a windowless room with walls of white porcelain flooded with light from hidden lamps, stark under the scrutiny of 4 telescreens from which every motion was visible. He was more lonely than he had ever been in his life. And yet, he was not alone.
Can I talk?
There are still the telescreens, Parsons.
Oh, I don't mind those. I have nothing to hide, nothing at all.
What are you in for?
Thought crime. You wouldn't think it possible, would you? You don't think they'll shoot me, do you, old chap? I mean, they don't shoot you if you haven't actually done anything. I know they give you a fair hearing. They'll know my record, won't they? You know what kind of a chap I was. Not brainy, of course, but keen. I'll get off with 5 years, don't you think? Or 10? A chap like me could make himself pretty useful in a Labour camp.
Are you guilty?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, I'm guilty. You don't think the party would arrest an innocent man, do you? Thought crime is a dreadful thing, old man. It's insidious. Do you know how it got hold of me? In my sleep. Yes, that's a fact. Never knew I had a bad streak in me, and yet There it was.
How did you find out?
I started talking in my sleep. Yes. They heard me shouting, "Down with Big Brother."
Who denounced you?
Well, actually, it was my little daughter. She listened at the keyhole and heard it, nipped off and told the patrols next day. Pretty smart, eh? And she's only 7. But that's the sort of thing I mean. They'll understand that I trained my children properly. They'll take that into consideration, won't they?
Parsons?
Yes. Yes, just tell me what you want done. I'll cooperate. You won't have any trouble with me.
Room 101.
Oh. Yes.
So, you're alone again. Alone except for that whimpering thing in this gleaming aseptic world of the Ministry of Love. It's not a new experience, this solitude. You're not too afraid, are you?
Yes, I am afraid. I am afraid of this procession of frightened men with broken bodies and terrified eyes. I don't know whether that's part of the treatment, too.
Yes, it's all part of the treatment. Keep reminding yourself of that. The lightest word, the least calculated gesture is all part of the treatment. There is no mercy, there is no kindness, there is no intermission of misery. It is all part of the treatment.
Come on, you. We can't wait any longer.
Me?
No, not you. This. Come on. On your feet.
Where are you taking me?
Room 101.
No! Don't do anything but that. You've been starving me for weeks. Finish it off and let me die. Shoot me. Hang me. Take my family and cut their throats. But don't take me there!
Room 101!
No!
Smith, take your hands away from your face. It's forbidden to cover your face in the cells.
Take hold of yourself now. That's part of the treatment, too. Everything's part of the treatment. But so long as you still have those few cubic centimeters inside your skull, you're still a man. You're still stronger than they.
Hello, Smith.
O'Brien.
That's right.
So they got you, too?
Oh, they got me a long time ago.
You mean you are one of them?
Don't deceive yourself, Winston. You knew this a long time ago now, didn't you? You've always known it. I told you myself we should meet like this, in the place where there is no darkness.
Now that we have met,
we are going to make a new man of you, Winston. A new man. Take him! You see how it is, Winston. Pain itself and suffering is no longer a chance, an accident. It is a calculated process, a thing measured and graduated and controlled. We are not medieval butchers probing for the nerve roots. We are masters of this most subtle of sciences. Look, there is a dial upon which our agony is measured. There is a lever by which I can increase or diminish it. But it is not I who inflict this pain on you, Winston. It is you yourself. You understand that, don't you? You've always understood that. Winston, you are suffering the pain of birth, the rebirth of sanity. You must be born again. You know that, don't you? Look at my hand, Winston. How many fingers do you see?
2.
And on this hand,
2.
put them together. 2 and 2. What does that make?
4.
And if the party says 2 and 2 make not 4, but 5, what then?
There is still 4.
How many fingers, Winston?
4. What else can I say? 4.
How many fingers, Winston?
4. Stop it, I'll tell you 4. 4.
How many fingers, Winston?
5.
Do you know where you are, Winston?
I don't know. I can guess. In the Ministry of Love.
Do you know how long you've been here?
I don't know. Days, months, years.
Why did we bring you here?
To punish me, to make me confess.
No, Winston, not that. Not the small tasks of punishment and confession. What could you tell us that we don't know already? What satisfaction do we draw from your stricken flesh? Shall I tell you why we brought you here? To cure you.
Cure me of love for a woman.
Love. Love is a word, an obsolete word. There is no love. Only a biological act.
Cure me of what, then?
A false and foolish thinking. We don't want martyrs, Winston. We want disciples. Willing disciples. And when we've made you a willing disciple, then we shall destroy you.
And why do you go to the trouble to torture me?
Because you're a flaw in a pattern, Winston. You're a stain that must be removed.
But you've not told me why. Why?
No, Winston, you must tell me why. The answer to that question is the measure of my whole success with you. It may be the key to your release from this small prison of great agony. You tell me why, Winston. Why do we do all these things?
You are ruling over us for our own good. You believe that human beings are not fit to...
Stupid, Winston! You deserve an eternity of pain for a folly like that. Now I will tell you why. The party seeks power for its own sake. We are not interested in the good of others. We are interested only in power. Not wealth or luxury or long life. Only in power. Pure power. No one ever seizes power with the intention of giving it up. Power is not a means. It is an end in itself. The object of persecution is persecution. The object of torture is torture. Each is an exercise of power, a pressing upon the nerve of agony, until one after another all men are converted to our discipline. All men are submissive to our universal power.
You'll never do it. You'll never do it. Never. Never. Never.
We did it to you, Winston. Shall I show you in a mirror just what we have done to you? Shall I tell you that you're just a bag of bones? That you've lost all semblance of a man? That your hair and your teeth are falling out? That you are an offense to sight and to smell? We did that to you, Winston. Now, 2 and 2 make 5!
But I'll never betray you. You failed there. You couldn't make me betrayer. Could you? You failed, O'Brien. You failed. You failed.
No, we never fail, Winston. Never. Yes. We cannot afford to fail.
Take him to room 101.
So this is the end of horror. This small room down in the bowels of the earth. I'm strapped to a chair, tightly, so tightly that I cannot move. I cannot retreat inside my skull case. That does not belong to me anymore. It has been entered and possessed and garrisoned by O'Brien. There is no retreat left anymore. I am faced now with the ultimate agony. I am in room 101.
You asked me once, Winston, what was in room 101. You knew the answer, though. You wouldn't admit it.
No.
Everybody knows it, really. The thing that is in room 101 is the worst thing in the world. The worst thing in the world, of course, varies from person to person. For some, it is burial alive. For some, it is death by fire. For some, it is quite a trivial thing. In your case, Winston, it is rats.
Oh, no. Oh, take them away. Keep them away from me. You can't do this to me. You can't do this.
You have not yet surrendered to me, Winston.
How can I surrender if I don't know what you want? I've answered all the questions, haven't I? I've learned all your lessons, haven't I? Take them away. Please, take them away.
Rats are starved, Winston. They will eat a man alive.
Stand, rats.
I can use them on you, or I can use them on Julia. You have your choice now. Which?
Use them on Julia. I don't care. I don't care what you do. But don't let them near me. Don't let Julia suffer now. Let her.
There now, Vincent. It's over now. There isn't any more. It's all over now.
And now there is a calm, a great pervasive calm. You sit at your corner table in the cafe and fumble with the chessboard and sip your victory gin and scan the newspapers. You look out the window and watch the people go by. One day, Julia passed, and something stirred in your mind for a moment and then died again. There are so many people, and this small corner which they keep for you is warm and comfortable. When you finish the newspaper, you watch the telescreen. Strange that. In a life without struggles, without any hint of climax, that is the moment that comes nearest to emotion. The face of Big Brother flashes on the screen. You hear his rich, full voice.
My comrades, my brothers, we live in times of great peril, but have no fear. I am with you always. My care and my love reach out to you wherever you are.
And we love you, Big Brother. We love you. We have erred. We've been punished. And you have taken us back. We love you, Big Brother. Love you. Love you. Love you.
The Lux Radio Theatre is produced by Sterling McAvoy. 1984 was adapted from George Orwell's novel by Morris West. Tonight's play was directed by Paul Jacklin. Heard in our cast were Lionel Stevens as O'Brien, Alexander Archdale as Charrington, Guy Dolman as Parsons, and Dorothea Dunstan, Gordon Chater, Rupert Chance, Murray Powell, Leonard Bullen, and Alan Herbert. David Netheim was heard as the narrator. Margot Lee played the role of Julia, and as Winston Smith, you heard our distinguished Hollywood star, Vincent Price. One week from tonight, Accent on Youth, starring Hollywood star Melvyn Douglas in person. Until then, this is the Lux Radio Theatre, signing off from 50 stations throughout the Commonwealth of Australia.
That concludes this week's broadcast of Echoes of a Century. This program was an independent production by Dollshoe Radio Creations, copyright 2005, produced in the studios of WLSU La Crosse, an affiliate of Wisconsin Public Radio, on the La Crosse campus of the University of Wisconsin. I'm King David Mackenzie. Thanks for listening. I hope that you'll join us again at the same time next week. Until then, remember, fear and God do not inhabit the same space.
From New York, where the American stage begins, NBC presents Best Plays, transcribed with John Chapman. Best Plays, a series of hour-length dramas based on famous theatrical books begun by the late Burns Mantle, now edited by the distinguished drama critic of the New York Daily News, John Chapman.
Mr. Chapman. Good evening. Somehow, I hesitate to describe the best play we are presenting here as a psychological melodrama, because that phrase doesn't have the punch it used to have. It seems to me that it used to mean a play or a movie that was enormously exciting, but still intelligent. It was a thriller that made sense and didn't have to rely on sliding panels, clutching claws, and all of the other machinery of the old-time Meller. But from what I've seen lately, on the stage at least, and a good bit of the time in the movies, a psychological melodrama is a melodrama in which nothing happens. Since nothing has happened, I go right home to bed and sleep like a practically toothless baby. But that wasn't the case on the night of December 5th, 1941, when I saw the first performance of Patrick Hamilton's Angel Street. A great deal happened in that play, even though it was psychological. It was so psychological, in fact, that it kept my head whirling for hours. What a cunning and cruel devil that Mr. Manningham was. And how clever was that very dull-looking man from Scotland Yard, Sergeant Ruff. And what a terrible time that frail, beautiful Mrs. Manningham had had. This was indeed a best play, and it was staged and acted to perfection. For our performance now, we have the original Mr. and Mrs. Manningham. Vincent Price has had many fine roles on the stage and in the films, and this ranks as one of his best. Judith Evelyn, who is one of our best actresses, won stardom in Angel Street. This season, she had the leading feminine role in another psychological thriller, and a good one this time, The Shrike. And for Sergeant Ruff, we are happy to have Melville Cooper, one of the best actors Britain ever sent us. The players are ready now. It's time to begin. London, 1880. The living room of a house on Angel Street. The room is murky with that rather terrifying darkness of the late afternoon. The 0 hour, as it were, before the feeble dawn of gaslight and tea. In front of the fireplace on a sofa, Jack Manningham is stretched out and sleeping heavily. Sitting quietly nearby is his wife, Bella. Once she might have been called beautiful, but now she has a haggard, frightened air about her. There is a knock at the door, and Bella rises to answer it.
Did you ring, madam?
I thought I heard the muffin man go by just then, Elizabeth. I suppose you're terribly busy.
Oh, no, ma'am.
I'd like so much to have some muffins with tea. Would you mind?
Not at all, ma'am. Gladly. Anything else, ma'am?
That's all. But please close the door gently. The master's asleep.
Oh, to be sure, ma'am.
Bella, what are you doing?
Oh, nothing, dear. Don't wake yourself.
What are you doing, Bella? Come here.
Wait, muffins for tea. I only sent Elizabeth for muffins.
Why are you so apprehensive, Bella? I was not about to reproach you.
No, dear, I know you won't.
The fire's in ashes. Ring the bell, will you, Bella, dear, please?
Is it merely to put coal on, my dear? I can do that.
Now then, Bella, we've had this out before. Be so good as to ring the bell.
But, dear, Elizabeth's out in the street. Let me do it. I can do
No.
it.
No. Where's the girl? Let the girl come up if Lizzie's out.
Jack, please spare me that girl. Don't call her in.
Ring the bell, please, Bella. Now, come here. What do you suppose the servants are for, Bella?
To serve us, I suppose, Jack.
Precisely. Then why do you...
I think we should consider them a little, that's all.
Consider them? There's your extraordinary confusion of mind again. You speak as though they worked for no consideration. I happen to consider Elizabeth to the tune of £16 per annum and the girl 10, £26 a year all told. And if that is not consideration of the most acute and lively kind, I should like to know what is.
Yes, Jack, I expect you're right.
I have no doubt of it, my dear. It's sheer weak-mindedness to think otherwise.
Did you ring, sir?
Yes, we rang the bell, Nancy. But go on, my dear. Tell her why we rang the bell.
Oh, yes, we want some coal on the fire, Nancy, please. Very well, madam.
And after you do that, Nancy, you may as well light the gas. This darkness in the afternoon is getting beyond endurance.
Yes, sir.
You're looking very impudent and pretty this afternoon, Nancy. Do you know that?
Oh, I don't know at all, sir, I'm sure.
What is it, another broken heart added to your list?
I wasn't aware of breaking any hearts, sir.
I'm sure that's not true. And that complexion of yours, that's not true either. I wonder what mysterious lotions you've been employing to enhance your natural beauty.
I'm quite natural, sir, I promise you.
What are your secrets? Perhaps you could pass them on to Mrs. Manningham and help banish her pallor. She would be most grateful, I have no doubt.
I'd be most happy to, I'm sure, sir.
Or are women too jealous of their discoveries to pass them on to a rival?
I don't know, sir. Will that be all you're wanting, sir?
Yes, that's all I want, Nancy. Except my tea.
It'll be coming directly, sir. Oh, Jack, how can you treat me like that?
But, my dear, you're the mistress of the house. It was your business to tell her to put the coal on.
No, it isn't that. It's humiliating me like that. That girl laughs at me enough already.
Laughs at you? What an idea. What makes you think she laughs at you?
I know that she does in secret. In fact, she does so openly, more openly every day.
But, my dear, if she does that, does not the fault lie with you?
You mean that I'm a laughable person?
I don't mean anything. It's you who read meanings into everything, Bella, dear. I wish you weren't such a perfect little silly. Now come here and stop it. I've just thought of something rather nice.
What is it, Jack? What have you thought of?
I read here that Mr. Macnaughton, the celebrated actor, is in London for another season.
Yes, I read that. What of it, Jack?
What of it? Well, what do you suppose?
Oh, Jack, do you mean it? Would you take me to see Macnaughton? You wouldn't take me to see Macnaughton, would you?
I not only would take you to see Macnaughton, my dear, I'm going to take you to see Macnaughton. That is, if you want to go.
Oh, Jack, what heaven. What perfect heaven.
You can see him in comedy or tragedy, according to your choice. Which would you prefer, Bella, the comedy or the tragedy?
Oh, it's so hard to say. Which would you choose if you were me?
That depends, doesn't it, upon whether you want to laugh or whether you want to cry?
Oh, well, I want to laugh. But then I should like to cry, too. Oh, Jack, dear, what made you decide to take me?
Well, my dear, you've been very good lately, and I thought it would be well to take you out of yourself.
Oh, Jack, dear, it's true, it's true. All I need is to be taken out of myself. Just some little change. To have some attention from you. I could really try to be better. If only I could get out of myself a little more.
How do you mean, my dear, exactly better?
Oh, you know in what way, dear. About all that's happened lately.
Let's not speak about that.
No, dear, I don't want to be gloomy, dear. That's the last thing I want to be. I only want you to understand. Say you understand.
Well, my dear, don't I seem to? Haven't I just said I'm taking you to the theater? Well, which is it to be, Bella, the comedy or the tragedy?
Oh, which shall it be? It matters so little. It matters so wonderfully little. I'm going to the play. Do you understand that, my husband? I'm going to the play. I brought your tea, sir. Put it on the table, Nancy. Just as you wish, madam. Tell me, Nancy, if you were being taken to the theater and had to choose between comedy and tragedy, which would you choose? Oh, I'd go for the comedy all the time. Oh, why would you choose the comedy, Nancy? I like to laugh, madam, I suppose. I dare say you're right. I must bear it in mind. Mr. Manningham's taking me next week, you see. Oh, yes? I hope you enjoy it. Will that be all, madam?
You may go, Nancy.
Yes, sir.
You seem wonderfully pleased with yourself, Bella, dear. I must take you to the theater more often if this is the result.
Oh, Jack, I wish you would. Do have your tea now. I used to adore these muffins as a child. We haven't had them since we've been married, have we? Or have we? Jack?
I don't know. I'm sure I don't know. Bella.
What is it? What's the matter?
I have no desire to upset you, Bella, but I have just observed something that is very much amiss. If you will rectify it at once while I am not looking, we will assume that it has not happened.
Amiss? Well, what's amiss? Jack, please, don't turn your back on me. What has happened?
Are you trying to make a fool of me, Bella? What I refer to is on the wall behind you. If you will put it back, I will say no more about it.
The wall behind me? What? Yes, the picture. The picture's been taken down. Who's taken it down? Why has it been taken down?
Yes, why is it being taken down? Why, indeed. You alone can answer that, Bella. Now, will you please take it from wherever you have hidden it and put it back on the wall again?
No, but I haven't hidden it, Jack. I haven't hidden it. Someone else must have done it.
Someone else? Are you suggesting that I should play such a fantastic and wicked trick?
Oh, no, dear, no, but someone else.
Certainly the servants would not have done so without permission or instruction.
But I didn't touch that picture.
Will you please leave go of me and sit down there? You're mad, Bella, and you don't know what you do. You unhappy wretch, you're stark, gibbering mad like your wretched mother before you.
Jack, you promised you'd never say that again.
The time has come, my dear Bella, to face facts.
Jack, I'm going to make a last appeal to you. I'm going to make a last appeal. I'm desperate, Jack. Can't you see that I'm desperate?
Go on, say what you wish to say.
I may be going mad, like my poor mother. But if I am mad, you've got to treat me gently. Jack, I never lie to you knowingly. If I've taken down that picture from its place, I've not known it. I've not known it. Jack, if I steal your things, your rings, your keys, your pencils, and your handkerchiefs, and you find them later at the bottom of my sewing box, as indeed you do, then I do not know that I've done it. Jack, if I commit these fantastic and meaningless mischiefs, so meaningless, why should I take down a picture from its place? If I do all these things, then I'm certainly going off my head. I must be treated kindly and gently so that I may get well. You must bear with me, Jack. Bear with me. I'm trying, Jack. I'm trying. Please believe that I'm trying and be kind to me.
Betta, my dear, have you any idea where that picture is now?
Yes, I suppose it's behind the cupboard.
Will you please go and see?
Yes. Yes. Yes, it's here.
Then you did know where it was, Bella.
No, I only supposed it was because it was found there before. It was found there twice before.
Now, Bella, as I said a moment ago, we have got to face facts, and that is what we have got to do. I'm not going to say any more about it at the moment, for my feelings are running too high. In fact, I am going out immediately, and I suggest that you go up to your room and lie down for a little in the dark.
Oh, no, not to my room. Please, don't send me to my room.
There is no question of sending you to your room, Bella. You know perfectly well you may do exactly as you please. Now, my dear, I'm going to leave you in peace.
Have you got to go? Must you always leave me alone after these dreadful scenes?
Now, no argument, please. I had to leave you in any case after tea. I'm merely leaving a little earlier, that's all. Oh, by the way, Bella, I shall be passing the grocer, and I may as well pay that bill of his and have it done with. Where is it, my dear? I gave it to you, didn't I?
Yes, dear, it's on the secretary.
Where is it, my dear? Is it in one of these drawers?
No, it's on the top. I put it there this afternoon.
Are you sure, dear? There's nothing here except some writing paper.
Jack, I'm quite sure it is there. Will you look carefully?
All right, my dear, all right. I'll find it. No, it's not here. It must be in one of the drawers.
No, it is not in one of the drawers. I put it up there on the top. You're not going to tell me this is gone, are you?
Will you calm yourself?
Where is it? Now you're going to say
what new trick is this you're playing upon me?
It was there this afternoon. I put it there. This is a plot.
Control yourself? Will you control yourself? Now you listen to me, madam. If you utter another sound, I'll knock you down and take you to your room and lock you in darkness for a week. I've been too lenient with you, and I mean to alter my tactics.
Help me, Jack. Please help me.
Now listen to me. I'm going to leave you here until 10 o'clock. In that time, you will recover that paper and admit to me that you have lyingly and purposely concealed it. If not, you will take the consequences.
Jack, please be patient with me. If I'm mad, be patient with me.
I have been patient with you and controlled myself long enough. It is now for you to control yourself. Think upon that, Bella.
Oh, Jack, don't go. Jack, you're still going to take me to the theater, aren't you?
What a question to ask me at such a time. No, madam, emphatically I am not. You play fair by me, and I'll play fair by you. If we are going to be enemies, you and I, you will not prosper, believe me.
Jack! Oh, Jack!
Madam.
Yes? What is it, Elizabeth?
There's somebody called, ma'am.
Who is it? I don't want to be disturbed.
It's a gentleman, madam. He wants to see you.
Tell him to go away. I want to be left alone.
Madam, I think you ought to see him.
No.
Will you please come in, sir?
Elizabeth, no, I'm not fit to be seen.
Good evening, Mrs. Manningham. How are you, Mrs. Manningham?
How do you do? I'm very much afraid. No doubt you've come to see my husband.
Oh, on the contrary, I've chosen this precise moment to call when I knew your husband was out. You may go, Elizabeth.
Yes, sir.
Really, I'm afraid I don't understand at all.
Well, you will do so, madam, very shortly. You're the lady who's going off your head, aren't you?
Made you say that? Who are you?
I'm a police detective.
A police detective?
Or was some years ago. In fact, Mrs. Manningham, you have in front of you one who was quite a personage in his day. Now, I want you to take a good look at me and see if you're not looking at someone to whom you can give your trust.
Why are you here?
Well, we'll come to that. Now, I want you to answer several questions for me, Miss Manningham. First, how long have you been married?
5 years and a little.
Where have you lived all that time? Not here, have you?
No. First we went abroad. Then we lived in Yorkshire. Then 6 months ago, my husband bought this house.
You bought it?
Yes, I had a bit of money. My husband thought it was an excellent investment.
Does your husband always leave you alone like this in the evenings?
Yes, he goes to his club, I believe, and does business.
Ah. Does he give you a free run of the whole house while he's out?
Yes. Well, no. Not the top floor. Why do you ask?
Before I go any further, Mrs. Manningham, I must tell you there's a leakage in this household. You have a maid, Nancy?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, Nancy walks out of an evening with a young man named Booker in my employ. I live only a few streets away from you, you know.
Yes.
Well, there's hardly anything that goes on in this house which is not described in detail to Booker, and from that quarter it reaches me.
I knew it. I knew that she talked.
I fancy because of her indiscretion, you are going to be heavily in debt to your Miss Nancy.
What do you mean? You must explain.
Well, shortly, madam. Now tell me, have you ever been up to the top floor?
No, no one goes up there.
Mrs. Manning, I want to ask you a personal question. When did you first get the notion that your reason was playing at tricks?
How did you know?
Well, never mind how I know. When did it begin?
I always had that dread. My mother died insane when she was quite young. When she was my age. But only in the last 6 months in this house, things began to happen.
You interest me beyond measure. What things began to happen?
I don't know what to say. It all sounds so incredible. But it's when I'm alone at night. I get the idea that somebody's walking about up there. Up there on the top floor. At night when my husband's out, I hear noises from my bedroom, but I'm too afraid to go up.
It never struck you, did it, that it might be your own husband walking about up there?
Yes, that is what I thought. But I thought I must be mad.
Why did you think it was he?
It was the light. The gas light. In this house, I can tell everything by the light of the gas. You see that mantle there?
Mm-hmm.
And now it's burning full. But if an extra light went on in the kitchen or someone lit it in the bedroom, then this one would sink down.
Yes, insufficient pressure.
Well, every night after he goes out, I find myself waiting for something. Then all at once, I look round the room, and I see that the light is slowly going down. I go up to my bedroom, but I daren't stay there because I hear noises overhead. I want to scream and run out of the house. I sit here for hours, terrified, waiting for him to come back. And I always know when he's coming, always, because suddenly the light goes up again. And in 10 minutes afterwards, I hear his key in the lock. And he's back again.
I think you've made a very remarkable discovery, one which may have very far-reaching consequences.
Far-reaching? How?
Well, now, let's leave that alone for a moment. Tell me, that's not the only cause, is it, which has lately given you reason to doubt your sanity? Now, don't be afraid to tell me.
Yes, there are other things. It's been going on for so long, this business of the gas has just brought it to a head, but it seems that my mind and my memory are beginning to play me tricks.
Tricks? What sort of tricks?
Mr. Manningham gives me things to look after, and when he asks for them, they're gone and can never be found. I have the place for them, and he will find them lying hidden at the bottom of my workbox. Only today, before you came, that picture had been taken down from the wall and hidden. Now, who could have done it but myself? I try to remember. I break my heart trying to remember. But I can't. And then there was that terrible business about the dog.
Dog?
Yes. We have a little dog. A few weeks ago it was found with its paw hurt. He believes... How can I tell you what he believes? That I had hurt the dog.
Oh, no.
He keeps it in the kitchen and I'm not allowed to see it. So I begin to doubt, don't you see? I begin to believe that I imagine everything. Perhaps I do. Are you here? Is this a dream, too?
I assure you, you are not dreaming, madam. Mrs. Manningham, did you ever hear of the cabman's friend?
The cabman's friend?
Yeah, her name was Barlow, Alice Barlow. She was an old lady of great wealth and decided eccentricities. In fact, her principal mania in life was the protection of cabmen. She provided these men with shelters, clothing, pensions, so forth. And that was her little contribution to the sum of the world's happiness, or rather, her little stand against the sum of the world's pain. It was not my privilege to know her, but it was my duty on one occasion to see her. That was when her throat was cut open. She lay dead on the floor of her own house.
Oh, horrible. You mean she was murdered?
Yes, she was murdered. Murder was never discovered, but the motive was obvious enough. Her husband had left her the Barlow rubies, and it was well known that she kept them without any proper precautions in her bedroom on an upper floor.
But I
Murderer seemed to have got in about 10 in the night and stayed till dawn. There were only a few trinkets taken, but the whole house had been turned upside down. In the upper room, even the cushions of the chairs were ripped up with his bloody knife, and the police decided it must have been the work of a revengeful maniac as well as a robber. I had other theories, but I was nobody then and not in charge of the case.
And was the man never found?
No, Mrs. Manning, the man was never found, nor have the Barlow rubies ever come to light.
Well, then perhaps he found them after all and may be alive today.
I think he's almost certainly alive today, but I don't believe he found what he wanted. That is, if my theory is right.
Then the jewels may still be where the old lady hid them?
Mrs. Manningham, if my theory is right, the jewels must still be where she hid them. And do you conceive it possible, Mrs. Manningham, that man might never have given up hope of one day getting the treasure which he could not find the night of the murder?
Yes, possibly. But what has this to do with me?
Can you conceive that he may have waited years, gone abroad, got married even, until at last his chance came to resume the search begun on that terrible night?
Yes.
You know, Mrs. Manningham, the old theory that the criminal always returns to the scene of his crime?
Yes.
Yes, but in this case there's something more than that morbid compulsion. There's real treasure there to be unearthed if only he can search again. Search methodically, without fear of interruptions, without causing suspicion. How would he do that? Don't you think... What's the matter, Mrs. Manningham?
Quiet. Be quiet, he's come back. Look at the light. It's going down. Wait. There. He's come back, you see. He's upstairs now.
Yeah, me, that's very odd. That is very odd indeed.
He's in the house. I tell you, you must go. You know you're here. You must go.
How dark it is. You could hardly see to read.
Go. He's in the house. Please,
quiet,
go.
Quiet, Mrs. Manningham. Quiet. You've got to keep your head. Don't you see my meaning yet? Don't you understand that this was the house?
House? What house?
The old woman's house. The house here. These rooms, these walls. 15 years ago, Alice Barlow lay dead on the floor in this room. 15 years ago, the man who murdered her ransacked this house but could not find what he sought. What if he's still searching, Mrs. Manningham? What if he's up there, still searching?
But my husband is up there.
Precisely that, Mrs. Manningham. Your husband. You see, I'm afraid you're married to a tolerably dangerous gentleman.
The idea is mad. I've been married 5 years. How can you imagine my husband is what you imagine he may be?
Why, ma'am, because I was on the case when the police came to this place 15 years ago. You can understand there's a great deal of routine work to be done, interviewing your relatives, friends, and so forth. Well, most of that was left to me.
Well?
Among those I interviewed was a young man of the name of Sidney Power.
Power?
Sidney Power. Conveys nothing to you?
Power? No.
He was a kind of distant cousin. The only thing was that I remembered his face. Well, I saw that face again just a few weeks ago. Took me a whole day to recollect where I'd seen it before, and at last I remembered it.
Well, what if you did remember it?
Yeah, well, what startled me was the lady on his arm and the locality in which I saw him.
Who was the lady on his arm?
You were the lady on his arm, Mrs. Manningham, and you were walking down this street.
You mean you think my husband is this Mr. Power?
Well, if my theories are correct.
But what are you saying? You stand there talking riddles. You're so cold. You're as heartless and cold as he is.
No, Mrs. Manningham, I'm not cold and I'm not talking riddles. I'm just trying to preserve a cold and calculating tone because you are up against the most awful moment in your life, and your whole future depends on what you're going to do this next hour. Nothing less. You've got to strike for your freedom and strike now. The moment may not come again.
Strike?
Mrs. Manningham, you are not going out of your mind. You are slowly, methodically, systematically being driven out of your mind. And why? Because you're married to a criminal maniac who steals back to his own house at night, still searching for something he could not find 15 years ago. These are the facts, wild and incredible as they seem. Now, every night for the last few weeks, he has entered his house next door from the back, climbed to the roof, and come into his house by the skylight. I know that because I've watched him. Mrs. Manningham, so far I'm only dealing in guesses and half facts. I've got to have evidence, and that's why I've come to see you. You've got to give me the evidence or help me find it.
This is my husband, don't you understand? This is my husband. He must go. I must think this out. I must cling to the man I married, mustn't I?
Oh, indeed, cling to him by all means, but do not imagine you're the only piece of ivy on the garden wall. You can cling to him if you desire, as his fancy women in the low resorts of the town cling to him. This is the sort of wall you have to cling to, ma'am.
Women? What are you suggesting?
I'm not suggesting anything. I'm only telling you what I've seen. He comes to life at night, this gentleman upstairs, in more ways than one. I've made it my business to follow him in some of his less serious excursions, and I can promise you he has a taste in unemployed actresses which he's at no pains to conceal.
In heaven, what am I to believe?
Madam, do I have your trust?
What do you want me to do? What do you want?
I want his papers, Mrs. Manningham, his identity.
Papers? I know of no papers, unless his desk. It's there, but he keeps it always locked. I've never seen it open.
Very well, you can see it open now. Do you mind if I take off my coat? Mrs. Manningham, one of the greatest regrets of my life is that fate never made me one of two things. One was a gardener and the other a burglar. Both quiet occupations. Now, as for burgling, I think if I'd started young and worked up my way, I should have been a genius.
But you must not touch his desk. He'll know what you've done.
Not if we are clever enough. You see, Mrs. Manningham, they're always...
Haven't you noticed something? Look. Can't you see? The light. It's going up. He's coming back. He's coming back, and you must go.
Oh, bless myself. This looks as if the unexpected has ended in. Very well. You must ring for Elizabeth.
Well, why do you want Elizabeth?
There's no time to waste. Ring for Elizabeth, madam.
Very well, but you must go. Please, please.
All in good time. Now, he's not going to jump in through the window, you know. In fact, he can't be round the front door in less than 5 minutes. Unless he's a magician.
Please, please go.
Yes, madam.
Elizabeth, come here, will you?
Yes.
Elizabeth, you and I have got to do a little quite calm but rather quick thinking. Now, you told me you're anxious to help your mistress, Elizabeth?
Why, yes, sir. I told you I was, sir.
Oh, are you anxious to help her blindly without asking any questions?
Yes, sir, but you see...
Now, come now, Elizabeth. Are you or are you not?
Yes, sir.
Good, good. Now, Elizabeth, Mrs. Manning and I have reason to suppose in about 5 minutes' time the master is returning to this house. He mustn't see me leaving. Now, would you be good enough to take me down to your kitchen and hide me away for a short space of time? You can put me in the oven if you like.
Yes, sir, but you see...
You must go. He won't see you if you go now.
Yeah, what were you saying, Elizabeth?
You could come to the kitchen, sir, but Nancy's down there, sir.
Yes, we'll find another place. Where are you going to hide me, Elizabeth?
Through the door behind you, sir, is where he dresses, where he keeps his clothes. There's a big wardrobe there at the back.
It'll have to suffice us. Now, we really have to hurry. Get all to bed, Mrs. Manningham, quick. And you, Elizabeth, get back to your work.
To bed? Am I to go to bed?
Yes, and quickly.
But if I go to bed...
Will you go, in heaven's name? There's not a second to spare. Hurry!
Did you ring, sir?
Yes, I did. Where is Mrs. Manningham, Elizabeth?
I think she's gone to bed, sir. I think she had a headache. and went to bed.
Oh, indeed. And how long has she been in bed, do you know?
She went just a little while ago, sir. I think, sir.
Oh, I see. Then we must be quiet, mustn't we? Walk about like cats. Can you walk about like a cat, Elizabeth?
Yes, sir. I think so, sir.
Very well, then. Walk about like a cat. That will be all, Elizabeth.
Excuse me, sir. But were you going to have some supper, sir?
Oh, yes, I'm going to have some supper, Elizabeth. I'm having it out. I have just come home to change my linen. What did you think about Mrs. Manningham tonight, Elizabeth?
What way do you mean, sir?
Oh, just as regards her general health.
I don't know, sir. She certainly seems very unwell.
Yes, I doubt if you can guess to what extent she's unwell. Or are you beginning to guess?
I don't know, sir.
I'm at my wit's end, Elizabeth. You know that, don't you?
I expect you are, sir.
I've tried everything, kindness, patience, cunning, even harshness to bring her to her senses. But nothing will stop these wild hallucinations. Nothing will stop these wicked pranks and tricks.
It seems very terrible, sir.
Oh, you don't know a quarter of it, Elizabeth. You only see what is forced upon your attention. You have no conception of what goes on all the time. You know, don't you, that I shall have to bring a doctor to see Mrs. Manningham before very long. I've fought against it to the last, but it can't be kept a secret much longer.
No, sir.
I mean to say, you know what goes on. You can testify to what goes on, can't you?
Indeed, sir. Yes.
Indeed, you may have to testify in the end, Elizabeth. You realize that, don't you?
Yes, sir. I only want to do what's best for both of you.
You're a very loyal soul, Elizabeth. And you will be repaid for your loyalty.
I only want to serve, sir.
Yes, I know that. Well, Elizabeth, I'm going out. In fact, I'm even going to try to be a little gay. Can you understand that, Elizabeth, or do you think it's very wrong?
Oh, no, sir. You should get all the pleasure you can, sir, while you can.
I wonder. Yes, I wonder. It's a curious existence, isn't it? Well, good night, Elizabeth.
Good night, sir. Good night.
Well, now, Elizabeth, the master's safely out of the house, so I think you might go and get Mrs. Manningham.
Yes, sir. I'll get her, sir.
I was watching from the window and saw him go.
Good, madam. Elizabeth, we've been so occupied this evening that the tea things haven't been returned to the kitchen. You'll see to it, won't you?
Yes, sir.
What did he want? What did he come back for?
He only came back to change his clothes, madam. If you need me, madam, I'll be nearby.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Now, let's have another look at this disc. Let's try this one. There we are. Let's see. Doesn't seem to be much here, does there? When she got there, the cupboard was bare, and so the poor detective...
What's that you have in your hand? What's that you have in your hand?
Why, you recognize this?
Why, yes, that's my brooch. Is there anything else there? Oh, look, it's my watch.
It was also your property, then?
It's this watch I lost a week ago. My brooch has been missing 3 months. And he said he would give me no more gifts because I lost them. He said that in my wickedness I hid them away. Oh, Inspector, is there anything else? Is there a bill there? Is there a grocery bill?
Grocery bill? No, doesn't seem to be. Perhaps in the second drawer. No. Doesn't seem to fit, does it? Has it ever been opened to your knowledge?
I think he has a special lock on it.
Well, we just have to force it.
But you must not do that. What shall I say to my husband when he comes back?
I've no idea what you will say when he comes back, Mrs. Manningham, but then I have no idea what you will do if I have no evidence to remove you from his loving care.
I'm afraid. What can I do?
There's only one thing to do. I'm going to force it and gamble on finding something. Are you with me?
No, but don't you see that... All right, force it, but be quick.
Now, let's have a look.
Is there anything there?
Mr. Manningham, letters, papers, No, we've lost our gamble. Nothing we want here.
What are we going to do?
Well, first, let's get these things back to begin with. The watch?
It's here.
The brooch?
Yes, here it is.
Yeah, it's a nice piece of jewelry. Where did he give it you?
Soon after we were married. But it was only second-hand.
How did you know?
There's an inscription to someone else inside. It says from CB to AB.
From CB to AB? How very odd. What are these spaces here for?
Well, there were some beads in it, but they were all loose and falling out, so I took them out.
Have you got them by any chance?
Yes, I think so. I put them in the vase on the mantel.
May I see them, please?
Yes, they should still be here.
There should be 9 altogether, I think.
That's right. Yes, here they are. Yes, they're all here.
Let me see. Oh, how very odd. My dear Mrs. Merriman, have you ever been embraced by an elderly detective in his shirt sleeves?
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, that is your immediate fate at this moment. Oh, my dear, dear Mrs. Merriman, don't you understand? Don't you see?
No, what are you so excited about?
Madam, you are looking at the Barlow rubies. These beads are £12,000 worth of rubies. Take a good look at them before they go to Her Majesty the Queen.
And I had them all the time. I had them all the time.
All because he could not resist a little common theft along with a big game. Well, it's I'm after the big game now. What time do you think he'll be back?
I don't know. He's not usually in until 11.
Oh, well, then we put the brooch back where we found it. On the down there, on the right.
On the
That's
right,
yes. Yes. Now, I want you to go to your room. Lock your door and do not leave your room under any circumstance.
Oh, please don't leave me. I have a feeling. Don't leave me.
You have nothing to fear so long as you remain in your room with your door locked. Now, you'll do that, won't you?
Yes, Inspector. I'll say my headache is worse. Only don't make me stay there long. I'm so afraid.
You are listening to the Best Plays production of Angel Street by John Patrick, starring Vincent Price, Judith Evelyn, and Melville Cooper, with Elizabeth Eustace and Marjorie Maud. In a moment, we will return with Act Two. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. And now, before we resume with Act Two of John Patrick's Angel Street on Best Plays, here is John Chapman.
The season of 1941-1942 had another thriller, too. It was Uncle Harry by Thomas Job, which, by the way, we'll be doing later in this series. It was wartime then, and a good many dramas dealt with national and international affairs. John Huston, the movie writer and director, collaborated on a best play called In Time to Come, about Woodrow Wilson and the League of Nations. John Steinbeck had a drama about Nazi brutality, The Moon is Down. Maxwell Anderson also did one about the Germans, Candle in the Wind. There was still another good war play, Letters to Lucerne. But not all of Broadway was serious. Noel Coward came up with one of his happiest comedies, Blithe Spirit, and Jerome Chodoroff and Joseph Fields hit another laughing jackpot with Junior Miss. Patrick Hamilton, who was a Londoner, wrote his melodrama about Mr. and Mrs. Manningham before the war under the title of Gaslight. It was a great success in London, but it went begging in New York for 2 years until producer Shepard Traub took a chance on it and changed its name. A very good movie was made under the original title of Gaslight. But now we should be moving into the second act of our play, which is Angel Street. It is now 11 o'clock. In the living room of the house on Angel Street, Mr. Manningham has just returned. He enters the room and in a slow and deliberate way pulls the bell cord. After a few moments, the door opens and Nancy enters.
Yes, sir? Nancy, would you please go upstairs and tell Mrs. Manningham that I wish to see her down here?
If I may say so, sir, I doubt if she'll come. Elizabeth says she has an headache and is trying to sleep.
Oh. Did you ever know a time when Mrs. Manningham did not have a headache, Nancy?
No, sir, hardly ever, sir.
Will you be so good as to come a little closer, Nancy, where I can see you?
Yes, sir.
What do you do with your evenings, Nancy?
I usually spend them with friends, sir.
You know, Nancy, when you say friends, I have an extraordinary idea that you mean gentlemen friends.
Well, sir, possibly I might.
You know, gentlemen friends have been known to take decided liberties with young ladies like yourself. Are you alive to such a possibility?
Oh, no, sir, not with me. I can look after myself.
And are you always so anxious to look after yourself?
No, sir, not always, perhaps.
You know, Nancy, pretty as your bonnet is, it's not anything near so pretty as your hair beneath it. Won't you take it off and let me see?
Very good, sir. Comes off easy enough. There. Is there anything more you want, sir?
Yes, possibly. Come here, Nancy.
Yes, sir. Is there anything you want, sir? What do you want, eh? What do you want? There. Can she do that for you? Can she do that?
Why, who can you be talking about, Nancy?
You know I mean, all right.
You know you're a very remarkable girl in many respects, Nancy. Why, I believe you're jealous of your mistress.
There's no need to be jealous of her. You're mine now, ain't you? Because you want me. You do want me, don't you?
And what of you, Nancy? Do you want me?
Oh, yes, I always wanted you, ever since I first clapped eyes on you.
Well, Nancy, you've taken me a little by surprise. We shall talk this over tomorrow.
Well, you let me know when she's about.
Oh, I'll find a way, Nancy. I don't believe Mrs. Manningham will be here tomorrow. I don't think that...
What is it, your lordship? Why are you looking that way?
That desk drawer. Somebody's been tampering with it. See there, the wood split.
It's her, I'll be bound.
Nancy, will you please go upstairs and take a message for me to Mrs. Manningham?
Yes, what do you want me to say?
Will you please tell her that I wish to see her down here this instant, whether she is suffering from a sick headache or any other form of ailment?
Just like that, sir?
Just like that, Nancy.
With the greatest of pleasure, sir.
Well, Nancy?
She won't come.
What do you mean she won't come?
She says she can't come. She's not well enough. She's just shamming, if you ask me.
Oh, really? Then she forces me to be undignified and go to her.
The door's locked. I tried it, and she won't let you in. I can tell by her voice. Are you going to batter it in?
No. No, perhaps you're right. Let us try more delicate means of attaining our ends. Perhaps you will take a note to this wretched imbecile and slip it under her door.
Yes, I'll do that. What are you writing to her?
Never mind what I'm writing. I'll tell you what you can do, though, Nancy. Just go down in the basement and fetch me the little dog, will you?
The dog?
The dog, yes.
What's the game?
Never mind, just go and get it.
All right.
Or on second thought, Nancy, perhaps you need not get the little dog. We'll just let it be supposed we have the little dog. Here you are, Nancy. Please go and put this note under her door.
What have you written?
No, nothing very much. Just a little smoke for getting rats out of holes. Run along.
You're a rum beggar, ain't you?
Go along, Nancy. And after you deliver the note, I would be obliged if you will go to bed at once. Good night.
Give her what for, won't you? Ta-ta.
There you are, Bella. Come and sit down in this chair, please.
Where's the dog?
Dog? What dog?
You said you had the dog. Have you heard it again?
Again? This is strange talk, Bella, after what you did to the little dog a few weeks ago. Come and sit down here.
I do not wish to speak to you. I'm not well. I thought you had the dog and were going to hurt it. That's why I came down.
The dog, my dear Bella, was merely a ruse to compel you to pay me a visit quietly. Come and sit down where I told you.
No.
Come and sit down where I told you.
That's what you want.
I want quite a good deal, Bella. Sit down and make yourself comfortable. We have plenty of time.
Say what you have to say.
Now, you are not sitting in the chair that I indicated, Bella.
What have you to say?
Are you afraid of me that you desire to get so near the door?
No, I'm not afraid of you.
No? Then you have a good deal of courage, my dear.
However, will you now come and sit down where I told you?
Yes.
Sit down. Do you know what you reminded me of, Bella, as you walked across the room?
No, what did I remind you
A
of?
somnambulist, Bella. Have you ever seen such a person?
No, I've never seen one.
Haven't you? Not that funny, glazed, dazed look of the wandering mind, the body that acts without the soul to guide it. I've often thought you had that look, Bella, but it was never so strong as it was tonight.
And my mind is not wandering.
No? When I came in tonight, Bella, I was told you had gone to bed.
Yes, I've gone to bed.
Then may I ask why you are still fully dressed?
I don't know.
You don't know. Do you know anything about anything you do?
I don't know. I forgot to undress.
You forgot to undress. A curious oversight, if I may say so, Bella. You know, you give me the appearance of having had rather an exciting time since I last saw you. Almost as though you'd been up to something. Have you been up to anything?
I don't know what you mean.
Did you find that bill I told you to find?
No.
Do you remember what I said would happen to you if you did not find that bill when I returned tonight?
No.
No? No? The array of your mental and physical deficiencies is growing almost overwhelming. I would advise you to answer me.
Oh, what do you want me to say?
What was it I asked you to remember?
I don't understand your words. You talk round and round. My head is going round and round.
Not necessary to tell me that, Bella. I was just wondering if it might interrupt its gyratory motion for a fraction of a second and concentrate upon the present conversation. Now, please, what was it I, a moment ago, asked you if you remembered?
You asked me if I remembered what you said would happen to me if I did not find that bill.
Admirable, my dear Bella, admirable. We shall make a great logician of you yet. A Socrates, a John Stuart Mill. You shall go down to history as the shining mind of your day. That is, if your present history does not altogether submerge you, take you away from your fellow creatures. And there is a danger of that, you know. Well, what did I say I would do to you if you did not find that bill?
You said you would lock me up.
And do you believe me to be a man of my word?
Huh?
Yet you did not find the bill I instructed you to find.
No.
Did you look for it?
Yes.
Where did you look for it?
Oh, around the room.
Around the room? Where around the room? In my desk, for instance?
No, not in your desk.
Why not in my desk?
Your desk is locked.
You imagine you can lie to me?
I'm not lying.
Come here, Bella.
What do you want?
Now you listen to me. Your dark, confused, rambling mind has led you into playing some pretty tricks tonight, has it not?
My mind is tired. I want to go to bed.
Your mind indeed is tired. Your mind is so tired it can no longer work at all. You do not think, you dream. Dream all day long. Dream everything. Dream maliciously and incessantly. Don't you know that by now, you sleepwalking imbecile? What have you been dreaming tonight? Where is your mind wandered that you have split open my desk? What strange disease dream have you had tonight, eh?
Dream? Are you saying I've dreamed? Dreamed all that happened?
All that happened when, Bella, tonight? Of course you dreamed all that happened, or rather all that did not happen.
Dreamed tonight? Are you saying I've dreamed? Oh, what have I dreamed? Have I dreamed again?
Have I not told you?
I haven't dreamed. I haven't. Don't tell me I've dreamed. Don't tell me.
What was this dream of yours, Bella? You interest me.
I dreamt of a man. I dreamt of a man.
You dreamed of a man? What man did you dream of, pray?
A man that came to see me. Oh, let me rest.
Pull yourself together, Bella. What man are you talking about?
I dreamed a man came
I
here.
know you dreamed it, you gibbering wretch. I want to hear more about this man of whom you dreamed. Do you hear me? Do you hear me?
I dream.
Was I any part of this curious dream of yours, Mrs. Manningham? Perhaps my presence here will help you recall it.
May I ask who the devil you are and how you got in here?
Well, who I am seems a little doubtful. Apparently, I'm a mere figment of Mrs. Manningham's imagination. As to how I got in, I came in, or rather, I came back. Or better still, I effected an entrance a few minutes before you, and I've been hidden away ever since.
Would you be kind enough to tell me what you are doing here?
Waiting for some friends, Mr. Manningham. Waiting for some friends. Don't you think you'd better go to bed, Mrs. Manningham? You look very tired.
Don't you think you had better explain your business, sir?
Well, as a mere figment, as a mere ghost existing only in your wife's mind, I can hardly be said to have any business. Tell me, Mr. Manningham, can you see me? No doubt your wife can, but it must be difficult for you. Now, perhaps if she goes to her room, I will vanish, and you won't be bothered by me anymore.
Della, go to your room. I shall find out the meaning of this and deal with you in due course.
Jack?
Go to your room, Bella. I will call you down later. I have not finished with you yet, madam.
You know, I believe you're wrong there, Manningham. I believe that is just what you have done.
Done what?
Finished with your wife, my friend.
Who are you, sir?
I have no name, Manningham. In my present capacity, I am, as I pointed out, a mere spirit. Perhaps a spirit of something that you have evaded all your life. But in my case, only a spirit. Will you have a cigar with a spirit? We might have to wait some time.
Are you going to tell me your business, sir? Or am I going to fetch a policeman and have you turned out?
Oh, an admirable idea. I could have thought of nothing better myself. Yes, fetch a policeman, Manningham. Have me turned out. Huh? Why do you wait?
Alternatively, sir, I can turn you out myself.
Yes, but why not fetch a policeman?
You give me the impression, sir, of having something up your sleeve. Will you please go on with what you were saying?
Yes, certainly. Where was I? Yes. Excuse me, Manningham. You get the same impression as myself?
Impression? What impression?
An impression that the light is going down in this room.
I had not noticed it.
Oh, there now. Perhaps it's more noticeable. Do you perceive it, Mr. Manningham? Eerie, isn't it? Now we're almost in the dark. What do you think's happened, huh? You don't suppose a light has been put on somewhere else? You don't suppose there are other spirits, fellow spirits of mine, spirits of justice even, which have caught up with you at last, Mr. Manningham?
Are you off your head, sir?
No, sir, just an old man seeing ghosts. Must be the atmosphere of this house. You know one ghost I can see, Mr. Manningham? You could hardly believe it.
What ghost do you see, please?
I see the ghost of an old woman, sir. An old woman who once lived in this house. An old woman getting ready to go to bed at the end of the day. Now I seem to see another ghost as well. I see the ghost of a young man, Mr. Manningham. Handsome, tall, well-groomed young man. But this young man has murder in his eyes. Why, bless my soul. He might be you, Mr. Manningham. He might be you. The old woman sees him. She screams for help. Screams before her throat is cut open with a knife.
What's your game, eh? What's your game?
I want you to take a look at this trinket, sir. Do you recognize it?
It's a brooch which I gave my wife.
A brooch which she didn't appreciate, huh? How wicked of her. But then, you see, she didn't know its value. How was she to know that it held the Barlow rubies?
Oh, what?
There you are, sir. You killed one woman for these, and you tried to drive another out of her mind. And all the time they lay on your own desk. And all they have brought you is a rope around your neck, Mr. Sidney Power.
You seem, sir, to have some very remarkable information. Do you imagine that you are going to leave this room with such information in your possession?
Do you imagine, sir, that you were going to leave this room without suitable escort?
May I ask what you mean by that?
Only I've men in the house already. Didn't you realize they had signaled their arrival from above, your own way in, Mr. Manningham, when the lights went down?
You fail to intimidate me, sir. I do not believe you.
Then perhaps you'll be convinced if you will open the doorway to the hall. You will find 2 policemen there.
What the devil's this?
Take him, gentlemen.
Here you go. Leave go of me. Leave go of me. Here's a fine way of going on. Here's
the bell cord here. Tied with him.
Go of me.
Sidney Charles Power, I have a warrant for your arrest for the murder of Alice Barlow. I should warn you that anything you may now say will be taken down in writing and used as evidence at a later date. Now, will you accompany us to the station in a peaceful manner? You will oblige us all and serve your own interests best by coming quietly. Very well, take him away.
Inspector off.
Yes, my dear?
Inspector.
Yes?
I want to speak to my husband.
Surely there's nothing to be...
I want to speak to him alone.
Alone?
I beg of you to allow me. I shan't keep him long.
Well, I don't quite understand, but... All right, very well. You may speak to him alone. Make him fast in this chair. It's anything but in order, but, well, we'll wait outside.
I do not want you to listen.
No, we will not listen. All right, gentlemen, outside.
Jack. Jack, what have they done to you? What have they done?
It's all right, Bella. You're clever, my darling, terribly clever. Now get something to cut this rope. I can get out through the dressing room window and make a jump for it. Can you get something, Bella?
Yes, I can get something. What can I get?
There's a razor in my dressing room, Bella. Will you get it for me? Quick, Bella.
A razor?
Quick, be a good girl. There's a good girl. Quick,
I'll
Bella.
get it for you.
Quick, be quick. Hurry, Bella, hurry.
I've got it.
Yes.
It is.
Yes. Open the case, Bella. Open it and cut me loose.
Jack.
Yes.
Is The grocery bill. The grocery bill was in your razor case. You see, dear, I didn't lose it. I told you I didn't.
Cut me loose, Bette.
But, Jack, how did this bill get in there?
I was mistaken about the grocery bill, Bella. Use that razor quick.
What razor? Razor? Are you suggesting this is a razor I hold in my hand? Have you gone mad, my husband?
No. Bella, what are you up to?
Or is it I who am mad? Yes, of course, that's it. It's I who am mad. Of course it was a razor. I've lost it. I've lost it, haven't I?
No, the razor's lying at your feet, Bella. Bring it
I'm
here.
always losing things. I can never find them. I don't know where I put them.
Bella.
I must look for it, mustn't I? I don't find it. You lock me in my room.
No.
Lock me in the madhouse for my mischief. No. Where could it be now? Could it be behind the picture?
No.
It must be there. No. Oh, it's not there. How strange. Where now shall I look? Where shall I... The desk. Perhaps I put it in the desk. Oh, it's not there. How strange. But here's a watch. Here's a bill. See, I found them at last. But they don't help you, do they? I'm trying to help you, aren't I? To help you to escape. How can a mad woman help her husband to escape? What a pity. If I were not mad, I could have helped you. If I were not mad, whatever you had done, I could have pitied and protected you. But because I'm mad, I've hated you. Because I'm mad, I've betrayed you. Because I'm mad, I'm rejoicing in my heart. Without a shred of pity, without a shred of regret. Watching you go with glory in my heart.
Bella! Bella! Bella!
Take this man away. Take him away. All right, gentlemen. Remove him. Elizabeth, quick. Glass of water for Miss Manningham. There, my dear. Now, come, sit down. You had a bad time. I came in from nowhere and gave you the most horrible evening of your life. The most horrible evening of anybody's life, I should imagine.
Most horrible. No, the most wonderful. Far and away the most wonderful.
You have just heard the Best Plays production of Angel Street by John Patrick, starring Vincent Price, Judith Evelyn, and Melville Cooper, with Elizabeth Eustace and Marjorie Maud. And here is your host, drama critic John Chapman, with a closing word.
Good old Sergeant Ruff. Mrs. Manningham certainly wasn't a lucky woman, wasn't she? I'd like to thank Miss Evelyn, Mr. Price, and Mr. Cooper for an exciting performance. Next Sunday, the best play of this series will be The Hasty Heart by John Patrick. And this will be another change of pace for us. It is an interesting work, basically a comedy, but with an undertone of compelling sentiment. It's about a wounded soldier and a nurse who brings this boy to a new enjoyment of life. Ann Burr played the nurse in the original production of this best play, and she will act it again next Sunday. John Sylvester will be the young soldier. This is Chapman saying goodbye until then.
Angel Street was adapted for radio by Earl Hamner. Vincent Price was Mr. Manningham, and Judith Evelyn was Mrs. Manningham. Melville Cooper was Sergeant Ruff. Elizabeth was played by Marjorie Maud, and Nancy by Elizabeth Eustace. Best Plays is an NBC production, supervised by William Welch and directed by Edward King. Your announcer is Howard Reed. Can you stop your car in time? Ask yourself that question the next time you're on the highway. If the car in front of you should jam on his brakes to avoid a stray dog, if a child should dash across an intersection, if a tire should blow out, could you stop in time to save a life?
Roma Wines presents Suspense. Roma Wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. Salud. Your health, senor. Roma Wines toast the world. The wine for your table is Roma Wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
The Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California welcomes you again to this weekly half hour of Suspense. Tonight from Hollywood, Roma Wines bring you as stars Miss Ida Lupino, currently being seen in Warner Brothers In Our Time, and Mr. Vincent Price of 20th Century Fox, soon to be seen in the Darrell F. Zanuck production Wilson. For the appearance of these two distinguished screen personalities, Lucille Fletcher has written a suspense play that deals with brooding anxiety and sharpening suspicion, played against the severe and forbidding background of the late Victorian era. And so with Fugue in C minor, and with the performances of Ida Lupino and Vincent Price, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
April 1st, 1900. Dear Bessie, this is just to let you know that I arrived in Pilotsville. Lizzie met me at the station. She's heartbroken about Papa's bankruptcy and for some reason feels that it's up to me to remedy the family situation. I told her I'd been offered a job, but she swept away that idea in horror.
A girl with your looks, Amanda Peabody, doesn't have to get a job. There are too many rich husbands floating around for that.
Furthermore, she says she has a rich husband already picked out for me right here in Pilotsville.
Don't you remember? I told you about him at Christmas time. He's a Mr. Evans, rich as Croesus, charming, cultured, a lonely widower with two dear little children. And besides that, he's just your type, a real intellectual. You should hear him play the pipe organ.
And you know, Bessie, I've met so few interesting men lately.
And all you'd have to do is lift your little finger. Mr. Evans.
Oh, good evening, Mrs. Chumley. How delightful to see you here.
I'd like you to meet my sister. Mr. Evans, my sister, Amanda Peabody.
Delighted, I'm sure.
It's a lovely party, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Miss Peabody. Have you just come to Pilotsville?
Yes. She's down from New York visiting me after the whirl of the hectic social season.
Oh, indeed? Well, I'm afraid our Pilotsville society must seem a bit dull to you, Miss Peabody.
Oh, no, not at all. It's charming. I've enjoyed everything so much tonight. Your beautiful house, the music. I hear you're going to play for us, Mr. Evans.
Oh, a bit. Do you care for organ music, Miss Peabody?
Oh, very much. I never miss a church recital. But what a luxury it must be to have your own pipe organ right here in the house.
I'm afraid I couldn't do without it. It's my hobby, you know. Bach, Buxtehude, César Franck. Don't you adore their work?
Oh, Amanda's very musical. You should hear her render The Burning of Rome.
Yes. And the delightful thing, of course, about having a pipe organ in the house is that it's everywhere. To sit at a keyboard and hear the walls, the ceilings, the floors vibrate. You see, Miss Peabody, I've had the pipes installed all over the house. Under this floor, for example, are all the choir stops. Up in the bedroom walls are the stops for the swell manual. In the great 32-foot pedal stops, the giant diapasons are underneath the staircase. My children sleep next door to the echo chamber. So, you see, we live like angels here in a paradise of music.
How thrilling.
Now, ladies, come upstairs to the second floor landing, won't you? And I'll show you the console. It was made for me in Vienna.
April 7th, 1900. And Bessie, dear, to tell you the truth, I really find him fascinating. I wish you could hear him play. It sweeps you off your feet. There is such wildness to it, and at the same time such dignity. And to hear the sound all through that marvelous house, rolling through those gorgeous rooms with their beautiful tapestries and potted palms. I could sit and listen to him all night.
You have the most amazing eyes, Miss Peabody. What are you thinking about?
The music. Oh, please don't stop. It's so beautiful.
Well, you seem to be as mad about music as I am. Your sister says you play, too.
Oh, no, only a little. My appreciation of it is all inside, I'm afraid.
That's plenty. If one can't play, it's better just to enjoy the music of others. I can't bear this sentimental drumming, can you?
I shouldn't think you would enjoy it.
The idiotic tunes people play nowadays. Give me the old stern classics. They have strength and power. Give me something with life to it, something that will flood the whole house with sound.
Marvelous.
You're a very unusual girl, Miss Peabody. Quite unlike the run of girls down here at Pilotsville.
Yes, in what way?
Oh, it's rather hard to explain. Some more tea, Amanda?
No, thank you.
A muffin?
No, thank you. You have an excellent cook, Mr. Evans.
Please call me Theodore. You know you promised.
Theodore.
Amanda.
And your house is beautifully run, too. You must have an excellent housekeeper. Everything always looks so charming and quiet. I haven't even heard a peep out of your children.
My children? Oh, yes, the children have been away at school.
You have two, haven't you?
Yes, Daphne and David.
What sweet names.
Ordinarily, I don't approve of schools for young children, but you see, they were rather overwrought. After Mrs. Evans passed on...
I can well understand.
They were almost morbidly devoted to their mother, and then, of course, the unfortunate circumstances of her death. But I suppose your sister, Mrs. Chumley, has told you all about that.
No, not very much, except your wife was killed in a street accident, wasn't she?
Yes, in Philadelphia. A brewery wagon and 4 horses ran her down.
Oh, how terrible.
It's something I don't like to think about very often. Poor, beautiful Margaret. Well, it's like a nightmare, Amanda, and I still can't feel reconciled. But, well, what I was driving at was the children. They were in school when she died, and by some malicious stroke of fate, there was an epidemic of scarlet fever raging up there. The authorities wouldn't lift the quarantine and let them out for her funeral.
Oh, poor little things.
Yes, it upset them dreadfully. In fact, I sometimes fear it's left a mark on them which may endure all their lives.
Why, what do you mean?
They suffer from delusions about her. They think that in some way she is linked. Her soul is imprisoned in the organ pipes.
How horrible.
I wish I could do something about it. It's a frightful notion, but they won't. They don't let me play when they're at home. That echo chamber in particular, next door to their bedroom.
Yes?
You know, it's nothing but an empty sealed room with a few wires. Of course, it's all because they never saw her dead. But they have a notion that she's, well, somehow hidden there.
How ghastly. They really think that, do they? Children can think up such very strange things in their little minds. Can't they?
Tonight for Suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you as stars Miss Ida Lupino and Mr. Vincent Price, whom you have heard in the prologue to Fugue in C minor. Tonight's tale of suspense.
Let us look in on another scene for a moment. A smart dinner party at the internationally famous Hotel de Nacional de Cuba in Havana. One of the guests, a world-traveled American, sets down his wine glass and remarks that a truly fine wine always carries the unmistakable flavor of the particular vineyards from which it comes. Well, then, laughs his Cuban host, you must be homesick for California right now. For the wine you are enjoying so much is from America, from California. It is Roma wine. Yes, it's true. Our own wonderful vineyard country in California produces in Roma wines that discriminating people in other lands esteem as an imported delicacy. Yet you here at home can enjoy these distinguished Roma wines for mere pennies a glassful. You pay none of the expensive overseas shipping charges and duties. Daily with your meals or when entertaining or any time, you can delight yourself with the wonderful flavor that comes from age-old wine-making traditions perfected by modern quality controls and tests. Yes, only pennies a glassful for a treat you are certain to enjoy. For remember, Roma wines are America's largest selling wines. Roma, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
And now it is with pleasure that we bring back to our sound stage Ida Lupino as Amanda Peabody and Vincent Price as Theodore Evans in Fugue in C minor. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
April 18th. I met the children today, Bessie, for the first time. It was a shock. They're strange little creatures, utterly unlike their father. The girl is about 11 and the boy 8. They were both dressed in deep mourning. Their large grey eyes seemed strained with terror. They listened and trembled at every sound.
This is Miss Peabody, children. She's a very good friend of mine. Now, I want you both to shake hands with her. Oh, come now, Daphne. You can at least tell Miss Peabody how old you are.
Oh, no. Please don't press her. I know when I was a little girl, I hated people to talk about my age. I'd much rather hear about school.
We're not going back there, no matter what anybody says.
David.
That's all right. Then you didn't like school?
No. And Mommy didn't like it either. She cried when we went away.
Oh. But your Mama wanted you to be educated, didn't she? She wanted you to grow up and be intelligent people, didn't she? Well, didn't she, Daphne?
Who are you?
You may call me Aunt Amanda. I'm a friend of your Papa's.
Do you know where my Mama is?
Your Mama? Well, your Mama's in heaven, dear.
No, she's not.
Then where is she, dear?
Please don't start them off, Amanda. It's too upsetting. Come along, children. Now we're going to have a little music, like old times. You remember when your mother was alive? We all used to play together. David, you with your cornet, and Daphne at the violin, and Mama at the piano. Well, Miss Peabody plays the piano, too. And she's promised to play Narcissus, Mama's favorite piece. Well,
perhaps some other time, Theodore, when they don't feel so strange.
I tell you, I've humored them to death. Now, come, David. There's your cornet on the mantelpiece. And Daphne?
No.
I insist. Look, now, I'll start the melody on the organ. David, you come in with your cornet obbligato in the third measure. Daphne, you can follow me.
What's that?
Come along, children.
What's that note? That note making that funny noise.
What note? Oh, you mean that? Oh, that's just a cipher. A wire must have stuck somewhere. One of the pipe valves.
It's Mama. That's where Mama is. She's calling for
Oh,
us.
don't be silly. I'll just hit the key a few times and it'll stop. You've heard these ciphers before, haven't you, Miss Peabody?
Well, I don't know much about pipe organs.
It's a common technical occurrence, but very annoying, of course.
What is she doing in there? Why doesn't it stop? That's where she is. She's in the pipe and she can't get out.
Daphne, stop that nonsense.
Oh, hush, dear. Your Papa will fix it.
No, he won't. He can't. She won't let him because he killed her.
Daphne, what did you say?
Oh, she didn't mean it, I'm sure. The poor little thing's hysterical. We should never have tried to persuade them.
Oh, Amanda. Just because they never looked upon her face, because they never saw her lying there in the coffin.
Hush, hush.
My own children believe that I am a murderer.
Theodore, you're making them both sick.
As though I who loved their mother so much, who was so devoted for 12 years. Do I look like a murderer, Amanda? Do I?
No.
There it is again. It's Mama. It's Mama.
Shh, dear. I'll take them upstairs for you, Theodore, while you try and fix it. April 24th. Oh, Bessie. Those poor little children. We took them out to the cemetery today to show them her grave. A marble angel guarded it. It was planted with pure white tulips. How final it was and peaceful. And yet they began to tremble again the moment we set foot inside the house. Poor Theodore. The man is nearly out of his mind. What can he do? I keep asking myself that question. She died in Philadelphia, you say?
Yes, on May 15th, just a little less than a year ago.
You weren't with her?
No, she went there to take a piano lesson. There was a new teacher she'd heard about. She was always so self-conscious about her technique. But she never reached his studio. They notified me at midnight from the city morgue.
And no one in Philadelphia saw her?
No one except the attendants at the morgue, of course, and the people who picked her up after the collision. It was such a brutal accident.
There'd been no one from among them who could speak to the children, explain to them?
Oh, no. Oh, it's so horrible, so sordid.
Oh, I know, my dear. I hate to make you suffer. But if we could find some way, if they could just believe. When you brought her back here to Pilotsville, there was a funeral.
Yes.
And was there anybody then who saw her?
Oh, no, I couldn't bear it, Amanda. I didn't think at the time. She'd been so beautiful. Her lovely, sweet, gentle face and her eyes. The horses had completely trembled.
Oh.
Even if the children had been able to come home, I wouldn't have let them look. The coffin was sealed when I left Philadelphia. I didn't want to see her again myself.
But there was a funeral. People came. There were flowers, an undertaker.
Yes?
Well, if they could believe that, if there was one witness, perhaps my own sister Lizzie.
Funeral, Amanda? Of course there was a funeral. The finest funeral in town. A snow-white hearse and 25 coaches. Everybody sent flowers. The casket wasn't open, but I've been to lots of funerals where they don't open the casket. And from what I understand, she was pretty badly mangled. But it was a beautiful funeral. Mr. Evans played the organ himself, the finest selections. All the sweet old pieces his wife liked. There was Narcissus, and Mighty Like the Rose, and Goodbye Forever. That's the way it was.
So you see, David, my sister, Mrs. Chumley, was there.
Yes, but how did she know it was Mama?
Oh, David.
She didn't see Mama, did she?
Well, nobody saw your poor Mama, dear. She wouldn't have wanted anyone to see her.
Mommy wasn't there. She talks to us every night. She tells us to look for her.
Where, dear?
In the pipes.
But, David, your Mama's dead. She's been dead for nearly a year. Now, you saw her grave out in the cemetery. She's happy and at rest.
Why doesn't Papa give us a key? If he'd only let us have it, we could look for her.
What key, dear?
The keys to the pipes. There's a little door just underneath the stairs. That's where the big pipes are. And inside it's all dark. But there are tunnels. There's a little room. A little room.
Dear.
That's where she's hiding. That's where Mommy is. That's where Mommy is.
Oh, David, darling, now look, come here.
No, I hate you.
But why do you hate me? Why don't you let me help you?
Because...
Because what?
Because you like him.
Him?
Papa, you're going to marry him, aren't you? Yes, you are. Rafina says you are. You're going to marry him. Then he'll send us back to school. There'll be no one left to help Mama. Poor Mama will never be left out. Oh, I hate you. I hate you.
David, what are you doing here? David, did you strike Miss Peabody?
He's sick, Theodore. I'm sure he's very sick.
Now go to your room at once. Oh, those dreadful children. I tell you, Amanda, they'll ruin whatever happiness we might have.
Theodore, I love you very much. But I couldn't marry you. Not with that child's cry ringing in my head. We've got to help them. Give them that key. Let them go and look in the room where the pipes are. Then they'll see for themselves that there's no ghost.
Key? Who told you about a key to that room?
The children.
The children? Amanda, I'm going to tell you something. Something I've never told to a living soul. It may frighten you.
Yes.
Margaret was going mad when she died.
Oh.
No one knew it but me. It ran in her family. I discovered it long after we were married, after the children were born. Otherwise, I'd never have...
And now you think the children?
I'm afraid so. It was peopling of sound she had, just like them. A fear of the dead's returning. She used to play... What's that?
Sounds like the organ.
But the motor isn't on. The console was locked when I left.
Someone's trying to play.
No one but me can touch that instrument. It's forbidden in this house, and the servants are out. Unless those children... Come upstairs, Amanda.
Theodore. Why, there's no one here. No one at the keyboard. The organ's playing itself.
That's impossible. The motor's not going.
The motor?
Yes, it sets the bellows going. There's no air in the pipes unless it's on. No air to make the pipes speak. It's impossible, I tell you.
Perhaps the children found the key and got in.
Key? No. The key's here in my pocket.
There's no other way in.
No.
Theodore, open that door. Go in there and see what's happening, please.
No.
Theodore.
I won't give in. I won't be a prey to it. Do you hear? I won't. I won't. Here. It's stopped now.
Yes.
It was probably nothing but the wind.
Theodore, give me the key. I'm not afraid.
Are you saying that I am?
I don't know. But I'll be fair with you, Theodore. I couldn't marry you and live here with that any more than your children can.
What do you mean?
Rip out those pipes. Rip out the whole pipe organ. Give it to a church, but don't keep it here.
Get rid of
it's
the
not
pipe
worth
organ.
It. Yes.
But I couldn't. The whole house was built around it. It's been the very soul and spirit of this home.
It's been the curse, you mean. Theodore, I know I'd go mad, too, if I had to listen to it night and day. It's so hollow. To think of those pipes so huge down there in the darkness. I'd begin to hear things, too. Oh, Theodore!
Be quiet. Come outside. We'll take a walk.
No, give me the key. Give me the key.
You're hysterical, Amanda. I'm sorry I've overburdened you.
Why don't you want to go in there? Is it because you know something? You did something?
What do you mean?
Did you kill her?
Amanda. Very well, Amanda. Here's the key. If that's the way you trust me, we'll go down and look around together. Come now, Amanda.
I'm sorry, Theodore. It slipped out. It was a dreadful thing to say.
It's all right, I understand. Yet it hurts a little. I've trusted you so completely, Amanda.
Theodore.
Yes, Amanda?
Let's not go in there. I do trust you, darling. I believe everything you've told me.
No. This little key. To think it should mean so much.
How black it is.
Yes, pitch black.
And cold. Where are the pipes? I can't see them.
Come in further, Amanda. You'll see them as soon as your eyes grow accustomed to the darkness. The biggest pipes pack this well under the great staircase like giants.
Oh, yes, I'm beginning to see them now. Shouldn't we go and get a candle?
Oh, no. Go in a little further. Be careful. The floor's a maze of wires. Now stand there for a second.
Theodore, don't leave me.
I won't be long. I thought you said you weren't afraid.
No, I'm not only... Where are you going?
Just upstairs to play for you.
Theodore.
I'd like you to hear how the music sounds in the darkness. It's quite an experience being so close to the pipes. You know, narrow, suffocating, especially when I play the great Passacaglia and Fugue of Bach.
Oh, Theodore, please. I don't want to stay here.
Perhaps one of the Rheinberger symphonies or the great chorales of César Franck. Margaret, of course, preferred Narcissus.
Margaret?
Now, you're very gullible, Amanda.
Then you did kill her. You killed her in this room. And you're going to kill me.
Yes, simple, isn't it?
But why?
I don't know. One gets tired every now and then of mere music. Sometimes the classics demand competition. A scream, for example. There's something so exciting about pulling out all the stops and drowning out all human sound. Have you ever tried to match your voice, Miss Peabody, against the thunderous voice of Bach? It's most effective. And then when the struggle gets weaker, when the air is almost gone and you choke and gasp for breath, to bring the music down softer.
Theodore, you're mad. Come,
Amanda. Would you deny me that pleasure?
No.
I promise you the concert won't be too long. It takes about 8 hours before the air gives out. But you know, I could play for days. And don't worry about the children. I think you've convinced them about the ghost. What's that?
Theodore!
Someone shut the door. It's locked and the key's outside. Who's there? Let me out! Let me out!
Theodore!
Get away from me. Let me out, you hear? Let me out! Let me out! I can't breathe! I'm suffocating. It's so dark I can't breathe. Let me out, please! Please! I can't breathe. I can't... No, don't. I can't. Let me out. I can't breathe.
Theodore! Let me out! Let me out! He's dead! He's dead! Daphne, David, where are you? Open the door! Help me! Help me! Oh, no! No! Help!
May 1st, 1900. I shall be coming home in a few days, Bessie. I still can't sleep at night. I still hear that laughter. Still hear that cornet playing its unearthly music. And Theodore Evans once more lies dead at my feet. It was his heart, Bessie. He died of fright. In those few moments, he anticipated the hideous fate he had meted out to so many. And I might have died there if he had not gone so quickly. For the children hated me. They wanted to kill us both. Those terrible, pathetic children. What horrors they must have sensed in that charnel house. There were other women beside his wife. The police found them all buried and stuffed away into unused parts of the pipe organ. Bessie, I was in that pipe room alone with him for 4 hours before that door creaked open. There they stood, and I shall never forget their faces or the things they said.
All right, Miss Peabody. You can come out now if you're really sorry.
I'm sorry.
Are you sure he's quite dead?
Yes, he's dead.
We were right all the time, weren't we, Miss Peabody?
Yes, you were right.
Now, will you come and help us find Mama?
And so closes Fugue in C minor, starring Miss Ida Lupino and Vincent Price. Tonight's tale of Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by William Spear.
Of all the rich treasures man gets from the earth and Mother Nature, none has been more highly esteemed than wine, good, delicious wine. And if you are one who does not yet know how much and how delightfully Roma wines add to your meals, well, let me urge you not to miss out any longer on such a treat as this. There's nothing complicated about it. Just get and serve Roma wine with any meal or any time in any kind of glass you wish. Serve it chilled. Try the many different kinds of Roma wine until you find those you like best of all. Try Roma California Sherry with its wonderful nut-like flavor as an appetizer, or ruby red Roma Burgundy, or the deliciously delicate flavored Roma Sauterne. These superb wines cost you only pennies a glassful. And yet, they make even the simplest meal taste like $1 million. Get some today. And if your dealer is temporarily out of Roma, please try again soon. You owe it to yourself to have and regularly enjoy R-O-M-A, Roma Wines, America's largest selling wines. Made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is Ida Lupino. Mr. Spear has just been telling me a little about next week's Suspense show. The star will be Thomas Mitchell in a story about a man who had headaches, tried everything to cure them, finally went to a psychiatrist, and found out that he was a murderer. Now, that certainly sounds like a broadcast we listeners won't want to miss. One more word. Don't forget to buy that war bond this week.
Next Thursday, same time, you will hear Thomas Mitchell and Donald Crisp in Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Mutual Broadcasting System, in cooperation with Family Theater Incorporated, presents Laughing into Glory, starring Vincent Price. J. Carroll Nash is your host. More things are wrought by prayer than this world dreams of.
Before we bring you tonight's stars and story, I want to thank everyone who has written to Family Theater these past few weeks. Your letters, wonderful letters from all parts of the country, have been a great encouragement to us in Hollywood because through this program, we want to express a conviction that prayer, family prayer, can help keep our families together and happy. Yes, Family Theater is dedicated to your family, to all families, in the hope that they will always be well and happy, and in the hope that your family will pray together, because a family that prays together stays together.
Bishop.
Oh, Tom, good morning. Glad you could come.
Your note sounded urgent. Bad news, Bishop?
No, quite the contrary. Sit down.
Thank you, Bishop.
Tom, you've always thought a great deal of the church here at Croydon, have you not?
It has a fine reputation.
Yes, the parish is thriving, and the parishioners' generosity is extremely gratifying. Your request for transfer has been received, and I'm happy to say approved. You'll be officially notified next Thursday.
Well, may I ask where I'm being sent, Bishop?
You're being sent here, Tom. You are Croydon's new pastor.
Oh, that's a great honor.
Well, now, is that all you have to say? I thought you'd be delighted.
Oh, yes, I am, of course, but...
But what?
Well, leaving Hookertown, Well, Bishop, it's almost like leaving home.
Yet you requested a transfer.
Yes, I requested it. It was part of a bargain.
I'm afraid I don't quite follow you.
Well, perhaps I should start from the beginning. Seems like a long time ago. Remember when you assigned me, Bishop?
Yes, quite well.
You told me not to expect too much. Sometimes a new pastor is not very well received. That was an understatement. I wasn't received at all. When I walked into Hookertown that summer evening, the streets were deserted. I thought it was strange. It was hardly 7 o'clock, yet there wasn't a soul to be seen. Then suddenly, a booming baritone voice, slightly off-key, shattered the silence.
And quite unaccustomed to fear, but of all the most reckless of life or of limb, was Abdul Bulbul Amir. Hey, out of my way or I'll bash your brains in.
Well, now,
Step aside, I said. When they wanted a man to
encourage the van, or shout hoolaloo in the rear, or to storm a redoubt, they straightway sent out for Abdul Bulbul Amir.
Hey, that's all right. That's fine. You know what I mean? Where'd you learn that?
Oh, Abdul's an old friend of mine.
He is? Oh, well, you don't say. Well, that's good. You know what I mean? Hey, wait a minute. Where did you meet Abdul?
Well, that's rather a long story. You see...
Who are you?
I'm the new pastor here.
Pastor?
Yes.
Oh. Well, I'm Larry Sloan. You know what I mean?
I'm very happy to meet you, Mr. Sloan.
Yeah, any friend of yours is a friend of mine. How do you do?
How do you do?
I'm fine. Hey, you're okay.
Thanks.
What are you doing out? You shouldn't be outside when I'm on a toot. Everybody keeps away from me. You know what I mean?
Well, I was looking for my church.
Looking for the church? Oh, I know where it is. We'll go find the little old church. That's what we'll do.
I'd appreciate it.
That's all right. I'm glad to do it. And I suppose you think I'm a little disreputable. I suppose you think I'm drunk.
Well,
you're right. I'm petrified.
You drink quite a bit, Mr. Sloan?
Yeah, all the time. It keeps me from having hangovers.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, but I can still find that little old church, you know?
I know what you mean.
Well, what do you think of her?
Well, offhand, I'd say it could do with a few repairs.
Oh, well, we did fix it up once. Yeah, I used to be a stonemason. I rebuilt that back wall myself.
Oh? When did you do that?
Oh, about 12 years ago.
Well, I don't mean to sound impetuous, but don't you think it's about time to replace those broken bricks?
Oh, that's a good idea. I'll be glad to see it when you get it finished. Well, I gotta go now. So long. Oh, he could Timothy Irving play euchre or pool, perform on the Spanish guitar.
Sloan.
In fact, quite the cream of the Muscovites.
Sloan. Just a moment. About that wall.
Yeah?
Don't you do any masonry work anymore?
I don't work at all.
Why not?
Well, it interferes with my drinking.
Well, how do you live?
Oh, I get by. I get along fine. I mind my own business. Maybe that's what pastors ought to do.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sloan.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for showing me the church. Good night.
Night.
When they wanted a man who could offer a hand, who was faithful to friend far and near, well, there was not a doubt he was always about, was Abel
Hey, what was that?
What? Oh, you mean that, what I was singing?
Yeah.
That's the sixth stanza.
I never heard it before.
You've never heard the sixth stanza? Why, that's the whole key to Abdon's character.
He'd go down the line for his pals, huh?
Never missed.
Ah. Well, about that wall.
Yes?
I might be able to offer a hand.
Well, now, that's very gratifying, Sloan. Very gratifying indeed. Sloan arrived next morning with bricks, mortar, and a slight hangover. He said he preferred to go at the job by himself, so I decided to spend the morning in town acquainting myself with the villagers. Main Street was just coming awake. A merchant in white apron was sweeping the sidewalk in front of his store. Oh, good morning, sir.
Oh, good morning.
A fine day, isn't it?
It won't be for long. Woke up with a backache this morning. That means rain.
Are you the proprietor of this store?
Have been for 19 years. Look out. That's where I'm sleeping.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'd like to introduce myself.
Yes, I know. You're the new pastor up at the church. Stand back where you were. I have to sweep there now. Now, when did you get into town?
Last evening.
Think you're going to like it here?
Oh, I'm sure I will.
Well, I hope you're not like that last pastor we had. He was a great one for changing things. Never satisfied. Wanted to repaint the church, put in a garden. Thought money grew on trees. But he was transferred.
Transferred?
That's right. My name's Cromer. Henry Comer.
Oh, I'm glad to know you, Mr. Comer.
Well, you might not be when you get to know me better. I'm a businessman, conservative, practical businessman. I consider the church my responsibility, and I contribute to its upkeep accordingly. But I don't like extravagance. I think the clergy ought to study a little economics.
Yes. Speaking of the church, Mr. Comer, I noticed last night that the roof...
What's the matter with the roof?
Well, it leaks, what there is of it.
Well, in that case, I'd suggest that you repair it.
I'm afraid it's beyond repair. You see, the beams have decayed...
And reinforce them. You certainly don't want roof caving in on your congregation, now do you?
Exactly. Mr. Comer, that's why
You'll find some 2x4s in the rear of the store. You're welcome to them. As for nails, I feel it my duty to let you have them at wholesale price.
Thank you.
Well, I've enjoyed talking with you. Good day.
Good day, Mr. Comer. After meeting Mr. Comer, I realized that he could stand a sermon on the virtues of generosity and the joy of giving. Across the street on the same corner was another grocery. A bewhiskered gentleman standing in the doorway motioned to me.
Oh, Your Reverence, could I have a word with you?
Why, yes, of course.
My name is Michael Kane, and I own this shop. I saw you talking with Comer across the street, and I feel I should warn you about the man.
Warn me?
Indeed, Your Reverence. Comer's a black-hearted tyrant with not an ounce of compassion in his warped soul.
I take it you gentlemen are competitors.
Competitors? I wouldn't stoop to compete with the likes of him. I run a proper price store, I do, with charge accounts. And Comer trusts no one. So if you're thinking of doing business with him, remember my warning. It'll be pay as you go.
Well, Mr. Comer and I weren't discussing his store. We were talking of another matter.
Oh, and what might that be?
The roof of the church. It's in pretty sorry condition. Perhaps you've noticed.
No, I can't say as I have. As a matter of fact, it looked fine the last time I saw it.
Oh, we could stand a new one, Mr. Kane.
A new roof? Oh, no, I wouldn't advocate that, not at all. It's not so much the money, you understand. It's, I better be getting back to my counter. Good day to you, Reverence.
Good day, Mr. Kane. Repairing the church seemed to be a pretty unpopular project, but suddenly I had an idea. So long as the two grocers were such ardent rivals, why not put this rivalry to good use? I recrossed the street to Comer's store.
Oh, it's you again. Well, did you find the 2x4s all right?
I haven't looked yet, Mr. Comer. I was across the street talking with Mr. Kane.
Kane?
Yes, I told him about the roof.
And what did he have to say?
Well, I suggested a new roof for the church. He didn't approve.
Oh, he didn't. And how would that heathen know the needs of a church? Just let me remind you, I've lived in this parish long before Kane came to Hookertown.
Yes, Mr. Comer.
If I think the church requires a new roof, it should have one. You understand?
Certainly, Mr. Comer.
Matter of fact, the quicker we start, the better. Now, you go get an estimate on the cost and send me the bill. That's all. Good day.
Good day, Mr. Comer. I was on my way back to the church when I noticed some sort of commotion going on in the street. 3 youngsters had another one on the ground and were pounding his head against the curbstone with a great display of enthusiasm. Whoa there. Now, let's break it up. What kind of a fight is this 3 against 1? Now, wait. Hold on, boys. Hold on. All right, now, take it easy. They've gone. What's this all about? Here you go. Blow. Well, what's it all about?
Oh, they chase me all the time.
What for?
Oh, 'cause they hate me.
Well, why should they hate you?
On account of I'm adopted.
Oh. What's your name, son?
James.
James what?
Just James.
I see. Here, you better brush yourself off. Where do you live, Jimmy?
Around.
Well, that sounds like an interesting address. You might have a tough time getting your mail.
Well, I better go now. Thanks.
Oh, that's all right. Maybe you can do the same for me sometime.
Oh, well, so long.
Oh, just a minute.
Huh?
I'm going that way, too. Mind if I walk with you?
I guess not.
If you're going as far as the church, why don't you stop in at the rectory?
What for?
A glass of milk, Jimmy, nice and cold.
Milk?
With cookies.
Oh, well,
Take another cake if you like.
Oh, thanks.
Have you ever been here before?
Church? Uh-uh.
Oh, that's too bad. You know, I was thinking of getting some fellas together this summer for ball games. Do you like baseball, Jimmy?
Oh, I sure do. You gonna have to come to church to play ball?
Not necessarily. What's your objection to church?
I don't believe in God.
Oh? Oh. When did you decide that?
A long time ago. They say there's a God and he looks after people and he helps them out if they pray. Yeah, well, I prayed and it don't work.
Well, how do you know it doesn't?
Well, I'm still adopted, ain't I? I haven't got my own father and mother, have I?
I see. You asked God to straighten out an adoption matter.
And he don't do nothing about it.
Look, Jimmy, there's a lot of folks asking favors of the Lord, and they keep him pretty busy, believe me. He hears every prayer. But sometimes God doesn't answer them in the way we'd like to have him.
You mean he didn't want to help me?
Oh, no. I mean that perhaps God wanted you to help yourself. You see, it's this way, Jimmy. Being adopted is really a pretty wonderful thing if you stop and think it over. Now, you take the average baby that's born. His parents have to accept him sight unseen, don't they?
I guess so.
If they want a boy and get a girl instead, there's nothing they can do about it. No way of sending back for another model. But on the other hand, you take someone who's adopted. Now, people have a chance to look him over. They can decide whether they want him or not. So, when someone picks you, Jimmy, you can be sure that you're exactly what they want.
That's not so. Nobody wants me.
Of course they do. Tell me, who takes care of you, Jimmy?
My uncle, Uncle Larry.
Larry Sloan?
Yeah.
Oh, it's you, Sloan. Oh, now, this is what I call a coincidence.
I gotta go into town for more bricks. I got the wall hat. Jimmy, what are you doing here?
Nothing. I'm going now.
How's school been, kid?
All right.
Look, I'm sorry about not seeing you much lately. I've been sick.
You've been drunk. Everybody says so.
Well, maybe so, Jim.
They're always laughing at me and calling me names, all on account of you.
I'm sorry, boy, honest.
Sloan, wait a minute. Sloan! Jimmy stayed around the church with me after that. I got him a room at one of the neighbors. The weeks lengthened into months, and never a word from Sloan. He had disappeared. Where? Well, that was anyone's guess. Gradually, improvements were added to the church, thanks largely to the animosity existing between one Mr. Comer and one Mr. Kane. When it came time to paint the church, I presented my problem to Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, I was just talking with Mr. Comer in regard to painting the church.
Hey?
It appears that Mr. Comer is dead set against it.
Well, you can hardly expect a scavenger to appreciate a thing of beauty. I say paint the church, and charge it to Michael Kane.
And weeks later, when a new boiler for the basement was needed, I approached Mr. Comer. Mr. Comer, I just spoke to Mr. Kane on the matter of a new boiler for the church.
Yes?
I'm afraid Mr. Kane is rather adamant.
And I'm afraid Mr. Kane is just plain addled. Go ahead, install your boiler. Never let it be said that Henry Comer stands in the way of progress.
Well, our congregation seemed to grow with the church, and I was able now to devote more time to Jimmy. But all my efforts to help him overcome his sense of inferiority met with very little success. He avoided the other youngsters in the village at every turn. And then one day, I put him to whitewashing the fence. Some boys from school came by. I overheard the conversation from the rectory window.
Well, look at James. Gotta paint the fence. Oh, go on away.
Well, who adopted you now?
Yeah. And where's Sloan? Drunk again? Now, why don't you beat it? Oh, why don't you make it?
You better paint that wall real nice, Jamesy, if you don't want to be boxed with the Bible.
Hey, shut up.
Jimmy,
Yeah?
come over here a minute.
Yeah, what do you want?
I want you to keep painting that wall, Jimmy. I don't want you to leave it.
Yeah, but there's some guys
Never mind those guys. Jim, don't you know the story of Tom Sawyer?
I don't think so.
Well, Tom Sawyer had a problem, just about like yours. Some fellas started razzing him while he was whitewashing the back fence. You know what he did?
What?
He used a little, psychology.
Psychology?
Mm-hmm. You see, Tom figured that as long as he had to do the fence, he might as well. The boys started stopping by the church regularly after that. From there on in, it was easy. We decided to organize a club for sports and outings. We decided to start off with a football field on the lot behind Mr. Comer's store. Uh-oh.
Gee, I'm sorry. I didn't think I could kick that
All
far.
right. Who broke my window? Speak up now.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Comer. I'm afraid I'm to blame.
So, you were the one.
Yeah.
Kicking a football through people's windows like a common ragamuffin. A man of your station.
I can assure you it wasn't intentional, Mr. Comer. I'll assume all responsibility.
Oh, is that so? And I suppose you'll assume the bill for the broken window.
Well,
Just as I thought. Since your first day in this town, you've seemed determined to change things to your satisfaction. I should like to make it clear to you that you are Hooker Town's servant, not its keeper. Frankly, I think you're a born troublemaker. Always have. Now, this particular incident bears me out. Therefore, I'm afraid that I'll be obliged to write to the bishop this week. Good day.
Good day, Mr. Comer. Well, Comer didn't waste any time. 2 days later, I received a letter. The bishop would appreciate my paying a call.
Come in.
Good morning, Bishop.
Well, good morning, Tom. Sit down.
Thank you.
Just a minute. Oh, yes. I have a letter here from a Mr. Comer.
Yes, I thought you would.
It appears that one Mr. Comer is not entirely satisfied with your presence at Hooker Town.
I'm aware of that, Bishop.
Mr. Comer informs me that you are continually requesting large sums of money.
Oh, for church improvements, Bishop.
What about the broken window?
Just recently, I thought I might organize a boys' club. And during our football scrimmage, one of the lads happened to boot the ball through Mr. Comer's window.
Must have been quite a boot.
Oh, it was, Bishop. A good 50 yards.
How old is the boy?
I'd say he was about 14.
Just 14. 50 yards, you say it was?
As pretty a spiral kick as you've ever seen, Bishop.
Well, now, that's truly a feat.
Yeah.
You know, kicking was one of my failings in prep school. I could get accuracy, but no distance. I remember one time... I believe it was the Brookfield game. Yes, it was. Yes, we were behind 13-6, and Let me see. We were discussing...
a broken window.
Yes, of course. Well, now, as pastor of that gang of football players, what do you intend to do about this matter?
Well, I can assure Mr. Comer that there will be no recurrence of this unfortunate incident. We've already decided on another vacant lot quite some distance from Mr. Comer's establishment.
Yes, that would be more fitting. And what about the cost of the window?
Well, if you'll allow me time, Bishop, I'll do my very best to make restitution.
Of course you will. Well, that seems to take care of everything. Just like I always say, there's nothing like a nice, friendly talk to get things ironed out. I'll write a letter to Mr. Comer. You know, oil on the turbulent parochial water.
Was there something further?
No, I guess not, no. Thanks very much for coming. Oh, Tom.
Yes, Bishop?
Stay a moment, if you please. I'd like to hear more about this lad who can kick a football 50 yards.
I was late getting back to the church that night. As I started up the walk to the rectory, I heard someone behind me. Larry Sloane.
I've been away. I've been doing odd jobs on the road. I made a few dollars here. Take it.
Well, what's this for?
Well, I heard what you done for Jimmy, and it was swell of you to put him up. I thought maybe I could pay you back something for his keep.
Oh, Jimmy more than earns his own way, Larry. I'm glad to have him around.
Oh, that's fine. How is he?
Oh, he's tip-top. Wouldn't you like to see him?
No, I done enough to him. Just leave things be, huh? Take the dough, and I guess I better be hitting the road. I almost forgot to tell you. I ain't been drinking. Ain't touched a drop since the day I left.
Well, that's fine, Larry.
That's your Uncle Larry? Hey, Uncle Larry.
Hello, Jimmy.
Yeah, where you been, Uncle Larry? Gosh, I missed you.
Did you, Jimmy?
Hey, I'm sorry about what I said that day. I don't hate you, honest I do, and I've even been praying for you.
Oh, that's real nice of you.
You know, there's one thing that still bothers me. It hasn't been fixed yet. About that wall, Larry.
Well, I'd like to help you, see, but you understand it's...
Are you going back on Abdul?
Abdul? I almost forgot about him. Huh? Look, really, I'm sorry. I just got a blow, that's all.
Oh, you're not leaving?
Yeah, Jimmy, I got a lot of things to do.
Oh, now don't leave, Uncle Larry. Oh, well, you wouldn't want me to go through all that praying again, would you?
Well, it's kind of tough to explain, kid. You see...
This is where you belong, Larry. We want you to stay.
Yeah, that's right, Unc. We want you. Oh, come on. Let's go home.
Home? All right, kid, let's go home.
Next morning, I stopped by Kane's grocery. I wasn't seeking a contribution for the church this time. This was a rather unusual request. I told him Larry Sloane's story. Would he loan Sloane enough money to start his own masonry? To which Kane replied,
I most certainly would not. Sloane's a worthless tramp, and I can't see how he's ever going to change. Go see Henry Comer. Maybe he can help you out.
Which is precisely what I did. Mr. Comer's answer to my request was rather surprising.
Michael Caine, for the first time in his life, is absolutely right. I wouldn't finance that drunkard for one solitary cent. Good day.
Oh, just one moment, Mr.
What
Comer.
is it?
Mr. Comer, next week, the spring appointments are coming out. New pastors are assigned to various churches. Others are transferred to different towns.
I'm familiar with the clerical activities of the church.
Well, if a pastor expressed a desire for transfer, the request would be carefully considered.
Oh?
Yes, sometimes the request is granted.
Very interesting.
Mr. Comer, I have a slight suspicion that I've been getting in your hair.
You certainly have. I lost a plate glass window for one thing, and you practically tricked me into carrying most of the parish expenses. Caine and I are getting wise to you.
Yes. I knew you'd catch up with me sometime. Well, let's say I make a petition for a transfer.
Caine and I would certainly appreciate it.
Would you appreciate it to the extent of getting together and seeing your way clear to help Mr. Sloane financially?
That's a bargain.
Fine. It's a bargain. Well, there it is, Bishop. The whole story.
So that's the reason you asked for a transfer.
A bargain's a bargain.
I see. I can understand how you must feel about Hookertown. But that chapter's over, Tom. Time to turn the page.
I know, but... Croydon, I wonder if I belong here. The parish is wealthy. These people, they don't have the same problems.
People are the same in every place, Tom. Everyone needs the help of God.
I hope I'll be worthy, Bishop.
Of course you will. And you'll be happy here.
Good morning.
Good morning. Are you the new pastor?
As of this morning, yes, sir.
Well, now, this is a stroke of luck. We should have a talk. We should have a talk right now.
Yes?
My name is Sheridan. I am the owner and president of Sheridan's department store.
Well, I'm very happy to...
Later, please. I should like to warn you about a certain Mr. Walker, one of our druggists here in Croydon. The man has some fool idea about installing chimes in the bell tower. Now, as the church's foremost contributor, I have no intention of tolerating this waste of time and good money. And furthermore, I would...
pardon me, just a minute.
Certainly.
Good morning.
How do you do?
You're the new pastor.
That's right, sir.
Well, I'm very happy to make your acquaintance. My name is Walker.
The gentleman I was telling you about.
Well, Sheridan, I see you didn't waste any time getting down here. If you were as fast on Sunday mornings...
I had no idea that the pastor would be here.
I'll bet.
Now, see here,
Walker, Gentlemen, please. I'm sure we can talk this matter over sensibly. Now, about these chimes...
I tell you, we don't need chimes. It's foolishness.
Well, I appreciate your feeling in the matter. However, Mr. Sheridan, I wonder if you're familiar with the story of Abdul Bulbul Amir?
You know, while I listened to Top Man, I got to thinking. Yes, I was thinking that a happy family is, well, it's the most wonderful thing in the world. Wonderful for mother, father, and children, for the community and for the country. But everybody knows it isn't something that comes just with dreaming. It doesn't come even with planning and working hard. No, because maybe you can honestly say you've given everything to make your family happy. You dreamed, you planned, you worked hard to make your home happy. You gave it all you had. But now you feel, well, now you're afraid that your marriage is going on the rocks. You don't know what's going to happen. And you're not only scared for yourself, you're especially scared because of your children. And you're thinking of calling it quits. You've decided that you tried everything and can't make a go of it. But you're wrong. You're dead wrong. Have you tried everything? Have you tried the simplest and most powerful thing? Prayer. Yes, sincere prayer. Have you tried asking God to help you when the job became too big, too tough? He can help you. So say a prayer. And pray together with your family. Because a family that prays together stays together. Now, this is J. Carroll Nash saying good night and God bless you.
Before saying goodnight, we wish to thank Vincent Price for his performance as Supple. A word of thanks also to Lou Reed for writing tonight's play, and to Max Terre for his music. Mel Williamson directed, and John Ryder produced the program, portions of which were transcribed. Others who appeared in our play tonight were Ralph Moody, Herbert Lytton, Don Doolittle, Jack Nestle, Gerald Moore, David McMahon, Joel Davis, Tommy Bernard, and Tommy Cook. Next week, our Family Theater star will be William Gargan. Your host will be Dennis Morgan. This series of the Family Theater broadcast is made possible by the thousands of you who felt the need for this kind of program, by the Mutual Broadcasting System, which has responded to this need, and by the actors and technicians in the motion picture and radio industries. This program is heard overseas through the facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Services. Tony Loprano speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Mutual Radio Theater, a new adventure in radio listening. 5 nights of exceptional entertainment every week. Brought to you in Elliott Lewis's production of the Mutual Radio Theater. Our story, The Last of Scrooge, by Ken Gerard. Our star, Hans Conried.
What had befallen Scrooge after his miraculous transformation from skinflint to as good a man as the good old city knew? Wasn't his very being filled with love and charity enough to erase the harm of his former image? Or was it his intense desire to be loved that destroyed him in the end? Or was it madness? Well, I'll let you resolve those questions at the final curtain of this drama. For now, let us pick up the threads of our story. The days after Christmas were filled with joy and laughter. Scrooge could not have been merrier, his office ablaze with warmth, his heart was fired with kindness, so much so that his clients winked at each other knowingly. Had old Scrooge gone round the bend? People could not accept this change in him. They still feared the old man because his reputation, carefully nurtured over the years, could not be altered in a single day, nor changed by his succeeding acts of compassion. Scrooge knew it, for he was no fool. He summoned his lawyer to his home. He devised a plan to prove to the world that he was truly a man to be loved.
Oh, Mr. Campton. Come in, sir, please.
Yeah. How are you, Ebenezer?
Oh, never better, thank you. Come, Mr. Campton. We'll sit in the parlour and enjoy a roaring fire whilst we talk.
Well, you've repainted the entire house.
Oh, indeed. I couldn't look at those drab walls another day. How I lived here in such depressing surroundings beyond me. Oh, yes, Mr. Campton. A new life is ahead of me. I relish the days. I want to live each moment to the fullest. I want others to enjoy it also. That's why I asked you here. Please sit there. No. Take a seat by the fire.
Well, I marvel at your change, Ebenezer. It was quite sudden, but nevertheless, welcome.
Well, if it hadn't been for the spirits, I never would have come to my senses.
Spirits?
Of course. First it was Marley's ghost, then the ghosts of Christmas, but the last idiot apparition, a phantom in black, was the cruelest. Oh, Mr. Campton, he showed me the future, and it was horrible. I had died unwanted, alone. But the worst was the death of Tiny Tim. I could not bear that sight.
You had visions of your own death?
Of course. I saw the future and the past. It was then that I realized my entire life had meant nothing. I'd thrown away everything I loved. I was consumed by suspicion and hate. I knew I had to change. No, I knew I had to give, Campton. Give love and receive it in return. And that's why I've asked you here.
Yes. These visions, did they ever speak to you before?
No.
Did you saw Jacob Marley's ghost?
I spoke with him. Poor Jacob was in chains.
I see. And did you talk to other visions?
Oh, naturally. And I flew with him. We passed through the walls and were transported to old Fezziwig's house.
You say you flew and walked through walls?
Several times.
Ebenezer, have you told others this tale?
No, I don't think so.
Good. Let's keep it our secret. The others might... some could get the wrong impression about the entire episode. I believe you understand, don't you?
No, my dear Mr. Campton. I'm not crazy. I'm cured. The visions, the ghosts, and Jacob's warning have given me a clearer picture than ever before. Oh, I'm quite sane.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to imply anything.
Oh, I know. It all seems so mad, so topsy-turvy, that I should turn over a new leaf and attempt to right my past mistakes. Call them dreams or visions, whatever you wish, it doesn't matter. The important fact remains that they changed my life for the better.
Yes, well, probably they were dreams. Often nightmares prod us to action where sweet reveries lull us into complacency. Now what are we about? A new will, a lawsuit? I'm at your disposal.
Oh, better than that, my dear Mr. Kempton. I want to dispose of all my earthly goods before I die.
Well, that's simple. I can draw up a will in 2 days. Do you have a list of the bequests and the heirs?
No. I want to give everything away now, tomorrow.
You jest? Are you planning to enter a monastery?
Oh, absolutely not. I thought you through to the last detail, to the last cup and saucer. I want people to enjoy my wealth while I am still alive.
This is incredible. Ebenezer, you have to reconsider the idea. Now, where would you live? Who would care for you? Who would run the business?
No, patience, my dear friend. I have it entirely settled in my mind.
Oh, no, this is folly. It's madness.
Oh, hardly. It's love and kindness I'm offering to repay those who endured my wrath and cruelty. Mr. Kempton, I must do this with your help. I must show those who snicker behind my back and call me fool that I am a loving fool.
But you mustn't pay any attention to idle chatter, or they'd malign the angels if given half the chance.
Oh, but I have to clear my name. Scrooge. The very sound has become synonymous with an heart of flint, with a grasping old man laced with hate and greed. Suppose your name rang the devil's bell in others' hearts. Oh, I pray that may never happen. My name is my cross, my burden. I must cleanse it of the very poison with which it infects the air. Each time a child points a finger in anger and utters Scrooge at his victim, my soul shrivels. I detest my name. I loathe it as much as I loathe what I've done to others. I want to burn the word from our vocabulary. I will not go down in history as a villain. Oh, help me, Captain. Please, help me right monstrous wrongs. Help me clear myself before I die. I want to be loved. I will buy my share of devotion, if it's necessary.
And Kempton did assist Scrooge, though rather unwillingly. The concept was simple. Scrooge intended to give away all his possessions, his house, his furniture, the silver, and even the second set of china dishes. All this was to go to the Cratchits. Additionally, he set aside money for each of their children. Kempton shook his head with disbelief, but Scrooge was insistent. He made Kempton draw the papers with such clarity and precision that there could be little doubt who was to receive what. Scrooge made certain that everybody had a fair and equitable share of the fortune. To his faithful nephew, Fred, Scrooge would sign over 75% interest in his counting house. The remainder would be given to Bob Cratchit. Dutifully, Kempton drafted the proper legal documents and placed them in front of his client for his signature.
I wish you'd reconsider this plan.
Oh, why, if it brings such joy to others and relieves me of my troubles? Money cannot bring you happiness, Kempton. How well I know that? My house is nothing without laughter resounding off its walls. A business cannot thrive unless it gives service. No, my mind is made up. I shan't be free until the Cratchits are in this house and Fred is in charge of my firm. Now, here must I sign the deed.
Here, and once more on this document.
And that seals it. I feel free, unburdened. I have fulfilled my visions.
With a scratch of a pen, Scrooge had signed over all his assets to the Cratchits and his nephew. He had reversed the entire course of a lifetime within 3 weeks. Scrooge leaned back in the dark leather chair, satisfied that he had unburdened his soul and brought happiness to everyone. Lawyer Kempton looked at the documents and shook his head. It seemed foolhardy to give away the house, the business. Certainly Scrooge was acting rashly, or was it irrationally? Kempton wondered if he should mention any of the visions or discussions with Marley to Ebenezer's nephew. No, surely not. Perhaps Scrooge was jesting. Of course it was a joke, a play upon words. Kempton handed the papers back to Scrooge.
Well, it's done, Ebenezer. You have given everything away.
I've never felt more at peace with myself than at this moment, Mr. Kempton. I'm free. It's as if a millstone had been lifted off my entire being. Don't you realize how happy, truly happy I am?
I'm trying to understand, Ebenezer.
Oh, good. Please, go to the Cratchit's house, to my nephew's home. Bring all of them here. I want to see the joy on their faces when I tell them the news.
In several hours, the Cratchits, the nephew Fred and his wife Anne, and Mr. Kempton were assembled before the fire in Scrooge's parlor. It was a moment that Ebenezer hoped he would savor for the balance of his life. However, in reality, it was a bitter turning point, which would ultimately lead to his death.
No. Sit here, Mrs. Cratchit.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Scrooge.
Are you comfortable, Anne? Why don't you take my chair?
I'm fine, dear uncle. Perhaps Mrs. Cratchit would care for my place.
I'm quite satisfied, thank you, ma'am.
But you look so uncomfortable.
I'm used to straight chairs. The plainest of furniture fulfills my needs.
It certainly does, my dear.
And gentlemen, are your glasses amply filled with sherry?
Absolutely, Uncle Ebenezer.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Scrooge.
Oh, Bob, you must learn to call me Ebenezer. It's all different now, all changed, and for the better.
I propose a toast to Mr. Ebenezer. Long may he live.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate your fellowship and warm sentiments. It must seem strange that in such a brief span I've moved from one extreme to the other.
Oh, Uncle, you don't have to explain any of your actions. Fred and I rejoice that you have found peace within yourself.
Oh, I will treasure those feelings for the balance of my days, because I know, or rather I was shown, that often you had little patience with me.
That's not so. Dearest uncle, I never bore you any ill will.
Well, if you did, it was well deserved, as I treated your husband with contempt and made him feel ridiculous.
Oh, all in the past. There's no need to thrash old feelings about. This is the beginning of a new year and a new life for you, Uncle.
Well put, my boy. I wish to wipe the slate clean.
I wish to propose another toast to Mr. Scrooge.
Sit down, Bob. Put the glass down. Put it down.
Oh, Bob, it makes my heart light to see you so merry.
He does nothing but sing your praises to the children when we're at home. Belinda constantly remembers you in her prayers each night before bed. It's so pleasant to hear her say, God bless us all, and especially dear Mr. Scrooge.
It brings tears to my eyes that she's included me in your family.
I know she'll never forget what happiness you've brought to all of us. And how many children do you have, my dear?
None at present. We felt we should abstain from raising a proper family until we had sufficient means. I understand one of your sons is lame. What a pity, my dear. So sorry.
Anne, please.
You expect me to hold my tongue when that cheap fishwife, that cow, plays your uncle like a cello with her children's prayers and adoring smile. She makes me ill.
We'll discuss it afterwards.
Well, I've asked you here to unfold some of my plans. I've decided to make reparations to all of you whilst I'm still alive and can share your happiness.
I don't understand.
Well, I'm giving my fortune away now.
What?
Mr. Kempton, would you please read the document?
Yes, of course, Scrooge. I, Ebenezer Scrooge, being of sound mind, do hereby instruct my attorneys to prepare the documents. 1. My home and chattels therein be given to Robert Cratchit.
You're giving us this house?
And all the furniture, the dishes, the towels, even the mousetrap. It's a small compensation for the disservice I've done to your family.
The old man's a raving lunatic.
And to each of the Cratchit children I put in trust the sum of £5,000, to be divided among them when they reach legal maturity.
God bless you, sir.
In addition, I place in trust with Kempton and Kempton Esquires the sum of £2,000, which shall be disbursed for medical treatment as needed by Master Timothy Cratchit.
You have our Tim's undying love.
And fourthly, I give to my faithful friend Robert Cratchit the sum of £3,000.
I can't believe this.
You're just too kind, Mr. Scrooge. Too kind.
Yes, well, I've instructed the bank to issue you a draft for the entire sum in the morning.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
An ass in feathers is still an ass.
And to my dearest nephew, Frederick, I give the sum of £3,000.
Most gracious of you, Uncle.
Oh, wait. There's more. Read on, Mr. Kempton, read on.
And sixthly, I assign a 75% interest in my business to my nephew, Fred.
What?
And the remaining 25% to my devoted clerk, Robert Cratchit. Thus ends the gifts and trust.
Ain't it wonderful? Fred and Bob, partners. I cannot tell you how overjoyed this has made me. We can only thank the spectres for this wonderful moment.
Scrooge's revelation stunned Mrs. Cratchit and his niece, Anne. Both women smiled politely, but inwardly seethed with anger and jealousy. Lawyer Kempton watched their show of happiness, realizing that beneath the charming veneer, they hated each other.
Mr. Kempton, did you hear what Mrs. Cratchit said?
No, I didn't. I'm sorry, Ebenezer. I was rereading the deed to your house.
We want Mr. Scrooge to live with us. Well, it wouldn't seem right to have him give up his comforts, even though we'll be there. Isn't that right, Bob?
Oh, for certain. The children would love to be with you. Tiny Tim already thinks of you as his grandfather.
You hear that, Mr. Kempton? I'm a grandfather.
Yes, you're very lucky, Ebenezer. Very lucky.
Oh, it'll be wonderful. Mr. Scrooge sitting by the fire, reading to the children and helping Bob to learn the business and spoiling Belinda with treats. We'd be a real family, a very happy family.
Oh, you see, Mr. Kempton, you say it's a dream come true.
I hope so. I sincerely do.
Mr. Kempton, don't be so worried. Of course the Cratchits will take good care of Uncle Ebenezer. Isn't that right, Mrs. Cratchit?
Well, yes, of course. We'll always have a place for him.
See, it's settled. I'm delighted. But, well, never mind.
Now, Anne, speak on. I sense something's bothering you.
It's not my place, Uncle.
No, I insist. Well, what is it?
I was thinking how the Cratchits needed time, especially those darling children, to acclimate themselves to their new home. I guess it's foolish, but I would want to have matters settled, settled, before I could graciously receive any visitors or relatives.
Oh, yes, I understand. You're quite right. I'm selfish. The Cratchits should be alone when they take possession of the house.
Oh, not at all. Well, we want you to stay. Tell him, Bob.
Perhaps Miss Anne has a point. Not that we don't want you, Mr. Scrooge, but the hubbub of the children might be disturbing to you.
Children aren't any trouble. And this still is Mr. Scrooge's residence.
Oh, now, dear lady, as of this day, this is your home.
Why don't you stay with us while the Cratchits acquaint themselves with newer surroundings?
Oh, yes, I insist, Uncle. There's more than enough room. The change would do you wonders, and we can discuss the details of your business at leisure. You see, I want to take advantage of your years of knowledge in order to make Scrooge and Marley thrive.
Oh, there's great sense to this. Indeed, I'll pack this afternoon and I'll come round for dinner.
Oh, I'm so disappointed. Won't you reconsider, Mr. Kempton? Beg him to stay. I feel as if I'd forced you out of the house.
Odious woman. Harpy.
I've won, you snivelling witch. You might own the house, but I'll have him.
I wish I could tear those blonde curls out of her head. I'll have you back, you old man, before she's poisoned your mind.
True to his word, Scrooge moved in with his nephew, while the Cratchits took possession of the home. Daily, Scrooge would accompany Fred to the counting house, where they would pore over loans and interest rates and collections. Bob Cratchit often listened to their discussions, but inevitably returned to his desk to add columns of figures. Ebenezer was pleased that his nephew had such a grasp of the business, and expressed his pleasure to Anne that evening at dinner.
Oh, Anne, I marvel at your husband's ability. He's learned my business within days.
You're too kind. I'm sure there's much more for him to know. What took you years of wisdom and experience to understand can't be understood in such a short time. You flatter him, Uncle Ebenezer.
Oh, indeed not. I thank the spirits that I had the good sense to turn everything over to Fred.
Not everything, but we're more than satisfied. Your company is payment enough.
A toast to Uncle Ebenezer and the spirit of Christmas.
Oh, spirits, Fred, spirits.
I hope they haven't bothered you since you've been here.
Oh, not at all. I only talk to Jacob at night.
You've seen Jacob Marley?
Oh, yes. Every night as I lie in bed and wait for him to materialise. And then we talk. For hours. I've told him how happy I am, how Fred's progressing, what's happened to the Cratchits. Oh, Jacob is pleased, very pleased.
They're dreams, Uncle, like the other time.
Well, dreams, if you wish, but Marley does visit with me.
Have you ever discussed these apparitions with Mr. Kempton?
Oh, certainly. He knows all about them. There's nothing I would hide from my attorney.
Most sensible, Uncle, and most important. Did he feel the spirits had guided you unwisely in the past weeks?
Wow, you know Mr. Kempton, he's a man of logic, of fact. His mind, it works like a clock. He thought my voices were a fever that had swayed my judgment. Poor man, he has little imagination and too much reason.
Did he question your actions? Did he feel giving your home to the Cratchits a sound decision?
Well, it wasn't his decision or mine. It was the will of the spirits. I've told you that before.
Anne and Fred sat facing each other in the parlor after Scrooge had gone to bed. Despite their silence, they thought along similar lines. Finally, Anne spoke.
I'm glad he's insane.
Oh, you mustn't say that.
Oh, you want him living here the rest of his life? You want to hear his wheezing and hacking in the dead of night? Or do you want to remain partners with a simpleton, a petty low-class fool whose main ambition is to add rows of numbers? You want that, dear? I'm the laughing-stock of our circle because my husband shares a business with a clerk.
He's harmless.
He's there. I want him judged incompetent. I want the lawyers to pore over all the legal documents he's prepared and find them the work of a deranged old man, a madman. I want her out of that house. I want her groveling in the streets and her children picking rags.
Stop. Your cruelty goes beyond reason. They're harmless people who have never had anything. Let them live. Be content, Anne. Be satisfied.
Oh, my darling, I only want you to receive your rightful share. Of course, the Cratchits are entitled to something, but what? He has given them much more than they deserve. Am I wrong? Can you honestly tell me that the house is rightfully theirs, or that you cherish the idea of sharing your efforts with Bob Cratchit?
What should we do?
Have Scrooge declared unfit, throw the issue of property into the courts, let them find for us. It's out of our hands. Once he's examined, they'll know he's mad. Let the spirits help him then. We've waited too long to let this opportunity elude us. We'll have Kempton act in our behalf. Yes, let him institute the proceedings. Scrooge is mad. I want him locked in the darkest corner of the asylum. Let him tell the rats and the spiders about Marley and the visions.
What's that? Who's there? Uncle Scrooge! We didn't hear you come downstairs.
Apparently not.
But he's heard everything. Haven't you, old man?
Yes, you scheming viper.
Good. I'm glad. I hate you. And when we're finished, you'll be remembered for your insanity, not your meanness.
Scrooge ran from the house in the dead of night. Tears streamed down his cheeks as Anne's words echoed in his brain.
Help me. Oh, dear God. Turn this horror from a reality into a simple nightmare. Let me wake in my bed. Please, please let this be a tortured dream as penance for my sins. Cold. I'm cold, inside and out. Where to, Scrooge? Oh, he's not yet lost. I'll go home. To my fire. Yes, to my house. What's done can be undone. I'll be myself again. Open! Open!
Upon my soul, Mr. Scrooge.
Oh, damn your soul. Close the door.
Yes, sir. You're soaked to the skin. Come, sit by the fire.
Move aside, you fool.
Who is it, Bob? Ebenezer! Oh, you're sopping. Bob, get his robe and some blankets. Oh, quickly, men. Oh, give me your coat.
Take it. Turn the chair. Facing the fire, you farce.
Yes, sir.
Fetch my comforter and get out. I said get out, didn't you hear me, you fat-faced little gutter snipe? Get out.
Ill, sir?
Ill? No, I'm cured. And I see you for what you are. You get out now.
Oh, well, so this is your niece's handiwork. Well, she's done a proper job, and in such a short time, with that pompous witch.
Oh, you're all witches. Lying, ungrateful troll.
Such a mouth, you old man.
How dare you? Get out of my house. Take your pack of disgusting children, your feeble-minded husband, and get out.
You sit down. Sit down and be still.
Well, I'll have the bailiffs throw you out into the deepest part of the prison and make sure that your brats never leave the workhouse.
If you speak once more, just once, I'll bend this poke across your wretched head. You see?
No.
I loathe you, Scrooge. I've hated you for years. Even this Christmas dinner of ours stuck in my throat when Bob raised his glass to you. Founder of the feast, indeed. Why, you're an odious, stingy, hard, unfeeling man. Your name casts an evil shadow on this ass. My ass, you old fool. Well, it belongs to me now.
Well, not for long. You'll be out of here tomorrow. Campton will see to that.
Oh, hardly, dearie. Didn't you sign the deed over to us? Didn't you give freely and without stipulation the money to the children and a share of the business to Bob? You did all that. It's signed and ours. All ours.
Oh, not quite. You see, my dear, I'm going to contest the transaction. I'm going to have the whole matter reversed. I'll bring my case on temporary insanity brought on by food poisoning. Then everything will be thrown into a conservator's hands, Mr. Kempton's hands, and you and these miserable brats will be forced from my home. Scrooge will be Scrooge once more.
I see you dead before one of my children sleeps among the lice and roaches again. You'll burn in hell as you deserve. Insane. You're just mad, but to my advantage. Look at you, dressed in sopping clothes. Well, you're just nothing but a raving lunatic. What's signed and sealed will never be undone by the likes of you. Your darling niece has played the hand for both of us. Now get out, Scrooge. Get out of my house. Let the wind and rain freeze your wretched heart.
Contemptible slut. No. Put that poker down. Don't come near me now.
Get out, you filth.
Don't you dare touch me with that. No, don't.
Run, old man. Run to your death.
Scrooge ran through the night as the wind and the rain pelted his face and soaked his clothes. The rain turned to sleet and the wind howled around the corners of London's deserted streets. Scrooge's eyes glistened like a man possessed. He scurried from building to building like a hunted animal. Finally, exhausted and shivering, he pounded on Mr. Kempton's door.
Oh, my God. Ebenezer, come in, man. Come in. Take off those shoes. Yeah. Give me your coat. Here. And put this blanket round yourself. What happened?
Oh, Mr. Kempton, I've seen more evil, more hate than I ever thought existed in the entire world. The devils have turned on me. Kempton, it's all gone wrong. Everything has turned upside down. I'm a fool. A stupid fool whose mind is twisted with love and hate.
Did Fred cause this?
Yeah. Fred? Bob? Oh, hardly. Poor simple man. Dunces with bibs, controlled by scheming women.
Come to pass too quickly. Too soon.
You knew this would happen, didn't you?
Yes.
Why didn't you stop me?
Would you have listened?
No, I wouldn't. The idea was too set in my mind. My emotions would have rejected the best of reason.
Well, now, enough sadness for one night. You'll take the spare bedroom and we'll talk in the morning.
Kempton, am I insane?
Well, it's not the time to discuss these
Am I, Kempton? Am I?
I think your heart has been filled with anger for years, and it forced you to act unreasonably. Your hatred of mankind certainly stems from the irrational, as do your actions of hate. I've always known you were a man possessed with unspeakable pain and with a galaxy of fears.
That's true. It's quite true. I didn't want to become what I've become. My life was, it still is, I live in hell.
Oh, no, hush. Now, let's leave this until the morning.
Captain, I've never been loved.
Now, please, Ebenezer.
It's a fact. How can anyone give love when they've never received it? I was always the outcast. My father detested the sight of me. I never knew why. What had I done except being born? Captain, I've been so alone, so lonely. I only wanted to spend the last years being loved. Being loved. Was that too much to ask?
Kempton guided Scrooge up the stairs and into the spare bedroom. He closed the door, leaving the old man to prepare himself for bed. Poor Ebenezer, he thought. Poor demented man. A whole life wasted. Kempton trudged sadly to his chambers and fell into a fitful sleep. However, Scrooge was awake. His eyes darted across the room, searching the shadows and peering into the blackness. Suddenly he cocked his head.
Who's there? Molly? Spirit? Is that you, Jacob? Speak to me. Who is in this room? I can't see you. No more. Haven't I paid enough for my sins? Aren't you satisfied? I can't take no more suffering. My whole life has been a punishment. What more do you want of me? Father? Father, is that really you? What? Follow? You want me to follow you? Oh, gladly. You sorry? Oh, I forgive you. You want to be with me? With me alone? Oh, yes, I'll come gladly. I've waited such a long time for you, Father. It's been so lonely without you.
They found him the next morning. He was frozen to death on a bench in Hyde Park. He was just another faceless old man who was buried in a pauper's grave on that bleak winter. Kempton never suspected he had died, and the others didn't care.
The Mutual Radio Theater is brought to you 5 nights a week at this time. Tonight's original radio play, The Last of Scrooge, was written by Ken Gerard and produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Your host was Vincent Price. Our star was Hans Conried. Featured in the cast were Ben Wright, Len Berman, Betty Harford, Valerie Cooney, and Ivor Barry. The music for radio theater was composed and conducted by Nelson Riddle. John Harlan speaking. The Elliott Lewis production of Radio Theater is a presentation of CVI.
Tired of the everyday routine? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all?
We offer you Escape! Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Tonight, we escape to a lonely lighthouse off the steaming jungle coast of French Guiana and a nightmare world of terror and violence as we bring you again, in response to hundreds of requests, 3 Skeleton Key, starring Vincent Price.
Picture this place. A gray tapering cylinder welded by iron rods and concrete to the key itself. A bare black rock, 150 feet long, maybe 40 wide. That's at low tide. At high tide, just the lighthouse, rising 110 feet straight up out of the ocean. And all about it, the churning water, gray-green, scum-dappled, warm as soup, and swarming with gigantic bat-like devilfish, great violet schools of Portuguese man-o'-war, and yes, sharks, the big ones, the 15-footers. And as if this weren't enough, there was a hot, dank, rotten-smelling wind that came at us day and night off the jungle swamps of the mainland. A wind that smelled like death. A wind that had smelled the slow and frightful death that came one night to this bare black rock. Set in the base of the light was a watertight bronze door, and in you went, and up. Yes, up and round, past the tanks of oil and the coils of rope, casks of wicks, racks of lanterns, sacks of spuds and cartons and cans, and up, round and round. Over the light storeroom was the food storeroom, and over the food storeroom was the bunk room where the 3 of us slept. And over the bunk room was the living and cooking room, and over the living and cooking room was the light. She was a beauty, big steel and bronze baby with the sun gleaming through the glass walls all about, bouncing blinding little beams off the big shining reflectors, glittering and refracting through her lenses, the whole gigantic bulk of her balanced like a ballerina on the glistening steel axle of her rotary mechanism. She was a sweetheart of a light. And at night she'd lie there on the stone deck of the gallery with her revolving smoothly and quietly over your head, easing her bright white eye 360 degrees around the horizon. You'd lie there watching to see that the feeders kept working, that everything ran right. And it wouldn't be bad, the other 2 fellows snoring in their sacks 2 levels down. You'd smoke your pipe to kill the stink of the wind, and it wouldn't be bad. About those other 2, Louis and Auguste. What a pair. Louis, he was head man, was a big fellow from the Basque country, black beard, little hard black eyes, and a pair of arms that I tell you, those arms were as big around as my legs. Yes, head man he was, and what word he let go was law. A silent fellow, and although I spent my first 2 weeks trying to strike up a real conversation, the most I could ever get out of him was...
Jean, I took up this profession because I don't like people. They want to talk too much. It's quiet work, light tending. Let's keep it that way. You're getting to be as bad as Auguste. I thought maybe for once they'd send me somebody who
That
could keep
was
his
Louis.
mouth shut.
When he accused me of becoming like August, I quieted down because August was the talkingest man I'd ever met. The talkingest and the ugliest. He was hunchbacked, stood 4 feet high, had red hair and big blue eyes. It seems he'd been an actor in Paris.
Yes, indeed. Played in over 200 different productions, dear boy, at the Grand Guignol. Oh, but it was monstrous horrible, the way we used to scare the audiences. I was hated. Yes, they used to throw things and hiss and bare their teeth at me. Finally, it got too bad. I couldn't stand it any longer. I gave up the theater. My nerves, you understand. Yes, gave it up completely. I really did. Couldn't stand it any longer.
It all started one morning at 2:30. I was on watch, lying on the cool stone deck, pulling on my pipe, staring out at the blackness, the phosphorescent combers, and the big yellow stars, when out of the corner of my eye, I noticed something show up for a second, something the light had touched, far off. I waited for her to come around again, and when she did, there it was. Three-master, a big one, about a half-mile off and coming down out of the north-northwest, coming straight for us. You must understand, our light was where it was for a very good reason. Dangerous submerged reefs surrounded us and ships kept clear. But this one, this sailing vessel, was coming straight on. I went over to the gallery door and yelled, "Louis! Louis!" Couldn't understand it. I waited for the light to come around again.
What is it?
Ship headed for the reefs!
Coming right up!
I had the glasses out now. I couldn't read her name, but I could see her quite plainly. All sails set, the foam creaming away under her bow, her beautiful lines. A Dutch ship, I guessed her. But why didn't she turn? Every time it passed, our light hit her with the glare of day.
Ship? Where?
Northwest. The light will touch her in a moment.
Can't they see?
Look at her. She just keeps coming on.
Yeah, the squarehead.
What is it? What is it?
Watch northwest.
I know what it is.
Huh? What?
The Dutchman, the Flying Dutchman. We did a play about her once. Oh, what a performance. You ghastly galleon, hag-ridden, curse-driven, must on.
Shut up, will you? She's luffing.
Yes.
Sloppy way to come about. She's derelict, that's it.
Derelict?
Abandoned. The crew left her for some reason or other. But instead of sinking, she's gone on, running before every wind.
She'll not run long. Not with these reefs to break her up.
A beautiful ship. Now, why would men leave a beautiful ship like that?
She didn't ram us, although we all expected it. But as we waited for the crash, she luffed again, caught some odd gust, and went about. We watched her the rest of those black hours, heeling and rocking, pushed and pulled by every stray wind, every freak current. Watched her until the dawn came, till the sea turned from black to a pearly gray. And on she came again, heading for us. We all had our glasses trained on her now.
August, you can kill the light.
Right, Chief?
She doesn't look so good by daylight. Think she'll ground this time?
What?
I say, do you think she'll ground this time?
Huh? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible.
What?
Here, take my glasses. They're better than yours.
All right. And what is it you're... I had to focus, and then my breath froze in my throat. The decks were swarming with a dark brown carpet that looked like a gigantic fungus, but undulating. And on the masts and yards, the guys and all were hundreds, no thousands, I don't know, an endless number of enormous rats.
See them?
Yes, I see them.
Now we know why she's derelict.
Yes, now we know.
What are you two doing? Here, give me a look.
Yes, give him the glasses. Take a good look, chatterbox. Give you something to
talk about?
She's still heading for us.
Yes.
She's going to turn. She'd better turn soon.
Suppose she doesn't.
You mean suppose she piles up on the quay?
It's low tide.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Where's all the conversation, August, huh? Here, want the glasses again? Want another look?
No.
She's still coming on.
Go away! Go away!
Turn, will you? Turn, I say, I pray you, turn! She's cracking up.
The rats! Look! On the water! Like a carpet!
They're swimming.
Sure, they're swimming. Those are ship's rats.
But they're swimming for the rocks.
The door below! It's open!
Come on.
Down we went, racing down the stone stairs, taking them 3 and 4 at a time. Scared? You bet we were scared.
August, you get the windows. Maybe they can climb. We don't know.
Right, Chief. But hurry! Hurry!
Look. See them?
No. Oh, yes, I do. Up at the other end of the rock.
Look at them.
Millions.
They smell us. Here they come. Close the door.
Can't. It's stuck.
Here. Let me.
Oh, move. You move.
Heave.
Made it.
Holy. That was close.
One got in. Look, there.
Get it!
Watch him. He's kicking. He was as big as a tomcat, bigger. And his eyes were wild and red, his teeth long and sharp and yellow. He went for us, starving, ravenous, and we fought him, fought that one rat all over the room. It was, oh, believe me, I do not exaggerate, it was like fighting a panther.
Got him.
We better get aloft. As we ran up the winding staircase, we passed the tiny windows of the various levels, and at every one was a thick, wriggling, screaming curtain of brown fur. I was ahead of Louis, and I dreaded each successive level. Suppose they had found a way in.
Look at them! Will you look at them?
It's a nightmare.
Will you look at them?
The air of the gallery was thick and fetid with the stink of them. The light was dim, brown, filtered through the crawling mass that swarmed over the glass all about us. We could not see the sky. Nothing but them. Their red eyes, their claws, their wriggling, hairy snouts, and their teeth. The rats. They screamed and howled and threw themselves against the glass. They were starving. And we three, we stood very quietly. Oh, very quietly in the center of the glass room under our beautiful light. And we waited.
What can we do? What can we do, Chief?
Take it easy, old man. Take it easy.
I just can't.
It won't do any good to stand here and shake.
That's right. Anybody want a cigarette?
Yes, I have one, thank you.
Good boy. We've got to keep calm about this thing. Here's a light.
They don't like the fire, do they?
Guess not.
Give me another match. You don't like that much, do you? I say?
Don't rile them, August.
Give me some more matches. I'll strike them and strike them and strike them until they get scared and go away.
They won't go away. Not until...
Finish it, Chief. Not until what?
Not until they've been fed.
You can take just so much horror, and then you get used to it. And they were interesting to watch, you know. They couldn't understand the glass. They could see us and they could rush at us, but that thin, invisible barrier held them off, stopped them. From time to time, we caught a glimpse of the rocks below. More rats down there, swarming brown velvet in the bright tropical sunlight. And then the tide began to rise. If only it had drowned some of them.
Ship's rats don't drown. No, sir, you cannot drown one of them. They're all climbing up the tower.
This bunch around us is getting thicker.
Say, what's the time?
6:15.
You've got first watch, John.
Right. Wake me at 10. I will. Come along, August. It was getting dark. One side of the room was lit a soft, filtered red. Sunset through the rats. Oh, very pretty. I set the wicks, checked my fuel, and then lit the lamps. It caught them. Lit them in their gigantic wriggling web of pale, hairless bellies, twitching red tails, bright eyes. Then I started the rotary motor. The light drove them mad as she swung slowly and smoothly about. She blinded them in the fierce stabbing bar of light, moving continually about, ever turning, ever touching, ever moving around and around, and they twitching and shuddering, eyes flaming when they were struck by the light. The bright light moving, and behind on the dark side of the room, so close, I dared not turn my back, but you cannot help turning your back when you're in a room made of glass. On the dark side of the room, you could not see them, but only their eyes. Thousands of points of blank red light, blinking and twinkling like the stars of hell. Louis relieved me at 10, but I didn't get much sleep that night, and when I came up into the gallery early next morning, there stood August, his back to me. He was bowing to the rats, waving his arms and making a speech.
I am going to play once again that magnificent role which made me the toast of the Paris theatre. Prelate, the evil genius of the medieval underworld. I am he who did guide the dark soul of the Marechal into the nether paths. Do not be frightened, little children. I will not hurt
turning.
you.
I stood staring at him, horror-struck, but he didn't notice me. The man had gone mad. He kept turning, telling his stories to all the rats, leaving no one out. August! August!
Ah, another one. A latecomer. Take a seat on the aisle, dear patron.
August,
move over there.
Stop it.
Let the gentleman be
But
seated.
he didn't stop.
Come.
He went on, bowing and scraping to the rats, his big blue eyes rolling and winking, his wild red hair waving about him. I grabbed him by the arms and slapped his face. He looked at me like a child, and then his face screwed up. He looked as though he were about to cry. Go below, go on.
Oh, very well then. Later, my dear audience, later. Matinee today.
Sure, he was crazy, but I guess we all were. A few hours later, he came back up and caught Louis and me teasing the rats. Yes, sounds horrible. It was fun. We could get right up against the glass and make faces at them. It drove them crazy. They would scratch away trying to get at our eyes. Louis was even cuter about it. He'd pull a piece of bread out of his pocket and press it against the glass. The rats would scramble into a solid ball, biting each other, clustering like grapes. From time to time, a whole knot of them would slip and fall 110 feet to the surf below.
Look at the sharks!
They're eating them.
The sharks are our friends. Here, I'll get another bunch together. Here, my beauties. That's it. Pile up. Kill each other. There they go!
Auguste joined in, too. Oh, very ingenious Auguste. He learned that if he spread-eagled himself against the glass, they'd bunch and bundle against his figure. Then he'd leap back.
Look! My portrait in rats.
It went on all day, and then I was lying in bed. It was about midnight. I was very tired, and I was just beginning to fall off to sleep when I became conscious of a new sound. Couldn't figure it at first. I got up, lit the lamp, and went to the window. Even as I looked at it, I saw one of the panes begin to sag in. They had eaten the wood away. Louis, come quick!
What? What is it?
They found a way in. I held the glass with my hand.
Now they were all going crazy, and assured of the success of this maneuver, were all nibbling away at the wood. Louis ran below and then returned with a large sheet of tin. We spread it against the window and hammered it into place. Even as we did so, we felt the heavy body thudding against the other side as the window gave way.
That ought to hold. If it doesn't, we're done for.
Rats can't eat tin.
No, they can't. What was that?
I don't know.
It came from below.
The storeroom window.
They're in. They're swarming up the stairs.
Drop the trap.
Right.
Two of them got in.
Let's go after them.
We didn't have to go after them. They came at us. I leaped to one side and grabbed a marlin spike, swung, and smashed one in midair.
No!
I whirled to see Louis with the other. It had ripped his hand open, and the blood was pouring all over the place. He held his hand aloft and kicked at the snarling rat. I stepped and swung and got him.
My hand! He got my hand!
That's both of them, Louis. I'll get you something to tie that up.
Blood! Look at it! My blood! I'm bleeding!
Now, don't worry about it, Louis. Here, look. I'll wind this kerchief around it. It'll be okay.
Blood!
There, now. It's not bad, just the flesh. Then I became conscious of another new sound. They were gnawing their way through the wooden trap door. I watched the wood fascinated. Even as I did, it began to give way, and a bristling, whiskery nose showed through. Louis, we've got to go up. Next level was the living quarters and kitchen. I slammed the trap door there, too, but it, too, was wood.
My blood. What are we going to do?
I don't know. We'll be through this one in a moment.
The gallery. The trap door in the gallery is metal.
Good. Come on. We made it. We lay across the trap door exhausted, while below us the rats took over the entire tower. I could hear them howling and fighting over our food supply, our water, our leather. And all about us, the others screamed and glared in at us, swayed in a tangled mass, hypnotized by the ever-turning light. By morning, the air in the little room was horrible. Until now, we'd been getting air from the tower below. Now that was sealed off, and so was all our food and water. We lay exhausted, panting, waiting. And the hours crawled on. I was almost dozing from fatigue when I saw a sight that brought me too fast.
Would you like to come in, my beauties? Would you? I hold the powers of life and death, and I can let you in, you know.
August was standing by the glass, and in one hand he held a wrench. He was tapping the glass gently, not quite hard enough to break it. I eased myself to my feet and slowly, very slowly, tiptoed toward him.
All I have to do is tap just a little harder, and
I found a coil of wire in the toolkit, and I trussed him up, fastened him to a stanchion in the center of the room. Louis was of no help. He lay on his side, looking at his bloody hand, weak and sick as a baby. So there I was, a lunatic and a coward for company, and all about watching our little drama, the rats. The day dragged by. The supply boat wasn't due for another 12 days. I don't know what they could have done if they had come. We had only one way of summoning them, and that was to shoot off distress rockets, but the rockets were 4 floors below. And even if they'd been right there in the gallery, I couldn't have opened a window to fire them. That night, I tended the light, but its flame was devouring our oxygen. The following day, we lay, thirst-tormented, starving, waiting, and the following night, I again tended the light, but the small supply of spare wicking we kept in the gallery had become exhausted, and quite suddenly, about midnight, the light went out. There's nothing I could do. Wicks were stored 3 levels below. Nothing I could do. Nothing. From time to time, I'd strike a match to see the clock. When I did, it lit up the million red eyes about us. All about us. Watching. Waiting. Below, it had grown quiet. They'd cleaned us out, and now they, too, were waiting. All waiting. And then the rats, quite suddenly, were silent. And then I heard it. And then I saw the sky and the stars. The rats were gone. I went to the glass. Out there on the water, a small freighter, a banana boat, showing a few lights, came softly and innocently at us. The light was out. They didn't know. I wanted to open the windows, to call out to them, to warn them somehow, but I was afraid. What if the rats were hiding from me, tricking me? So I waited. She grounded very softly on a reef not 200 yards from the quay. Grounded so gently that the man playing the cornet, was he a passenger or crewman off watch, didn't even stop playing. They tried washing her back off. I could have told them to save their fuel. The tide was rising, would have floated her free. And I waited. That's all. That's the story. The sun came up and there wasn't a rat on the whole quay. Every last one of that terrible army had left us, gone back to sea on their new ship. Auguste, insane asylum, he never recovered. And Louis, they took him into Cayenne where he died of blood poisoning from his bite. Oh, yes. Well, that's the whole of it. And if you'll excuse me now, I must go set my traps. No mouse traps. No rats in this lighthouse, I should say not. Life in the lights isn't bad, but sometimes when I see a strange vessel approaching, I get a little nervous, sure. Somewhere on the seas, there's a little banana boat without a crew. That is, without a human crew.
Escape is produced and directed by William N. Robeson. Tonight we have presented Three Skeleton Key by George Tadouse, adapted for radio by James Poe and starring Vincent Price as Jean. Supporting Mr. Price were Harry Bartell as August and Jeff Corey as Louis. Sound effects on Three Skeleton Key, created by Cliff Thorsness and executed today by Mr. Thorsness, Gus Bays, and Jack Sixsmith, have been awarded the Best of the Year by Radio and Television Life magazine. Harry Essman was at the control panel, and special music was arranged and conducted by Del Castillo. Next week...
You are swimming for your life in the dangerous waters off the Florida Gulf Coast, about to be smashed by a launch carrying a vicious criminal who must kill you or die himself. And on shore, 500 yards away, the police are waiting to arrest you for murder, and there can be no escape.
Next week, we escape with an exciting tale of temptation and death on the Gulf Coast of Florida, as John and Gwen Bagney tell it in Danger at Matagumba. Goodbye, then, until the same time next week, when once again we offer you Escape. A patch of weeds, a boxer's biography, and a mild, lukewarm bath. They're all clues that lead the police of Jackson, Michigan to a killer in the gangbuster story on CBS this Saturday night. It's the case of the double push, to be heard on most of these same CBS stations this Saturday night. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
That's the theme from Sears Radio Theater, which will be brought to you Monday through Friday on this station. Today, Vincent Price will bring you a generous helping of mystery and suspense. Tomorrow, Cicely Tyson will enthrall you with tales of love and hate, dramas involving human emotions. Friday, Richard Widmark will host tales of adventure in outer space, under the sea, anywhere there is adventure. Monday, you'll hear stories of the Golden West and the West we know today with Lorne Greene as your host. And on Tuesday, you can laugh with Andy Griffith as your host for things that are funny. The Sears Radio Theater will begin after this message from your local station.
This is Vincent Price. The quiet suburban town of Farrington is a typical bedroom community. It exhibits all the trappings of a settled small town, tree-lined streets, solid brick homes, even an authentic 19th century town square. Bikes, station wagons, and manicured lawns give it the air of affluence and normalcy. One house, a single-story ranch-style home, would appear to be the perfect example of the serenity of this neighborhood. Husband standing just outside the partly open front door, wife within the house saying her last goodbyes. But if we look closer, the woman seems frightened, the man in a fury, and the door is held in place by a chain.
Please, Frank, don't make another scene.
I just want to come in and talk this out. Unfasten the chain, please.
No.
It's that damn lawyer. He turned you against me.
I'm not going to rehash our marital problems at the front door.
Well, let me in.
No, I can't trust you. Not after the last time.
I promise not to start anything.
Call me tonight. It's better that way.
So you can record the conversation?
Don't get paranoid.
Just talk with me for 5 minutes.
I can't. I'm late getting to the bank as it is.
I said I want in. Listen, it's still my house.
Stop it. You'll upset the children again.
Dad, Carrie! Oh. It's Daddy, help me! Mommy won't let me see. She won't let me come home.
Stop it. Now stop it. Don't drag them into our mess.
All I want to do is sit in my own living room and reason with you instead of some attorney's office. Is that asking too much?
We've been talking for months. Nothing's changed.
I'll never give you a divorce. I mean it.
I haven't asked for one. Now give me time to think.
I won't let you go. I know you want to marry Brock. Just keep him away from this house.
Frank, please.
I don't want him touching you, holding you.
You're only making things worse.
I'm warning you. If you see that lawyer Brock again, you'll live to regret it.
And that's only the beginning of our story.
Sears Radio Theater, a new adventure in radio listening. Brought to you 5 nights a week by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops. Your host, Lorne Greene. I'll bring you stories of the Old West and the New. Andy Griffith with a look at the funny side of life.
Vincent Price with tales of mystery and suspense.
Cicely Tyson with stories about love, hate, and related things.
Richard Widmark. I'll bring you stories of pure adventure. 5 nights of exceptional entertainment every week. Brought to you in Elliott Lewis' production of the Sears Radio Theater. Our story, Hostages, by Ken Gerard. Our stars, Virginia Gregg, Shepard Menken, and Vic Perrin.
In spite of her husband's threat, Carol Manson called her attorney, Ted Brock, the moment she arrived at the bank. She was terrified. She needed advice. Ted Brock told her he would come to her office immediately.
How are
are you this morning, Mr. Enright?
Never better, Mr. Brock. Oh, you can smell spring in the air. So go right in, please. Mrs. Matson's expecting you in her office.
Thanks. I know the way. I've been here enough.
Come in.
I came as soon as I could. Are you all right?
I'm still shaking.
Did he get violent?
No, I had the chain on the door. He didn't get in.
What about the children?
They didn't hear it. I drove them to school after he left.
Carol, why don't you and the kids spend a few days at our house? Betty would love it. The kids can use the pool. The change would do you good.
That would be the final straw. Teddy thinks there's something between you and me. He's gone completely mad.
When Frank threatened you, you should have called the police.
It would have done some good. How do you arrest a police lieutenant? They wouldn't have believed me.
Hasn't your situation gone far enough? You've given him every chance to pull himself together. He's not going to change. Please, file the divorce papers. I can have them ready for your signature this afternoon.
Oh, the thought terrifies me. I don't know what he'd do if I went through with it.
I'll have him enjoying from seeing you.
That wouldn't stop him.
We'll go to the police disciplinary board and open up the whole case, even the incident with Jeff.
It has to be a different way. That could ruin him.
But you've exhausted every remedy, Carol. The marriage counseling was a fiasco. You begged and pleaded. Haven't you punished yourself enough? And you can't subject the children to his rages much longer.
I know, but I still hope that...
He isn't going to straighten himself out. That's wishful thinking. Why spend the rest of your life in fear?
No, you're right. It's even affecting me here at the bank. Sometimes I think he's out there watching me or following me home.
Let me call Inspector Metzger and explain the situation. Maybe he can reason with Frank.
Oh, that's not fair. It might affect his efficiency rating. They might use it to deny him a captaincy.
He's been passed over twice, Carol. Other people see he's disturbed, too, you know.
I don't want to do it.
I can't understand you. This man has threatened you and the children. He's almost strangled.
I don't want to hear it.
All right, I won't go into it. I can't help you with my hands tied.
It's still my husband. Yes.
Mrs. Matson, I'm sorry to bother you,
I told you I didn't want to see anybody for a few minutes.
I understand, but this customer insists on seeing the manager.
Can't you handle it for once?
No way, honey. Why bother with a junior exec when you can talk to the boss?
Do you mind waiting outside? I'll be with you in a minute.
I'm sorry, lady. I happen to prefer group meetings.
Oh, my God. He's got a gun.
Shotgun.
Don't point that at me.
Now, everybody just stay nice and orderly. No fuss, no sudden moves. We're marching out front. Mrs. Manager here will instruct the cashier to fill up my briefcase. If everybody keeps cool, this whole thing will be over in 2 minutes. Don't anybody get heroic. Now, move.
I don't want any bloodshed. Just take the money and leave.
That's good enough for me. Mrs. Max, we can't let him do this.
I don't believe we have a choice.
Keep walking. Don't show the tellers anything's wrong. It'll be over before you know it. Just keep in front of me.
Fine, but don't shoot.
This is just your garden variety bank holdup. It's not a shooting.
Harriet, please fill this brief.
Grab his arm. Give me that.
That was dumb.
So stupid. Mr. Brock.
Oh, my God.
Mr. Brock.
He's covered with blood. It's all over my face.
Don't shoot. Don't kill me. I didn't mean it.
You miserable creep. Had to play hero. Huh?
No.
Oh, he's bleeding to death. He's going to die. Quiet. Control yourself.
Everybody on the deck. Except you, lady. You fill up that bag. Did you hear me?
No, Harriet. Give him everything. Well, all right.
And be quick.
I do you such as
just the paper money, you idiot. That's better. Now, nobody gets off this floor for the next 10 minutes. You got it, bright boy?
Yes, sir.
In a moment, Ted. It's almost over.
Oh, that better be an ambulance. I'll take a look. Damn it. 2 squad cars. All right, get back. Everybody get behind the counter. Hurry up. Move that body, mister.
Yes, sir.
Now, who tripped the silent alarm? Which one of you morons did it? Answer me or I'll blow somebody's head off.
I did it. I'm sorry. Oh, don't kill me. Tell him not to shoot me, Mrs. Matson. Please,
Shut
I don't want to die.
Shut up. I've got to think.
This is the police. The building is surrounded. Release all the people trapped inside and come out with your hands behind your head.
Hey, you see, it's a real mess. This one had to get brave, and she had to bring in the cops. Now it's a real production. You had to make it complicated.
This man needs medical attention. He could bleed to death.
Oh, that's tough. That's the price of trying to be a hero.
I can't stop the bleeding.
Make a pressure bandage. Here, bright boy, rip up your shirt. This guy's bleeding all over the floor, and she's thinking I'm going for her, but... Oh, forget it.
Here. Here's my jacket.
If he dies, it's murder.
No kidding. You're telling me, the law lady, I'm a two-time loser. If I don't get out of this one, it's all over. I'm gone for good. You'll throw away the key.
I repeat, the building is surrounded. There is no way to escape. You don't want to hurt anybody. Free all the people in the bank and come out with your hands in the air.
Is he crazy? He expects me to let you go?
We want answers in 5 minutes.
What's with him? I'm the one calling the shots. You want an answer? Sure. Here. That's my answer. You know where you can go. I'm calling the turn. You got that, huh? You're my ticket out of this hole. I get out, then you get out. Otherwise, well, there better not be an otherwise.
No, we'll do anything, but please, no more shooting.
No, that's more like it. This is your fault, you know. You had to protect somebody else's dough. Why? Was it worth it? If they rush this place, you're all dead. Think about that. You. Get that phone.
You mean me?
Yeah, I mean you.
Hello?
Carol, it's Frank. Are you all right?
I think so.
Give me that. What do you want?
Who is this?
Donald Duck. Don't try anything funny.
I'm not.
Okay. Talk.
Is this Enright?
Sorry, he's with a customer. Call tomorrow.
You're a real comedian.
Hey, check with me some other time. I got a couple of problems right now.
Yeah, I know. I'm watching the whole thing.
This ain't a spectator sport. And keep out of this, huh?
You know, you're in a whole lot of trouble. Armed robbery, bad news, you know.
Are you, the man?
Yeah, I'm the one in charge. Come on, buddy, give it up. Don't make it tougher on yourself. There's no way out. Let the civilians go. Come out, huh? Don't make it any lousier than it is.
Are you nuts? I got all the aces. The manager, a couple of flunkies, and some would-be hero. I'm calling the tunes, not you.
Okay, I got the message. Anybody hurt so far?
Yeah, Captain Heroic got it in the shoulder.
Is that all?
At least for now.
Come on, cool it. Take your finger off the trigger. I want to cooperate with you. We'll try it your way.
Oh, you're going to let me go scot-free, huh?
Why don't you let the wounded guy out?
No way. The hero stays put.
What's his name?
Hey, what's your name? He's out cold. Anybody know this joker? Everybody's shaking their heads, including the manager, lady.
Hey, let me talk to the manager. How about it?
Forget it. This is a one-man show. I make all the decisions.
Now, don't get bent out of shape. I just want to make sure the women are all right.
Okay. But any tricks and they buy it. Here, talk to the cop. Tell him everything's under control.
Hello?
Is he listening on another line?
No.
All right, play along. Don't jeopardize yourself, okay? How many guns is he carrying?
The other two employees are fine.
Two. You're sure?
Oh, positively.
Pistols?
Well, there's play pigeons.
Shotguns?
No, it's just a combination of things.
I got it. Pistol and shotgun.
Yes, that's right, Lieutenant. Everything's fine. Don't worry, we're being treated well.
Good girl. I'm going to get you out of there, Carol. Trust me. Keep the others calm. I know what to do. Carol, I love you.
Give me the phone. You satisfied?
Hey, no sweat. Take it easy.
Don't con me, huh?
Listen, I forgot to get your name.
No names. I don't want you running a make on me.
All right, have it your way. You need food or cigarettes?
Oh, blow it out your ear. Save that jive for the amateurs.
How about a doctor for the wounded man?
Oh, sure. Anything to get a cop in here.
Take it easy. You're holding all the high cards. I just don't want to see anybody die.
Make you a trade.
Let's hear it.
First, you clear out all the cops, SWAT teams, and everything. Then I send out the wounded guy. Second, I get safe passage to the airport and a plane to Cuba. Once I'm there, I release the hostages.
That's complicated. You got to give me time.
Take it or else.
I need authorization.
Listen, get the plane in a half hour or I start throwing corpses out of the bank.
Okay. It's a deal. But it's outside my authority. If I go out on a limb for you, you got to show me some good faith.
Good faith? This isn't a union contract.
I need it. It shows my superiors I can handle the situation. I'll tell you, just release the wounded man. There's no reason for him to die, right?
Yeah? Okay.
First, pull back the troops. You come get him alone and unarmed.
Now you talk.
Okay, folks. The hero's going to the hospital, and we're heading for Cuba.
Cuba? Oh, Lord, I never even been to Philadelphia.
Who hired this idiot?
Why don't they bring a doctor in here? He's too weak to be moved.
You just get him on his feet.
He can't walk.
Get him up. Do it now. Move.
Come on. Here we go.
I thought you didn't know this guy.
We all know him. He's Mrs. Matt.
He's lost too much blood. He can't be moved.
Shut up. Drag him to the door.
All right. Come on. Here he is.
All right, keep him moving fast.
Yeah, okay. I'm coming for him.
All right, everybody else, back behind the counter. Now.
Come on. I'm out here at the front door.
Please help me. Well, I'll be damned. Rock.
You got a half hour to come across. Yeah, sure.
She lied to me. Oh, I should have known it. You met with her. I told her not to see you. I warned her, but she did it anyway.
Please help me.
You couldn't stay away from each other, could you? You had to put your filthy hands on her. Touch her. Please. Oh, I hope you're in agony. Serves you right. Breaking up my home. She's deceived me for the last time. I told her I meant business. I got her now. And she thinks I'm going to save her. Across the street from the beleaguered bank in the town of Farrington, Ted Brock's body is placed in a waiting ambulance. Lieutenant Frank Maxton, bullhorn in hand, is briskly supervising all the activity out in the street.
All right, you in the bank. I kept my part of the deal.
For now. Yeah. You're just what I want. Harry, come in.
Yeah.
Pull the marksman back, completely out of sight. Tell those guys on the roof to get down.
Roger.
Sergeant Lopez, take 3 men with riot guns and the SWAT team to the rear of the bank. You'll wait on my orders.
10-4.
When I give the word, you go in blasting. Everything. He's a wild one. But wait for my word. And Lopez, no screw-up.
Sure, Frank. You're in control.
We're going to have to watch him, Commissioner. He's got automatic weapons.
Sounds like a tough monkey. What's the status?
The area's roped off. No TV, no press. The place is surrounded. Hank set up a command post in the stationery store across the street. There's a phone there up front in the window. You can see it clearly from the bank.
Good planning.
Now, I've got one guy out already. Bad shoulder wound, but he'll survive.
Anybody else in there?
3. One of them's my wife.
What? Frank.
Yeah. It's a rough one.
How about Captain Gordon taking over?
No, sir. My ball game. And it's my wife, Captain.
All right. Okay, now run the show. Let's get him out of there in one piece.
Just let me alone and I can do it.
All right. Any demands?
A plane to Cuba, $2 million, and release of all political prisoners.
What prisoners?
Beats hell out of me.
He sounds like an extremist.
He's just a punk hood. Says his name is Claudio.
Hey, there's a Claudio wanted in connection with an attempt on the German ambassador.
Could be the same guy, a radical. Pro-hitman.
Listen now, don't you make any moves yet. I'm going to get the FBI in on this. Meantime, just stall some more.
Maybe that's what he wants us to do. Why be a platform for him? Once we bring in the feds, then I can't hold back the press. Let's handle it like a local matter. Nurse him along.
All right, I'll buy that. Treat him like a stick-up man. Play it low-key. Keep it one-on-one. For now.
Until we can force the issue.
Now, Frank, this Claudio is no back-alley thug. He's got a full sheet. Arson, political assassination, murder, and rape. Now, don't take any chances.
In my situation? Look, I want my wife out, alive.
If you need anything, I'll be at the command post.
I'm coming with you. I'm going to use that phone in the front window. He'll see I'm alone. No tap. No SWAT team. Good.
Frank, you pull this one off and you'll make Captain yell.
Well, we'll see about that later.
everything's cool. I just got the word on your plane. Slow it down.
Good. Now, no fancy stuff.
Oh, I know, or everybody gets hurt.
Right. Hey, did that guy make it?
Oh, sure. The paramedic stopped up his wound. Be good as new in a couple of weeks. You did a smart thing, buddy. I won't forget it.
Sure, you'll be a character witness.
Let me speak to the manager again, will you?
She's good stuff. You got something going with her? Manager lady, Dick Tracy wants to talk to you. Lady, get on the horn.
Hello.
Carol, Ted Brock died. Bled to death in the ambulance.
Oh, no. Oh, Ted. Oh, my Ted. He was just trying to help. It isn't fair.
What the hell is going on?
My fault. Well, Miss Masson, what happened?
What did you do? I didn't do anything.
I killed him. I killed him because of me. He's dead.
Who's dead?
Dead. I killed
No. He murdered him. He shot him. Killer.
I knew it. We're all going to die.
Everybody shut up. What is going on? Did that cop tell you something?
Yes. Ted Brock died on the way to the hospital.
Oh, the hero?
Yes.
Well, the cop told me he's alive. They patched him up. Hey, lady, if this is some trick, you'll all be sorry.
Hey, let me go, please. I got a bad heart. I'm sick.
Think, coward. You'd let these beauties stay here, wouldn't you? If that badge has something cooked up, you better ship it.
I want to say something.
There's a lot of funny stuff going down. First, nobody knows the hero, then everybody does. The cop tells her one thing, then feeds me another line. I just don't like the smell of this. Too many bad vibes. That's all. Talk to me and give it to me straight.
The dead man was Ted Brock, Mrs. Manson's attorney. He was here to talk with her about a personal
Save the editorials. There's a missing piece that makes me nervous. And, folks, that's bad news for all of you. Yeah.
You're set. 25 minutes.
Maybe.
What do you mean, maybe? I had it all worked out. The plane's fueling. The car will be in front of the bank in 10 minutes.
There's stuff in the air. The guy I sent out. What's his name, Fatso?
Ted Brock.
Yeah, Ted Brock. He bought it, huh?
No. I told you. He's at the county general's. He's sewed up.
The manager says he's dead.
Hysterical women. What do you expect? Can't hear anything right. Let me talk to her.
Here, talk.
No.
Get on the phone now.
Hello.
Pull yourself together.
I'm trying to.
Brock isn't dead.
Then why did you...
Because I wanted you to feel what it's like to be hurt, to lose something.
Oh, please don't. Not now.
Please. Haven't I said please for months? Please, let's be a family. Please, may I see my children. Please don't see a lawyer. Please let me come home. My home. I've been saying please until I choke on it.
It wasn't that simple.
But now it is. You want me to get you out of there. Now you want me. Now I'm necessary.
No, I've always wanted it to be like it was. Like 3 years ago.
Lawyer?
No, Frank, it's true.
Behind my back, you defied me for the last time, Carol. Understand? The last time. I just can't let this pass. You have to be taught a lesson.
This is different. There are others involved.
That's their problem.
Oh, don't blame our troubles on innocent people, Frank.
They're in it with you. I knew what went on down there, even Enright and you.
Don't do this to me. Oh, please let someone help us.
Oh, you'd like that. But the commissioner says it's my show. I could make captain yet.
You're creating a situation.
I know.
Don't put us in this position. Please. It isn't fair.
Life isn't fair. I want to talk to him.
Why are you punishing me?
I've got nothing else to say to you. I want to talk with our friend.
It's all yours, mister.
Put us in what position?
Hey, I want to tell you before my wife gets it all balled up.
What wife?
The FBI won't go with the plan.
Are you crazy? Tell them to get on the stick or they bought some dead people.
They can't do it. They took it out of our hands.
Well, get it back. In the next 5 minutes, her brains will be all over the street.
No. Don't get trigger happy. I know you mean business. You think I want to have my wife murdered?
What is this wife routine?
The manager is my wife.
Oh, bull. I don't believe any of you.
Listen to me, fella. I want to help you, and I want to get my wife back home. Hey, we got 2 kids.
Oh, save the corn, huh?
She is my wife. Keep your hands off her, or I'll come in there and blow you away.
Do that, and she's the first one coming out, dead.
Huh. Well, you try it, and it's all over. The negotiations are closed. We'll come in there with more guns than an army.
Better not. I'm holding the aces, all 3 of them. And I don't think this babe is your wife. You're just giving me a lot of smoke.
No smoke, buddy. It's all true. And I'll prove it. She's got a small scar above her left breast. Check it out. Okay. Come here.
I don't want to talk to him.
Take off your blouse.
No.
I said take it off.
Don't touch me.
Come here. He's going to rape her. You got to stop him. Okay, now we go. Commissioner!
What's going on, Frank?
It's falling apart. The whole plan backfired.
Take it easy.
He's after my wife. I think he shot the teller.
Where's the SWAT team?
Rear of the bank. Let them rush him from the rear, and we'll open from the front. I'll leave.
Now, hang on. Now, let's not turn this into a massacre. I don't want to see innocent people get killed.
Oh, sure. It's not your wife that's going to be
Now,
raped.
get hold of yourself. I understand what you're going through, but we've got to try and save lives.
There's no time. Don't you understand? We've got to get in there.
No! Rush in and we lose everybody.
Okay. Then let's make it a solo job. I can get into the bank through the air conditioning ducts. The main feed is in a room to the rear of the teller's cages.
And we'll start a diversionary movement in front.
Yeah. Pull some squad cars back and forth. It should give me enough time to do it.
All right. Get whatever gear you need, flak jacket, helmet, anything.
Yeah, well, all I need is my gun.
Fine. Let's move. We'll start the cars in 3 minutes.
Sure, that'll give me enough time to get into the shaft and start down.
Good luck, Frank.
Thank you, sir.
Don't take too many chances.
No, sir.
But get him.
I will. I'm going to shoot to kill. Both of them. Vincent Price again. And here's the concluding act of Hostages.
Are you satisfied? Did you see what the scar looked like? It's pretty, isn't it?
I'm sorry, lady, but, well, I had to make sure.
Did my husband tell you how he got that beautiful scar? No, of course not. Because he did it. In one of his rages, he attacked me with a steak knife.
I didn't mean to hurt you.
Nobody means to hurt.
There's too much stuff going down, too many stories. I don't trust anybody.
Who wants you to?
Close that face, fat boy. Thug.
Oh, George, don't make it any worse.
Yeah, why die angry?
Don't you see what's happening? My husband's using you. You're being set up. He's creating situations. He wants you to kill me.
Oh, now that's some story. Cop wants wife dead. I don't buy it. If he's coming for me.
For both of us.
Come on.
For me, because I defied him. The man you shot was my attorney. He's a divorce lawyer. My husband hated him. Threatened me if I saw him again. Charlie said I have to be taught a lesson.
Oh, that's screwy.
Yes. Well, that's why we were separated. He's unstable, violent. He needs help. Do you know what 16 years on the force does to a man? What he's seen? Murder, suicide, death. The insane, ugly side of humanity. Well, it tore him apart. He'd start screaming in the middle of the night. He kept hearing gunfire. Sleeping with his service revolver under the pillow. Begged him to go into therapy. Take a medical retirement, but it was too late. That really started his paranoia. I became his enemy. They were plotting against him.
Even you?
Even our children. In one of his rages, he tried to strangle his son.
What?
Now he's planning to get rid of some more enemies. Me. You. Even those two.
He wants to kill me.
Oh, that's a great story, lady. Okay, you're his wife, but you're still a cop's wife. The rest of that routine is just too much to swallow.
Ted Brock is her attorney. She was separated from Frank. Everybody knows how he treated her.
Maybe, but lady, I think you're just buying time. Enough time for the FBI to get into the act and pull the noose tighter. But your husband's dumb. I've got complete control. A cop's wife is a first-class ticket out.
You're wrong. It's a death warrant. I'm not a hostage. I'm a target. He'll kill us both. Doesn't matter. Or you'll kill me. He thinks he can't lose. If you don't give up, I'm dead. We're all dead.
You expect me to fall for that? Give up? Just march out there and say sorry? Hey, if I don't get out of this, I'm gone for good. Armed robbery, assault, kidnapping. Well, even without a prior record, I'm away forever. So drop the routine. I don't believe you. Okay, Fatso, up. It's time to send him another present.
All right.
Oh,
just pain.
it's his heart.
Oh, bull, it's another trick.
Trick! That's all you can think about. He's had a weak heart for years. What do you expect when a gun's aimed at you? Breathing so heavily. Get some water.
Don't let me die.
Take it easy, George.
I don't want to die.
He needs oxygen. A doctor. Is this what you want?
All right. All right. Get a doctor. Tell the cops to call the paramedics.
Yes.
This is the commissioner. I want to talk to Claudio.
Who?
The man who's holding you hostage.
We need a doctor in here. Mr. Enright's had a heart attack.
A doctor's impossible under the circumstances. It's too dangerous. We might risk more hostages.
He needs a doctor now. Oh, they won't.
Give me that phone. Okay, it's over. The whole thing's over. I don't want any deaths. I'm giving up. I'm finished.
Send out the hostages first.
I said it's over. Now get a doctor in here before this guy dies. It ain't worth it. I'll toss out my hardware.
You got a deal.
Here. Tell me you're intact.
This is Mrs. Matson. Carol Matson, we're safe. It's all right. Let me speak to my husband.
That's impossible. He's trying a solo rescue. I guess he's somewhere in the bank.
Oh, you've got to stop him. You've got to stop him.
No. Don't worry, Mrs. Matson. Frank won't take any chances. Get Matson on the two-way. Tell him Claudio surrendered. We're trying to raise him now.
Hurry, please. Oh, hurry.
What do you mean he doesn't answer? Try it again. Now, just a minute. I think he's turned off his set. Frank doesn't respond, Mrs. Matson.
Oh.
He's probably there. Inside now.
What the hell's going on? Give me that phone. If you're coming in here, they die.
No. I've called off the operation.
Sure?
I'm pulling everybody out.
Okay. You can have two of them, but the manager sticks with me until I'm positive.
That's not our deal.
Neither with the goon cars. Now pull them out, everybody.
All right. Surrender to me. I'll meet you in the front of the bank.
What an honor. Okay, chickens, you're going home. Hang tight, fella. We're getting you a doctor.
Miss Enright, here, let me help you.
I think I can make it, Harriet.
Well, you didn't have a heart attack. That was a fake.
Run, Harriet. Run. Oh, don't shoot, officer. Don't shoot. I'm a hostage.
I'll be damned. The coward. Faint. Chicken butt. Go ahead, sister. Beat it.
No,
I said go. Move now.
Go ahead, Harriet. I'll be all right.
Oh, what a screw-up for a lousy couple of G's. Boy, you people on the outside are something. It's safer in the joint. Come on, lady. I've had it. We're coming out. Hold it right there. Oh, it was a trick.
Oh.
One move, and she gets it right in the head.
Frank.
I moved. Kill her. Are you crazy? I'm surrendering. I don't want to do it. I'm closer. Kill her. Lady, tell him. I got nothing to lose. You haven't got the guts to pull that trigger. You're just a small-time punk hood.
Frank, please. We worked it out. He's giving up.
In the crunch, these guys haven't got it. No guts, no backbone. See, he can't pull it off. He's impotent. You stay right there, cop. No way. Carol, I've got this aimed right at you. No one will ever know. No. Take it easy, Mrs. Matson.
No.
Real easy. It's all over. If we had just been a second quicker.
What?
Frank's dead. Robert killed him. I'm sorry. Fortunately, our marksman shot Claudio. He's dead, too. You were next.
It's wrong. It's wrong.
I know how you feel. Frank was a devoted husband. All he could think about was you. He was a real brave guy. And he died a hero.
You've been listening to Sears Radio Theater, brought to you 5 nights a week by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops. Hostages was written by Ken Gerard, produced and directed by Fletcher Marshall. Your host was Vincent Price. Our stars were Virginia Gregg, Shepard Menken, and Vic Perrin. Also heard were Sarah Selby, Norman Alden, Tyler McVeigh, and Olin Soule. The music for Sears Radio Theater was composed and conducted by Nelson Riddle. Art Gilmore speaking. The Elliott Lewis production of Sears Radio Theater is a presentation of CDI.
The Radio Theater brings you Gene Tierney and Vincent Price in Dragonwyck. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. If I should offer any one of you a kingdom, I'm sure you'd accept it. And that's how a certain section of our country was settled. Under Dutch rule in the 1600s, wealthy Hollanders were offered vast estates along the Hudson River as an inducement to come to America. Over these land grants, or patroonships as they were called, the patroons had absolute authority, and many of them ruled until the middle of the 19th century, a unique phase of Americana that forms the background of tonight's play, 20th century's Fox screen hit, Dragonwyck. We are happy to have the fine stars of the picture, Gene Tierney in one of her greatest dramatic roles, and Vincent Price in the part that raised him to well-deserved stardom. On to our play, Act One of Dragonwyck, starring Gene Tierney as Miranda and Vincent Price as Nicholas Van Ryn, with Gail Gordon as Dr. Jeff Turner. New York City, 1844. In a suite at the ultra-fashionable Astor House, Elfram Wells and his daughter await the arrival of a man they've never met.
Oh, I never had such a dinner in my life, Pa. Imagine Mr. Van Ryn ordering all that food just for us.
Wasteful extravagance is what it is. And how did he know what I wanted to eat?
But there was everything you could possibly want.
Everything is what no man should ever want, Miranda.
Yes, Pa.
We'll drink our coffee later. And renting these rooms for us. I just don't understand such a man as Nicholas Van Ryn.
But what is there to understand? He wrote to us inviting me to live with his family at Dragonwyck. After all, we are related.
So distantly as to matter not at all. We've never even met him.
Then why do you feel so suspicious, Pa?
Because the wealthy effect and elegance that is against the word of God. Because he is a patroon. I'm a Yankee farmer, and we're as good and maybe better than any Dutchman on the Hudson River.
Oh, of course, Pa. But there's no harm in my being a companion to his little daughter if he and his wife so wish it.
I gave you my consent, however foolishly, and you're going to Dragonwyck. I want you to read with me, Miranda. Hand me my Bible.
Yes, Pa.
I will sing with mercy and judgment unto thee,
O Lord,
will I sing.
I will walk with...
I will walk within my house with a perfect heart. I will set no wicked things before mine eyes. I will not know a wicked person.
I had no wish to interrupt. I am Nicholas Van Ryn. Please continue.
Him that hath a proud look will not I suffer. Mine eyes shall be upon the faithful of the land. But he that worketh deceit shall not tarry in my house.
Well, Cousin Miranda, more coffee?
No, thank you.
You, sir?
No, thanks. Mr. Van Ryn?
Sir?
I don't know what made me think you'd be a much older man.
Does that affect your confidence in me, sir? Alexander the Great, when he was younger than I, had conquered most of the world.
Maybe if he'd been a little older, he'd have conquered all of it. What are your politics? For Van Buren, I suppose.
Van Buren is an old friend of mine. Naturally, if he's nominated, my farmers will vote for him.
Your farmers?
Yes, the tenant farmers on my land.
Tenant farmers? You mean they don't own their own land?
The land has belonged to the Van Ryns since 1630. I permit the farmers to work it. In return, they pay me tribute and a share of their produce.
But they can buy the land if they want it?
No, they cannot.
Why?
Because it belongs to me.
I'd rather own 1/2 acre of barren rock than work the richest land in the world for someone else.
I dare say we don't understand each other's viewpoint.
I dare say.
Cousin Nicholas, that music. Is that what they call the waltz?
It sounds very much like one.
Do you dance the waltz?
Yes, Cousin Miranda, but never in public places.
Oh.
It's time for bed, Miranda. Don't forget your prayers.
I won't, Pa. Good night. Good night, Cousin Nicholas.
I'll be here in the morning at 8 o'clock. The steamboat sails at 9. At this time tomorrow, you'll be in Dragonwyck.
Yes, Mr. Van Ryn.
Oh,
Yes?
Cousin Miranda, on occasion we dance the waltz at Dragonwyck. Good night.
Dragonwyck. Oh, golly. It's like a great castle. All alone on a mountain. Oh, how can you sit there so quietly?
But why not?
I should think that seeing Dragonwyck would be more thrilling to you than to anyone.
Nothing could be thrilling that is shared with so many other people.
Oh, tell me about Dragonwyck. How many rooms are there?
I've never counted them.
And lots of servants.
I've never counted them either. Oh, your bonnet.
Do you mind if I keep it off just a moment? The breeze feels so wonderful against my face.
The breeze must feel very wonderful indeed with a face as beautiful as yours against it. Come, Cousin Miranda, I'd better see about your luggage. And this, Johanna, this is Cousin Miranda. Cousin Miranda, my wife.
Oh, welcome to Dragonwyck, child.
It's most kind of you to let me come, Cousin Johanna.
Katrine is in bed?
Yes, Nicholas. She's asleep.
Then your meeting with my daughter will have to wait until the morning.
Shall I retire now?
Not unless you wish to.
Oh, I don't wish to. I mean, well, I'd love so to see all of Dragonwyck.
I'm afraid, dear, that would take more than one evening. And more than that, too.
Still, there's no reason why Cousin Miranda should not make a start.
No, Nicholas, no. I only
Now,
meant
this
that...
room over here, for example. Do you like it?
Oh, how beautiful. And a harpsichord. And that portrait on the wall. Who is she?
She was my great-grandmother, Azild.
Azild. What a strange name.
I don't know why we keep her hanging there. And that ugly old harpsichord. The servants have to be driven to dust it. You think it was going to bite them?
Azild was from New Orleans. She and my great-grandfather were married there in 1743. This harpsichord was hers.
If you'd listen to the servants, they'd have you believe she still plays it.
Fortunately, we don't listen to the servants.
Oh, no, of course not. Isn't it rather late, Nicholas?
If you wish to retire, my dear.
Yes, I think I will. Well, good night, then.
Good night, Johanna.
Good night, Cousin dear.
Cousin Miranda, do you think you will be happy here?
Oh, what a question to ask.
You won't be homesick?
A little, I'm sure. But that doesn't...
And there is no one else at home? A young man, perhaps?
No, Cousin Nicholas. No young man.
Well, it is getting late, and you've had an exhausting day. I'll have the housekeeper show you to your room. Her name is Magda. Good night, Miranda.
Good night, Cousin Nicholas.
ready, Miss Wells? I'll show you upstairs.
You're Magda?
Yes, miss. This room, it's lovely, isn't it? It's called the Red Room.
Was she very young, Magda?
Who, miss?
The lady in the portrait.
About your age.
Mistress of Dragonwyck. How proud she must have been.
He never loved her. He only wanted their son. He broke her heart and drove her to...
What were you going to say?
Only what's been told for all these years. That she prayed for disaster to come to the Van Ryns and swore that when it came, she'd always be here to sing and play. She killed herself in this room, miss.
Oh, that's just kitchen gossip. I'm sure it is.
Oh, you mustn't take me seriously. No one ever does. Shall we go up now?
Thank you.
Of course. I've never heard Azil play. You won't hear her either, because you have no Van Ryn blood. But he'll hear her, the master, and so will the child, Katrine. This is your room, miss. I've lit candles.
Thank you.
Miss Wells, why have you come to Dragonwyck? Do you think Katrine is in need of a companion?
Why, that would be for her mother and father to decide.
Don't you think Katrine is in need of a mother and father? That was a silly question, wasn't it? Do you like it here?
Of course I do.
Of course you do. But one day you'll wish with all your heart and soul that you never came to Dragonwyck. Good night, Miss Wells.
Well, Katrine, that's enough studying for today. Just think, it's 3 whole weeks I've been here.
I'm glad you're my teacher.
I'm glad too, dear.
Papa's kind of like a teacher to you, isn't he?
He's been very kind and helpful, yes.
What's he like?
Your father?
Does he like me?
Katrine, your father and mother both love you very much.
I don't love them, I only... Look, a carriage. That must be the de Grignier's. And the Count's such a funny-looking little man.
A Count? Coming here?
Oh, yes. By tomorrow, the house will be packed with people. Papa always has a 4th of July ball for the River families after the farmers have their kermesse.
A ball?
Everyone will want to dance with you, Miranda.
Oh, golly, I hope so, Katrine. But what did you say the farmers did? Kermesse? What's that?
It's like a carnival. And then in the afternoon, Papa sits in a chair under a tree, and the farmers bring him their tribute.
I see.
Miranda, we could go to the kermesse if we hide.
But why must we hide?
Papa doesn't want me to be seen with those people.
Then we'll not go, of course.
Oh, but it's so much fun, even just watching. They dance, they have games.
We'll see, Katrine. Maybe if we just watch, well...
This is where I hide every year, Miranda. Sometimes after Papa leaves, I stand in the carousel.
We shouldn't have come. It's wrong to disobey.
Hello, Katrine.
Hello, Dr. Turner.
Oh, I didn't know you were with someone.
This is Miranda Wells.
How do you do, Miss Wells?
How do you do?
Pa sent her all the way to Connecticut to be my companion.
Oh, whereabouts in Connecticut?
Near Greenwich.
But that's all farm country.
Haven't you ever met anyone off a farm, Doctor?
Not at Dragonwyck, no. Well, this seems an odd sort of place to watch the kermesse.
We're not supposed to be here. We're hiding from Papa.
Oh, I see. But don't worry, I'll keep your secret. Oh, may I have the honor again, Miss Wells?
Why, yes, if you like.
You're sure it won't be too unpleasant?
That's a very strange thing to say.
I'm afraid it isn't. The patroon and I don't get along very well. In fact, the first thing I've ever known us to agree on is bringing you here. I think that was a fine idea.
Why doesn't he like your father, Katrine?
Because Papa doesn't like him either.
Why not?
Papa never says why not. But I think it's because... Hide, Miranda, hide! They're coming!
Who's coming?
Papa and the Count de Grenier.
They won't see us. I think we could even get closer, Katrine.
But why? All the fun's going to stop now. When Papa comes, that's when they pay him the money.
I still think that I'd like to see it.
Well, all right then. Come this way, Miranda.
I hope you won't find this too boring, de Grenier.
Shall I sit here next to you?
Please do.
That is a strange sort of chair you have, Nicholas.
This chair came from Holland with the first patroon. It has stood in this one spot for over 200 years. All right, Dirk, I'm ready.
Yes, mynheer. The first man will come forward bringing rent and tribute. Klaas Bleeker. Rent, winter wheat, and... You brought nothing with you?
Nothing.
Perhaps your crops were poor.
My crops were good.
Take your hat off when you speak to the patron.
I take my hat off to no man.
What you do with your hat is your own concern. Are you ready to pay your rent?
No. Nor will you ever again get so much as a grain of wheat from me.
Now what, Nicholas? You seem very calm.
Why shouldn't I be? It is your purpose, then, to farm my lands without making any returns?
Your lands? Do you hear that? His lands. We've paid the worth of it many times over, and you know it. Well, here's the finish.
In that case, I order you to leave my land by tomorrow noon. Have the next man step forward.
Otto Gebhardt. Mr. Van Ryn.
Well, what brings you here, Dr. Turner?
I'm here to ask you to reconsider your decision. Klaus Bleeker and his wife and children have no other home than the Hill Farm. Where will he take them?
That, I would say, is Klaus Bleeker's concern. Gebhardt?
Yes, man here.
Empty-handed, too. Have you a reason?
You know the reason. It's his birthright as a free citizen. These men are not alone. The anti-rent movement has swept the whole of New York State. Take your head out of the sand, Van Ryn, and help solve this problem peacefully. Because it's got to be solved peacefully or not.
Well, speak up, Otto.
I'll bring the rent and tribute tomorrow if that will suit.
Tomorrow, then. Will the rest of you men step forward, please? I have something to say.
No, man, no! I'm tired of listening and talking. I say an end to this here and now.
Drop that knife, Bleeker.
Kill him!
Nicholas, look out! Fool, Bleeker, you... Well, Dr. Turner, I suppose I must regard what you just did as an effort to save my life.
Klaus lost his head. None of us means violence.
Dirk, you will have Klaus Bleeker placed under arrest. As for you, Doctor, I suppose I must thank you.
If Klaus had killed you, it would have done these men infinitely more harm than you can ever do alive. Don't thank me.
As you wish it. I shall say a few words about what has just happened, and they will be my last. Dr. Turner's efforts to incite anti-rent rebellion have been well known to me for many months now. Believe me, gentlemen, my welfare does not depend upon you. Rather, you depend upon it. But my rents and tributes and my responsibilities are hereditary, the symbols of a way of life to which I have been born and in which I shall continue to live. I shall never relinquish my position. I will be here tomorrow, and so will you, with rent and tribute. Good day. All alone, Miranda?
Yes, Nicholas.
Are you enjoying the ball? I suppose everyone has commented on your gown and how beautiful you look.
Not everyone. Do you like it, Nicholas?
Very much.
Do you think I'm beautiful?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. I'm very grateful.
You haven't answered my question. Are you enjoying yourself?
It's very interesting to watch.
That's no answer.
Well, then, no.
Why not?
You know that answer as well as I. Because I'm off a farm, and because I don't speak French, and because I don't belong here.
That's nonsense.
I'm as good as any of them.
Better than most.
But it's the wrong river. I'm not from the top of the Hudson, Nicholas. I'm from the Connecticut river bottom. They let me know that, those fine ladies I've tried to speak with. Oh, I've made such a fool of myself.
Dance with me, Miranda.
I can't go back in. They know what I am. By now everyone knows, and they'll laugh at me.
I doubt that very much.
But you don't know what...
I know that you'll be with me, and that if anyone laughs, we'll laugh. Dance with me.
Yes, Nicholas.
They're looking at us, Miranda. They're watching us dance.
And they're not laughing, are they?
No, they're not laughing.
Then I shall. Suddenly I feel like laughing.
This house could stand a little laughter.
And a moment ago, I was afraid to dance with you.
Afraid?
Yes.
You must never be afraid of anything with me, Miranda.
I never will be, Nicholas. Never.
Our stars, Gene Tierney and Vincent Price, will return in Act Two of Dragonwyck in just a moment. Here's your producer, William Keighley.
Act Two of Dragonwyck, starring Gene Tierney as Miranda and Vincent Price as Nicholas Van Ryn. In the weeks that have passed, the wealth and abundance of Dragonwyck had been to Miranda Wells like a beautiful dream. But now a pall has fallen over Dragonwyck, for Nicholas's wife, Johanna, is ill.
no thunder in the world, Joanna, like the thunder of the Catskills. The lightning seems to set the mountains on fire, and they roar back.
That's all very romantic, I'm sure. But it doesn't help my cold. If I must stay in bed, why can't I have Dr. Hamilton to look after me?
Why, you may, of course, as soon as the storm lets up and the roads are passable.
Where's Miranda?
She's with Katrine, reading to her.
Come in. What is it, Magda?
Excuse me, madame. Mein Herr Van Ryn asked that this be brought to you, this plant.
Why, Nicholas.
Yes, Joanna.
But your favorite plant. Your Grinalda.
Why should it brighten my hothouse if it could brighten your room, my dear?
Nicholas. Oh, thank you, Nicholas. I can't remember when anything has pleased me more.
That will be all, Magda. Thank you.
Yes, mein Herr.
I know how you treasure it, Nicholas. And you sent it to me.
Why, Joanna, you're smiling. How good to see you feeling better. Now I'm sure you'll want to rest.
Nicholas, you're going to your tower room again?
Yes, why?
The servants think it's strange that you spend so much time in a tower room.
And I find it strange that you should bother about what servants think.
But what could you possibly do up there?
It might be anything, Joanna, from pinning butterflies to hiding an insane twin brother. Actually, I read. I hope that satisfies you.
I'm sick. And you haven't even let Dr. Hamilton know.
Well, your happiness over the Grinalda plant seems to have faded most rapidly.
But you can't imagine what it's like to be sick in this miserable, drab house.
I cannot imagine that Dragonwyck could be miserable or drab except to those who reflect misery and drabness from within themselves. I will stop in and see you later, Joanna.
Mein Herr.
Yes?
Dr. Turner has called.
No one sent for a doctor.
He says it's most urgent.
My regrets to Dr. Turner. I cannot be disturbed.
Yes, mein Herr.
No. Magda, wait. I'll be glad to talk to Dr.
I wouldn't have intruded, Mr. Van Ryn, were it not so important. Klaas Bleeker has been arrested for murder.
Well, it's a pity you weren't there to stop him a second time, Dr. Turner.
But I was there. He didn't kill anyone. There's been an anti-rent riot near Smoky Hollow.
Oh, another rebellion, I see.
Klaas wasn't anywhere near the man who was killed, but they blamed it on him. The farmers aren't going to stand for this. They've threatened to storm the jail.
And just what do you want me to do? Help my enemy to defeat me?
I want only your assurance that Bleeker will get a fair trial.
Dr. Turner, whether Bleeker lives or dies is of no more concern to me than my life was to him or you.
Good evening.
Oh, Miranda. Come in, my dear. You see, in spite of the storm, we have a visitor.
Dr. Turner.
Good evening.
Won't you stay for dinner, Doctor? Miranda, have Tompkins set another plate.
Please, I'd rather not.
Perhaps I've been a little hasty, Doctor. I may be able to help you after all.
You've changed your mind?
Is John Van Buren to prosecute?
Yes.
We're close friends. I assure you that Klaus Bleeker will have every consideration. Now, you might do something for me.
Well, if it's at all within reason,
I don't think you'll find me extravagant. My wife is ill. A severe cold. Will you help her if you can?
Forgive me. Of course I will.
And you will stay for dinner?
Thank you, Miss Wells. I'll be very happy to. And a lighter diet might help, Mrs. Van Ryn. Soup, boiled eggs. Less pastry and sweets.
That's nonsense. Dr. Hamilton always told me to stuff a cold. I'll eat all I please.
You'd get well faster without it, but you'll get well anyway. Oh, what a beautiful plant.
Yes, it's a Grinalda, Doctor. Quite rare in this country. You're sure my wife will be all right?
Just a head cold.
Oh, you don't know how relieved I am. Now, if you and Miranda will wait dinner for me, I'll visit a little longer with Mrs. Van Ryn.
Yes, of course. Good night, Mrs. Van Ryn.
You told him you wanted to visit with me.
Of course I do, my dear.
Oh, Nicholas, you confuse me so. Sometimes when you bring me flowers and smile at me, I think...
What?
That you like me, and sometimes...
Yes?
I feel that you hate me and would like me to die. Nicholas, could we go away together when I'm well again?
Certainly, Joanna. As soon as you're well again.
Oh, I feel well enough already.
Well, in that case, I'm sure Dr. Turner would approve of your finishing your dinner. Shall I bring your cake? Looks very tempting. A rum cake.
Oh, yes. Please.
Here, my dear. Enjoy it.
You're being very silent, Dr. Turner.
I was just thinking. You know, it's funny. The day we first met, I thought we'd have very much in common. But the way it's worked out, frankly, right now, I don't think you have the slightest idea what to talk to me about.
Would you care for some sherry wine, Doctor?
No, thank you.
I believe I'll...
Forgive me for taking so long. We fell to reminiscing, Joanna and I. We should dine at once.
This way, Doctor.
The storm is still raging. Don't think of going back to the village, Doctor. You'll stay overnight.
Oh, no, really, I have to...
Consider all objections overruled. Of course you'll stay.
Really? Just something you dreamed, Catherine. Come, darling. Come. I'll stay with you.
Oh, Miranda.
Yeah? Who is it?
It's the housekeeper, Doctor. Mrs. Van Ryn. She's very sick, sir. Oh, please come, please. Hurry, Doctor, hurry.
What happened, Magda?
About 10 minutes ago, she woke up in terrible pain. Oh, she's in such agony.
Magda, what's the matter?
It's Mrs. Van Ryn, miss. Oh, she was moaning so.
Did she take any medicine but what I gave her?
No, sir.
You'd better send for Mr. Van Ryn.
I already have. Here's her room, Doctor. My poor mistress. My poor mistress.
Mrs. Van Ryn. Mrs. Van Ryn.
What is it? What's happened?
Joanna.
Mr. Van Ryn, I... Your wife is dead.
Dr. Turner, what could have...
I can't understand it. Are you sure she took nothing but those drops I left?
Not while I was with her, sir.
And except for Magda, no one was with her but myself. I gave her some cake.
Acute gastritis. It's possible, but
Is it also possible that she may have been more ill than you imagined?
I'm afraid that's always a possibility.
See that the pastor is notified at once.
Yes, mein Herr.
I'm sure he didn't mean that you were to blame.
Whether he meant it or not, Miranda, I don't know why she died. And that's shameful. You'd better get some sleep.
I thought I... Yes, Doctor. Nicholas, please, you must get some rest.
Do you hear that bell, Miranda? I remember how it rang when Joanna and I were married. She said it was a heavenly bell that would ring for us until death. But we were never happy, Miranda. Never.
Nicholas, you must...
Oh, our life together was tolerable enough until Katrine was born. And then we knew that Joanna could have no more children. That there would be no more Van Ryns after me. That I would be the last.
I wish I knew something that I could say that would help you. I want to so much. Nicholas, you must have faith.
Yes, I intend to. I must not feel that my life is finished, and I won't. As long as you are with me.
The bell has stopped now. It must be nearly dawn.
Miranda, you have known as well as I that we were inevitable. Out of all this world, why should you have come to me and no one else? You knew it the instant our eyes first met. And you know it now.
You have no right to say that. to talk like this, please.
Then tell me that I'm wrong, and forgive me if you can. No, I had no right to speak as I did, and you have every reason to be angry, but I had to say it. There was no way for me not to, and no one but you to hear it. Good night, Miranda.
Good night, Nicholas.
Whoa there, whoa.
Why are you stopping, driver?
There's someone down the road, miss. Looks like Dr. Turner.
Dr. Turner?
Miranda, I just heard you're going away.
Yes, Jeff. I'm going home to Greenwich.
I think it's fine that you're going back to your folks. Well, what I meant is that, well, Greenwich isn't so very far away, is it? Maybe I can come there and visit in a month or so?
Of course. Whenever you're passing through, Jeff.
Would next week? No, I guess that would be too soon.
Well, I hadn't...
Oh, I know there's so much you don't know about me, Miranda, but I've always hoped that in time I could show you how I really felt, and maybe... Miranda, you know what I'm trying to say, don't you?
Yes, Jeff, I think I do.
I'd like to think that in time
Jeff.
Is it that hopeless? I'm sorry. Have a good trip.
Thank you.
Bye, Miranda.
Goodbye, Jeff.
Miranda?
Yes, Pa?
How long is it since you came back home from Dragonwyck?
I don't know, Pa. Months.
Yes, months. And something's been wrong with you ever since.
Nothing's wrong.
I promised your mother to get to the bottom of this, and I'm going to. I haven't seen you smile since the day you drove in here in that fancy carriage. You've been no more one of us than if you never came home at all.
I'm sorry, Pa, if I've upset everyone.
It's because your home's not fine enough now, because we're not fine enough.
That's not true. It has nothing to do with that.
Ephraim!
We're in here, Ma.
Oh, Ephraim, a message. It just came from the village.
Who's it from?
Well, I don't know. I didn't open it.
See if you can talk some sense into her, Ma. I just can't.
Oh, Miranda, dear, it's just that Pa loves you. We all love you, and it hurts us so to see
I'll
you...
be concerned if this don't beat all.
Well, what is it?
Nicholas Van Ryn is in Greenwich. He's coming here this afternoon.
Here.
On a matter of the greatest importance, he says.
Oh, at last. At last.
Huh? What in Tunket could he want?
I don't know, Pa. I'm only hoping. Hoping.
We'll bring you Act 3 of Dragonwyck, starring Gene Tierney and Vincent Price in a moment.
Back now to Mr. William Keighley.
Act 3 of Dragonwyck, starring Gene Tierney as Miranda and Vincent Price as Nicholas. They returned to Dragonwyck a few weeks later. Nicholas Van Ryn and the gay and beautiful Miranda Wells, this time as man and wife. A month later, Nicholas went away on a business trip, but now he's back in the arms of his young and beautiful bride.
Oh, Nicholas, you're home at last.
Miranda, I'd almost forgotten how lovely you are.
I'm not when you're not with me. I'm not anything.
You have missed me?
Oh, terribly. Katrine, too.
She's still in Boston, of course, with her aunt.
She seems wonderfully happy from her letters. She wants to stay, go to school there with her cousin.
An excellent decision.
But, Nicholas...
I'm very selfish, my darling. I want only you at Dragonwyck. Only you.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I didn't know...
Oh, Peggy, this is Mr. Van Ryn. Was it anything important?
Well, it was just to remind you that you ate none of your breakfast this morning.
Please, let's not talk of food.
Well, you'll eat everybody your lunch, or there'll be quite a bit of talk.
Tell me, Peggy, why do I ever put up with you?
I don't know, ma'am, but you'll eat your lunch just the same.
And who is that?
Her name is Peggy O'Malley, Nicholas. I've engaged her as my personal maid.
Your maid, that untidy little creature?
She's not untidy, Nicholas. And her lame leg's no fault of hers. She's had a miserable life.
Well, that's the strangest recommendation I've ever heard.
She's bright and willing and good to me. And Nicholas, I want her as my maid.
I shall have Tompkins give her some extra money and a good character.
It's so little to ask. Please, Nicholas.
Deformed bodies depress me, Miranda.
How dare you say that?
How dare I?
You speak as if her crippled leg were a weakness on her part rather than God's will.
We'll agree, then, it is God's will. Now tell me the plans for the Kermesse ball. Oh, I saw Madame Duclos in New York. She'll have your gown ready in plenty of time.
I shan't need a new gown, Nicholas.
Why not?
Because we can't have a ball without people. Everyone is declining our invitation. It's because of me, Nicholas. Because you married me.
Miranda, you are Mrs. Nicholas Van Ryn. You will be with me wherever I am, always. Yes, Tompkins?
Luncheon is ready on the veranda, sir.
Thank you.
Nicholas.
Yes?
Sometimes I think that your friends, that we...
That we what?
I think about the night Joanna died. It was so soon after. Perhaps we should have waited to decide.
In the hope that our gossip-mongering neighbors would be more approving?
I don't care what they think, Nicholas. It's just that we know, and so does God.
Miranda, I've never heard you speak so childishly before. Do you believe there's a God snooping on human behavior, punishing all violations of the pastor's latest sermon?
I believe that God has put a sense of right and wrong within all of us, Nicholas. And that when we do wrong, no matter if no one else knows, we do.
Yes, my dear. Now, sit down. Luncheon looks delicious.
Nicholas, you do believe in God.
I believe in myself, and I am answerable to myself. I will not live according to printed mottos like the directions on a medicine bottle. Would you like me to say grace?
That won't be necessary.
Then I shall mix the salad dressing.
I can't stay here. I can't.
Miranda! Miranda, what possible excuse can you have for humiliating me before the servants? What is the matter with you?
I believe in God.
Which is your privilege. I have no intention of...
And so will my child believe in him.
Miranda.
And I will pray to God to make him healthy and strong and happy.
Oh, my darling, my darling.
Have I done something to please you at last?
May I kiss you, Miranda? Please, may I kiss you? I was sorry to interrupt your meeting with the farmers, Dr. Turner, but...
Well, we hardly expected you, Mr. Van Ryn. As you gathered, we were celebrating the new state constitution. The farmers may now buy the lands they've been working.
I came on a still more important mission. You have not seen Mrs. Van Ryn of late, have you?
No, I've not seen Mrs. Van Ryn for months.
She is about to have a child. I need your help. Dr. Williams is there, but
Williams is a fine
He's
doctor.
a fool. I beg of you to help her.
She's in danger?
I don't know that she... Doctor, nothing must happen to my son.
I'll do what I can.
Thank heaven you've come, Doctor. I think Van Ryn would kill me if anything went wrong.
But that's nonsense, Dr. Williams.
Is it? When I tried to resign from the case last week, he had me locked in my room, watching me all the time through those icy eyes of his.
About Mrs. Van Ryn.
She'll have her child before evening. Everything's quite normal.
Then why did he send for me?
The child. There's an irregularity in the heartbeat.
I see. Why don't you get some rest, Doctor?
You'll call me? My room is just down the hall.
Don't worry. I'll call you.
Jeff, is that you?
Yes, Miranda.
I don't know whether to believe this or not. You'll take care of me now.
Yes, Miranda.
I'll be all right then. I'm not afraid anymore. You'll help me.
I'll help you. I'll always help you, Miranda. It's all right, Miranda. Everything will be all right.
Why do you look so sober, Dr. Turner? This is a day of joy. My son has been born.
There's something you must know, Mr. Van Ryn. Your son is not well. I can't tell you how sorry I am. But your wife is fine, and in time, there's no reason why she can't have other children.
My son is entirely well, Dr. Turner.
His heart is malformed. It's nobody's fault. Nothing could have prevented it. It's just a tragic accident that he won't live.
There's a carriage waiting to take you to the village.
You'll never believe anything you don't want to, will you?
And there'll be no need for you to see Mrs. Van Ryn again. If you'll excuse me, Doctor, the pastor is waiting. My son will be baptized tomorrow.
And in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost, I do baptize thee, Adrian Peter Van Ryn. Mynheer Van Ryn, please accept my most sincere congratulations.
Thank you, Dominic.
And you, dear lady.
Thank you.
You understand, of course, that this house ceremony was only at the insistence of Mrs. Van Ryn. In a month or two, my son will be properly baptized in the Dragonwyck Church.
Yes, of course.
No, Nicholas. We can thank God that he was baptized in time.
In time?
The child I hold in my arms, my son is dead. Is that you, Peggy?
Yes, Mum. Should I light some candles?
No, I like the dark.
Oh, you'll ruin your eyes. How long has he been up there this time, in the tower room?
A week, maybe more.
Oh, ever since the baby.
I'm sure it isn't very pleasant for him, Peggy.
Oh, and what is it for you? Shut up there for days on end without a word or a sound.
Peggy.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going up to him.
Oh, not alone.
Don't be silly.
Oh, I'll not let you go up there alone. No, don't, please. I'm afraid.
Well, Miranda, now that you've come up here, don't be frightened.
I'm not frightened, Nicholas.
Yes, you do have courage. It must have taken a great deal to make a pilgrimage to the mysterious tower room. I assume your twisted little servant is offering up suitable prayers for your safe return?
I see no reason why they should be necessary.
Why? Because of what you see? Just a room, no velvet drapes?
Nicholas, what do you do in this room?
What do? I live. But how could you understand? Oh, don't be offended. By ordinary standards, you're quite intelligent. But I will not live by ordinary standards. I will not look to the ground and move on the ground with the pack. Not so long as there are those mountain tops out there and clouds and limitless space. You still don't understand, do you?
I want to try if you'll help me.
Then steel yourself. Prepare to have your God-fearing, farm-bred, prayer-fattened morality shaken to its core. You see, I have become what is vulgarly known as a drug addict.
Why?
What? No tearful reproaches? No attempts to regenerate me?
Why do you find it necessary?
Because I have set free something within me. Something that ever since I can remember has been like a rock in my heart, in my brain. Pushing at me, choking me.
I know you better than you think, and you're just running away.
Is it as simple as all that?
Yes, Nicholas, as simple as that. When you've come up against something unpleasant that you couldn't change, like the rent law.
Or the death of my son.
Oh, son.
Get out of here.
I want to help you.
I don't need to be helped.
Help me, then. Please don't shut me out like this. Let me be unhappy with you and happy again. Let me be part of you. Let me love you and love me, too.
That's how she would talk. Joanna. And Joanna is dead.
It was Dr. Turner. She went up to the tower room to see him, but it did no good at all.
That's quite a story, Peggy, but I'm afraid you'll have to tell Mrs. Van Ryn there isn't much I can do for her husband.
Tell her? Well, she doesn't know I've come to see you. It isn't him I'm worried about. It's her. I'm afraid for her.
Afraid of what?
Well, I can't say right out, sir, but... Oh, there's a blackness in that house, and in him. Oh, you've got to take her away.
What makes you think she wants to go?
Whether she wants to or not. You can't leave her there to be hurt and hurt again, not knowing what she's done wrong or how to do right. Happy as a child because he so much as sends a plant to her room and...
A plant? What sort of a plant?
Something that grows in the hothouse, sir. Grimald, I think she said.
Come on, Peggy. I'm going to Dragonwyck now.
Why have you come to my room, Nicholas? What do you want?
Inasmuch as this is my house, must I explain my presence in it?
Of course not. Forgive me. I'm just so tired.
Yet I cannot remember you more beautiful than you are now. Your strength, your grace, your unexpected look of quality. It would be a pity if you were not to have another child.
That's a matter of the Lord's will.
Oh, yes, the Lord. The Lord who giveth life and also takes it away. Why did he take away my son's life?
I have no way of knowing that, Nicholas.
Why do you suppose you are here, Miranda? By the Lord's will or by mine? What you are is the reflection of what I wanted you to be. Now, you do look frightened. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking of Johanna.
Why?
I don't know. Nicholas, what is it?
Do you hear something?
What?
Nothing. It's nothing. It's just the wind through the trees.
There is no wind tonight.
There is, or a creaking board somewhere. It's not important. It's stopped now.
But I didn't hear anything.
Neither did I.
But you did, and you still do. It's from the Red Room. The harpsichord. Azil.
Stop it, Miranda.
And
Stop
Catherine did hear her that night when Johanna died. And you must have heard it, too. And you must have been listening the night our little son... I never believed it, really, but now I do. Nicholas, where are you going? Nicholas! He's in the Red Room, Doctor, staring at that picture on the wall. Just standing there staring at that picture.
Wait here, Peggy.
Good evening, Mr. Van Ryn.
What? Oh, Dr. Turner. Summoned in the best heroic tradition by the faithful little cripple. And have you an army of farmers armed with pitchforks lurking in the garden?
No, that fight's long over and you lost it. But Peggy seemed worried about you.
Do I look as if I needed medical aid?
I can't diagnose from appearance alone.
You've become more careful, Dr. Turner. I can recall when your diagnoses were less thorough.
I've learned a lot since then. For one thing, I've made a careful study of plant life.
I would think human life more important.
Jeff, what are you doing here?
About to discuss plant life with your husband. I assume you've thanked him prettily for the lovely plant in your room?
I don't understand.
He understands. Your late wife's bedroom, Mr. Van Ryn, the night she died. I was never able to forget that plant. At first, I thought only that it was very beautiful. I've learned since it was also very deadly.
Nicholas, what does he mean?
The plant contains a glucoside, similar in action to digitalis, but much more toxic. How shrewd to have a doctor on hand that night you asked me to dinner. And weren't you lucky, Mr. Van Ryn, that I wasn't a better doctor? It was all so simple. Your wife with the bad cold. She couldn't possibly have tasted anything in the cake. It was soaked with rum anyway.
I don't believe it.
Pick up his pistol, Miranda. I suggest that you stay here, Mr. Van Ryn. Don't try to leave Dragonwyck. If you do, even your friend, the prosecutor, will be quite helpless to aid you.
Nicholas.
Let me alone and get out. All of you. Get out.
There he is, sitting in the patroon's chair, just like he did at the kermesse.
Hold up your lanterns there. Mr. Van Ryn. Mr. Van Ryn.
Mayor Curtis, isn't it?
If you don't mind, Mr. Van Ryn, I'll have to ask you to come along with us.
But I do mind. I have no intention of going anywhere with anyone.
This is not a request, Van Ryn. You're under arrest.
Back so soon, Dr. Turner?
Nicholas, please.
My wife.
Go with him. It's your only chance.
My only chance. How little you know me, Miranda. Even Joanna would never have said that. Dr. Turner, you might use your influence to benefit these men for once and tell them to get out of here.
How little you know me, Mr. Van Ryn, or them.
I am well armed, Dr. Turner. You don't believe I'd shoot again?
Yes, I believe you.
Drop your pistol, Van Ryn. All right, men, take the prisoner.
Have it your own way, then.
Nicholas.
Look at you. All of you. Taking off your hats. That's right. Take off your hats in the presence of the patron.
Now you're going home, Miranda, leaving Dragonwyck.
You could ride to the boat landing with me, Jeff.
I'd like nothing better, except that I'd have to ride back here alone. Is that all you're taking with you?
It's all I brought with me from home, except a black dress.
The way you just said home, as if you never had any other.
Have I? Ever? You know, Ma once said she never should have let me come to Dragonwyck. That she was afraid. You couldn't marry a dream, she said. Do you dream, Jeff?
Sometimes I dream.
Some dreams are very real. So real that they get confused with reality. And then when you wake up and look around, you find yourself saying, what am I doing here? What has this to do with what I want? And I guess you make up your mind you've had a nightmare. And you go crawling to your ma and pa.
So it's back to Greenwich now, Miranda, with never another thought of anything here.
Greenwich isn't so far away, Jeff. Perhaps sometime you'll be passing through.
Here's Mr. Keeley with tonight's stars. As every producer knows, truly fine actors in a truly great play are surefire box office. And that's what we enjoyed tonight, with all our thanks to Gene Tierney and Vincent Price.
Thank you, Bill. It was a real thrill doing Dragonwyck again with Vince. Although I must say he makes a somewhat awesome patroon.
You know, Gene, that title has always bothered me. I keep mixing it up with platoons, paltroons, doubloons, pontoons.
And Looney Tunes.
Thank you.
Speaking of patroons, I wonder how many of our audience know that Vincent Price is one of Hollywood's most loyal patrons of the arts.
Well, Bill, I've always been interested in painting and encouraging young painters.
And you're a very talented painter yourself, Vince.
Mostly out of curiosity.
How do you mean, curiosity?
Well, when I start a painting, I never know quite what it's going to be. And when I'm finished, I always wonder what it is.
Do you go in for painting, Gene?
All I know is the primary colors. Stop and go.
I'd say Gene's sport is motion pictures. Good night.
Good night, and come back again soon. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
The Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes transcribed to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as the Saint.
Come in.
Hi, Mr. Temple.
Oh, hello, Louie.
Where are you?
I'm in my room. I'll be ready in a minute.
Hey, wait till you see my cap. I gave it a bath for Christmas.
Well, congratulations.
Yeah. Look, I don't want to rush you, but if you don't hurry, Christmas Eve is going to be already Christmas morning, and what'll all them tots think?
Oh, them tots will be singularly fortunate. However, all I have to do now is get my whiskers on. There. How do I look?
Mr. Templar, if I didn't know you was Mr. Templar,
Yeah?
I wouldn't know who you were.
Louis, don't I look like Santa Claus?
This may come as a surprise to you, Mr. Templar. Santa Claus is fat.
Oh.
You're not fat.
Oh. Well, hand me that cushion from the couch, huh?
Okay. Here.
Yeah, thank you. Now then. How's that?
Now say ho, ho, ho.
What for?
Santa Clauses always say ho, ho, ho.
Oh, I see. Ho, ho, ho.
Well, anyway, you look like Santa Claus. Hey, Mr. Templar, whose idea was this?
Mrs. Winterbottom's.
Oh, the dame who annoys tots on Christmas Eve.
Mrs. Winterbottom is a very well-known philanthropist, and every Christmas Eve she collects hundreds of small children and feeds them.
Yeah. Who feeds them the rest of the year?
Don't be bitter, Louis.
Sorry.
At least I ought to give the little tots a laugh.
Yeah. And I suppose there is something to be said for Mrs. Winterbottom.
Don't say it now.
Don't worry.
There's something to be said for Santa Claus, too. He does go around filling stockings.
Yeah, I know a blonde. Shouldn't say that either, huh?
No. Someone at the door. Louis, would you mind?
No. It's probably one of them tots. Correction. It's a tot 20 years later.
Get in.
I'm already in.
Back up.
I'm backing up.
Thanks. Now reach, gents.
Hey, you know, that gun in her hand looks loaded.
Now that you mention
Reach.
For what?
The chandelier.
I can't.
Why not?
No chandelier.
Oh, a wise guy, huh?
If you're going to shoot me, I insist on knowing your name.
Just call me Sally.
Sally. And your last name?
Never mind that. How would you like to get plugged in the...
Breadbasket?
Where?
Oh, let's pass lightly over that. I wouldn't like to get plugged anywhere.
And shut up.
All right.
Where is it?
Right down the hall.
Are you trying to be smart?
Not especially.
So it's going to be like that, huh?
Like what?
Now, you listen to me, Fats Boylan.
Huh?
You shut up, too.
I didn't say anything.
Well, shut up anyway.
I'm shutting up.
What was I saying?
You just finished calling me Fats Boylan.
That's right.
That's wrong. I'm not Fats Boylan.
Ha.
Well, it helps keep the conversation
Look,
going.
Fats, are you going to stop stalling and hand over the stuff, or will I have to shoot?
Since I am not Fats Boylan, and since I have no stuff to hand over, I'm afraid you'll have to shoot.
Mr. Templar, that could be fatal.
You keep quiet, punk.
Who's a punk?
You're a punk.
Mr. Templar, am I a punk?
Well, Sally is just a little confused this evening,
Confused or not, she shouldn't call me a...
Shut up. Oh.
You don't have to start bawling.
I am not bawling. I
You were just about to shoot me.
Well, I know, but then you'd bleed.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I can't stand the sight of blood.
Why don't you strangle him?
Louis, don't be unkind. It seems to be the doorbell again.
No, wait.
Oh, it's very impolite to keep people waiting.
But I must have been followed here.
Sally, look, stop illustrating a point with that gun. It might go off.
I don't care.
But then I'd bleed.
But where can I go? I've got to hide.
Well, try the kitchen.
All right.
Well, come on in. It's open house tonight.
Well, my old pal, Fats
I am not.
Boylan.
Although I'm beginning to waver. Perhaps I am. Simon, the split personality. Who are you?
Well, Joe Hudson. You remember your old pal, Hudson?
Hudson. Well, I must admit you look like a hornet, but your lines aren't as nice. Look, if I'm your old pal, why don't I know you?
Oh, that's easy. We never met personally.
Well, how else can you meet? Ignore that. But if we haven't met personally or otherwise, how can I be your pal?
Oh, I was just being friendly. Besides, hey, you got something for me.
I have?
Great little kidder, ain't you, Fats? Ain't he, pal?
Now I feel better. I'm a pal, too.
Look, I wish I deserved your delighted choice.
Look,
but...
just leave me have the stuff, and then I'll get...
Stuff again? What stuff?
Am I going to have trouble with you?
The door behind you is open. Why don't you use it, huh? In that way, nobody will have any trouble.
I'll use it after.
After what?
Such like that, huh? Ever see one of these before?
I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you, but the answer is yes, I have.
Good. And you know how it works. It shoots bullets at guys. Guys who get bullet shot at them have a habit of dying.
Really? Well, then perhaps you'd better not shoot that gun at me.
I won't. So gimme.
So I ain't got. Well, that is
you ain't got.
Thanks, Louis.
Basic, I ain't a patient man. Hand the stuff over, or
I don't have any stuff.
Or you get shot.
I'd bleed.
Who cares?
I do. I hoped you might. However...
This could be a stall. This could be trouble, so you...
You can't shoot him.
Why not?
It's against the law. I read it in the papers. It's against the law.
Yeah, I believe you.
Oh, well, so that's okay.
Yeah, but I like doing things against the law.
Oh. Well, you could go to jail.
I already been there.
Well, for shooting somebody, they'll hang you or something.
If somebody told them.
Well, I would.
You would, huh?
I would.
So maybe I'd better shoot you first.
Well, I wouldn't want to deprive Mr. Templar of the privilege.
Well, Fats, it's your last chance.
Oh, not that phrase. Also, I still don't know...
So it looks like I'm going to break a law. Hey, who did that?
You did, you dope.
I did not. This here's a plan. But you won't get away with it.
Goodbye, Mr. Hudson.
Mr. Templar, who made with the artillery?
It must have been Sally. She's in the kitchen.
She can stay there.
She saved our lives, Louis.
Yeah, but maybe by now she's found out she likes to shoot guns.
Let's hope not.
Hello.
It was nice of you to frighten Mr. Hudson off.
I did?
You did.
I didn't hit anybody?
No.
Oh, I'm so glad.
Hey, I've got her.
She's out cold.
Come on, up. Put her on the couch. Yeah. Come on. Up. Mm-hmm.
It's a little late, but somebody ought to mention she is not a bad-looking dish.
You've mentioned it.
Looking for smelling salts in her bag?
No, identification. Huh. Here's a driver's license. Her name is Sally Walters. Address 49 Arden Drive. Social Security card. She's the secretary.
That's what I need. Take it back.
She's coming, too. Better put the bag back.
Yeah, but keep the gun, though. There's still some bullets in it.
No, we don't want her to know we went through her bag.
We're ashamed of ourselves?
We're going to pay her a visit.
She ain't home.
But she will be after she leaves here, and then perhaps we can find out what keeps the home fires burning.
Sally was in kind of a hurry leaving us.
So she was.
Mr. Templar, don't look right, Santa Claus chasing a blonde.
I'm not chasing her.
Technicalities will get you no place. Hey, this must be it. 49. What is she a secretary of? The Treasury?
I suspect this is where she works, Louis.
She works overtime, huh?
Yeah, and probably sleeps in. Come on.
Yeah. I hope that nobody is peeking because they'll think Santa Claus is off schedule.
I think perhaps I can manage without the whiskers.
Yeah.
Ouch!
Now you look like an imposter.
Will you ring Louis?
Okay. You know, this is the type house I got a feeling Santa Claus would have to use the servants' entrance.
Yes.
I'm Simon Templar.
You are?
I am.
There's nothing I can do about it.
Mr. Templar, all butlers are like him?
I doubt it. I think he's been practicing.
Haw.
Haw?
Well, good night, then.
I think not.
Would you mind removing your shoe from the door?
I would.
You might at least have shined it.
Humphrey, whoever is it at this time of night?
No one, madam.
Oh, but such an interesting-looking no one. Santa Claus, you've lost your whiskers.
I haven't. They're right here in my pocket.
How nice.
Actually, my name is Simon Templar.
I'm Carla Worth.
This is Louis.
Hi. Oh, I mean...
Hi.
Be kind to the peasants type.
Did you want to see me?
Now that I've seen you, yes.
Well, come in then.
Thank you.
But, madam...
Humphrey, go away.
Yes, madam.
Humphrey's such a problem sometimes. Shall we? Nice?
Yeah. Fire in the fireplace, books on the bookshelves, port in that decanter.
Yes, would you like some?
No, thank you. I just wanted to be sure the accessories were all correct. Someday, maybe I'll find some other wine besides port in the decanter. I dream.
Simon, are you the one who found them?
It's beginning again.
Found what?
My jewels, of course.
Have they been lost?
Simon, they were stolen. You know that, don't you?
Should I?
I've heard of the saint, Simon. I didn't know he was also a Santa Claus.
Oh, it's a fleeting impulse. When were your jewels stolen?
This afternoon. You see, Claude, my husband, that is, bought me them for Christmas.
Santa Claus.
Louis.
Sorry.
We decided to have the party this afternoon. We thought it'd be nice to have a quiet eve, so we did. The jewels were in quite a large box. There were quite a lot of them.
And?
Claude had hired a Santa Claus, but before the party was over, Santa Claus had disappeared. So had the jewels.
Well, there must have been some precautions.
Oh, there were several detectives. But the Santa Claus said he was going out to get some air while the party was on. He never came back. But he didn't have the jewels on him. The box was locked, and it was too large for the detectives not to have noticed.
I see. The name of the man hired to play Santa Claus was, of course,
Fats Boylan. And who may you be?
Claude, this is Simon Templar. And Louis.
I know neither of them. Snoops, obviously. Get rid of them.
Claude likes to behave as though he were an emperor on occasion.
The box wasn't found anywhere in the house?
The jewel box, no.
The jewels were insured?
Naturally. It's none of your affair. I shall speak severely to Humphrey. He should never have let you in.
I let them in, darling.
So now he's going to speak severely to her.
We'll go quietly, except... Mr. Worth, what is Fats Boylan's address?
I have no idea. Good night,
Good night, Simon, and I'm sorry.
So am I.
I'll show you out.
Thank you.
Wow, 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 wow.
Pronounced Carla Worth.
Yeah. What do we do now, Santa Claus?
We get into your nice, clean cab and... Hey, wait a minute, Louis. Now we're going to find out what became of Sally.
Simon,
Well, good evening, Sally.
I overheard. Fat's address is 17 Beale Street.
17 Beale.
Yes, I've got to get right back to the house before anybody notices. Goodbye.
An awful short visit.
But long enough.
Now we're going to visit Mr. Boylan?
I think so.
I hope he ain't so handy with a gun as the rest of these characters.
He may be, he may not be.
Now I'm all cheered up.
But there's one thing I'm sure he isn't.
What's that?
Fat.
Quite a change from the Worth's dump. Now this is a dump.
Yeah, and Mr. Boylan would seem to be shy.
Mr. Templar, you said something about the one thing he wouldn't be was fat. Why, because he was called Fats?
Not exactly. Louis, I'm worried.
Hey, the door was open.
Yes.
Maybe that means our bird has flown?
Maybe. Come on, let's go in.
Okay. I ain't usually so poetical, but the light's on.
Yes.
And the room looks funny. Looks like a hurricane came to stay for dinner.
And remained for 6 months.
Somebody was looking for a jewel box?
And someone obviously didn't find it. The extent of the search indicates that. Nothing was left untouched.
It's a funny smell in this room, you know. A couple of funny smells.
Yeah. One's perfume and the other...
Gunpowder. Huh?
Gunpowder.
That's why I ain't been looking behind any pieces of furniture.
It really wasn't very far to look, Louis.
Huh?
He's behind the daybed.
Fats?
Fats, Louis.
He ain't doing so good?
He's dead. And Louis...
Yeah?
He wasn't fat.
Mr. Templar?
Yes, Louis?
We're being followed.
Since
we got out of Boylan's place.
That's interesting. Louis, stop the cab.
That'll make it easier for whoever's following us.
Exactly what I want.
Even on Christmas Eve, this shouldn't happen. Now what?
We get out. Don't look behind you. Start walking.
This here is a nice, lonely street. Everybody else is home hanging up stockings. I wouldn't mind hanging up stockings myself. Who do you think it is?
I think it's our friend Hudson.
Oh, I just lost 5 pounds. You mean the guy that was chasing Sally, who was all ready to shoot us until she made the explosion?
Neat reminder.
Oh, you think he wants our money or our life?
Possibly.
What kind of an answer is that?
In here. Quickly.
Yeah. Mr. Temple, this here alley is full of garbage cans.
Also dark.
You don't have to see garbage cans to know they're around. Hudson?
Yes. Good evening, Hudson.
Huh?
Don't turn around. I've got a gun on you.
Hey, I don't like it.
Louis, take Mr. Hudson's gun away from him.
Okay. Got it, Mr. Templar.
Good. Aim it at him.
Hey, now, wait a minute. You can't shoot me with my own gun.
Why not?
That ain't tactful.
What other gun could I shoot you with?
Your own. Hey, you mean you ain't got a... Oh, mister, you were a liar.
And on Christmas Eve, too. Hudson, who hired you to follow Sally and me?
It was my own idea.
Louis, Mr. Hudson isn't being friendly.
He ain't, huh?
He ain't. Therefore...
Hey, now, don't lose your heads, fellas.
We've lost patience with him, Louis.
We have?
Shoot him, Louis. He's beginning to bore me.
He's beginning to... I should shoot him?
Yes.
Fatal?
Fatal.
Okay. Except I don't know what my wife and 6 kids are going to say.
You haven't got a wife and 6 kids.
Now, wait a minute, please.
Louis, we're being cruel, prolonging Mr. Hudson's agony. Put him out of it.
Now, wait a minute.
Who hired you?
Mrs. Worth. Mrs. Carla Worth.
You quite sure?
Strike me dead. That is, don't strike me dead. Look, if she didn't, why would I say she did?
You have a point there. But why should she have wanted you to follow Sally?
Well, she had an idea. Her husband and Sally were kind of,
kind of decorating their own little tree together.
I couldn't put it more tactful.
I see. So if you got enough divorce evidence, Mrs. Worth could hold up her husband for plenty of alimony.
No.
No.
Oh, Mrs. Worth is the babe with the dough. Mr. Worth is a very well-educated bum.
Indeed. Huh? It's interesting. Louis, let me have the gun.
Yeah, here.
Wait, I just told you the truth.
I'm sure you did.
Mr. Templar, that's gratitude?
It's necessity.
Oh.
We need him out of the way for a little while. He's out of the way. Now,
Yeah?
Now we're going to find out who else knew that Fats Boylan was thin.
You know, if we visited often enough, I might even get accustomed to this joint.
You might also start confusing yourself with Grant. Good evening, Humphrey.
I'm sorry the family retired for the night.
Well, it is late, I know.
I wish to retire myself.
Why, Humphrey, you don't look 65.
Good night, sir.
Aren't you going to ask us in?
No.
Why, Humphrey, I thought you and I were going to sing Christmas carols together.
Let go of me.
Shut the door, Louis.
Okay.
I shall complain.
All right, but not now.
Mr. Templar, I'm going to wear that gun out hitting people over the head with it.
And I couldn't have him warn anyone we're here.
Why, we're going to burgle the joint?
In a way.
Huh?
And a kinder description would be search the place, Louis.
Oh, for what?
Oddly enough, something that can't be seen or touched.
Sounds like a ghost.
Yes, and in a way it is. The ghost of a murderer.
It's the night before Christmas, all right, but a creature is stirring. A couple of creatures, us.
We've covered all the rooms on the other landing. Therefore, the bedroom should be here. And therefore, this should be someone's bedroom. Let's go in.
We're sleeping?
Now, if I can open the door softly enough and look in. Moonlight through the window. Yes. The dressing room. Door beyond would be the bedroom proper.
Proper is not a word we're in any position to throw around.
We'll have to go in to the dressing room. Come on, Louis.
Okay.
Wait a minute, Louis. Inhale.
Mr. Templar, I don't usually take breathing exercises in the middle of the night.
Louis.
All right. I'm inhaling.
Well?
Perfume.
Familiar?
I could learn to love it, but no.
Well, then out we go.
You didn't care for that perfume.
It didn't tell me anything.
What do you want perfume should tell you?
Who killed Fats Boylan?
Another bedroom. We go in?
Naturally.
For a bachelor, that ain't the word you should have used. I'm beginning to get worried about this. Supposing somebody screamed.
Pull yourself together, Louis.
Okay. After all, like the poet says, strong heart never won fair maiden.
You mean faint heart.
All right, so for dinner I'll eat dog food.
Now. Another dressing room. Well?
Hey, Mr. Templar.
Yes. The same perfume we noticed.
Uh-oh.
Don't be frightened.
Simon, what are you doing in here?
Louis and I have been testing
It's
perfumes.
the middle of the night. You awakened me.
I'm sorry. I'm even sorrier about something else.
What's that?
The perfume you use is very distinctive, Sally.
I supposed to say thanks?
No. Because the last place Louis and I noticed it was in Fats Boylan's room. Minutes after he'd been killed.
Oh,
Not good, Sally.
you're making all this up.
No. This bottle of perfume will be evidence.
But I didn't kill Boylan. You must be joking about that.
I don't think a jury would find it funny. You knew about Boylan stealing the jewels. You must have helped him.
I didn't.
But then you found yourself being trailed by Hudson, who'd been hired by Mrs. Worth. You were afraid he'd discover the connection between you and Boylan. That's why you came to my apartment.
No.
Oh, yes. You hoped I'd throw Hudson off, perhaps frighten him. In the meanwhile, you could get to Boylan, get the jewels from him.
That isn't true.
But when you got to Boylan's place, you found him already dead, and the jewels gone.
I didn't.
It would be much better for you that way.
What do you mean?
You wouldn't be liable to a first-degree murder charge.
But there were detectives here while the party was going on. Boylan couldn't have stolen the jewels. They saw him leave. He didn't have them.
He did have them. He was playing Santa Claus, and he was a thin man. Santa Clauses, as Louis pointed out to me earlier tonight, are fat.
Therefore, Boylan entered this house wearing padding underneath his costume. He left it with a large jewel box in place of the padding. That's how he did it, Sally.
You're smart.
You found Boylan. You knew his address. Therefore, you'd hired him in the first place. And therefore, also, a jury would believe you'd killed him unless you tell us who did.
Well, all right. I'll tell you.
There's really no need, my dear.
Oh, Claude.
Hey, Mr. Templar, tell him to point the gun someplace else.
Mr. Worth, point that gun someplace else.
I prefer this direction. You were saying, Mr. Templar, about the jewels.
The jewels were insured. Therefore, you, Mr. Worth, arranged to have them stolen.
Indeed.
Indeed. In that way, you could retain the jewels, the insurance money as well, and not worry very much whether or not your wife divorced you. Clever.
Boylan is dead.
How true. You had to see to that, didn't you? Otherwise, he might have blackmailed you for the rest of your life, or for whatever money you got out of the entire crooked deal.
I can see two other deaths. Yours, your friend.
And Sally? You going to kill her, too?
That depends, I should think, on Sally.
Claude, I never knew you intended to kill anyone.
There's no need to play the ingenue quite so strenuously, my dear. You were in on most of it.
But not murder.
I'm afraid Mr. Templar's pessimism is justified. I shall have to include you. But however did you get on to her, Templar?
Her perfume. To be precise, this perfume.
Well, you got him in the eye.
Yeah, I hope this gets him someplace more effective.
Mr. Templar, the trail of unconscious bodies you're leaving behind you tonight, if laid end to end,
Yes, Louis.
would look terrible.
Simon,
Yes, Carla?
you've been very sweet. Even without your whiskers, you've been sort of a Santa Claus to me. May I?
Oh, with pleasure.
Well, I never knew Santa Claus could kiss like that.
Santa Claus is no saint.
Yes?
Oh. Hello, Louis.
Mr. Templar, you better put on your whiskers. You forgotten all about Mrs. Winterbottom?
Mrs. Oh, well, the hour is past midnight. The tots have undoubtedly tottered off to bed by now. Louis, you may tell Mrs. Winterbottom.
I know. That the saint ain't no Santa Claus.
You have been listening to another transcribed adventure of The Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. Now, here is our star, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, all of us who live in the United States are aware of the spiritual values of American life, our factories and machines and luxuries. But there is another side to American life, a side made up of spiritual values. Our country was founded upon faith in God. In the Declaration of Independence, it states that men were endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights. Thus, religious faith is part of the very foundation of American democracy, and one of our most precious national heritages is freedom of worship. By exercising this freedom, you and your families can enjoy the spiritual pleasures that come with church or synagogue attendance. Moreover, your religious leaders stand ready to give you their help, whether you need personal or family guidance. And if you suffer the loneliness natural to a newcomer to this country, the churches of your faith will welcome you. We all know that without spiritual values, the other advantages of American life have little meaning. Without faith, the family and the community become unstable. Without faith, the individual denies himself the peace and guidance of religion. The doors of your churches and synagogues are open to you. The freedom to worship as you please is yours. And so America's religious organizations invite you to find yourself through faith and to come to church this week. And may I wish you all a wonderful Christmas, and for the world, peace in all the years to come. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at this same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
This Adventure of the Saint was written by Louis Vittes. Our cast included Mary Shipp as Sally and Betty Lou Gerson as Carla. High Everback was Hudson, Ted Osborne, Claude. The butler, Stanley Farrar. Louis is played by Larry Dotkin. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris, is a James L. Safier production and is directed by Helen Mack. Vincent Price is soon to be seen co-starring in RKO's production of His Kind of Woman. All you Saint fans will be glad to know that the Saint comic books are on sale at all newsstands. Your announcer, Don Stanley. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. For your Christmas Eve listening pleasure, there's another broadcast of NBC's Sunday hour-and-a-half extravaganza, The Big Show. There's a whole Christmas stocking full of stars, including Tallulah, Jimmy Durante, Ed Wynn, Charles Boyer, Robert Merrill, and many more. Tonight also means your weekly visit with the Harris family on the Phil Harris-Alice Faye Show. Be sure to hear this special Christmas program later today on NBC.
Happy holiday, happy listening. Happy holiday, happy listening. NBC wishes you a season of good cheer. A merry, merry Christmas and a happier New Year.
The Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes transcribed to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as the Saint.
Just step a little closer, if you will, my friend. You might be the start of a mighty and surging throng.
You mean me?
You and none other. Slumming tonight, friend?
Oh, I just happen to like carnivals.
The gentleman says he likes carnivals. And now let us all step up a little closer here while we talk about the greatest attraction on the mighty Midway. A test of strength, courage, and endurance, attracting attention all over the civilized world and further. Texas. It's a joke, friend.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Indeed. Well, I am talking about that little lady inside the tent here that all your friends have told you positively not to miss. The courageous girl who lies buried alive 20 feet below the surface of the earth. Are you going in, friend, or am I wasting my time?
I'm still on the fence.
Yeah, indeed. Well, you have heard her name, you have read about her in the papers, and now you are going to see Mona, the buried alive girl, who has lain in her grave on these premises for 222 hours, 36 minutes, and 21 seconds, and is now attempting to break the world's record of 244 hours.
Ooh, how strenuous.
Inside the tent, you will see her, talk to her, ask her any questions that happen to be on your mind.
Tell me more.
My friend, I don't request that you buy a ticket for this great attraction. I just ask that you put this question to yourself.
Yes?
Would I have the courage to change places with Mona, the buried alive girl?
No.
I thank you for your kind attention, and the box office is now open.
Oh. One, please.
One, he says. Oh, Some days it don't pay to get buried alive. Hey, son, the entrance is right in front of you.
My change?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the change. That's right. It's a mere oversight, sir, I assure you. Here you are, right straight ahead.
Yeah, thank you. To communicate with Mona, talk down tube. Well, all right, I talk. Mona.
Frankie, you gotta get me out of here. I'm going crazy down here. I'm scared.
Mona, this
I've
isn't...
been thinking, Frankie. I've been thinking all day what Angie said just before she... I don't want to end up like Angie, Frank. I don't. And I will if you don't get me out of here. I know I will. I don't want to die, Frankie. Get me up.
Mona, this isn't Frankie. This is Simon Templar. Can I help you?
Oh, you're not Frankie?
No, but I'll help you if you'll tell me what you're afraid of. Mona.
I am in very good health and am enjoying no physical discomfort whatsoever. I am looking forward eagerly toward breaking the world's record for being buried alive. 244 hours. Pictures of me are available at the box office at nominal cost.
Mona, what are you afraid of?
I am in very good health and am enjoying no physical discomfort whatsoever. I am looking forward eagerly to...
I know, I heard.
Hey, what you doing here? Who are you?
I'm Simon Templar, a customer. Who are you?
Customer. Oh, excuse me. I thought, excuse me.
Oh, say, aren't you the strong man? I saw your act a few minutes ago. Segundo, huh?
Pretty good,
Yeah, pretty good. Tell me, Segundo, what about Mona? Who was Angie?
Angie? Excuse me, I gotta go.
Hey, wait a minute.
Excuse me.
So you got two for the price of one, eh, friend? Mona and the strong man Segundo.
I caught his act before. Quite a large hunk of muscle. I wouldn't like him to step down on my foot.
Yeah, the guy is built like a Hudson. Only trouble is his motor don't run so good.
Oh, a few chips light in the head, huh?
A whole stack. Well, did you enjoy your chat with Mona?
Tell me, who was Angie?
Angie, oh, yeah, Angie, that's a real sweetheart. That was Mona's sister. Angie used to do the buried alive act before she died. Oh, a real doll.
Was it an accident?
Accident? No, it was a weak heart. That Angie, oh, she was all heart. Oh, we miss her. How'd you know about her?
Tell me about Mona.
Why?
I might like to help her, that's all.
Hey, look, my friend, nobody in this county needs no help from you. We take care of each other. We always have and we always will. Nobody on the outside cares nothing about us, and we don't care nothing about them. Now, beat it.
Who's the owner of this carnival?
B. St. Clair, and her trailer's right down the midway, and she'll tell you the same thing I did.
I'm hard to discourage.
Friend, there's nobody here needs no help.
Friend, you forget that I've heard your jokes. See you later.
Come in.
Miss St. Clair?
Right. Who are you?
I'm a customer of your carnival.
Well, come in, customer. Sit down.
Oh. Thank you. I wanted to ask a few questions, if you don't mind.
Where's your question license?
My name is Simon Templar, also known as the Saint.
These. I'll form my own opinion. What do you want to know?
I'm interested in Angie.
Oh, Angie?
Mm-hmm.
They never come any better. Every 100 years or so, you meet somebody nice in this louse-trap circuit. And Angie was one of them. Now she's gone, and the crumbs remain.
Anything peculiar about the way she died?
Sudden, that's all. Heart. Why?
And her sister Mona took her place.
Yep. Mona's a good kid, but a kid.
Any chance of her being brought up from the living grave soon?
Why?
I got the impression she didn't like it down there.
No, you did. You know something? I don't like running this flea circus of a carnival either. Some mornings I don't even like living. But I don't come running to you about it, Mr. Templar.
You won't bring her up then, huh?
No. I got nothing to say about it anyway. It's up to her husband, Frankie Fowler. You catch his act? Frankie, the tattooed boy?
I'm afraid I'm not an art lover.
Well, he's no Mona Lisa, Jack. Any more questions?
Would I get any more answers?
No.
But when a woman says no, that's not always what she means.
Jack, that's an entirely different type of question.
Hello. Anybody here?
Yeah?
Frankie, I'd like to talk to you.
Who are you?
My name is Simon Templar, Frankie.
What do you want?
Well, I've always been interested in tattoos. I think they're fascinating.
Oh?
Almost as fascinating as the people who do them.
Oh, a fan. Come in.
Thank you.
You know, the Connie's closed for the night, but I'm always glad to oblige a customer.
Well, I'm not exactly a customer. I'm a friend of Mona's.
Mona's got no friend, Simon Templar.
Well, let's say a speaking acquaintance. Did you know Angie, Frankie?
Know her. Angie was my wife. Wonderful girl. Almost killed me when she passed away. Omaha.
She's buried there?
I couldn't leave her behind. Not with strangers. Call me sentimental if you want to, but that's the way I felt. You see that urn over there on the table? Now Angie's with me always.
I see.
They say us Carney people got no heart. Hey, you like to see some real artistic work in tattoo, Mr. Templar?
Oh, maybe some other time, Frankie.
Look at that. Here. Monitor and a Merrimack. Civil War. Authentic, 100%. They don't do work like that anymore.
Frankie,
Everything I got on me is art. Art! I seen a guy the other day ask him what he had on. He said surrealism. Surrealism. I told him right out. I said, the guy that tattooed that on you ain't American. That's what I told him, and I'll stand by it. Surrealism.
Frankie, I've been talking to Mona.
What about?
She's buried too far under the earth, Frankie. She wants to come up.
Well, she does she? She say anything else, did she?
I just got the impression she was frightened down there.
Well, let her be. Let her stay there. She's getting just like Angie.
Oh? Angie was frightened?
Well, no, that's not what I meant. Angie was the greatest. It's just that they're sisters, see? What's this to you?
Nothing, except I think it might be better if you brought Mona up.
Oh, you do? Segundo!
Frankie.
Come in here. Now you see what happens to guys who get nosy.
Afraid to do your own strong-arm work, eh, Frankie?
Why, you...
Here I am.
Look, Segundo, this guy came in here saying bad things about Angie.
About Angie?
Yeah.
You shouldn't have said that, mister. Not about Angie. I don't like nobody to say bad things about Angie.
I'm trying to help her, Segundo. And Mona.
Don't listen to him, Segundo. Get him.
I don't trust strangers.
Hit him again, Segundo. Throw him out.
Yeah. You shouldn't have said bad things about Angie.
Hey, wake up, mister. Wake up. Hey, you hurt? Hey, carnival's closed for the night, friend. Why don't you go home and sleep?
Wait till I find my head.
What happened?
Well, let's say too much cotton candy and circus peanuts, huh?
Drink help you out?
Ooh, immeasurably. Lead the way.
Yeah. Don't mind drinking with a dwarf, do you?
Why should I?
Well, some people do. My name's Carlos.
Hello. I'm Simon Templar.
Yeah. Right in here. My home. One of the wagons. Don't bump your head.
I'll watch it.
Here. Pour this down.
Oh, thank you, my friend. Why, I needed that.
Have to go, or can you stay and talk a while?
I'd like to stay if I may, Carlos.
Oh, thank you. I very seldom get the chance to talk, Mr. Templar.
Why is that?
And a dwarf's rather a lonely occupation. Not freak enough to make much money in the carnival, and too much of a freak to be accepted out of it. Oh, I'm sorry to burden you with my troubles.
Everyone's troubles are everyone else's, Carlos.
Well, thank you. Want to tell me about yours?
Well, I had a call for help tonight from 20 feet under the ground. And I just don't know what to do about it.
Mona?
Yeah. She said she was afraid she would end up like Angie. She wanted to come up.
Did you tell anyone else about this?
Not directly, no. Frankie refused to let her come up.
Have another drink. Yeah. Mona never talked like this before. She was never scared, not like Angie. Mona's got guts. It worries me. Go here.
Oh, thanks. What about the man who was married to both of them, Frankie?
Simon, if you were born a freak like I was, you had no choice and you can be philosophical. But if you make yourself a freak like Frankie did, you gotta hate yourself and everybody else as long as you live.
And yet 2 women married
Don't
him.
rub it in. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have jumped you. I'm not always as philosophical as I try to be.
I can't help thinking of Mona, buried alive, afraid. Afraid of what? And she mentioned that Angie said something to her just before she died.
What?
She didn't say. Tell me, how far are we from where Mona is?
Just across the Midway. You want to go over there?
I'd feel better.
And so would I. Let's go.
What about B. St. Clair, Carlos? Can you figure her out?
Well, not quite, because I don't think B can figure herself out. She hasn't had much fun either. I hope she gets some.
This is Mona's tent, isn't it? Anybody around?
Not a soul. Let's go in. Mona! Mona! Huh. She must be asleep.
Now, let me try. Mona? Can you hear me? Mona? She's not asleep. There's something wrong. Mona?
Mona, it's Carlos. Mona! What was it she said? She might wind up like Angie? Mona!
Carlos, go get every man you can and every shovel, and then get a doctor and an ambulance.
Yeah. He wanted to break the record. Well, maybe she will. Maybe she will. Like Angie.
That's it.
Keep... Stop.
Get out of the way. Move. Go. It's faster when I do myself.
Okay.
Are they almost down to her, B?
Well, I think so. It's only about 8 feet. We advertised 20, but 8 is enough. What do you think happened, Carlos?
I don't know. What happened to Angie?
A heart attack, you know that.
Do I?
She's just fainted, maybe. Maybe this is all about nothing.
I doubt it, Frankie. And so do you.
What do you have to come nosing in for, Templar? B and I don't need you. We can get along.
B and you?
All of us, that's what I mean.
You mean you'd rather have left her down there?
I'm not taking this from you.
Frankie! I got the bottle.
Oh, come on.
Come on, you guys. Grab it.
Come on.
Come on. There now. Give me a hand with the lid. You better come over here, Doctor.
Right, Mr. Templar.
Yeah. There.
What is it, Doc? Is she... Well, she's still breathing, but that's about all.
Any symptoms?
If I had to make a guess, symptoms of poisoning. Get her over to the ambulance. Hurry, come on.
Mr. Templar, I'm sorry I didn't get her up sooner.
I should have made it plainer, but I didn't know who to trust.
Well, do you now?
Just who not to trust.
And who's that?
Everyone. How is she this morning, Doctor?
Oh, she's a sick girl, but she'll live. We got her in time.
Oh, I'm glad. What caused it?
Poison of some kind, definitely. I'm waiting for a lab report.
May I see her?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Templar. She's rational now. Kept asking Angie to forgive her before...
Forgive her for what?
Well, she didn't say. They usually don't. Don't stay too long.
Oh, all right, Doctor. Good morning, Mona.
Who are you?
Simon Templar. I spoke to you down the tube yesterday. You thought at first I was Frankie.
I don't remember.
Don't you? You said you were afraid you might end up like Angie. She said something to you before she died, Mona. What was it?
I don't remember. She didn't say anything.
You know what happened to you last night, Mona?
No.
There was poison in your food that was lowered through the tube. Got any idea who did it?
Poison? I don't believe it.
Well, police will find out.
I don't want the police. I did it. I took it myself.
What kind?
Well, I don't remember, but I took it.
Why did you want Angie to forgive you, Mona?
Who told you that? I mean, you're making that up.
I'm trying to help you, Mona.
I don't need help. I want Frankie. I want him back. I want him back.
All right. I'll find him for you.
Simon, come in.
How are you, Bee?
How's Mona, Simon?
Better, Carlos. I was at the hospital all day. Had to wait for the lab reports on the poison.
Who did it?
Oh, it could have been put there by anyone.
To the police now?
Not yet. Mona claims she took it herself. She's obviously protecting someone, or is afraid of someone.
But who?
Bee, you don't have to answer unless you want to.
What, Simon?
Has there been anything between you and Frankie?
Well, everybody gets lonely.
Are you still lonely?
Jack, I got no ambition to travel around the country in an urn. That answer it?
That's good enough. If I can wind this thing up tonight, will the two of you help me? You especially, Carlos.
Anything I can, Simon.
All right. You're not closing the carnival down tonight, Bee.
We'll stay open if you say so.
Well, it might make it easier. Carlos, you go to Frankie's trailer while he's doing his show and take the urn. Would you mind doing that?
I'll do it.
Good. Put it in a safe place, doesn't matter where, and come back to the trailer. All three of us will wait for Frankie to come back after his show.
What happens then?
I don't know for sure, but I have a theory. Hope it's right. It's a question.
What happens if it's not right?
B, that's an entirely different type of question.
Simon, why do we have to wait in the dark for Frankie? It's creepy in here.
He might not come in if he saw the lights, B. Do you mind, Carlos?
Not a bit. The dark is a friend of mine.
Oh, I'm getting jumpy.
You can leave if you want to. I might be able to handle what I have to do alone.
Oh, I'll stick. But give me a chance to gripe, will you?
How about you, Carlos?
Oh, I'm enjoying it, Mr. Templar. Gives me a chance to feel important. I don't get many chances like that.
Gee, Frankie's late. He should have been here by now.
Well, maybe business was good tonight.
Well, usually is.
Oh? Say, B, I don't want to be personal, but running a carnival, is it lucrative?
Jack, I don't want to brag, but I am loaded.
Oh, how nice for you.
Why, last year alone, I'm...
Someone coming. Good evening, Frankie.
Templar. What is this, B?
I couldn't keep away, Frankie, but I brought my chaperone.
Well, get him out of here. Some chaperones. A saint and a dwarf.
I didn't choose to be a freak, Frankie. That's the difference.
What's going on?
Look around, Frankie. Anything missing?
What do you mean? The urn. Where is it? What'd you do with it?
We took it.
You took it? Segundo, come in here.
I don't think you'll need Segundo this time.
No?
Sit down, Frankie. And if you don't like that seat, I can get you a hotter one.
You think you know something?
I'm nosy, Frankie. Very nosy, as you pointed out.
What is it, Frankie?
This guy Templar again, Segundo. He's been saying bad things and doing bad things. He took Angie's urn.
Easy, Segundo. You'll want to hear this, too.
Hear what?
Don't wait, Segundo. He's just stalling. Go get him.
You took the urn.
Segundo, sit down.
No.
Segundo, wait in here. Wait in here.
Okay, Carlos, I trust you.
Good. It's about Angie, Segundo. This morning and last night, Mona was calling out for Angie to forgive her. For what? Because she'd been going around with you, Frankie, while you were married to her older sister.
I loved Angie.
And how long after she died did you marry Mona?
6 weeks.
I couldn't help it if the kid was crazy about me.
And you couldn't help it when you killed Angie with poison.
Who says I did? Where's the evidence?
You thought there wasn't any. It was almost a smart job, Frankie, but you couldn't pull anything all the way smart. It was only half smart, and that can be fatal.
If you think I'm going to stand here and listen to this
You'll
stuff...
stand and you'll listen. Murderers hardly ever change tactics, Frankie. The poison showed up in Mona's stomach. We couldn't prove that on you, but there are certain poisons that can be traced even after cremation. The kind you used is one. Now, do you begin to get the point?
It's not true. You can't trace it, can you, Carlos?
Yes, you can. I should have remembered. I should have had that urn analyzed long ago.
Now, wait a minute. You're guessing at this.
Are we? Where's the urn?
You're guessing at a motive. I didn't kill Angie. And why would I want to kill Mona?
Bigger stakes. You were after B. She was, loaded.
It's all a lie. I mean, B and I... Segundo, stay away from me.
Put that gun away, Frankie.
No. I'll use it if you don't stay back, Segundo.
Frankie, you killed Angie.
I tell you, nobody killed her. She had a weak heart.
That was in a weak heart.
Segundo, listen to me.
You kill Angie, Franco.
Stay back. Stay back.
He's going to shoot Segundo.
She never done no harm. She was so...
Stay back, I'm warning you.
She loved you and you gave her poison.
Don't come no closer, I mean it. Stay back.
She laughed sometime, and she did like a little girl.
Keep away from me, you big creep.
Why, you couldn't let her live.
You crazy creep, why don't you drop? You ain't human. Keep your hands off of me.
Come on, let go of him. Let go of him. Let go.
It's me. Carlos, let him go. Let him go.
Sure, Carlos, sure.
Segundo, are you hurt? Bad?
No.
Oh, I think one was a clean miss. The other two got him in the shoulder. Maybe he'll live. Here, let me help you up, Segundo. Come on now. Sit down, sit down. B, get a doctor.
All right, Father.
Quite a man, this Segundo. Not so strong upstairs, but in the heart, plenty.
Yeah, he almost killed Frankie.
I'm almost sorry he didn't. Frankie doesn't deserve to live.
Someone else will decide that, Carlos.
What Segundo did? I wish I could have done it, Saint. In my hands. I wish I could have done it.
Carlos.
I never told anybody, Saint. I never told her. She never guessed. But I loved Angie, too. Heaven help me. I loved her, too.
Just step a little closer, if you will, my friend.
You mean me?
I mean you. Hey, do you care to see the fat lady, friend? Weight 9,324 ounces.
Well, that's better.
How are you, Mr. Templar?
I'm fine. Tell me, how's Mona?
Oh, she's all right. It's a funny thing, Mr. Templar. I think Angie must have told her when she was dying that she suspected Frankie. But Mona could never bring herself to believe it. She still can't. But I guess she will. See, going in to see the fat lady, Mr. Templar?
You talked me right into it. Here's a $5.
Thank you, and the interest is straight ahead, friend.
My change?
Yeah, change. Here's your $5 back. For Simon Templar, everything is always on the house.
On the house?
Yeah.
Well, thanks. Say, you'd make a wonderful bartender.
Oh, now, Mr. Templar, that wouldn't be refined.
Oh, well, just a lovely dream. A wild, lovely dream.
You have been listening to another transcribed adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. And now here is our star, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, your life is your own. It's yours to guard when danger is near. And danger is never absent from the highways of America, where some 30,000 persons are killed every year. Only you can take the responsibility for averting the most tragic of all traffic accidents, the accident that happens to you. You can take that responsibility by recognizing the dangers of the road and by obeying the laws that have been made to protect your life. In almost every single motor accident reported by the National Safety Council, there was at least one violation of traffic regulations. The most common violation was speed. Speed too great for safety. Speed to save a few seconds. Speed that spelled out death and tragedy on the road. And, as always, the National Safety Council warns about driving after drinking. It's not an empty warning because fully 1/4 of all fatal accidents involve drivers or pedestrians who have been drinking. This is a fact. So when you drive, remember that an accident can happen to you. Learn and obey the traffic laws and don't take the little chances that so frequently result in a smash-up. The care you take may save a life, and that life may be your own. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at this same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
This adventure of the Saint was written by Dick Powell. In our cast, you heard Mary Shipp as Mona and Sheldon Leonard as the Barker. Bob Jellison was Carlos, Ed Mack, Segundo. Henny Bacchus played Bee, Harry Bartell was Frankie, Harry Brown was the Doctor. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris, is a James L. Safier production and is directed by Helen Mack. Vincent Price is soon to be seen co-starring in RKO's production of His Kind of Woman. All you Saint fans will be glad to know that the Saint comic books are on sale at all newsstands. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Today, Theater Guild on the Air presents the dramatic story Come Back, Little Sheba, starring Gary Cooper and Shirley Booth. Sunday also means another 90 wonderful minutes with The Big Show. And among this Sunday's stars are Jimmy Durante, Fred Allen, Judy Holliday, and many, many more. And, of course, Tallulah will be the MC. And for a sparkling article about the glamorous Tallulah, see the latest issue of Look magazine, now on sale. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
To dial this program in time to attend a trial stranger than any since we first learned the knack of breathing. And that was a long time back. The poor folks listening to other stations will lose all this. But congratulations to you for being no such fool as to miss the undecided molecule.
Columbia presents Corwin. Tonight, in the third of a limited series of 8 broadcasts for CBS, Norman Corwin brings you The Undecided Molecule, a rhymed fantasy concerning dangerous developments among the elements, as disclosed by Robert Benchley, Norman Lloyd, Groucho Marx, Vincent Price, Sylvia Sidney, Keenan Wynn, and the music of Carmen Dragon, conducted by Lud Gluskin. The Undecided Molecule.
Oh, dear. The cosmic alarm, which means I fear some woeful harm is afoot or a wing in the universe. Some deplorable thing, some active curse, like a falling sky, or a new star cluster been banged up by a clusterbuster. Sounds to me like a dried-up sea, or another ice age for a spell. Nor maybe it's only a freezing hell. On the other hand, it might possibly be that Hitler is alive and well. But after all, there's no point guessing. If it rings again in a manner pressing, I'll answer the interstellar phone. I wish they'd leave a feller alone. Why only last eon? Hello. Yes, this is he. What? Who? What's that? Say that again? But where? But how? But why? But when? Individually and solely? Now, wait a minute. Take it slowly. It did. Oh, no, not that. Holy jumping Jehoshaphat. I'll call a session right away. You bet. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, grunt. Oh, moon. Oh, damn it. We are faced with a calamity. I must be cool as liquid air. Hold on. Who's that? Who's pulling my hair? Why, it is I. What am I scary at? Nonsense. I'll phone the secretariat. Oh, dear, I am such a tizzy. The obvious round the line is busy. I'll try again. There's no harm trying. Oh, I'm dying, Egypt. Dying. Hello. Say, this is the 5th VP in charge of physiochemistry. Now, listen here. An especially perky molecule has gone berserk. It has refused to be confined, incorporated, or assigned to anything. It simply sits with a calm expression, and it knits. Now, by all means, we must prevent such an utterly dangerous precedent. One holdout molecule, unpent, can cause the cosmos' great ferment. We must arraign this beast and try it. The charge? Inciting particles to riot. Okay, arrange. I mean arraign. I mean all three. I mean the twain. No, never mind. Just get it booked. Or else the universe is cooked. Oh, me, oh, my. Goodbye, goodbye.
The Court of Arbitrations and Adjudications of Physiochemical Relations, Department of the Interior of the Atom, Criminal Sitting, Division of Investigation, Charge, Countercharge, Accusation, and Confession is now in session. The court will rise and face the justice who will adjust this case. See that your concentration centers on His Honor the Justice just as he enters. Which he is doing even now. Everybody bow! Everybody bow!
To wit, contrary notwithstanding, you may sit. Clegg, read the charge.
May it please the court, et al. To wit.
It pleases the court. Get on with it. Whose versus whom?
The cosmos and all the spheres, systems, clusters, galaxies, orbits, planets, satellites, together with all species of animals, vegetables, and minerals appertaining thereto, of all conditions of age, social standing, and sex, versus the anonymous molecule hereinafter referred to as X.
What's the charge against said molecule?
Unwilling to be named, rebelling when defined, declining to be blamed, objecting when assigned, protesting when selected, resisting an attack, refusing to be directed, and talking back.
Most serious, most dangerous, so strange it's almost strangerous, insidious, precarious, a shade below nefarious. The possibilities in sight are frightful, meaning full of fright, and rueful, meaning full of rue, and gruesome, meaning rather grew.
Providing, Your Honor, the charges are true.
Oh, why, yes, they must be proven true.
Which is something we have yet to do.
Quite right, but who was asking you? Now, is the prosecutor here?
Present.
Well, then, appear. The trial's on. Try not to miss it. Step up and state your case and be explicit.
May it please the court, this case involves a very small matter. By this I don't mean mere trivia or idle chatter, but a particle of matter best described as little.
Smaller than a jot?
Even smaller than a tittle.
Are you referring to molecule X?
Yes.
And why don't you say so?
I will, if I may so. The point, Your Honor, is that should X be acquitted here, catastrophe will follow, since it must then be admitted here that all control of elements has given away to anarchy, and every substance will perforce be jittery and panicky. Thus, when we wish a molecule to join up with some other, to make a cop or lemon drop, or the Karamazov brothers, to be a fog or a catalogue, or a lawn to be idyllic on, a beagle or a bagel, or a mountain made of silicon, they may refrain, they may desist. And if enough of them should do so, there'll never be another tenor singer like Caruso. No dog to bark, no lark to hark, no grand old man like Talleyrand. No bee will be, you'll see no sea, no ostrich fan for Sally Rand.
It's staggering. It's awesome, the damage X could wreak. By simply playing possum, it makes me rather weak. Clegg, order me a pony of spirits of ammonia.
Now, there you are. If X's rebellion is indulged, I think it only safe to say, and fair to be divulged, there'll never be another atom of the element ammonium. So take that home and play it on Your Honor's own euphonium.
Young man, I blasted you a disapproving snort and warn you, one more phrase like that. Contempt of court. Now, who is here for the defense?
I am, Your Honor.
Well, commence.
I will. I do so. Now you see, sir.
I see nothing of the sort. Who's paying you your fee, sir?
No one at all. The way it is with me, sir, I'm acting out of interest in civil liberty, sir.
What's liberty to do with it, if you will be so kind?
Just this. Where in the universal law books can you find it's criminal for anything to be of open mind?
The precedent is ample.
It is. Let's have a sample.
Blackstone on the elements. Case of bismuth versus molybdenum.
Oh, drat the books. Our legal forebears doubtlessly all fibbed in them.
Hold on there, you upstart. Is not the horse before the cart? Where would we be without tradition?
In some advanced, improved position.
What? Young man, are you a red? Have you been to the crimson bread?
Neither too crimson nor too purple.
Well, no whippersnapping twiple. Challenge me.
What do you take me for?
A most distinguished expert on the law.
Very sensible thing you've said today. Where were we in this trial, by the way?
On the right of X to have an open mind. Now, surely justice is not yet so blind as to be unfavorably disposed.
Towards openness of mind, my mind is closed.
Your Honor, this is scandal.
Now, see here, I can handle this. Let's have no more of your bold to do. A molecule must do what it is told to do. Now, that's decided. Suppose we break for lunch. I'm famished. Been a tiring day. I sure would like to crunch. A nice fresh salad bowl of crispy, tangy hashish.
Your Honor, I cannot refrain from calling you a fascist.
Contempt of court. Blake, find the counsel for defendant, please. He has the brass to charge the bench with having fascist tendencies. Ridiculous and ludicrous. Make it a heavy fine. How could I be a fascist? Why, I am so benign, I hardly ever beat my wife. My children bow before me. I'm much admired by rattlesnakes, and birds of prey adore me. I'm tender and I'm sensitive. An anti-insurrectionist. I wouldn't hurt a cobra. And I'm anti-vivisectionist.
I'm sure that's absolutely true, and that you're not the sort who would deny a prisoner his right to speak in court. Your might is mixed with mercy, and wisdom's interfused. So how about a word or two from X, who is accused?
Oh, very well. Since your appeal is to the better side of me, let no one say my conduct here is prejudiced or snide of me. We'll hear from X, but make it short. Where is the little dope?
Right here beneath this new electronic super microscope.
Swear him in.
Put your right hand on the atomic table and say as loud as you are able, I do solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and Buzz was the Muzzawalla, Buzzawalla, Hutset, Fluga, Bugle, Putt, Putt, Scuttlebutt, and nothing but the truth. So help me I. Now testify.
What's that squeaking?
My client, speaking.
Well, how do you expect me to understand?
There's an interpreter at hand.
Where? I don't see any.
Right at your elbow.
Oh, yes. How do you do?
I'm very well, Bo.
Bo? Aren't you getting a bit familiar?
I suppose I am, but please think nil of it.
Can you understand what the molecule says?
Yes? That's my business, isn't it?
A fake character.
Like a film by Disney.
Disney's not involved in this.
Why isn't he?
I don't know. Where does all this lead?
Nowhere.
Then please proceed to interpret X for the court of Lex. Lex is Latin for law, I guess, which shows I, too, enjoy access to more than one tongue. I'm a giant intellect. Now, let's hear your client.
Proceed, if you will, Mr. Molecule. Let your story fairly leap from you.
Oh, come on. Come on. We're waiting now. The court wants to hear a peep from you.
X says as follows. I cannot bring myself to be just anything that's asked of me. I cannot chide my inner soul. I must confide I've set a goal. I've thought it through and cannot bear to be shampoo for oily hair. My spirit sings, my fiber spiels of nobler things and high ideals. I'll fairly bust my heart within if I am just an onion skin. I worry some. What's drearier than to become bacteria? And when I've tried hard to obey, my conscience cried, but hold, but stay. A worm for bait? I have my pride. I vacillate. I can't decide. Though Hamlet had a hard time, why, he wasn't so sad as little I. You see my lot?
Yes.
It's not for me to be or not, but what to be.
Mm-hmm.
My plight inside is bona fide. I can't decide. I can't decide.
I've never been so touched or moved. I sniffle and I blubber. I thought my heart was made of steel, but it is made of rubber. Poor little thing, tormented so by dreams of the eugenic.
Oh, fiddlesticks, this molecule is but a schizophrenic. How is it that in all the time since matter first appeared, each separate iota has loyally adhered to universal law without a solitary beef?
Beef?
Until this pipsqueak came along. Now suddenly there's grief. The heavens shake and earthquakes quake and oceans heave and slither. And dogs and cats and acrobats are in a frightful dither. A timid snip has lost its grip and whines of its neurosis. If you condone this freak, you'll reek of moral halitosis. I strongly urge your honor, purge X to its smallest decimal, or else the infinite will bow before the infinitesimal.
You're right. What was I thinking of to pity young Schlemiel? I thought my heart was fairly soft, but it is made of steel. I shall not spoil this molecule by sparing it the rod, and so I sentence it to die before a firing squad. Perhaps a little torture face. like singeing at the stake, and drops of water on the head. And for variety's sake, a little twist of the garrote, a slice of guillotine, and X shall mark the spot where X was boiled in Vaseline.
I ask this sentence be appealed.
Impossible. Your client's fate is sealed.
Ah, no, the court's decision is far from ineluctable. I must remind you, my good sir, that matter's indestructible.
Gadzooks, it is. I had forgot. We can't destroy a particle. It seems we're in the power of this clever young upstarticle.
The case is lost. I must withdraw. If punishment's not capital and X cannot be executed, I don't give a rapital. We can't imprison it, and we'd be in a most infernal stew with cosmic checks and balances eternally askew.
Oh, dear. Vaismere, Vaismere. What will become of all of us? This little Jake and his strange quirk will surely be the fall of us.
Your Honor.
You mean me?
May I have a conference with you at the bench?
Of course.
May I suggest a means by which disaster be evaded? My client is no pighead and may likely be persuaded to join some element or other. X is not a softy.
No.
It merely wishes to belong to something fairly lofty. Its point of view is forward. Its attitude is global. Its heart is set on being part of something good and noble.
How righteous.
So I suggest you demonstrate, and this will never hurt you, that being this or that or t'other has a point of virtue.
Well, how do you propose we do it?
I have a plan. I was coming to it. Invite a representative of each important kingdom.
You mean like Dempsey for the ring, or Artie Shaw for Swingdom?
No, but you're warm.
A lion for the jungle, or an eagle for all Wingdom?
Keep on. Remember, 3 of them, and 1 for every kingdom.
Oh, I know. Animal and mineral and, I forget the third.
The vegetable kingdom.
Why, yes, of course. Absurd. That's splendid. We could get them here, and each could make a pitch. And X could then make up its mind to which it wished to hitch. I'll call a recess in this trial while we round up a trio. Meanwhile, some music. Clark?
Yes, sir.
Can you sing Solo Mio?
No, but the court musicians would be very glad to play for you.
Where's the conductor?
I'm right here.
Is everything okay for you?
You bet. Shall I begin, Your Honor, with a prelude by Stravinsky or toccata for the G-string by the famous brothers Minsky?
Have you anything around that Dmitri Shostakovich wrote?
Oh, yes. A Passacaglia, and I'm sure that you will love it, Schnott.
I've changed my mind. I'll have a slug of music by Lynn Murray. The one he calls Wer leerde Nacht, One Chicken Mitten Curry. Is that title correct?
Yeah, I fear it is.
Okay, then, play it.
Here it is.
1, 2. Spokesman for the vegetable kingdom will rise and address the court concerning the advantages to molecule X of joining this classification. With handy allusions to paleontology, plant psychology, stems and flowers, roots and fruits, and outstanding examples of horticulture and botany, if he's got me.
I doubt that X shall ever see an atom lovely as a tree. Why, nothing has got quite the charm of the most ordinary palm, with coffee beans and turpentine, and grapes which make imported wine. And as for molds and types of fungus, we have some noted ones among us. Penicillin is a spore, noble beyond metaphor. Life is earnest, life is sweet, for the common sugar beet. Cotton, spinach, hemp and hop, one could really never stop singing vegetary praise for years and months and weeks and days.
Well, X says that trees are chopped for wood and that he sees no special good in being a beet which people eat. X says a palm, though fine in Maine, can come to harm in a hurricane. The grape's a curse, since drink is evil, and cotton is worse for the boll weevil. X does not wish to look for trouble. It's not his dish, the vegetable.
For a molecule that's supposed to be meek, the choosy Mr. X has a lot of cheek. Step down, vegetable. Let mineral speak.
The spokesman for the mineral kingdom will address the court concerning the advantages to Molecule X of joining this classification, with allusions to metallurgy, gypsum, filiform silver, motor cars, nickel bars, pickle jars, and manganese. Please.
Now, the way that X can best ensure his choice of substance will endure is to stop his flopping about and settle down to being a respectable metal. Oh, fiddly-dee, fiddly-dum, yum-yum. Oh, boy, aluminum. If he likes the work of iron, he can be the iron in irony.
That sounds to me like pure, unalloyed non sequitur.
If he wishes to be a worker, he can serve in a column of mercury. And if he'd rather be gaining giddysome, there's radium, uranium, iridium. Oh, tantalum, tungsten, talcum, tin, ipsy, pipsy, bitterson, gin, alto, saxon, copper, tax, raxily, rax, parax, parax, merrily, barely, chili by gin, triple I zinc, and kale.
Team. Oh, I beg. Are these football yells necessary?
Yes, sir. Very.
Well, what do they mean?
Well, amphibolsphine and pyroxene, being amygdaloidally idiochromatic, may create a stalactitic static, affecting the scalahedral speed.
Mm-hmm.
On this, the experts are fully agreed.
Well, that clears it up very well indeed. Proceed.
If X wants glamour, need he be told of silver, platinum, and gold? And the safest job on any planet is to be a nice, strong rock of granite. If he likes good cooking, a dinner will boil very nicely over mineral oil. Does he try to be a wagon hitched to a star, then apply to be a Hollywood motor car? Oh, I could pour mineral law before you forever and a day, if it wouldn't bore you.
Well, X says he, that any jury'll find mercury somewhat mercurial. Iron gets rusty, bare rocks too nude, talc is too dusty, oil is crude. The automobile is not his bent. One elliptical wheel means an accident. Gold you can keep. He simply balks at lying deep beneath Fort Knox.
I've never heard such utterly rash, hypercritical balderdash. If I weren't so stately and dignified, I'd take that molecule outside and bop him right in his little beezer. Who does he think he is, Little Caesar? Let the animal kingdom present its spokesman. Come on. Where is the gent?
Right here, but, Your Honor.
All right, begin.
It's a her.
Never mind. Swear him in.
Very well.
The spokesman for the animal kingdom, etc. Species of bird, bee, dog, flea, hen, man, does solemnly swear, etc., in the name of the llama, gnu, orc, yak, kangaroo, slippery Dan, Charlie Chan, the common man, and so forth, that he or she will please go forth and testify to the legal court.
Thank you. I gladly take the floor.
Rather pretty. Eh bien? Hello?
I could fascinate X with the mystery of our considerable natural history. I could tell him the fame of each colorful name.
Go on. I'm goose pimply and blistery.
I could tell of a bird named the Smew, and another eclect, Uraboo, of Tsigatai, Zo, and of Single Row.
And a fish that is called in canoe?
Quite true.
And a monkey that's called Wanderoo?
Quite true.
Oh, I just love to listen to you.
I could tell of the vinegaroon, the squacko, the guiduck, baboon, the antelope bongo, the crow known as drongo.
Will you join me for lunch one day soon?
For the record, may I ask whether these names are real or fictionary?
Don't interrupt. They're all in your dictionary.
Now, the capercaillie has a whistle.
Of course.
Distinct from the ling and dixistle. The zebu and zivet, Anteric of Tibet.
I cling to your words like a thistle.
I urge X to join the toucan or some other nice animal clan, like the beautiful cootie or charming agouti.
But what of the species of man?
Oh, that's another subject entirely. I do not recommend that X get involved in the affairs of mankind.
Is that because you believe in the principle of matter over man's mind?
No, but being human would surely hex a sensitive molecule like X.
Just how do you mean, Queen?
Well, it's not so easy to be a common man. No matter how much you work and plan, it's still a neat trick to live the span commonly allotted to the common man. A wandering breeze will affect your pump. If not a measle, then a mump. You can pull a tendon, get roundly hissed, or have to depend on an analyst.
How true.
You can get ptomaine or be undersold. Then there's Franco Spain.
Fui.
And the common cold. A review can stink. You can miss a guess, or be told how to think by the yellow press.
Did I tell you I greatly admire your dress?
No. There's water on the knee and athlete's toes, the doctor's fee and the running nose, aching bursitis, rashes and rickets, colitis and bursitis, and parking tickets.
Not in this court.
You can get diabetes or caught in the rain.
Not in this court.
You can run out of Wheaties or into a train. You can get neurasthenia. A blizzard can chill you. Your wife can be mania. A dentist drill you. A plaintiff can sue you. A bite give malaria. If no lover woo you, alas, miseraria.
Very legal embroilments. Just let me take care of you.
Thank you. A fascist will fight you. And then there is asthma. Vampires can bite you and whine on your plasma. You can be badly reared and flunk out in Latin, or tangle your beard in spaghetti au gratin.
Fattening.
You can get a flat tire, drop teeth in the drain, or suffer a dire escutcheon stain. You can drown in the Dnieper or suffer the bend. You can wind up a leper and lose all your friends.
Hard to wind up a leper.
You can settle in Philly, or step in a pail, or feel willy-nilly and cease to inhale.
How morbid, depressing, in fact suicidal. By the way, have you ever an hour that's idle?
Your Honor, my client has something to say.
I could meet you, what's that about X again, eh?
He's ready, I said.
Well, let him go ahead.
X says as follows. I'm glad to know the awful truth. Man has such woe, forsooth, forsooth.
What philosophy.
Yet what he's done, proud hands can clap. He's beaten the Hun and Will the Jap. He flies the air just like a smew and swims for fare like the Incanoo.
Yes, like the Incanoo.
He has a soul. He reads Descartes. Like me, his goal is a thing apart. He's learned to kill the harmful bug by serum, pill, and sulfur drug. He beats the band and goes to school to understand the molecule.
He's a rascal.
In face of odds, he makes his way. Gives birth to quads, builds TVA. Displays his charms, plays blindfold chess, listens to Brahms and CBS.
CBS, of course.
The common guy both thinks and feels. Nothing's too high for his ideals. Though it cost him sadly to put down jerks.
Please.
He's not done badly. Look at his works. For all his pains, we owe him thanks. And I do gladly join his ranks. The human flock has golden fleece, grace to its stock and lasting peace.
Oh, splendid. What a moving speech. I had thought X a worm, a leech. But now I see he's a regular fellow. He's twanged me so I quiver like jello. Oh, joy, oh, rapture, fields of clover.
Looks to me like trial's over.
Quite so. My dear X, forgive the digression, but I'm sure you'll be happy in your chosen profession. As for you, Miss Hanema, you are great. It's slightly extra legal, but have you a date for later in the evening? Do you like to dance? Have you any marked tendency toward romance?
I have. But what about the wife you seldom beat? And the children you have mentioned who grovel at your feet?
Ho, ho, ho! Mere rhetoric and fragmentary frippery. The legal mind behaves this way. It's very smooth and slippery when arguing. I have no wife or any such a fixture.
In that case, I will marry you, as in a Class B picture. We'll create a happy ending, plus 2 children of each sex.
To be a part of one of them, shall we invite friend X?
Magnificent idea, that. Is our future child agreed?
X says indeed. And asks you speed your visit to the Reverend so we can have a life to lead and bring this to a clever end.
Hooray, I thought you'd never end. Will the court musicians kindly advance to the mic and play a wedding dance? And then after that, please segue and sally into a sort of a kind of finale. 1, 2, 3.
You have been listening to The Undecided Molecule, a rhymed fantasy written and directed and produced by Norman Corwin for CBS as the third of 8 programs in the series Columbia Presents Corwin. Carmen Dragon composed the music. Lud Gluskin conducted.
That gifted man, Robert Benchley, appeared as the interpreter for the molecule. And you can see me soon in the Paramount picture, Duffy's Tavern.
It was Norman Lloyd who did that wonderful work as the highly competent official clerk.
Quiet. Oliver Wendell Groucho Marx appeared as the judge. And I'm going to be together with my brothers on the stage and screen again in A Night in Casablanca. Some one of these nights. Good night.
Vincent Price as the prosecutor was convincing and smooth and even flick. And you can catch me soon in 20th Fox's Dragonwyck.
It was Sylvia Sidney who convinced the molecule that being a human being can be fun. And if you'd like to see more of me, I'm appearing in a new film entitled Blood on the Sun.
I, Keenan Wynn, in sound mind and body...
I object.
Performed as the counsel for the defense of Molecule. And to give you an idea how versatile I am, I was also the spokesman for the vegetable mineral.
Next week at this time, Columbia presents one of the most popular and often requested programs from last year's series, New York, A Tapestry for Radio, starring Orson Welles in the role of the narrator. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.